Chapter 1. The 3-year term has expired. It is time for Uchiha Mirai to step forward. As spring blossoms, the back mountains of the Uchiha clan's territory are vibrant with life. The melodious chirping of birds and the gentle hum of insects fill the lush green forest, while the surface of the Nanha River shimmers in sunlight. Uchiha Mirai reclines lazily in an old armchair, a fan fluttering in her grasp as she basks in the picturesque scenery of her clan's domain, unable to suppress her admiration. What splendid mountains, exquisite waters, and breathtaking views. Her gaze subtly shifts backward, yet the ones approaching are hardly benevolent. Uchiha Shisui's expression darkens as he approaches. What does she mean by not benevolent? Mirai, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Uchiha Shisui, with a hint of exasperation, casts a glance at Mirai, who is comfortably lounging in her chair. They have been classmates since their youth and are recognized as the two most formidable talents of the new generation within the Uchiha clan. However, Shisui is acutely aware that he still appears rather juvenile in comparison to Mirai. Speak, our busy Shisui. What brings you here to seek out a layabout like me, instead of attending to your duties in the Umbu? Uchiha Mirai languidly fans herself, continuing to admire the beauty of the clan's territory. Shisui's expression grows more complex as he exhales deeply. Mirai, you must realize that the situation within the clan and the village has reached an irreconcilable point. If you do not emerge soon, it may truly become dire. Preposterous. A trace of derision flickers in Mirai's eyes. The illustrious Shunshin Shisui, unable to resolve the clan's disputes, has come to implore me to step forward? Shisui's face flushes instantly. I have exerted all my efforts, however. The clan members are exceedingly obstinate, lacking the capacity to comprehend the will of fire. What capacity indeed? Before Shisui could finish, a chill voice unexpectedly intrudes from behind, sending shivers down his spine and raising goosebumps on his skin. This is the secluded residence of Uchiha Mirai, typically devoid of visitors. Could there be a third person present? Shisui swiftly turns around. He finds a small boy, holding a teapot, gazing at him with profound eyes. The boy's features are remarkably refined, with 2 deep tear troughs flanking his nose. Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of clan leader Fugaku. At this moment, he is merely 9 years old. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui reaches a conclusion. Itachi withdraws his gaze from Shisui, approaching Mirai's lounge chair and deftly placing the tea on the low table. Brother Mirai, the tea is ready. He turns to Shisui, his expression devoid of emotion. Shisuikin, would you care for a cup of tea as well? Uchiha Mirai lifts the teapot from the low table, taking a few sips and gazing at Itachi with admiration. Quite commendable. Little Itachi, your skills have certainly improved. Not all, Brother Mirai, you are too kind. Uchiha Itachi shyly rakes his fingers through his hair. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui stands nearly petrified, his mouth agape in disbelief. What on earth? Am I mistaken? Is this truly Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of clan leader Fugaku? Why does he appear as if he is merely a subordinate to Mirai? Uchiha Itachi turns his cold gaze towards Shisui. Shisui, allow me to remind you, the worth of the Uchiha clan is not directed towards a Hokage, but towards its own kin. Without our clan, what does it mean to speak of the Uchiha? Shisui, you too are a member of the Uchiha surely. You cannot be so oblivious to such a simple truth? Uchiha Shisui found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Itachi was countering his earlier remarks. With a cold snort, Itachi continued. Shisui, I implore you to refrain from indulging in the will of fire. A mere metaphor could lead you into a grave misunderstanding. To call you a genius of the Uchiha is to tarnish the clan's reputation. The young Itachi rolled his eyes, his expression one of utter disdain. Nearby, Uchiha Future discreetly gave a thumbs up, proud of the young one he had mentored. Indeed, young Itachi, your awareness is commendable. In the original timeline, during a solitary practice with shuriken in the woods, Uchiha Itachi encountered Uchiha Shisui. Their bond deepened as time passed, with the youthful Itachi gradually influenced by Shisui, ultimately evolving into the foolish weasel he would become. However, on this occasion, Uchiha Itachi did not meet his brother Shisui in that tranquil grove, but rather a time-traveling individual brimming with Marxist materialist ideals. Thus, Itachi's perspective was irrevocably altered. Uchiha Shisui's face flushed as he argued. Itachi, I cannot concur with your viewpoint. Where leaves dance, the fire endures. We ought not to question what the village has done for us, but rather what we have done for the village. Uchiha Future rolled his eyes. If even Itachi's worldview was reshaped by his Marxist dialectical materialism, how could the strongest genjutsu user, Shisui, still be ensnared by the malignant will of fire? Goodness, had he unknowingly sown the seeds of Kotoame Tsukumi for himself? Shisui, do you still not understand? The young Itachi glared at Shisui, his cheeks puffed in indignation. The so-called will of fire is merely a tool wielded by the elite to exploit the villagers, rife with hypocrisy and indoctrination. Oh, foolish Shisui, when will you awaken to this truth? In his fury, Itachi's cheeks swelled like a balloon. He simply could not fathom how someone as naive as Shisui could exist in this world. The notion of the will of fire, in comparison to Marxist materialism, was utterly nonsensical. He vividly recalled the first time he absorbed Future's critique of the will of fire. That night, restless and unable to find slumber, he retrieved the book on the will of fire, poring over it until the early hours, finally discerning that the entirety was a fraud. Of pyramid schemes, that night, Itachi wept bitterly, delivering himself a sound reprimand. Had it not been for Future, he could have easily fallen prey to the will of fire's brainwashing, potentially leading to foolish actions in the future. Awaken, Shisui. Do not become mired in the lies spun by those in power. Future has contributed so much to the village, what has it yielded? Have you not yet seen through the true nature of those elites? Itachi's impassioned yell caused Shisui to tremble, turning to gaze at Uchiha Future, who lay reclined in a chair. In the Third Great Ninja War, 2 shinobi from the Hidden Leaf. Instilled fear in countless adversaries. Point 1 was the Yellow Flash, renowned for his flying thunder god technique, carving out a formidable reputation during the war. The other was Uchiha Mirai, a wielder of a peculiar toxin known as the Second Bloodline. Ominously referred to as the calamity by enemy ninjas, a saying echoed across the battlefields of the Third War. Uchiha Mirai will rob you of your future. Even to this day, numerous shinobi in the 4 major villages live in dread of Uchiha Mirai. Some of those who survived under his command have reportedly mutated, sprouting appendages reminiscent of tentacles. Uchiha Shisui gazed with deep regret at Mirai, languidly reclined in his chair. Had it not been for that incident, Uchiha Mirai would have possessed an infinite future. Alas, just before the Yellow Flash ascended to the position of Hokage, Mirai was abruptly dismissed by the higher-ups, citing threats to the village's safety. Consequently, he fell into despondency, gradually fading from the sight of his clan and retreating to the banks of the Southie River. Uchiha Shisui inhaled deeply, intently observing Mirai in his armchair. It has been 3 years, a full 3 years. Mirai, do you not care for our clan at all during this time? Tomorrow, the clan leader will convene at the Southie Shrine to discuss the future of our family. It has been far too long since our clan members have heard tales of your exploits. Come forth, Mirai. Shisui's gaze bore unwavering determination as he fixed his eyes on Uchiha Mirai, that a multitude of words condensed into a singular plea. The 3-year period has concluded. We implore Uchiha Mirai to emerge. Chapter 2. Fugaku, you will regret this. In an instant, I am the clan leader. Shisui departed, leaving with a sense of regret and unfulfilled longing. The courtyard fell silent once more, with only the gentle flow of the Southie River murmuring past the garden. Uchiha Itachi stood dutifully behind Mirai's recliner. 3 years had elapsed since Uchiha Mirai chose seclusion. During this time, Itachi would occasionally visit the courtyard to serve him tea, massage his shoulders, and tend to his legs. Itachi could not fathom Mirai's intentions, yet he understood that this seemingly languid man, indifferent to all, was far from merely retreating into obscurity. It felt more akin to lying in wait. Uchiha Mirai leaned back in his chair, calmly observing the flowing waters of the Southie River. Memories from 15 years past began to unfurl before him. 15 years ago, before he could even erase his browser history, he found himself transported to the Uchiha clan. Since then, the night of the Uchiha massacre loomed like a Damocles sword above him. Fortunately, he had arrived with his own extraordinary advantage. Within him slumbered a colossal beast, the king of monsters, Godzilla. That by continuously tapping into Godzilla's power, he developed the ability to manipulate nuclear radiation, subsequently creating the Godzilla armor and Godzilla mode. He gained fame in the Third War, earning the moniker of Calamity among enemy ninjas. After the war's conclusion, as the Hidden Leaf struggled to rebuild, he entered a crucial phase of harnessing Godzilla's power. Yet, at that moment, rumors detrimental to his reputation began to circulate throughout the village. In the beginning, it was merely his abilities that influenced the environment. Subsequently, an array of outrageous rumors began to circulate. Whispers suggested that proximity to Uchiha Mirai would result in the emergence of tentacles, or that as long as Uchiha Mirai resided in the village, their descendants would develop tails or even a third leg. Such absurd tales mirrored the experiences of Naruto during his childhood. In an instant, Uchiha Mirai transformed from the village's hero into a demon, threatening its safety. It was not until the eve of the fourth Hokage's inauguration that Uchiha Mirai was forcefully dismissed from his position. He offered no resistance that on one hand, he was aware that this was the conspiracy of the Konoha F4, aimed at eliminating him as a significant threat and paving the way for Minato Namake's. To resist would only solidify the rumors regarding his danger to the village. On the other hand, he was at a critical juncture in harnessing his Godzilla-like powers, necessitating an extensive period of recuperation. When Minato ascended to the position of Hokage, Uchiha Mirai, once his equal, adopted a tranquil life of tea drinking and bird keeping in seclusion among the mountains. As memories gradually faded, Uchiha Mirai slowly opened his eyes. The Southie River continued to flow steadily before him, yet the observer was no longer the same. Little Itachi, after lying here for so long, it's time for you to stretch your limbs tomorrow, he remarked. Uchiha Itachi paused in his breath, a glimmer of hope and astonishment in his eyes. Brother Mirai, could it be that you are considering Uchiha Mirai offered no response, merely smiling as he gazed into the distance? I wonder how many still remember the name Uchiha Mirai after 3 years have passed. At the Uchiha clan grounds, the Southie Shrine served as the venue for clan meetings, typically convened in response to significant events at this moment. The space was brimming with clan members seated in agitation, casting resentful glares towards Uchiha Fugaku at the forefront. Chief, Konoha has gone too far. We tolerated the Night of the Nine Tails. We endured the relocation of our clan. Just how much longer must we bear this? This resentment is unbearable. Outrageous declarations echoed within the shrine, as a group of latested Sharingan bearers seemed poised to storm the Hokage's office at any moment. Uchiha Fugaku maintained his composure, his gaze authoritative as he surveyed the enraged ninja below. He understood that he must not speak first. Doing so would provide the angry clan members with an outlet for their emotions. If he remained patient until their outcry subsided, it would present the opportune moment for him to address them. Fugaku, after all these years, your temperament remains as feeble as ever. A sudden cold snort interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he beheld an elderly Uchiha elder, his gaze sharp and piercing like that of an eagle. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Uchiha Shana, the hawkish leader of the clan, possessed seniority that even surpassed his own. Only he would dare to address him so directly as Fugaku. Elder Shana, what is it that you wish to convey? Uchiha Shana's eagle-like, profound eyes glimmered with coldness. The upper echelons are excessively oppressive. Our Uchiha clan, as one of the founding families of the village, has not only been denied any rights, but has also repeatedly suffered from oppression, to the extent that we have been forced to relocate from our ancestral lands. Revolt. With that decrepit Sarutobi, the Uchiha cannot be thwarted. In Uchiha Shana's eyes, the flame of ambition was gradually igniting. Enough. Uchiha Fugaku rebuked. Do you wish to lead the Uchiha to an irretrievable demise? It is you who has brought the Uchiha to the brink of ruin. Uchiha Shana glared fiercely at Fugaku. Look at what the Uchiha has become under your leadership over the years. Oppressed. Our lands lost. Our clansmen subjected to humiliation. What has become of the Uchiha's pride? His impassioned words left the surrounding hawkish clansmen breathless, uncontrollably awakening their Sharingan. The atmosphere in the room grew suddenly tense. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, striving to suppress his surging emotions as he gazed at Uchiha Shana below. Shana, do not forget, I'm the clan leader. Uchiha Shana's expression darkened. Fugaku, you will come to regret this. The Uchiha will inevitably perish under your leadership. The clash between the two highest-ranking members of the Uchiha clan intensified the tension in the conference room. Both hawkish and dovish clansmen focused their attention on the two. Suddenly, a light chuckle broke the tense atmosphere, causing countless clansmen to turn their heads. I did not expect to walk in and witness such a spectacle. A figure stood at the entrance of the Southie Shrine, a hint of mockery glimmering in their eyes. Upon seeing that familiar face, the young clansmen within the shrine were taken aback, filled with excitement and disbelief. Future brother? Is that really future brother? Future brother has returned? 3 years. A full 3 years. He has finally emerged. Chapter 3. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The appearance of Uchiha Future instantly transformed the atmosphere within the shrine. Some of the young clansmen were so moved that they shed tears of joy. Who is Uchiha Future? A legendary figure of the Uchiha clan. The name of the Uchiha echoed throughout the ninja world because of him. Even after that incident, countless clansmen lamented, wondering how the Uchiha could have fallen so low if he had not fallen silent. Uchiha Shana and Fugaku were equally astonished as they turned to look at Future, IT had been 3 long years, and many in the Uchiha clan had begun to gradually forget his existence. That Uchiha future would choose to return at this moment? Among the clansmen below, Uchiha Shisui revealed a hint of relief in his eyes. Finally, Uchiha future has returned, validating his repeated entreaties. The plight of the Uchiha clan is bound to change. Future, I did not expect you would come. It seems you have finally moved past that incident. Uchiha Fugaku regarded future with a complex expression that in the days of yore, on the eve of the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony, Uchiha Mirai, once a celebrated hero of the village, inexplicably descended into the depths of infamy, becoming a despised demon in the eyes of all. Namake's Minato and Uchiha Mirai, 2 prodigious talents renowned from the 3rd Great Ninja War, stood as contrasts. One ascended to the heavens while the other plummeted into the abyss. Thus, Uchiha Mirai faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, witnessing the family's foremost genius emerge from the shadows filled the clan leader's heart with joy. It seems that many within the clan still remember my name. Uchiha Mirai mused as he cast a calm glance over the seated clansmen below. The eyes of those he met, particularly among the younger generation, sparkled with excitement and admiration. Many among them had once fought alongside Uchiha Mirai. Some had even witnessed firsthand his transformation from an inconspicuous clan member into the formidable harbinger of calamity within the shinobi world. Now, this once legendary figure stood once more before them. How could they not be exhilarated? Uchiha Fugaku's expression was somewhat unnatural. The moment Uchiha Mirai appeared, he completely overshadowed him. This left the clan leader feeling a tad embarrassed. Mirai, please find a seat. We are discussing the future of our clan. I have come precisely for this matter. Uchiha Mirai gazed at him with a serene expression. Did he come for this matter? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly. He could not comprehend the meaning behind Uchiha's words regarding the future. Uchiha future cast a disdainful glance at Fugaku and Shisui before him. These two, one the clan leader and the other a venerable elder of considerable influence, held the highest authority within the Uchiha clan. Yet, one was indecisive and hesitant, while the other approached life and death with indifference, ready to fight without hesitation. They epitomized 2 stark extremes. The future of the Uchiha clan is doomed to be buried within the internal strife between the two. Nevertheless, it matters not. He is prepared to take action. Uchiha Mirai surveyed the members of the shrine. The Uchiha clan, a lineage steeped in pride, once basked in countless glories. Yet now, the Uchiha clan confronts immense peril. I believe it is time for a transformation. Uchiha's words regarding the future drew everyone's attention towards him. What do you mean by change? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows, gazing intently at him. Uchiha Mirai let out a light chuckle and remarked, Firstly, it is time for the guard team to undergo a transformation. The glory of the Uchiha clan should not be reduced to merely handling trivial matters for Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku firmly objected. No. The Uchiha guard team was established by the 2nd Hokage as a position for our clan, and it represents our authority within Konoha. Without the guard team, the Uchiha clan's voice in Konoha would diminish even further. Uchiha future spoke coldly. Fugaku, have you ever contemplated why the 2nd Hokage established the position of the Uchiha guard? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow in silence. Very well, allow me to pose another question. You assert that the guard squad is the authority of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. How does its power compare to that of the Ninja Academy and Konoha Hospital? A group of clansmen immediately began to murmur, and the shrine became filled with a cacophony of voices. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Uchiha's heart was filled with a cold derision. The so-called security team, if one were to phrase it more eloquently, could be referred to as the guardians of the peace. However, in a less flattering light, they merely resembled the municipal enforcement squad of Konoha. Regardless of the realm, municipal enforcement is an occupation that evokes disdain. Given Uchiha's haughty demeanor, it would be a miracle if the vendors of Konoha did not upend their stalls in protest. Over time, the reputation of the Uchiha clan within Konoha would undoubtedly deteriorate, making their integration into the village an impossibility. As the clan leader, how could one be so utterly short-sighted? How could such a simple issue escape his notice? Uchiha Itachi paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan must enter a state of comprehensive readiness for war. Every ninja within the Uchiha clan must be perpetually prepared for battle. The new generation of the Uchiha clan must also immediately engage in training to maximize their potential as combatants. This is imperative. Uchiha Fugaku once again raised his voice, his eyes glinting with a hint of anger as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Mirai. Mirai, are you aware of the words you are uttering? The Uchiha clan has dedicated such substantial resources to training. What would the village's higher-ups think if they were to learn of this? Do you truly wish to ignite a conflict between our clan and the village, plunging us into an irretrievable abyss? The surrounding clan members exchanged glances. And even Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow, unable to decipher Uchiha Mirai's intentions. The shrine was abruptly enveloped in an oppressive silence. Uchiha Mirai cast a calm gaze upon the members of his clan. I once heard the words of a great leader. Peace sought through struggle endures, while peace sought through compromise perishes. For an extended period, the Uchiha clan has relied on compromise to attain peace. Like frogs slowly boiling in water, they have unwittingly marched towards their own demise. If the Uchiha wish to escape this predicament, they must pursue peace through struggle. Striking the first blow to avert a barrage of blows. His resounding voice reverberated, invigorating every Uchiha present. The Uchiha clan is a proud lineage that, for many years, has been mired in compromise and concession. Yet, the ember of their innate pride has never been extinguished. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications woven within the words of the future. As for the final matter, Uchiha Mirai gazed intently into Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. It is I who shall assume the role of clan leader. He turned, surveying the surrounding clan members. Who stands in favor? Who opposes? Chapter 4. The future of the entire Uchiha clan stands behind me. An eerie silence ensued. A profound stillness enveloped the entire shrine. The muscles on Uchiha Fugaku's face twitched slightly due to intense anger. If the first two propositions merely caused him dissatisfaction, the final one utterly struck a nerve. A brief word flashed through his mind. Usurpation. Uchiha Fugaku reprimanded sternly. Uchiha Mirai, do you intend to seize power? The clansmen within the shrine held their breath, the atmosphere heavy as if it were thickened with water. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that this Mirai would possess such audacity. Uchiha Shinai regarded the enraged Fugaku with a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. He was far too old. His prime had long since passed. Although he harbored disdain for Fugaku, it was evident that he could not assume the role of the next clan leader. Witnessing his old rival in such a predicament brought him an unusual sense of satisfaction. However, he remained skeptical about the future of the Uchiha clan. Bravery alone does not suffice. The position of clan leader demands not only courage but also strength, heritage, and reputation, each indispensable in its own right. What foundation does Uchiha's future possess? He has remained in silence for a full 3 years, despite once being a singular genius within his clan. How many are now willing to follow him? Uchiha Fugaku suppressed the fury within his heart and spoke as calmly as he could. In the future, I acknowledge your talent, and you shall undoubtedly become a pillar of the Uchiha clan. However, at present, you are still too young. You lack the foundation necessary to assume the role of clan leader. If you retract your earlier statements, I can consider today's events as if they never occurred, and you will still be permitted to participate in future clan meetings. Uchiha Mirai gazed directly into his eyes and spoke softly. Clan leader, let us commence the voting. Allow our kin to make their choice. Uchiha Fugaku's expression stiffened. He had extended ample opportunities for the future, yet he did not anticipate such unwavering resolve. Since you have chosen this path, so be it. Let me illuminate the disparity that exists between us. Uchiha Mirai turned around, surveying the seated clan members around him, his eyes reflecting a myriad of deep emotions and bold aspirations. Esteemed brethren, the Uchiha clan may have once known retreat, compromise, and suffering, but today, let us reclaim the pride of our lineage. The era has transformed. You hold the tickets to a new epic in your hands. Rise. Stand behind me. Seize the promise of a grander future. One by one, the Uchiha members breathed heavily, their gazes fervent, as if they had long awaited this moment. The first to rise was a young clansman, his gaze resolute. Then came the second, without a hint of hesitation. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Uchiha Fugaku's expression transformed from initial confidence to shock, then to horror, and finally to a state of stupor, until he beheld a familiar figure standing behind Uchiha Mirai. Itachi Uchiha, the son he had always regarded with pride. Itachi, why? His voice trembled slightly. Brother was right about the future. Itachi Uchiha gazed calmly at him. Father, you have grown old and can no longer perceive the village's schemes, but the future lies in the capable hands of my brother. Under his leadership, our clan shall forge a brighter destiny. Uchiha Shisui, still hesitating, observed Itachi's resolute stance behind their future and sighed, rising to his feet. An increasing number of clansmen exchanged glances and chose to stand as well. Without exception, the younger generation of the clan stood firmly behind Uchiha's future. Uchiha Shoto's pupils quivered slightly as he beheld a familiar figure behind Uchiha Mirai. Why? Uchiha Yayan, the grandson whom he regarded with immense pride. Just moments ago, he had been mocking Fugaku for being betrayed by his own son, only to find himself in a similar predicament the very next instant. Grandfather. Future brother is indeed correct. His vision surpasses that of anyone in our clan. Only under his leadership can the Uchiha clan reclaim its former glory. The young Uchiha Yayan gazed unwaveringly at Uchiha Shana, for the first time publicly challenging the elder whom he held in the highest esteem. The face of Uchiha Shana, once adorned with wrinkles, now appears even more aged, his back hunched considerably. Has he truly succumbed to the passage of time? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils trembled slightly. These standing clansmen, are all the elite of the younger generation of the Uchiha. Given time, they will bear the weight of the entire Uchiha's revival. Yet now, without exception, these individuals stand firmly behind the future of the Uchiha. We implore the clan leader to step down. Uchiha Future gazed intently at Fugaku, his voice resounding with grandeur. Please. Clan leader, step down. Behind him, a dozen young Uchiha members echoed his fervent call, their voices converging like a thunderclap, resonating powerfully above the South shrine. Uchiha Fugaku trembled and recoiled, as if all the strength within him had been suddenly siphoned away. He found it incomprehensible. The younger generation of the Uchiha clan, including his eldest son, whom he regarded with pride, have all chosen the future of the Uchiha. Do you truly believe that during these past 3 years, I have accomplished nothing? Uchiha Future stands at the forefront of the younger generation, calmly observing the crumbling Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils quivered. Could it be? A terrifying term surfaced in his mind, concealing one's true abilities. But how did Uchiha Mirai manage to deceive his watchful eyes and gather the entire younger generation of the Uchiha clan under his command? Wait. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and immediately turned his gaze towards Itachi, who stood behind Uchiha Mirai. Itachi Uchiha, his eldest son, has been in close contact with Uchiha Mirai over the past 3 years. He has repeatedly compelled Itachi to provide intelligence on Uchiha Mirai, serving as his informant placed beside her. Could it be that from the very beginning, Itachi was already? Haha. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly smiled. His prideful eldest son had betrayed him. His clansmen had betrayed him. Was he, the clan leader, nothing more than a farce from the very beginning? Uchiha Mirai gazed at him with a serene demeanor. Clan leader Fugaku, you inquired about the foundation that allows me to stand here. I shall now reveal to you that behind me stands the future of the Uchiha clan. Within the shrine, Uchiha Shina and the remaining clan members felt an overwhelming weight in their hearts. They were all acutely aware. The Uchiha clan is on the brink of transformation. Uchiha Fugaku, having accepted the harsh realities, harbors an icy demeanor that seems to crystallize into substance. In the future, perhaps after a few more years, I might find solace in entrusting the Uchiha lineage to your care. However, at this moment, you are far too young. You remain blind to the darkness that shrouds this world, and under your guidance, the Uchiha clan is destined for annihilation. Crimson blood seeps into his gaze, as 3 obsidian tomo whirl rapidly within the scarlet abyss. Let us engage in battle. The victor shall bear the esteemed title of Uchiha clan leader, while the vanquished shall be cast out from the Uchiha. Chapter 5. The Future of Uchiha vs. Uchiha Fugaku. Southie River. The most renowned river of the Uchiha clan weaves through the entire history of Konoha. Presently, 2 figures stand by the riverbank, their silhouettes striking against the backdrop. Behind them, a multitude of Uchiha clansmen await, their eyes glimmering with anticipation and fervor. This confrontation marks the clash between the younger generation of the Uchiha and the elders, a battle between the new regime and the old. The outcome of this conflict will determine the future of the entire Uchiha clan. Hinata. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this battle? Uchiha Hokage gazed at Uchiha Inahibe with a hint of concern. Both were members of the security department, serving as the right and left arms of Fugaku. Since the clan leader had voluntarily proposed to determine the victor through combat, it was evident that he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Uchiha Inahoku stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness. The infamous Uchiha disaster, although renowned, was no match for the formidable Uchiha Fugaku, whose fierce reputation was equally formidable. During the Second Great Ninja War, Uchiha Fugaku forged a fearsome legacy that rivaled that of the Uchiha disaster. How old is Uchiha Mirai? In terms of experience, strength, and grasp of the situation, Uchiha Fugaku utterly surpasses him. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Ina grows increasingly perplexed, furrowing his brow as he gazes at Itachi behind Uchiha Mirai. As the son of the clan leader, how could he publicly choose Uchiha Mirai? What could he possibly be thinking? Clan leader, do your best. The anguished cries of Uchiha reverberated in the ears of the two by the banks of the Nashi River. Uchiha Fugaku stood with an air of aloofness, arms crossed, gazing intently at Uchiha Future. Future, you still have the opportunity to reconsider. Let us battle. Words are unnecessary. Uchiha Future spoke softly. In the next moment, both individuals simultaneously formed hand seals, executing the sequence with remarkable precision and nearly in unison. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Two colossal fireballs, nearly identical in size, erupted from their mouths simultaneously. Boom. The fireballs collided with tremendous force, unleashing an astonishing display of power, causing the temperature in the vicinity to surge dramatically. Nearby, Nanhequan Lu was enveloped in a thick cloud of white steam, a result of the sudden increase in heat. Uchiha Fugaku was retreating, swiftly and with a hint of gravity in his eyes. The future of the Uchiha clan's fireball technique appears unsettling, enveloped in an enigmatic force. Is it that mysterious toxin? During the Third Great Ninja War, countless shinobi perished under the onslaught of such bizarre attacks. Uchiha Fugaku was resolutely unwilling to attempt it. Only after retreating several dozen meters did he swiftly form hand seals and take a deep breath. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. What a splendid arrival. The eyes of Uchiha gleamed with a flicker of delight as he swiftly formed hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. A blazing inferno erupted simultaneously from both combatants, transforming into a colossal torrent of flames that clashed violently against each other, creating a resounding roar. A massive wall of fire stood resolutely between them. Quick, retreat. The observing Uchiha exclaimed, stumbling back in alarm. The intensity of the battle had spread widely, and any momentary lapse in caution could result in being engulfed by the overwhelming flames. A trace of horror flickered in their eyes. Uchiha Fugaku is one matter, but the ferocity of Uchiha Mirai's assaults is truly overwhelming. Those clan members who once fought alongside Uchiha Mirai during the Third Great Ninja War have all retreated to distant corners. Typical fire techniques, unless they strike directly, rarely claim the lives of foes. Yet Uchiha Mirai's fire techniques are an entirely different realm. The searing heat emitted by the flames significantly accelerates the movement of radiation particles. Countless enemies perished under this technique during the war. As Fugaku faced Uchiha Mirai, his expression suddenly shifted, sensing an unusual change within his body. Am I afflicted? When did this happen? This fleeting shock caused the might of his great fire annihilation to falter momentarily. The future of Uchiha's great fire destruction descended like a torrential wave, crashing down with tremendous force. The ground sizzled beneath the searing flames, extending their assault across to the opposite bank of the Southie River. Clan leader. A member of the onlooking Uchiha exclaimed in astonishment. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists tightly, his palms dampened by perspiration. This battle weighed heavily upon him. On one side stood his elder brother, whom he deeply respected. On the other, his father. The thought of either being harmed was unbearable to him. In the next moment, from amidst the sparse smoke, several figures surged forth, their shurikens glinting ominously in the light. Shadow clones. Uchiha Mirai furrowed his brow slightly. 4 Uchiha Fugaku, utilizing the cover of smoke, surged forth from 4 distinct directions, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Truly, as the clan leader, he has adeptly used my own attack as a guise to turn the tide of battle. A fierce resolve ignited in Uchiha Mirai's eyes as he threw back his head and laughed maniacally. This combat experience, I acknowledge your prowess. Dance to your heart's content. At the very moment his words fell, the 4 Uchiha Fugaku had already arrived, their kunai gleaming with a cold light as they thrust down from 4 cunning angles. A pale blue radiance emanated from Uchiha Mirai. Surrounding him, the Uchiha clan gasped in astonishment. That technique was. Uchiha Mirai lifted his right foot and resolutely stomped down. Nuclear release. Super vibration wave. With a resounding and ominous roar. A pale blue light membrane erupted outward from his center, causing the very earth to tremble. The 4 Uchiha Fugaku were instantaneously shattered into smoke upon contact with the light membrane. The Uchiha clansmen watching from a distance immediately concentrated their chakra beneath their feet to withstand the impact, yet many were still swept away by the shockwave. From afar, one could observe a massive hemispherical blue light membrane radiating from the banks of the Nagakawa River, engulfing the surrounding forest. Shall we continue the assault, clan leader Fugaku? Uchiha Mirai spoke calmly. Uchiha Fugaku appeared quite disheveled, kneeling on one knee with one hand gripping a kunai embedded in the ground, carving a deep mark into the earth. It was precisely through this means that he had managed to evade being violently hurled into the forest by the overwhelming shockwave moments ago. Ahem. I concede that I underestimated you, future. Uchiha Fugaku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose from the ground. Given time, you are destined to become the pillar of the entire Uchiha clan. The possibility of becoming a figure akin to Madara is not beyond reach. However, at this moment, the coldness in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes deepened profoundly. I cannot stand idly by and watch the Uchiha clan perish at your hands. In his blood-red eyes, 3 tomos spun rapidly, intertwining to form a complex pattern reminiscent of a shuriken. What is this? The Uchiha clansmen around him were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. That chilling power, far surpassing the 3 tomo, evoked a sense of dread even in this place. Fugaku, could it be that you? Uchiha Shana's pupils constricted. Chapter 6. Shana grasped the future. What kind of eyes are these? They are not the 3 tomo. The chilling power within surpasses the 3 tomo by far. Could it be that beyond the 3 tomo, there exist other eyes? The gathered Uchiha observed with bated breath, their eyes filled with fervor and astonishment. In this era, the kaleidoscope has become a mere legend. Ordinary clansmen believe that the 3 tomo represents the pinnacle of the Sharingan. Even though a few clan members have heard of eyes beyond the 3 tomo, none have ever truly witnessed them. After a brief moment of astonishment, Uchiha Shana exclaimed in horror. The Mangeki. Indeed, it is the Mangeki. Fayek, how could you possess such eyes, identical to those of Uchiha Madara? He had once followed Uchiha Madara and had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of Madara's Mangeki, a force capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. In the annals of the Uchiha clan, it is referred to as the divine power. In Uchiha Shana's eyes, an overwhelming sense of fury and resentment welled up. Why Fugaku? Why must you, who possess such eyes, continually yield, allowing our kin to languish in humiliation and suffering? By the banks of the Southi River, Uchiha Fugaku, having awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, appeared transformed, shedding the previous air of disarray and constraint. He gazed serenely upon the future of the Uchiha clan and spoke as if to elucidate. This pair of eyes is known as the Mangeki, a form that transcends the 3 tomo Sharingan, harboring unparalleled power. With these eyes, I can glimpse into the future. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's own admission, the murmurs among the onlookers among the clan reached a crescendo. The clan leader possesses such eyes? Our clan's resurgence appears promising. Mangeki? Eyes that surpass the 3 tomo. What can Uchiha's future employ to counter this? The tide of the situation shifted instantaneously. Those who had once harbored concerns for their leader now found themselves all breathless, fervently fixated on the intricate patterns of those eyes. Uchiha Itachi clenched his palm even tighter. The Mangeki? His father actually possessed such eyes, and had kept it a secret even from him? Can my brother truly stand against these legendary eyes in the future? Uchiha Shisui was equally taken aback. The clan leader possessed the Mangeki Sharingan? Yet, why had he chosen to conceal it? Had it not been for this battle, it is likely that no one would have been aware of his awakening of such eyes. Unlike in the original timeline, due to Uchiha's future admonitions, Shisui opted not to reveal the existence of the Mangeki, nor did he inform the higher-ups about his ocular technique. Uchiha Fugaku gazed coldly at Uchiha Mirai across from him. Since a moment ago, Uchiha Mirai had been silently fixated on his eyes. The fervent discussions of the clan members around him reached his ears, causing his confidence to swell in an instant. Have you begun to feel fear? Uchiha Fugaku chuckled softly. This is quite understandable, although you are a prodigy within the clan. It is entirely normal not to have heard of the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. Fear? Uchiha Future smiled disdainfully. It seems you have misunderstood, clan leader Fugaku. I am not in fear. I am merely filled with a sense of anger. Anger? Uchiha Fugaku frowned. I am enraged that you possess such eyes yet choose only to compromise and yield, allowing the Uchiha clan's territory to become a place of slumber for others. I am furious that as the clan leader, you disregard the future of our kin, allowing the pride of the Uchiha to be tarnished by your hands. Uchiha Fugaku, what qualifications do you possess to be the clan leader? The scorn of the Uchiha Future resounded like a heavy hammer, echoing across the Nanha River. Uchiha Fugaku's fingers trembled slightly. The onlooking members of the Uchiha clan were momentarily engulfed in profound silence. The joy of discovering that Fugaku possessed the Mangeki Sharingan was utterly shattered in this instant. Indeed, although the clan leader possessed the Mangeki, had the circumstances of the Uchiha clan undergone any transformation? No. The Uchiha clan continues to endure relentless oppression from the higher-ups, shamefully relocating from their ancestral land. Nothing has changed. Fugaku, you claim that your eyes can perceive the future. Thus, my eyes embody the future of the Uchiha. Uchiha Mirai gazed coldly at Uchiha Fugaku. His eyes began to transform, the crimson depth swirling as three black tomo intertwined to form three leaves. A second pair. The kaleidoscope. Hiss. Pairs of crimson eyes uncontrollably activated their three tomo, breathing rapidly, filled with desire and a burning intensity as they fixated on Uchiha Mirai. Indeed, this was a sinister ocular power that far exceeded the three tomo. The kaleidoscope. It is truly astonishing that the Uchiha clan's future possesses the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Shana's pupils suddenly constricted. How is that possible? How old is Uchiha Mirai? Remarkably, he possesses the divine power of the Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, his eyes brimmed with an unparalleled longing and fervor. If Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki left him astounded, then Uchiha Mirai's Manjiki ignited an inferno within his heart. At this moment, Uchiha Mirai has yet to reach his pinnacle. What terrifying entity will he evolve into in the future? Is this the destiny of our clan? In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had grasped the future. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui stood in awe, their mouths slightly agape as they gazed upon the future eyes of the Uchiha clan. To everyone's astonishment, the Uchiha clan has manifested the Manjiki Sharingan in the future. This day witnessed an abundance of shocking events. In the annals of Uchiha history, this day is destined to be etched in the memories of all. On this remarkable day, two pairs of Manjiki Sharingan emerged simultaneously. The gears of fate for the Uchiha clan have begun to turn. Could you tell me when you awakened these eyes? Uchiha Fugaku hoarsely inquired about that night 3 years ago. Uchiha Mirai gazed at him with a serene expression. That night 3 years ago? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils contracted. It was then that all the clues in his mind intertwined, and he suddenly seemed to comprehend something. His astonished gaze fixed upon Uchiha Makoto. So, this battle today, you have meticulously planned for 3 long years? I have been defeated. The voice of Uchiha Fugaku is imbued with an inexhaustible bitterness and complexity. Uchiha Mirai did not conquer him through sheer strength, but rather obliterated him in spirit, shattering him completely. It was only at this moment that he realized his eyes, capable of perceiving the future, had long since succumbed to darkness. The position of clan leader is now yours, he sighed deeply. Chapter 7. Uchiha, the Wolf. Whether complex, astonished, or fervent, a myriad of gazes converged upon Uchiha Mirai by the banks of the Nange River. Although Uchiha Fugaku's voice was not loud, it resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in the minds of those in the Uchiha clan. How could this be? The clan leader has actually conceded. Uchiha Shisui appeared as though he had lost his very essence, trembling and murmuring. As an ardent admirer of Clan Fugaku, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept this outcome. The younger generation of Uchiha soon regained their composure, erupting in thunderous cheers. Our future leader is the clan head. Long live our future leader. In stark contrast to their exuberance, the visages of other Uchihas were marred by discontent. Notably, Uchiha Itachi and Inuzuka, direct descendants of Fugaku, resembled individuals who had just ingested an unbearable amount of bitter bile, their faces turning a ghastly shade akin to that of a liver. Uchiha Fugaku actually conceded? Could it be that they are genuinely prepared to acknowledge the future of the Uchiha clan as its leader? Uchiha Shana's gaze was profound as it focused intently on Uchiha Mirai. Behind him, clan members murmured in hushed tones. Lord Shana, should we? At this pivotal juncture, Uchiha Shana displayed a fortitude that belied his years. With a soft chuckle, he considered, since Fugaku had already acknowledged Mirai, and given that Mirai possessed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, what significance did it hold to endorse him as the clan leader? Furthermore, I am genuinely intrigued to see whether, under his leadership, the future of the Uchiha clan will indeed transform. In Uchiha Shinai's eyes, a profound sense of anticipation emerged. Uchiha's words of admonition towards Fugaku resonated deeply within him, striking at the very core of his being. The once fervent blood coursing through his veins, which had gradually cooled with age, now exhibited signs of rekindling. Could it be that this was the reason behind your choice of Uchiha in the future? He suddenly began to comprehend the rationale behind his grandson's decision. Upon hearing Uchiha Shana's voice, many clansmen displayed expressions of palpable relief. At such a pivotal moment of leadership transition, had the esteemed elder Uchiha Shana chosen to challenge with sincerity, a bloody conflict would have been inevitable. The Uchiha clan, at this juncture, truly could not withstand any further internal strife. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was intricate. After a prolonged silence, he let out a deep sigh. In the future, you are already the clan leader. What are your intentions regarding the village and the Uchiha clan? Uchiha gazed profoundly into the distance. As I previously articulated in the shrine, it is time for the guard to undergo transformation. The Uchiha clan shall not submit like a dog, tethered by mere scraps of flesh and bone. I shall demonstrate to that elite assembly that the Uchiha are wolves, imbued with fervor and unyielding pride. Uchiha is a wolf. Uchiha Fugaku murmured to himself, lost in thought. Suddenly, it seemed as though a realization struck him. For years, he had been persistently compromising for the sake of the Uchiha clan and the village. Yet, the Uchiha were ultimately wolves. Wolves cannot indefinitely yield, for such behavior only ignites their primal instincts. Perhaps he had erred from the very beginning. In the future, would he resort to a coup to confront the higher-ups? Uchiha Fugaku's voice had softened considerably. At this moment, he had begun to embrace the ideals of Uchiha's future. However, a coup remained his ultimate boundary. If Uchiha's future truly intended to resort to a coup, resulting in a bloodbath between the Uchiha and Konoha, he would still stand in opposition to that future. Unless absolutely necessary, the Uchiha would never resort to a coup. This is the promise I bestow upon you. Uchiha Itachi gazed at him with a serene expression. Uchiha's future is fond of a particular phrase: war is merely the continuation of politics. Conversely, a coup d'etat is also an extension of political machinations. The Uchiha clan will resort to a coup d'etat only under two circumstances. The first scenario arises when their resources are depleted, necessitating a coup to acquire greater political leverage. The second scenario occurs when the Uchiha are sufficiently powerful to dominate without resistance, indicating that it is time for a change in leadership within Konoha. However, neither of these conditions is present at this moment. The Uchiha still possess ample resources and have not attained a level of strength that allows them to disregard the entirety of Konoha. As the foremost ninja village in the shinobi world, Konoha boasts a profound foundation. Attempting a coup without adequate allies would mean opposing the entire village. Therefore, strategies such as division, alliance building, unification, and exerting pressure are the hallmarks of a mature approach. Uchiha Fugaku exhaled deeply, the tension that had long been pent up within him dissipating. With Uchiha Itachi at the helm, I can depart with peace of mind. Uchiha Futai stood in a daze. Leave? Why must you depart, clan leader Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku let out a resigned sigh. Had we not agreed prior to our battle that the victor would be met with the cheers and glory of our clan, while the vanquished would depart from Uchiha? At that moment, he believed it would be an effortless task to suppress the audacity of the Uchiha of the future, given his own prowess and experience. Yet, reality delivered a stinging blow to his expectations. As the defeated, he could only willingly accept the bitter fruit of his own decree. Ah, what is this? The Uchiha of the future displayed a perplexed expression, saying, Leader, you merely conceded. That does not necessarily render you a loser, does it? Conceding does not equate to losing? What kind of logic is this? Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat taken aback. Uchiha Future pondered for a moment. Chief, we agreed that the victor would be determined by the outcome of our battle, correct? Yet, our confrontation has not yet concluded. So how can there be a distinction between winner and loser? Chief, you have merely succumbed to my personal charisma. If we were to truly engage, with everyone possessing their own Sharingan, the determination of victory and defeat would indeed be quite ambiguous. Uchiha Mirai beamed with a radiant smile, his convoluted discourse leaving Uchiha Fugaku in a state of bewilderment. However, there was one aspect he acknowledged: both parties possessed a kaleidoscope, rendering the outcome of their contest truly uncertain. His kaleidoscope wielded the power of time, one of the most enigmatic forces in the realm of ninjas. Yet, one must ponder, what indeed is the ocular technique of Uchiha Mirai's kaleidoscope? Uchiha Fugaku felt an undeniable curiosity stirring within him. However, as the ocular techniques pertain to one's most profound secrets, he could not inquire directly. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku still hesitated, pondering the appropriate manner in which to convey his thoughts, considering he was already the leader of the Uchiha clan. What identity should he assume for this conversation? This should be manageable. Uchiha Mirai smiled. A kaleidoscope. He could not allow Uchiha Fugaku, such a formidable ally, to slip away easily. Henceforth, within the clan, you shall address me as the clan leader, while outside, I shall call you the clan leader. We shall each speak our own titles. The corner of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched slightly. Each had their own opinion? What nonsense. Chapter 8. Regret. Monkey. Shadow of the clan. The dark veil of night gradually faded, and the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the tranquil land of the Uchiha clan. Regardless of how shocking yesterday may have been, it would ultimately fade away. Time does not pause for anyone. In stark contrast to the silence of the Uchiha estate, the sun's illumination began to awaken the dormant vitality of Konoha. Vendors started to call out their wares in the streets. Various shops opened their doors in anticipation of customers. The aroma of food and the bustle of life filled the air of this freshly awakened village. Where there are people, there exists a community. Where there is a community, there are disputes. The harmonious and lively scene did not last long before a quarrel shattered the beautiful ambience. A diner, while enjoying breakfast, accidentally spilled hot ramen onto the clothing of a patron across from him, the scalding broth splattering everywhere. The altercation escalated, devolving into a violent shoving match. Surrounding diners watched with keen interest, this unexpected performance bringing a new delight to the otherwise dull morning. Cunning vendors seized the opportunity to hawk flavored snacks like sunflower seeds and duck necks. However, the amusing spectacle did not endure for long. Diners began to sense that something was amiss. Fear gradually seeped into their hearts, and the once vibrant atmosphere cooled in an instant. The two patrons engaged in the brawl also noticed the change around them, as if recalling something, their hair standing on end. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their seats, feigning enjoyment of their long cold breakfast, chatting merrily as if they were long-lost friends. It was utterly inconceivable that just moments ago, they had been warmly inquiring about each other's grandmothers. Could it be that they saw us? One diner whispered, partially covering his face with a bowl, his voice laced with tension and tremor. I don't know. Surely not, replied the other, his voice quaking with apprehension, furtively scanning the surroundings, fearful of being scrutinized by a pair of crimson eyes. Their shared fear pointed towards a singular entity, the Uchiha security force. A group of enforcers, with their red eyes, kept a watchful eye over the city, ensuring that no brawls or disturbances went unchecked. Street fighting was a serious matter. Should they be spotted by those with crimson eyes, the consequences could range from a scornful reprimand to a few days in a dark cell. Neither outcome was desirable. Moreover, there were rumors that the Konoha prison was quite empty lately, making the latter scenario increasingly likely. The two continued to consume their tasteless breakfast, their thoughts already elsewhere. It was only after finishing their meal without spotting the familiar figures they were accustomed to that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the guards had been delayed by some pressing matter? Such thoughts emerged in the minds of both individuals and the surrounding diners. On that bustling morning, a similar scene unfolded across other streets of Konoha, where the Uchiha guard had conspicuously failed to make an appearance. Initially, the populace considered this merely a case of tardiness. However, as the second, third, and fourth days elapsed, the situation spiraled into chaos. The once manageable streets erupted into unimaginable disorder, and after several attempts to ascertain the situation, the villagers deduced that the guard would indeed not return. The malevolent forces, previously restrained, began to proliferate at an alarming rate. Chaos, violence, and screams replaced the tranquility that Konoha once knew. The higher-ups found themselves in a state of considerable distress. They endeavored to communicate with the Uchiha clan members of the guard, but the responses were curt. The guard had resolved to abstain from duty. Helpless, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was compelled to deploy a portion of the Umbu to quell the internal turmoil of Konoha. The consequence was a significant depletion of Umbu resources that could have been allocated to more critical missions. In this precarious situation, it was perhaps unforeseen that the Uchiha's reputation began to improve remarkably. The law-abiding segment of the villagers began to reminisce about the Uchiha guard, whom they had previously evaded. If they were still present, such unruliness would surely be curtailed, or so they mused. The more nefarious villagers, under the Umbu's rigorous training, also began to behave more decently. The most daunting aspect of this world is comparison. In contrast to the cold, mechanical Umbu, the Uchiha, though somewhat arrogant, at least possessed a semblance of humanity. They would not resort to pressing kunai against the throats of the villagers, forcing them to choose. If these unruly elements were to replace the Uchiha, the days of prosperity would surely vanish forever. Strangely, after only a few days of discontent, the villagers collectively found themselves praying for the return of the Uchiha guard. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office swung open with a resounding bang. A rough hand slammed onto the desk, the urgency palpable in the voice that followed. Hiruzen, are you aware? The Uchiha guard has gone on strike. Remaining composed, Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes and glanced at his old friend, Danzo. This matter had been brewing in the village for several days. It was perplexing that Danzo, who usually kept his finger on the pulse of Uchiha affairs, had only now come to him. A glint of cold light flickered in Danzo's remaining eye. So you are also aware of the Uchiha's impending emergence? The brown cigarette holder slipped from Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips, striking the table with a sharp, crisp sound. The entire Hokage office was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could distinctly hear the sound of each other's breaths. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently into the eyes of his old friend, his voice now devoid of its previous composure. Is this truly the case? Indeed. Once more, the Hokage office fell into silence. The expression in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes wavered between light and shadow. Uchiha future, a name he least desired to hear, had unexpectedly resurfaced 3 years later in such a manner. It had been 3 long years, and now he chose to emerge from seclusion. What could his intentions possibly be? Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance displayed profound gravity. Danzo's expression was equally somber. This was precisely my concern. We had exerted immense effort to facilitate his withdrawal from the village, only to find him re-emerging after 3 years. The moment he returned, the Uchiha security team commenced a strike. Are you suggesting? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. I can only speculate. But if it truly pertains to him, we may be in deep trouble. Both men fell into a heavy silence. 3 years prior, in order to restrain the overwhelmingly influential Uchiha future, they had meticulously orchestrated a plan, mobilizing the Umbu and manipulating public opinion. Ultimately, after incurring significant costs, they managed to elevate Uchiha Shisui, the descendant of Uchiha Kagami, to a prominent position, thereby quelling the situation. Yet, 3 years later, Uchiha future returned with formidable strength. What could he possibly aim to achieve? The hidden leaf no longer possessed the yellow flash to counterbalance him. Hiruzen, we should act decisively. While the Uchiha remained unresponsive, Danzo's gaze turned frigid. No, we have yet to ascertain his true intentions. Instigating a civil war would be utterly disastrous. Moreover, 3 years ago, Watergate could still keep him in check. How confident are you in confronting him now? Danzo clenched his teeth, expressing his frustration. Are we to simply watch him wreak havoc? After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi replied, I intend to personally visit the Uchiha clan's territory. Firstly, to gauge his strength, and secondly, to discern the reason behind the Uchiha security team's strike. To his astonishment, Danzo erupted in anger. Hiruzen, you are playing with fire. The Uchiha are inherently malevolent. Have you forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage? We must act while they remain unaware. Enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage, Sarutobi declared. You will regret this. With a resounding slam, the door to the Hokage's office was shut. Chapter 9, Is the Uchiha clan in turmoil? Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to visit the Uchiha clan's territory personally. The Uchiha clan's territory is poised for rejuvenation, a breath of fresh air sweeping through its domain. Following the future integration of the Uchiha, the entire family has undergone a comprehensive transformation from top to bottom. The current Uchiha clan stands in stark contrast to its former self, embodying a renewed spirit. In the future, these young clan members have been meticulously selected according to your specifications. The training grounds await. Uchiha Shisui stood beside Uchiha Mirai, introducing the young clansmen lined up below in perfect formation. Eager to impress their idol, the young clan members erupted in unison, their excited shouts ringing out. Mirai and I, greetings. Hail. We are full of vigor. These spirited youths embody the very future of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mirai emitted a profound sense of satisfaction from the depths of his soul. This transformation was not devoid of sacrifice. It was a top-down revolution, further endorsed by Fugaku, who embraced Mirai's vision. Apart from a handful of staunch traditionalists who utterly rejected his ideology and were subsequently eliminated, the majority of the clan welcomed the advent of change with open hearts. Under Fugaku's leadership, the Uchiha had already nurtured a significant amount of discontent within their ranks. In the realm of the Uchiha, where strength is revered, if the future Uchiha possesses greater power and means, what objection can there be to their leadership? The decayed Uchiha must now welcome a refreshing breeze. As Uchiha Shisui posed a profound inquiry, I find myself perplexed by your choice of kin. Uchiha Mirai, rolling her eyes in response, remarked, It seems you have failed to grasp the essence of my speech at the Nain's shrine. Do you not perceive anything in these clansmen? What do you see? The embers of hope? They are indeed the future of the Uchiha. Uchiha Mirai turned around, giving a few hearty pats on Shisui's shoulder before departing, embodying the expression of a young man who still has much to learn. The Uchiha clan residence stands as the largest and most opulent dwelling within the Uchiha territory. Previously occupied by Uchiha Fugaku, but following the transformation, it has now become the abode of Uchiha Mirai. As he pushed the door open, He was greeted by an exuberant little boy rushing towards him. Mirai and I. The young boy exclaimed, grasping his arm tightly. What brings you such excitement, little Itachi? Uchiha Mirai inquired with a smile. It is different now. The family has truly changed. Itachi Uchiha found it difficult to contain the excitement swelling within him. The Uchiha clan had only recently begun to seize power, embarking on a journey of transformation within their ranks. To his astonishment, the very ethos of the clan had undergone a remarkable shift. This revelation further solidified Itachi's convictions, affirming that his choice at the Nanha Shrine was indeed the right one. Was it not? Uchiha Future's lips curled into a slight arc. Itachi, I happen to have a task for you. What task? Itachi Uchiha gazed at him with curiosity. A guest is expected to arrive shortly. Simply remember to escort him to the conference room. A guest? Uchiha Itachi was filled with curiosity regarding the identity of the guest that his future brother had brought along. You shall know once he arrives. Uchiha's future offered no explanation. Merely a serene smile as he stepped into the estate. With a sense of curiosity, Uchiha Itachi stood at the entrance, awaiting. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds, taking a deep breath. As Hokage, his last personal visit seemed a distant memory. After all, he was once a legendary ninja. Despite the inevitable decline in his prowess due to age, he swiftly adjusted his mindset and entered the Uchiha territory. Upon crossing the threshold, Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose twitched slightly, and his brow furrowed instantly. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, a keen awareness honed through numerous wars in the ninja world. It appeared that something significant had transpired here. His vigilance heightened. Chakra coursed through his body, ready to summon the Monkey King at the slightest hint of danger. Not having ventured far, he spotted a figure standing beneath a large tree, quietly observing him. It was Itachi. How long had it been? It's been a while. How have you been? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gentle smile. At the tender age of 6, Uchiha Itachi possessed the mindset of a Hokage. Adept at contemplating issues from the perspective of the village leader. He was a rare gem within the Uchiha clan, known for his amiable disposition towards the village. Itachi had long contemplated integrating himself into the Yambu. Yet, inexplicably, he seemed to have grown increasingly distant in recent years. Hokage-sama, please follow me. Itachi's indifferent tone elicited a hint of embarrassment on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. It appeared that Uchiha Fugaku had anticipated his visit, sending Itachi to await his arrival. Weighing his options, Sarutobi followed Itachi closely behind. Is this the individual my brother is making me wait for? A duplicitous politician. Uchiha Itachi harbored profound disdain within his heart. In his earlier years, he believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi was genuinely devoted to his family and village, sacrificing everything as the Hokage. However, as he later embraced the profound philosophies of Uchiha's future and the expansive understanding beyond the ninja world, he abruptly realized he had been nothing more than a jester. What of the will of fire? What of the quest for peace? All of it was merely a sordid stratagem employed by those hypocritical elites to safeguard their own interests. In comparison to the profound thoughts of his future counterpart, it was utterly trivial. With such mockery in mind, Uchiha Itachi escorted Hiruzen Sarutobi to the designated residence. Within the hall, two figures were seated. Uchiha Fugaku occupied the main seat, while Uchiha's future counterpart took the secondary position. This arrangement was deliberate on Uchiha's part, as he wished to prevent the revelation of his true status as the genuine power within the Uchiha clan, though his expression remained unchanged. Hiruzen Sarutobi was swiftly analyzing the current situation in his mind. Uchiha's future? He has indeed emerged from the shadows. Moreover, it appears that his standing within the Uchiha clan is quite significant. Third Hokage, please take a seat. I wonder what brings you to seek my counsel this time. Uchiha Fugaku pointed to the prepared spot behind him. Fugaku, has the Uchiha clan been facing any difficulties recently? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was notably gentle, resembling that of an old friend inquiring after one's well-being. No. Is it that some clan members are unwell and require rest? Not at all. Beside him, Uchiha Mirai could barely suppress an eye roll. Truly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a seasoned veteran. He had come to discuss matters concerning the security team. Yet he mentioned nothing of it. After a series of feigned inquiries, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted. Since there are no issues within the clan and the members are in good health, may I ask why the security team has been devoid of clan members for several consecutive days? Fugaku, are you aware of the considerable troubles this vacancy has caused Konoha during this period? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, presenting a visage of heartfelt concern as he commenced his performance. Chapter 10. Uchiha Itachi gives himself a stern talking to. Alas, Uchiha Fugaku let out a deep sigh, wearing an expression of great difficulty. Third Hokage, you may not be aware, but it is not that the clan members are unwilling to fulfill their duties in the guard squad. Rather, they are simply exhausted. Exhausted? How can that be? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, his face a mask of confusion. The remuneration for the guard squad should not be considered low, should it? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, Third Hokage, my Uchiha clan members rise early and toil late, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to serving the villagers. Yet, what we receive in return are only insults and complaints behind our backs. This is a burden on the heart. Our clan members labor incessantly, striving to embody the will of fire and to contribute their remaining strength, often neglecting many matters within our own family. Our treatment is far inferior to that of the Umbu at Konoha Hospital. This is a physical exhaustion. Our clan is deeply concerned for Konoha, making repeated sacrifices for the village's interests. When you ask us to relocate our ancestral land, there is discontent among our members, yet we understand the greater picture. To abandon the heritage of generations and move to the outskirts of Konoha, this is a spiritual fatigue. We are weary in heart, weary in body, and weary in spirit. Third Hokage, do you truly believe that the Uchiha clan is not exhausted? Uchiha Fugaku gazed intently into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. A swift series of 3 strikes rendered Hiruzen momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. Beside them, Uchiha Mirai wore a subtle smile, as Fugaku's remarks were precisely what he had forewarned. Regardless of Hiruzen's intentions, such statements would inevitably place him in a precarious position, unless he wished to provoke a conflict with the Uchiha clan directly. Otherwise, any ensuing negotiations would necessitate concessions. Fugaku sighed deeply, lamenting the hardships faced by the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Mirai, observing Hiruzen's impending theatrical display, rolled his eyes and interjected mercilessly. I say, Hokage-sama, are we not discussing the matters concerning the guard brigade? Why digress so far? Noticing Fugaku's impassive demeanor, Hiruzen understood the futility of his prior stance and promptly retracted his expression. The swift transition from heartfelt emotion to a sullen visage was enough to pin a tome on the birth of a cinematic legend, captivating countless young aspirants. Hiruzen cast a furtive glance at Uchiha Mirai, his gaze imbued with an ineffable depth. Clearly, Fugaku's abrupt shift in attitude was intimately connected to Mirai. He had not anticipated that this individual, having just emerged from the shadows, could create such significant upheaval. Had he known, he would have acted with greater resolve. Of course, he remained oblivious to the fact that Fugaku had already abdicated the position of clan leader in favor of Uchiha Mirai. What would his reaction be if he were to learn of this? Fugaku, the salaries of the guard brigade will be raised by 30%, along with an enhancement of related benefits. However, the brigade must swiftly resume normal operations. What do you think? Recognizing the ineffectiveness of traditional approaches, Hiruzen proposed an increase in remuneration as a means to restore the guard brigade's functionality. A 30% salary boost would not significantly impact Konoha's finances, remaining well within his threshold. Third Hokage, this is not merely a matter of compensation. Uchiha Mirai spoke softly, questioning whether it was merely an issue of treatment. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. As you are aware, the duties of the Umbu are rather mundane, primarily involving the apprehension of petty thieves and mediating disputes among villagers. With the wisdom befitting a Hokage, could it be that he genuinely believed that the temperament of the Uchiha clan members was suited for such tasks? Hiruzen's expression darkened. He felt as though Uchiha Mirai was covertly disparaging him. Uchiha Mirai smiled gently. I believe, Hokage-sama, you too must have witnessed the disarray surrounding the reputation of the Uchiha clan, tarnished by responsibilities ill-suited to their nature. The mere mention of Uchiha prompts disdainful frowns among the villagers. The existence of the guard unit appears to grant the Uchiha power, yet in reality, it only deepens the chasm between them and the village. The third Hokage has inherited the will of fire from the first. You surely do not wish to see the Uchiha and the village become estranged, do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly unprepared for Uchiha Mirai's incisive critique of the guard unit's shortcomings, delivered without the slightest veil. This revelation cast a pall over his countenance, reminiscent of the unpleasant surprise of discovering duck neck in the cafeteria at noon. What are your thoughts? Uchiha's future, with both arms crossed over his chest, leaned against the back of the chair, a faint smile gracing his face. It is quite simple. The authority of the guard squad must be elevated, allowing for the inclusion of a portion of ninjas beyond the Uchiha clan, granting them the power to supervise and manage these ninjas. as well as to deal with any that may pose a threat to the village. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen rebuked sternly. While he might tolerate the inclusion of some ninjas outside the Uchiha, the latter stipulation was absolutely unacceptable. That duty belongs to the Umbu. If the guard squad were to take over, it would effectively undermine his authority as Hokage. Then, there is nothing left to discuss? Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow, revealing an expression of utter boredom as he leaned back against the chair, his right index finger tapping rhythmically upon his left arm. The room fell into an abrupt silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sensed the air around him diminishing rapidly, a colossal pressure steadily bearing down upon him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His alertness heightened to its zenith, chakra condensing within him, while summoning techniques began to be subtly carved into his palm. This former ninja hero, in that moment, felt an alarming proximity to death. 3 years prior, Uchiha Mirai had been capable of overpowering Namake's Minato. What level of growth would he have attained 3 years hence? He began to realize the absurdity of his solitary decision to visit the Uchiha clan's territory. Why the tension? If this gets out, the Hyuga next door might think the Uchiha are plotting something against the Hokage. Uchiha Mirai suddenly burst into hearty laughter, causing the oppressive atmosphere to dissipate as if it had solidified in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his top muscles relax instantly, exhaling a long sigh of relief, while his back became thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. Uchiha Fugaku exhaled deeply, genuinely apprehensive that Uchiha might recklessly strike down Sarutobi Hiruzen. The untimely demise of the Hokage within the Uchiha clan's territory would signal an outright declaration of war against the entirety of Konoha, leaving no room for reconciliation. The security department may have the authority to recruit shinobi beyond the Uchiha, but whether they can autonomously deal with rogue ninjas threatening the village requires further discussion upon my return. Having undergone a tumultuous ordeal, Sarutobi's tone had indeed softened considerably. This had become the lowest threshold he could accept. So let it be as the Hokage wishes. Uchiha Itachi responded with an air of nonchalance. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to depart. But as he reached the threshold of the residence, he was suddenly met with a pair of pure, innocent eyes gazing up at him. Itachi's presence made Hiruzen feel a twinge of discomfort. He was uncertain whether Uchiha Itachi had overheard his argument with Fugaku. Lord Hokage, do you truly perceive the Uchiha clan merely as a tool? Under the scrutiny of those youthful, untainted eyes, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the small figure before him turned and fled in a frenzy. Itachi, Hiruzen called out, wishing to retain him. But the diminutive silhouette had already vanished. With a deep sigh, he realized that Uchiha Itachi had irrevocably severed their connection. Uchiha Shrine. Uchiha Itachi knelt before the ancestral tablets, his hands gripping tightly to his thighs, weeping in anguish. Indeed, everything his brother had foretold was undeniably true. The so-called will of fire, the notion of sacrificing for Konoha, were mere fabrications spun by that wretched lot. How could he have ever been deceived by the hypocritical third Hokage? Itachi dared not entertain further thoughts. If he had truly succumbed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence, accepting his ideology, what foolish actions might he have taken? The mere contemplation deepened his feelings of guilt and torment. With a resounding slap, a harsh blow struck his face. As if it were not enough, another resounding hit followed, surpassing the previous in intensity. With each subsequent strike, Itachi's delicate visage bore the marks of bruises, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This scene was witnessed by Sasuke, who had just entered, causing the toy in his hand to clatter to the ground. Father, big brother has lost his mind. A frantic 3-year-old Sasuke raced about the courtyard, shouting in despair. Chapter 11. Uchiha Shisui. I have already become the shape of the future. Hokage Tower. 3rd floor conference room. No, absolutely not. A vehement refusal echoed from the conference table. Sarutobi, how could you agree to the demands of the Uchiha? Have you forgotten the teachings of the 2nd Hokage? Danzo pounded the table, his left eye ablaze with fury. Nearby, Midogate and others wore grim expressions, utterly shocked that Sarutobi Hiruzen had unilaterally acquiesced to the reform conditions set by the Guard Brigade. Under such circumstances, this was indeed the best choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his face grim. What could he do? The overwhelming pressure from Uchiha's future left him nearly breathless. Hiruzen, is Uchiha's future truly as formidable as you claim? A composed Danzo fixed a serious gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Uchiha's future had indeed grown stronger than 3 years prior, the situation was dire. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further. 3 years ago, he had not experienced such pressure. An eerie silence fell over the conference room. 3 years ago, among the younger generation of Konoha, only Minato Namikaze could contend with Uchiha's future. Now, 3 years later, Uchiha's future resembled a beast unrestrained. Konoha no longer had Minato to counterbalance him. Sarutobi, you should have heeded my counsel 3 years ago. With clarity on the situation, Danzo's left eye burned with intense anger and resentment as he glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. 3 years prior, the Rudumbu had mobilized simultaneously, ultimately forcing Uchiha's future into retreat. Little did they know that 3 years later, he would return, his might far surpassing that of before. The pressing concern now lay in devising a strategy to confront this formidable Uchiha. In the dim light of the room, SHK gazed intently at Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, calmly articulating her stance. I remain steadfast in my belief that the malevolent Uchiha must be eradicated. Danzo let out a dismissive snort. We have yet to ascertain the true intentions of the Uchiha clan. We must not recklessly provoke them. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a grave tone. Regarding the reform of the guard, Hiruzen, what are your thoughts? Mito gate and inquired. The Uchiha seeks to expand their ranks with foreign ninjas, a proposition I have consented to. Yet the elimination of ninjas that threaten our village is non-negotiable. A glimmer of profundity flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Given the Uchiha's disposition, even with the inclusion of foreign ninjas in the guard, coexistence would be fraught with difficulty. It is likely to tarnish the Uchiha's reputation further. Mito gate in and his companion nodded in agreement. The aloof demeanor of Uchiha is well known among the inhabitants of Konoha. As for the subsequent matter, its potential ramifications are far too grave. Absolute refusal is imperative. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned frigid. If all demands from Uchiha were acquiesced, would it not render the Uchiha guard a second Umbu? Such a scenario is absolutely untenable. The intentions of this group from Uchiha are undoubtedly far more complex than they appear. Hiruzen, one must be prepared in advance, Danzo stated coldly. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked lightly. I have already infiltrated Uchiha with spies. The movements of the Uchiha clan will not escape my scrutiny. Oh? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Danzo's solitary eye. He is the grandson of Kagami, a ninja of Uchiha who inherits the will of fire, Hiruzen replied nonchalantly. Approximately an hour later, the conference room lay empty, having been vacated by Danzo and the others. In the desolate chamber, a masked figure knelt on one knee in the shadows. Shisui, is what you spoke of truly the case? Hiruzen's pupils trembled slightly, his face etched with astonishment. Indeed, I personally witnessed this. Both Uchiha Future and Uchiha Fugaku possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui responded, half kneeling, his expression devoid of emotion, with his palm instinctively tightening around the handle beside him. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within. The Manjiki, that is the very ocular power akin to that of Uchiha Madara. In his prime, Uchiha Madara contended with the first Hokage using nothing but his Manjiki. And now, Uchiha Future and Uchiha Fugaku astonishingly wield the same eyes. How could this not leave him astounded? After a prolonged moment, he emerged from his shock, casting a look of deep appreciation towards Shisui below. Shisui, I am immensely grateful. Your intelligence will significantly mitigate Konoha's losses. Under Hiruzen's gaze, Uchiha Shisui suddenly felt a wave of nausea, enduring the discomfort as he replied, This is my duty. I am bound by obligation to the village. Your ancestor Kagami would surely feel pride in your deeds. Hiruzen mused with heartfelt gratitude. Ugh. Uchiha Shisui nearly retched upon recalling the duck neck he consumed that morning. How had he never noticed the duplicity of Sarutobi Hiruzen before? Especially that wrinkled old visage, which bore a smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. My apologies, third Hokage, for I have already pledged my allegiance to the future. The half-kneeling Uchiha Shisui silently devoted himself to what lies ahead. The Uchiha clan estate, within a certain residence. Uchiha Mirai reclined in his chair, leisurely savoring the tea in his hands, while beside him, Uchiha Shisui continuously reported. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly astonished, astounded. He nearly dropped his jaw upon hearing that Uchiha possessed 2 pairs of Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui said with a smile, Is that so? Uchiha Mirai set down the teacup in his hand, a light chuckle escaping his lips. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to learn that Shisui also possessed a Manjiki Sharingan, would even the esteemed Hokage be taken aback? Mirai, there is something that puzzles me, Uchiha Shisui pondered, choosing his words carefully. Why would you voluntarily disclose the information regarding your and the clan leader's possession of the Manjiki Sharingan? Would it not be more prudent to keep such matters concealed? Uchiha Shisui gazed into the future with an air of perplexity. Uchiha Future smiled faintly and said, Shisui, do you know what is most important to me? Shisui looked perplexed. I do not know. It is that Sarutobi Hiruzen perceives you as significant. In an instant, Shisui was taken aback. Uchiha Future leisurely picked up the cup of tea placed beside him and took a slow sip. The fact that Fugaku and I possess the Sharingan cannot remain concealed for long. During our last battle, numerous clan members witnessed our Sharingan firsthand. And with the swift intelligence gathering of the Umbu and Root, it will not be long before the truth is uncovered. Uchiha Mirai set down the teacup in his hand and gazed at Shisui before him, rather than allowing them to uncover the truth on their own. It would be far more beneficial for you to reveal it directly, thereby fostering greater trust from Sarutobi Hiruzen towards you. Uchiha Future paused briefly before continuing. This is merely one aspect to consider. 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan could also instill a sense of trepidation in the higher echelons of Kanagakur. Uchiha Shisui nodded, a look of bewilderment on his face. Indeed. You possess remarkable foresight for the future. Uchiha Future smiled calmly. Shisui, your Manjiki Sharingan is the 3rd of the Uchiha lineage, and its ocular techniques are unique. Be sure not to reveal it carelessly. Understood. Uchiha Shisui nodded. Having undergone training from the future, he was no longer the character depicted in the original narrative. Chapter 12, Welcome to My World. In the Uchiha clan's territory, within the Patriarch's residence, there lay a concealed chamber. 30 young ninjas of the Uchiha lineage were seated in a meditative manner. They represented the C-Army de la C-Army of the younger generation, currently engaged in animated discussions, seemingly anticipating a momentous occasion. When will future brother arrive? I don't know, but he should be here soon. I can hardly wait to meet future brother. The young Uchihas in the room were filled with eager anticipation to encounter Uchiha Future. Who is the future of the Uchiha clan? The legend of the Uchiha clan. During the Third Great Ninja War, they were one of the 2 ninja clans that instilled fear in the hearts of the 4 great shinobi villages. After a 3-year period of silence, they emerged with formidable strength, swiftly claiming the position of clan leader from Uchiha Fugaku. In the hearts of the younger generation of Uchihas, the future of the Uchiha clan is indeed their unwavering faith. Among the clan members, there exists one Uchiha who stands apart from the rest, quietly seated in a corner. The tear troughs flanking his nose accentuate a hint of maturity that belies his youthful visage. The eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi. What do you suppose the phrase "here you can obtain immense power," spoken by the future brother, refers to? Uncertain. Yet following the future brother undoubtedly leads in the right direction. Could it possibly denote some formidable secret technique? The clansmen present in the room began to fervently speculate about the great power mentioned by Uchiha Future. Prior to their arrival, Uchiha Future had confidently proclaimed, "Do you yearn for power? If so, come here. I have placed the essence of power right before you." The fervent flames of desire ignited within them, transcending all other aspirations. This younger generation of Uchihas, without a trace of hesitation, flocked here in search of the power alluded to by Uchiha Future. In a corner, Uchiha Itachi harbored a flicker of fervent longing deep within his eyes. Yet, his maturity belied his age, preventing him from revealing any emotions outwardly. He sat silently in a corner, awaiting the arrival of Uchiha Future. The name Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed in his mind, and even at the tender age of 9, Itachi felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. This was the first time he openly spoke the name of the 3rd Hokage. Just yesterday, under the guidance of Uchiha Future, he had led Sarutobi Hiruzen into the clan leader's residence. Outside the door, he distinctly heard the heated debate between Hiruzen, his father, and Uchiha Future. Hiruzen's hypocritical rhetoric and his vehement encroachment upon Uchiha interests shattered the last veil of admiration he held for the Hokage. What do you regard the Uchiha clan as? When Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, he encountered the furious Itachi at the entrance. Ignoring the pleas of the Hokage, he fled without a backward glance. Upon returning home, he inflicted several harsh slaps upon himself in front of his ancestor's spirit tablet. How could I have been deceived by that hypocritical little man, Sarutobi Hiruzen? In the heart of Uchiha Itachi, shame and fury surged within him. This potent emotion transformed into a deep-seated animosity towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He yearned to exact vengeance upon this hypocritical man, who regarded the Uchiha clan merely as tools. Yet, he recognized that his current strength was far from sufficient. Although Sarutobi's prowess had waned with age, he was still renowned as a formidable ninja, celebrated as the strongest Hokage among the villagers. At merely 9 years of age, Itachi found himself powerless to pursue revenge. Strength. Would his arrival here grant him the power that his brother had spoken of? Deep within the depths of Uchiha Itachi's eyes, a flame known as desire was burning fervently. He yearned to seize the future. He sought the power to exact revenge upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, a faint cough interrupted Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. It seems you can hardly contain your anticipation. Uchiha Mirai stepped into the room, adorned with a subtle smile. Mirai is here. Mirai has arrived. The clan members within the chamber felt a spark igniting within their hearts, their joyous and exuberant cheers resonating throughout the entire space. The legend of the Uchiha clan unfolds, and the future of Uchiha has arrived. Future brother, how can one attain the power you previously mentioned? Indeed, future brother, what must be done to acquire the strength you speak of? The young clan members in the room gazed at Uchiha Future with immense excitement. Do you seek to obtain power? Uchiha Future smiled gently. It is precisely for this reason that I have come to you. Do not resist, relax your bodies. The gentle voice of Uchiha Future resonated in the ears of the young Uchihas within the room. Promptly, these members of the Uchiha clan began to comply. Taking a deep breath, they relaxed their muscles. In the depths of Uchiha Mirai's crimson eyes, 3 black tomos spun rapidly, transforming into an intricate pattern resembling 3 fan blades. A peculiar force emanated from his gaze. In the next instant, a pitch-black shadow spread from beneath Uchiha Mirai's feet, swiftly engulfing all members of the Uchiha clan. A gentle breeze swept through the room, leaving no trace of the clan members, rendering it desolate. The rapid shift in space left some clan members disoriented, their stomachs churning as they struggled to suppress their nausea. Others, possessing greater adaptability, gazed at their surroundings, becoming entranced in a profound stupor. They were no longer in the original room. Instead, they found themselves in a vast expanse. Surrounding them lay an endless battlefield, littered with broken weapons and remnants of war. While white reeds swayed gracefully in the breeze. Though it was daytime, an enormous crimson blood moon ominously floated in the sky. Welcome to my world. Under the blood moon, Uchiha Mirai, suspended in midair, spread his arms wide and addressed the astonished clan members below. Chapter 13, The Kaleidoscope of Uchiha Mirai. Where is this place? It does not resemble the Uchiha clan grounds, nor does it appear to be Konoha. Mirai claims it is his world. Could it be true? The ethereal scent of the floating reeds, the tangible sensation of the ground beneath their feet, and the halo emanating from the blood moon cast a delicate blush upon their cheeks. Everything corroborates that this is indeed a tangible realm, not an illusion or some form of genjutsu. The younger generation of Uchiha gazed in awe at Uchiha Mirai, hovering beneath the crimson moon. What tremendous power has transported them to this extraordinary world in an instant? Mirai, is this truly your world? A clan member asked, his voice trembling. This scene transcended their comprehension. This is the ocular technique of my kaleidoscope. Uchiha Mirai descended from the sky, calmly elucidating. The kaleidoscopic ocular technique? Is the kaleidoscope truly so formidable? It can conjure such a vividly authentic realm? It is indeed worthy of the legendary divine power. 30 pairs of fervent gazes, imbued with an indescribable fervor and reverence, converged upon Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai's visage exudes tranquility. The eternal of heaven and the sovereign of heaven. These are the ocular techniques of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Both figures are revered deities from Japanese mythology. It is said that when heaven and earth first took form, a being resembling a reed sprout floated in the void, transforming into the eternal of heaven, symbolizing the constancy of the heavens. The power of Uchiha Mirai's left eye, the eternal of heaven, allows him to connect with and sculpt an independent realm, one that possesses the ability to evolve autonomously. Meanwhile, his right eye, the sovereign of heaven, grants him mastery over all the rules governing this world. Uchiha Mirai refers to this world as Takamagara, the realm of deities in Japanese mythology. The kaleidoscopic eye technique connects to another world, while the ninja realm possesses a similar ability known as Kamui. However, Kamui merely serves as the key to open and close the gateway to the temporal dimension, whereas Uchiha Mirai's kaleidoscopic eye allows for dominion over all the rules governing this realm. It bears a closer resemblance to Kaguya's dimensional space. As long as Uchiha Mirai is willing and possesses sufficient ocular power, he can transmute any substance within Takamagara. One moment it may be an ancient battlefield, and the next, it could transform into an endless expanse of ocean. Nevertheless, such transformations demand an extraordinarily high expenditure of ocular power, and Uchiha Mirai typically refrains from altering the world at will, aside from entering and exiting this dimension. The kaleidoscopic eye is a reflection of the soul. The reason Uchiha Obito awakened the Manjiki Sharingan lies in the reflection of his psyche, escapism, a desire to evade the illusory nature of the world around him. Thus, his kaleidoscopic abilities granted him the power to traverse the dimensions at will. Conversely, the future reflection of Uchiha's psyche is one of dominion. At the moment he manifested the Mangeki, the Konoha F4 group was exerting pressure, and the Umbu root mobilized, compelling him to distance himself from the center of power in Konoha. This marked the first occasion where he, as a time traveler, felt the unfolding events slip beyond his control. Consequently, the aspiration to govern the future of the Uchiha clan, to seize control over all of Konoha, and even to dominate the entirety of the shinobi world became the essence of his psyche. His Mangeki Sharingan thus served as a gateway to an independent realm, wherein he dictated the rules of existence. Uchiha Mirai has the capability to forcibly draw his adversaries into his own realm through the use of the Mangeki Sharingan, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as domain expansion. Once ensnared within this domain, the fate of life and death lies almost entirely within his grasp. Even foes of superior strength, unable to breach this realm, may find themselves stripped of all oxygen, succumbing to a suffocating demise. The essence of Uchiha's future can retreat into this realm when faced with threats. However, unlike the space-time manipulation of Kamui, while world switching can yield effects akin to spatial abilities, returning to the original world inevitably means reverting to the initial position. Utilizing world transition for long-distance spatial movement proves to be improbable. Nevertheless, these capabilities are not what Uchiha's future prioritizes. His foremost concern lies in the fusion of Godzilla within himself and this world. Godzilla's G-cells possess the capacity to assimilate any material they encounter infinitely. If he can transfer Godzilla into this realm, it may be possible to harness his command over the power of rules to split and transform Godzilla. Mirai, King Ghidorah, Space Godzilla. This world shall transform into a planet overrun by monsters. When that time arrives, Uchiha's future shall activate the kaleidoscope. The domain shall unfold. The monster planet shall descend. Brother Future, is the power you speak of found here? Some of the younger clansmen seemed to have an epiphany, their faces alight with excitement as they inquired. The remaining Uchiha clansmen also suddenly grasped something, equally thrilled as they gazed at Uchiha's future. The 9-year-old Itachi fixed his piercing gaze upon Uchiha's future, eagerly awaiting his response. Yes, and yet no. Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, is it so, or is it not? Itachi Uchiha and the members of his clan were immediately enveloped in confusion and bewilderment, beginning to ponder the implications of Itachi's words regarding the future. More directly stated, that power resides within my eyes. Uchiha Future pointed towards his Mangeki Sharingan. It was a pair adorned with peculiar patterns, featuring 3 fan-like blades arranged in perfect proportion, encircling a central dot. Uchiha Mirai, uncertain whether it is due to the Godzilla within him, possesses a kaleidoscopic pattern in his Sharingan that strikingly resembles the nuclear radiation symbol from a previous life. Long ago, Uchiha Mirai discovered that a moderate exposure to nuclear radiation accelerates the evolution of the Sharingan. This phenomenon elucidates the rapid enhancement of his abilities during the Third Great Ninja War. While nuclear radiation serves as a cataclysmic force of destruction for his adversaries, for him, it acts as a potent enhancer for his Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's future research has explored the reasons behind this phenomenon. It appears that mutations in ocular cells induced by nuclear radiation resonate with certain characteristics of the Sharingan's evolution. Naturally, this advancement is exceedingly unstable. The future of the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan, with its deep, blood-red hue, far surpasses that of an ordinary Sharingan. A mere glance from an average ninja is enough to perceive the overwhelming aura of bloodshed and impending calamity it exudes. The future of Uchiha remains uncertain. Whether this unique method of ascension can be replicated among his kin is yet to be seen. After all, within him resides a Godzilla, and his physical form has long been influenced by its presence. Even if he were to cut open his wrist, allowing blood to flow, it would contaminate a vast area, subjecting the life forms within that space to the relentless erosion of nuclear radiation for an extended period. It is fair to say that he has become an entity coexisting with nuclear energy. Thus, drawing his clansmen into this realm becomes exceedingly crucial. Through mastery of the world's rules, Uchiha possesses ample capability to remedy any unforeseen circumstances that may arise during the process. He settles into a cross-legged position and closes his eyes. Uchiha Mirai spoke calmly. The clan members sat cross-legged in accordance with his narrative. Their hearts stirred with an indescribable excitement. Would they finally attain the power spoken of by their future brother? Uchiha Mirai's crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, unleashing a torrent of nuclear radiation that swiftly enveloped all members of the Uchiha clan. The young clan members gritted their teeth, striving to resist this enigmatic force. Under Uchiha Mirai's command, the radiation particles began to systematically erode their retinas. Hold on. The voice of Uchiha's future resonated in the ears of the clan members. Those who were wavering in their hearts, upon hearing this sound, immediately steadied their minds and continued to endure the baptism of nuclear radiation. In the corner, Uchiha Itachi clenched his lips, striving to persevere. The resentment he felt towards Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into the very impetus that fueled his determination to endure. He sensed the strengthening of the ocular power within the eyes of these clan members. Uchiha Mirai's face broke into a faint smile. Indeed, it was a success. With the protective power of the rules of this world, he could maximize the enhancement of his clan's Sharingan while minimizing harm. Chapter 14. Uchiha Mirai's Schemes. In the Patriarch's residence, a refined chamber exuded an air of elegance. Delicate incense spiraled gently from the censer, while 2 cups of tea, steaming and fragrant, rested on the sandalwood table. Uchiha Mirai reclined on the wooden chair, delicately lifting a cup of tea to his lips and savoring a sip. Ah, what an exquisite brew! He could not help but express his admiration for Uchiha Fugaku's tea artistry. After all, during these 3 years of seclusion, he had indulged in both tea tasting and bird watching. The variety of teas he had sampled was nothing short of dazzling, if not a veritable feast for the senses. Uchiha Fugaku's mastery of tea art is undoubtedly of a commendable standard. As the clan leader, he often found himself indulging in the art of tea brewing during moments of ennui, leading him to develop a profound understanding of the tea ceremony over time. In response to Uchiha Mirai's praise for the future of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku offered a gentle chuckle, adopting a tone tinged with modesty. Were other clan members to witness this scene, they would surely struggle to believe their own eyes. The usually aloof Fugaku displayed such kindness and humility, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Suddenly, as if recalling a poignant thought, a subtle unease flickered across Uchiha Fugaku's expression. He was no longer the clan leader. That mantle now rested upon the shoulders of the young man beside him. Brewing tea is delightful. It not only serves as a pastime but also cultivates one's character. If every Uchiha clan member could cultivate such a habit, perhaps I would not have to bear so much responsibility. Placing the teacup upon the sandalwood table, Uchiha Mirai shook his head, addressing Uchiha Fugaku with a tone reminiscent of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger generation, sighing softly. Uchiha Fugaku's complexion grew increasingly unnatural. In terms of age, he was significantly older than Uchiha Mirai. Regarding experience, he had assumed the position of clan leader long before Uchiha Mirai even knew of his existence. Yet, time is a fickle river, shifting its currents with the passing years. Now, it is Uchiha Mirai who stands as the clan leader, a role that Fugaku publicly relinquished. However, it was not long before Uchiha Fugaku managed to reconcile his thoughts and emotions. Uchiha, where strength reigns supreme. There is no doubt that the future of the Uchiha clan will surpass him. After Uchiha Mirai ascends to the position of clan leader, the circumstances of the Uchiha clan indeed begin to improve, something he himself had failed to accomplish. Moreover, even his own son has devoted himself to Uchiha Mirai, to the extent that he no longer acknowledges his own father. What grievances could he possibly harbor? Most importantly, the reason he has summoned Uchiha Mirai is to inquire about a matter of great significance. Mirai, have you formulated any plans regarding the next steps for the clan? Uchiha Fugaku pondered his choice of words, gazing intently at Uchiha's future. Under the formidable pressure of the future, the authority of the Uchiha Guard Department had significantly increased compared to before. Surprisingly, due to the recent strikes, the villagers' perception of the Uchiha clan had notably improved, a development he had not anticipated. This only deepened his admiration for the methods employed by Uchiha's future. Perhaps, within his lifetime, the Uchiha clan might truly experience a revival under the stewardship of Uchiha's future. What might the next step be? Uchiha Mirai let out a light chuckle. Naturally, it was to secure an ally for the Uchiha clan. An ally? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly. To hear the word ally come from Uchiha's future was entirely unexpected for him. The reputation of the Uchiha clan within the village of Konoha is well known to its inhabitants. Indeed, some villagers frequently invoke the name of the Uchiha to frighten disobedient children, warning them that if they do not eat properly, the Uchiha monster from the east of the village will come to capture them and devour them. It is said to be remarkably effective. Even the most mischievous of children are quick to comply upon hearing the name Uchiha. In the future, are you certain there is no misapprehension? Uchiha Fugaku, with a look of exasperation, pondered the prospect of finding allies with the Uchiha's current reputation, setting aside outsiders. It would likely prove quite challenging to even manage the clan members themselves. Based on Fugaku's understanding of his kin, should a genuine alliance be formed. A slew of remarks would undoubtedly arise, such as, "What are you even worth? What right do you have to ally with the esteemed Uchiha? And humph. Are you envious of the Uchiha name?" The powerful Uchiha require no allies. Just the thought of it made Fugaku's head ache intensely. The temperament of the Uchiha clan is inherently ill-suited for the concept of allies. Ha ha ha, I am fully aware of that, however. This ally is not an ally in the conventional sense. Uchiha Mirai let out a light chuckle. To be precise, it was a strategy in broad daylight. Oh, I would love to hear more about it. Fugaku Uchiha regarded him with utmost seriousness. Uchiha Mirai let out a light chuckle. The Hyuga clan is set to hold a birthday banquet for the eldest daughter of the main family in 3 days. I presume you are aware of this? I am indeed aware, yet they have not extended an invitation to us, Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans have a long-standing animosity. At the birthday banquet of the eldest daughter of the main branch, nearly all the ninja clans of Konoha received invitations, yet the Uchiha were conspicuously omitted. However, this was to be expected, as the Hyuga clan has always aligned with the Hokage faction, and their members frequently compete with the Uchiha for the title of Konoha's foremost clan. It is entirely reasonable that Hyuga Hayashi would not extend an invitation to the Uchiha. Could it be that the allies you speak of in the future are? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared to recall something, gazing at him in astonishment. However, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are at odds, making an alliance utterly improbable. Wait, what did the future just mention about overt schemes? You will understand in due course. The future of Uchiha remains unexplained, as he lifts the tea from the table and savors its flavor once more. Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts were as tangled as a yarn ball played with by a kitten, a flurry of speculation swirling around as he pondered Uchiha's future intentions. With the capabilities possessed by Uchiha, it was inconceivable that he would engage in actions devoid of significance. What could his true motives be? It appeared that Uchiha had no intention of providing any clarification. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head with a sigh and rose, preparing to take his leave. If that is the case, I shall not linger. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a languid voice called out from behind him, Uchiha Mirai. There is one more matter. His foot halted mid-stride, and Uchiha Fugaku immediately turned around, holding his breath slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Mirai. Just as he was about to depart, he was unexpectedly called back. Could it be that there was something of great significance? Uchiha placed the future cup of tea on the mahogany table. Remember to add some goji berries next time you brew tea. I have been feeling rather aged lately. Chapter 15. Fear not, I shall conclude this swiftly. Although the Third Great Ninja War has long since faded into distant memory, the cessation of conflict does not equate to the end of hostilities. The Hidden Cloud Village, renowned as one of the most formidable villages in the ninja world, relies on its sinewy strength, which extends even into the realms of intellect. With these attributes, the Hidden Cloud Village maintained a state of intermittent conflict with Konoha in the years following the war. Years of continuous skirmishes have led both Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village to a sense of weariness. Most crucially, these hostilities have yielded no tangible benefits for either party, but instead ensnared them in a quagmire. At last, after extensive negotiations, the leaders of the two great ninja villages reached a ceasefire agreement. To commemorate their escape from the mire of war, Sarutobi Hiruzen even prepared a grand celebration. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village, upon signing the ceasefire agreement at the Hokage's office, would attend this festive gathering. Almost simultaneously, another notable event was unfolding in Konoha. However, the focus of this celebration was entirely different. Hinata, the daughter of the Hyuga clan head, Hayashi, was hosting her 3rd birthday party today. Prominent families within the village received invitations, and some clan leaders even set aside their commitments to the Hokage's celebration to attend Hinata's birthday festivities. One of Konoha's most renowned locations was alive with merriment and joy. Night. Regardless of the day's vibrancy, the night inevitably descends. Even the largest ninja village in the ninja world is not exempt from this reality. The darkness enveloped the village, shrouding it in tranquility. In the shadows, several figures darted across rooftops, utilizing the cloak of night to their advantage. Their route was evidently meticulously planned, traversing only the most concealed paths to evade the vigilant eyes of patrolling ninjas. A group of 10, all donning black masks, had their leader shouldering a coarse burlap sack. Haha, I never expected this to be so easy. Konoha's defenses are surprisingly lax. Indeed, boss. Once we deliver the Hyuga heiress, how will Lord Reikage reward us? Dallin. Do not be so narrow-minded. The cloud ninja carrying the sack cast a disdainful glance at him. Who knows, if Reikage is pleased upon our return, he may find you a beautiful wife? Beautiful wife. The mere mention of those words ignited a spark in Dallin's eyes. Though he was no longer young, his height had hindered his search for a partner. If Reikage truly arranged for him a lovely bride upon their return, this mission would prove immensely rewarding. Not only Dalang, but the entire Yunin team exuded an atmosphere of exuberance. The village of Yunin had long plotted to acquire the bloodline of their rival. Yet tangible progress had eluded them until now. Seizing the opportunity presented by the peace treaty with Konoha, they successfully captured the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan. The endeavor unfolded with surprising ease. Perhaps the recent birthday celebration had rendered the defenses of the Hyuga clan unexpectedly lax, allowing them to accomplish their objective with minimal effort. As the legitimate daughter of the Hyuga main family, Hinata's worth was immeasurable. Her Byakugan was the purest of its kind, untainted by confinement. Yunin village intended to harness her to unlock the potential of the Byakugan. The prospect of producing a lineage of mixed-blood Byakugan wielders was not beyond imagination. Boss, there's someone above. This jubilant ambience was abruptly disrupted. A Yunin, leading the group, pointed towards the rooftop across from them. A figure appeared to linger upon the roof, blending almost seamlessly into the inky night. Were it not for the extraordinary keen sight of their leader, and the fact that the figure was positioned directly in their path, they might have overlooked the stranger entirely. A stroke of misfortune? The leader of the Yunin bore a cruel smile. Whether by intention or happenstance, anyone who crossed their path as they departed could only meet one fate. Shina. The shuriken sliced through the stillness of the night, hurtling towards the figure on the rooftop. The leader's lips curled into a merciless smirk. His unrestrained strike would be difficult for even a sage nin to evade. One could only lament their ill fortune. Yet, the smile on his face froze as the figure merely tilted their head slightly, effortlessly dodging the thrown shuriken. Oh, the brutish nature of the Yunin is truly evident. They possess no understanding of courtesy as guests. A voice laced with subtle mockery and a derisive smile confirmed that the presence of this individual was no mere coincidence, but rather a well-prepared ambush. The cruelty in the leader's gaze deepened, his tongue gliding over dry lips. Though I do not know how you discovered our intentions. You stand alone against 10 of us. What can you possibly use to obstruct our path? This was not arrogance, but rather a profound confidence in the strength of his team. The leader regarded the Uchiha's future with the same detached interest one might reserve for a corpse. As the envoy personally dispatched by the Reikage to Konoha, even the weakest among the 10 was a nin. Excluding the unfortunate who had crossed paths with the Hokage and a select few exceptionally powerful Konoha ninjas, there was no chance for any ninja to oppose them single-handedly. The stranger on the rooftop clearly did not belong to that elite cadre. At any moment, the sin of confidence is a delightful and exhilarating experience. On the rooftop, Uchiha Mirai inhaled deeply, as if to commend the self-assured aura emanating from his counterpart, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How long had it been since a single ninja, or a collective of them, exhibited such confidence before him? The answer eluded him. Memories began to blur, having faded over an interminable span of time. Ever since the name of the calamity Uchiha reverberated throughout the ninja world, confidence had become the rarest commodity he encountered among his adversaries. Was the last instance truly the most recent one? It seemed that 3 years of silence had allowed many in the ninja realm to forget his existence. Thus, perhaps it was time to stir things up this evening. Whoosh. The leader of the Cloud Ninja, burdened with a coarse hemp sack, suddenly found his vision obscured as Uchiha Mirai vanished from the rooftop. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, contorting his body into a shrimp-like shape. As gastric acid mingled with the remnants of undigested food surged back into his throat, the immense force propelled him backward, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. Uchiha Mirai calmly extended his right arm, catching the falling sack from the sky. The surrounding cloud shinobi momentarily found themselves engulfed in astonishment and disbelief. Swift. Too swift. They barely had time to react before their eyes blurred, and the leader, burdened with the sack, was sent flying backward with great force. Had it not been for the news of Minato Namake's demise already echoing throughout the shinobi world, they might have even doubted whether the yellow flash had recently dyed his hair black. Uchiha Mirai placed the sack on the ground and untied the knot, revealing a pair of pure white eyes that peered out with a hint of trepidation and curiosity. Be good. There's no need to fear. I shall conclude this swiftly. The 3-year-old Hinata gazed curiously at Uchiha Mirai's face. Strangely enough, as she looked upon his somewhat cold smile, her initial anxiety began to dissipate. When Uchiha Mirai turned around, the once pitch-black depths of his eyes blazed a vivid crimson. Chapter 16. I warn you not to act recklessly. Huso. It's that Uchiha brat. No wonder he could send the boss flying with a single blow, but with so many of us here, you're doomed. Upon witnessing the scarlet Sharingan gleaming in Uchiha Mirai's eyes, the Cloud Ninjas felt no surge of fear. Perhaps the muscle-bound warriors renowned for their brawn were unfamiliar with the sensation of dread. If they could capture Uchiha Mirai and bring him back along with Hinata, would they simultaneously acquire the 2 most formidable bloodline limits of Konoha? With such thoughts, an overwhelming greed glimmered in the eyes of this band of Cloud Ninjas. Foolish wretches. Uchiha Mirai gently shook his head. Although he could not fathom what thoughts occupied the minds of these Cloud Shinobi, it was evident that their notions were utterly impractical. Before the other ninjas of Konoha could discover the situation, he needed to eliminate him. Several Cloud Shinobi unsheathed their kunai and charged fiercely towards Uchiha Mirai, their blades descending with lethal intent. The sharp edges glinted ominously, causing Hinata, confined within her burlap sack, to instinctively lower her head in fear. However, this brutal assault did not graze Uchiha Mirai in the slightest. All attacks seemed to have been orchestrated in unison, gliding past him effortlessly. With a swift tug of his hand, one unfortunate Cloud Shinobi lost his balance amidst Mirai's maneuver, only to be impaled by the kunai of his own comrade. Daro, cried out the injured Cloud Shinobi in horror. Uchiha Itachi delivered a powerful kick, creating a second deep indentation in the wall behind him. A Cloud Ninja stealthily approached from his rear, viciously thrusting a ninja blade toward him. In a swift motion, Uchiha Mirai evaded the oncoming assault while delivering a powerful flying kick, resulting in the emergence of a third crater upon the wall. How infuriating. Lightning release, body flicker. A furious Cloud Ninja slammed his palm onto the ground, unleashing a formidable lightning serpent that surged towards Uchiha Mirai's feet in a zigzag pattern. Almost simultaneously, 2 other Cloud Ninjas, their blades crackling with arcs of lightning, approached from different angles, effectively sealing off all potential escape routes for Uchiha Mirai. Too slow. The only response they received was Uchiha Mirai's voice, tinged with disinterest. Clang. The ninja blades struck nothing but air, their edges clashing against the ground and sending sparks flying. Uchiha Mirai appeared behind the adversary with astonishing swiftness, an immense force erupting from the instep of his foot, causing yet another deep crater to form upon the wall. The Cloud Ninja, who had unleashed a lightning release, was unable to react in time. The lightning serpents, following the grounded ninja blade, viciously tore into another Cloud Ninja's body. The anguish cries reverberated through the night. Within a burlap sack, Hinata cautiously poked her head out, her small mouth slightly agape. Her pure white eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. My red-eyed brother is so formidable, she mused, having affectionately named Uchiha Mirai. At the tender age of 3, Hinata had absorbed tales of the Uchiha clan through her family's influence, yet the specifics remained elusive to her. The crimson hue within Uchiha Mirai's eyes, distinct from that of the Hyuga, captivated her curiosity in an instant. The remaining Cloud Shinobi gazed upon Uchiha Mirai with an intense sense of dread. The battle transpired in mere seconds. However, within that fleeting moment, several Cloud Shinobi had already succumbed to an utter loss of combat capability. Remarkably, Uchiha Mirai appeared to engage in the fray with a sense of levity, as if playfully toying with her adversaries. It is rather disheartening, I must say, as I had anticipated a more spirited encounter this time around. The sigh of Uchiha's future ignited a flame within the eyes of the Cloud Ninja. With the assistance of his subordinates, the leader of the Cloud Ninja finally extricated himself from the wall, gazing at Uchiha's future with a look as if he intended to devour him whole. Who exactly are you? Though reluctant to admit it, the truth had already revealed itself to them. This time, they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The future strength of the Uchiha far surpassed their expectations. Boss, I think I know who he is. A trembling voice emerged from one of the subordinates. Who? The Cloud Ninja swallowed hard and uttered a name that instilled despair. The Calamity Uchiha. In an instant, the air fell silent. The previously tense atmosphere seemed to plummet to freezing depths. The remaining Cloud Ninjas felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their limbs cold, and their very souls seemingly siphoned away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Calamity Uchiha was supposed to be dead. It has been 3 years. How could he possibly reemerge? The leader of the Cloud Ninjas cried out in near madness. Who is the Calamity Uchiha? It is a name that has plunged countless ninjas into despair. During the Third Great Ninja War, Two shinobi from Konoha instilled terror across the four great ninja villages. One was the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the other was the Calamity Uchiha. The number of ninjas who perished at his hands far exceeded that of the Yellow Flash. But wasn't the Calamity Uchiha supposed to have died 3 years ago? 3 years prior, rumors about the Calamity Uchiha were rampant in the ninja world, and eventually, they fell silent, leaving no further information regarding him. At that time, the entire ninja community was engulfed in confusion, fervently speculating about the future of the Uchiha. Ultimately, a piece of information surfaced, bringing a halt to myriad rumors. It stated that the Calamity Uchiha had exhausted his life potential through the excessive use of forbidden jutsu during the Third War and had thus perished. Although this information lacked substantial evidence, it seemed to be the most plausible explanation given the circumstances at the time. The abilities displayed by Uchiha in the Third Great Ninja War transcended the comprehension of the shinobi world, suggesting that a sacrifice of life potential was only logical. Thus, for the past 3 years, the four major ninja villages have tacitly accepted that the calamity known as Uchiha had perished. However, it now appears that reality is revealing their grave misjudgment, and indeed, their error is quite absurd. It seems to be yet another masterpiece of those few individuals. Uchiha Mirai let out a light chuckle. Who else could possibly release such news at the moment of his retirement, if not the Hokage? The leader of the Cloud Shinobi suddenly felt that their decision today was utterly misguided. Why on earth had they so foolishly abducted Hinata? They had now encountered this harbinger of calamity. I warn you not to act recklessly. Today marks the signing of a ceasefire agreement between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konohagakure. If you were to kill us, Lord Raikage would not let you off easily. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, trickled down his forehead. And his voice trembled with palpable fear as the leader of the Cloud Shinobi spoke the most cowardly words in the most pretentious manner. I eagerly anticipate what unfolds. Uchiha's future bore a faint smile as he approached his counterpart step by step. The anguished cries of Amuro pierced the night, resonating through the stillness. Before long, the screams subsided. Scattered corpses lay upon the ground, their eyes wide with terror, as if they had encountered something profoundly horrifying in their final moments. Uchiha Mirai clapped his hands and strode towards the burlap sack. Inside, Hinata's heart raced wildly. She observed Uchiha Mirai approaching her, unfazed by the fierce battle that had just transpired. Remarkably, his attire bore no signs of damage, not even a speck of dust. Do not be afraid. It is all over now. Uchiha Mirai knelt down, enveloping the petite and delicate Hinata in his embrace. Chapter 17. Hinata urinates in my arms. Thump, thump. Hinata felt as if her heart were about to leap from her chest, burying her face in Uchiha Mirai's chest. In the first 3 years of her life, never had a day been as thrilling, exhilarating, and fantastical as this night. Do not worry, your father and the others are likely to arrive soon, Uchiha Mirai assured, striving to soften his tone upon sensing the rapid beating of Hinata's heart within his arms. Despite the Hyuga clan's carefree demeanor, they must have discovered Hinata's disappearance by now. According to the original timeline, the expected course would have had Hyuga Hayashi locating this group of cloud ninjas, ultimately resulting in a confrontation that led to the death of one of their own, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a bid to quell the ire of the Hidden Cloud Village. Cowardly shifted the blame onto the Hyuga clan, conveniently omitting the fact that it was the Cloud Village that first abducted Hinata. However, now, due to Uchiha Mirai's intervention, the trajectory of time would diverge significantly. This was, indeed, part of his grand design. Uchiha is neither a Hyuga nor is he Hyuga Hisashi. The Hyuga clan chose to quell the anger of their adversaries through the death of the clan leader's younger brother. Yet this act would merely serve as a bargaining chip to expose the hypocritical nature of those in power. Just as Uchiha contemplated his next course of action, a warm liquid began to spread in his arms, causing his expression to stiffen abruptly. Hinata, resembling a red apple, buried her face deep into his chest, as if she had committed some grave error. On the forehead of Uchiha, several lines of dark ink manifested. His drenched attire continued to emanate warmth, infused with a distinctive scent. Hinata had wet herself, and shockingly, it had occurred in his embrace. In the past, he would have never believed that the gentle and graceful Hinata could commit such an act. Yet now, the warmth of the liquid served as an undeniable testament to the reality of the situation. Perhaps it was due to the birthday celebration taking place today that Hinata was adorned in an exquisite kimono. However, the fabric beneath was now soaked as well. How utterly humiliating. As a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, raised with the tenets of noble conduct, Hinata found herself unable to grapple with such disgrace. Her flushed cheeks were buried in her chest, and she dared not lift her gaze. She had made every effort to restrain herself. But with the abundance of beverages consumed during the birthday festivities, compounded by her abduction by a group of cloud ninja, there had been no opportunity for relief. Oh heavens! How could I have committed such a shameful act? Would Brother Red-Eye be angry with me? In that fleeting moment, Hinata's sensitive heart swelled with a tumult of self-reproachful emotions. Uchiha Mirai merely chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he placed his palm upon Hinata's damp garment. A gentle warmth radiated from his hand, causing the moist area to immediately emit a delicate steam. In mere seconds, the liquid completely evaporated, and the fabric returned to a dry state. Hinata gazed with her pure, white eyes, utterly astonished by this spectacle. It was truly marvelous. Uchiha Mirai smiled faintly. This ability was derived from Godzilla. By harnessing the rapid motion of molecules, it induces a sudden surge in temperature within an exceedingly brief span. If the limit is reached and subsequently released, it manifests as blinding white light. Countless ninjas perished under this technique during the Third Great Ninja War. In comparison, using it merely to evaporate the moisture from Hinata and himself seemed an extravagant underutilization. I almost forgot. Today is your birthday. Uchiha's future seemed to recall something, a faint smile gracing his lips. Despite being interrupted by these oblivious individuals, he still felt compelled to utter, "Hinata, happy birthday." Uchiha Mirai snapped his fingers towards the night sky. With a resounding pop, brilliant fireworks burst forth like blooming flowers, illuminating the serene expanse of the darkened heavens. The radiant glow of the pyrotechnics danced upon Hinata's youthful visage, her pure white eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning as she gazed at the celestial display. How exquisite! Uchiha Mirai smiled faintly. This ability was similarly derived from Godzilla, involving the fission and fusion of nuclear energy. Each firework illuminating the night sky was akin to an exceedingly minute nuclear bomb, with various trace elements contributing to the diverse colors of the blossoming fireworks. The nuclear radiation emitted by this display was negligible, having virtually no impact on the lives of the villagers of Konohagakure, easily washed away by a downpour. Hundreds of meters away, a group of ninjas was anxiously pursuing something. Judging by their attire and their pure white eyes, they were likely from one of the largest ninja clans in Konoha, the Hyuga clan. Suddenly, the fireworks erupted in the night sky, capturing everyone's attention. Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow slightly. Why would anyone be setting off fireworks here? However, it was evident that this was not the time to ponder such matters. Move quickly. Uchiha Mirai gazed in a certain direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Have they finally arrived? It took them considerably longer than I anticipated. He gently set Hinata down and awaited their arrival in silence. Moments later, Hyuga Hizashi and his accompanying guards appeared at last. What transpired here? Are they foes? The sheer number is astonishing. Hyuga Hizashi surveyed the fallen cloud shinobi with palpable astonishment. The prowess of these cloud shinobi is undoubtedly formidable, and yet they have all been vanquished. Could it be that he is responsible for this? Hizashi's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Mirai. Father. Hinata rushed to Hizashi's side, grasping his arm tightly. Are you unharmed? Hizashi knelt down to scrutinize Hinata for any injuries. She shook her head. I am fine. It was Red-Eyed brother who saved me. Red-Eyed? Could it be that you were a ninja of the Uchiha clan? Hizashi of the Hyuga clan inquired, frowning. Indeed. Uchiha Mirai spoke with an air of indifference. Coincidentally passing through this place, he acted with casual grace. Now that Lord Hizashi's daughter is safe, it is time for me to take my leave. Wait. You have yet to reveal your identity to me, came the unspoken question. No reply ensued, and Uchiha Mirai's silhouette faded into the inky darkness of the night. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Hinata Hizashi's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he swiftly speculated on Uchiha Mirai's identity and intentions. Beside him, a trembling voice broke the stillness. Lord Clan Leader, I think I may have deduced who he is. Who? In a moment of hesitation, the guard replied. There are but two individuals within the Uchiha clan possessing such strength. Given the factor of age, it can only be the recently emerged Uchiha Mirai. Hinata Hizashi's pupils quivered in shock. It is him. Chapter 18. The astonishment of Hinata Hizashi, who is the future of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's most illustrious and prodigious genius. During the Third Great Ninja War, his renown even rivaled that of the Yellow Flash. 3 years ago, however, public opinion regarding him in Konoha plummeted dramatically, with rumors about him permeating every alley and street. Almost overnight, he transformed from the hero who saved the village into a despised monster. Uchiha Mirai has since faded into silence, disappearing from the public's gaze. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and a senior figure within Konoha's hierarchy, Hyuga Hayashi is acutely aware that the situation is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. Beneath the calm surface of the lake lies a tumult of hidden turmoil. Until recently, Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback to learn of Uchiha Mirai's return. Moreover, upon his emergence, the entire Uchiha security force went on strike. Everything corroborates the formidable nature of his resurgence. 3 years ago, he was cast aside by Konoha's elite, and now he has returned with a vengeance. On this night, he rescued his daughter Hinata. What could his intentions be? Investigate these corpses, Hyuga Hayashi commanded solemnly. Understood. The guards behind him immediately crouched down to examine the bodies, unveiling the black cloth that shrouded the faces of the deceased shinobi. The gleam of their forehead protectors reflecting in their eyes. Patriarch, they are ninjas from the Cloud Village. Ninjas from the Cloud Village? How did they end up in Konoha, and why did they abduct my daughter? Hyuga Hayashi's expression changed slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. He conducted a personal inspection and confirmed that all the deceased were indeed ninjas from the Cloud Village. Furthermore, judging by their injuries and the traces of battle, it was evident that this was a one-sided massacre. They had no capacity for resistance. This only intensified his apprehension towards Uchiha Mirai. Brother, if I am not mistaken, Konoha currently has only a group of ninjas from the Cloud Village. Behind him, Hyuga Hizashi spoke with a grave expression. Hyuga Hayashi's countenance darkened momentarily, sensing the impending trouble. This situation had become dire. The envoys sent by the Cloud Village to negotiate a ceasefire had all perished here. If the Cloud Village chose to retaliate, how would Konoha respond? The most likely scenario is that the third Hokage would shift the blame onto them, compelling them to quell the Cloud Village's wrath. Hinata, clutching her father's garment, felt the anxiety radiating from him and instinctively recoiled in fear. She was unaware of what she had done wrong or what her father was worried about. She only recalled that after the birthday banquet concluded, a servant escorted her to her chamber for rest, when suddenly, several shadowy figures emerged, incapacitating the servant and placing her into a sack. Then, her red-eyed brother appeared and rescued her. Patriarch, there may yet be a glimmer of hope in this matter, one of the clan members said earnestly from behind Hyuga Hayashi. The one responsible for slaying the envoys from the Cloud Village was that Uchiha. Our clan bears little connection to him. Even if the Hokage assigns blame, it could be placed upon that Uchiha. Hyuga Hayashi's gaze flickered with uncertainty before he let out a complex sigh. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Uchiha Future saved his daughter, and he is indebted to him. He cannot even dare to imagine what would have become of Hinata without Uchiha Future. However, this matter pertains to the future of the clan, and as the clan leader, he could only make such a choice. For a fleeting moment, his heart was filled with deep remorse for Uchiha Future. After all these years, it was the first time he felt such profound guilt. The following day, the rising sun scattered its rays, enveloping the tranquil village. The villagers who ventured outside were suddenly taken aback to discover a street marred by the remnants of battle. The walls bore 5 enormous craters, stained with dried, dark blood. This unusual scene prompted the villagers to whisper amongst themselves, speculating that something significant had transpired here the night before. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a grave expression, clenched a cigarette, but while listening to the reports from the kneeling Umbu, suddenly his countenance shifted dramatically. Are you saying that all the envoys from the Cloud Village were killed, left dead on the streets of Konoha? The kneeling Umbu gritted his teeth and replied, yes. It appears that this occurred around 3 o'clock last night. By the time we arrived, all the envoys from the Cloud Village had already perished. Do we know who is responsible? The veins on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead throbbed, revealing the uncontrollable fury boiling within him. They had just signed a ceasefire agreement during the day, and now the enemy lay dead in the streets by nightfall. If the Cloud Village chose to retaliate, what could he possibly use to quell their wrath? According to our investigative intelligence, it appears that the envoys from the Cloud Village attempted to abduct Hinata from the Hyuga clan, intending to seize the power of the Byakugan. They were discovered and subsequently annihilated by Uchiha Future, who happened to be passing by. When we arrived, the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, was present at the scene. By comparing his statements with our investigation of the site, we have pieced together the entire sequence of events. The Umbu's voice trembled slightly. Aware of the gravity of the situation and unwilling to withhold any details, the envoys from the Cloud Village attempted to abduct Hinata. Their aim was to exploit the power of the Byakugan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed momentarily in contemplation. What about the investigative reports? Bring them to me. I wish to examine them. From within the shadows, a figure produced a scroll and presented it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. As he examined the scroll in his hands, Hiruzen's furrowed brow deepened with concern. The investigative report was remarkably detailed, documenting the testimonies of Uchiha Itachi and other leaf ninjas present, lending it an air of authenticity. The truth of the matter appeared increasingly clear. The envoy from the Cloud Village had abducted Hinata, only to be completely annihilated by Uchiha Mirai upon discovery, followed by the arrival of Uchiha Itachi and his companions. Hiruzen's countenance fluctuated between gloom and contemplation. Had Uchiha Mirai not been involved, this predicament could have been easily resolved by placing the blame squarely on the Hyuga clan. Given his understanding of the Hyuga, in the face of such a grave incident, they would likely concede internally, sacrificing their own interests to quell the ire of the Cloud Village. In that scenario, he would remain unscathed, and the truce between the Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf would remain intact. However, with Uchiha Mirai now entangled in the affair, the complexities of the situation had escalated significantly. The Uchiha clan cannot be compared to the Hyuga. It is utterly inconceivable for them to relinquish their interests in order to appease the Hidden Cloud Village. Given the reckless disposition of those lunatics, it would be remarkable if they did not storm into the land of lightning and create chaos. The future of Uchiha is evidently not akin to that of Uchiha Itachi. 3 years ago, they exerted immense effort to force him into seclusion, and now, merely 3 years later, his emergence from the shadows has stirred such a considerable uproar in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. He could not ascertain how Uchiha had discerned the intentions of the Cloud Village. Was it truly an accidental discovery, as the intelligence suggested? At 3 in the morning. How could such a serendipitous revelation occur? Or had he been privy to their plans all along? How could he have uncovered information that even the Umbu had failed to detect, and fortuitously positioned himself along the escape route of the Cloud Village's envoy? Hiruzen's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, akin to a ball of yarn toyed with by a cat. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was abruptly thrust open. Hiruzen, have you heard the news? The envoys of the Cloud Village have all perished in the streets. Chapter 19. A reenactment of 3 years ago in the remaining eye of Danzo. A piercing cold light gleamed as he fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen at the Hokage's desk. Upon receiving news from the roots, he had rushed over with great urgency. The gravity of this matter was immense, if mishandled. It could potentially unravel the recently signed ceasefire agreement with the Cloud Village. Review this. Hiruzen sighed, tossing the investigative scroll presented by the Umbu to Danzo. After merely glancing at it, a fierce ire ignited in Danzo's solitary eye. Humph. The Uchiha's ambition to undermine Konoha endures. This must be a Uchiha conspiracy. A conspiracy. Before he had even finished reading, Danzo forcefully slammed the scroll onto the ground, producing a resounding crash. The nearby Umbu flinched and retreated. You may leave. Hiruzen sighed to him. Yes. The Umbu, upon receiving the command, vanished in an instant as if liberated. Hiruzen, how do you intend to handle this matter? Danzo inquired coldly. I am equally troubled, Hiruzen replied, massaging his temples with his thumb and index finger, his expression rife with weariness and agitation. In my view, since it was Uchiha who dispatched those Cloud Shinobi, we might as well leverage this to compel the Uchiha to surrender their own. Danzo smirked coldly. If they refuse, it would provide us the perfect opportunity to eliminate those disobedient Uchiha. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Hiruzen glared at him in anger. Do you believe Uchiha will simply capitulate? He cannot even see through my own intentions, and should he be thoroughly provoked, the consequences would be dire. Then shall we allow the Cloud Village to exert pressure unchallenged? Danzo retorted, equally incensed. Hiruzen, you are aware of how arduous this peace has been to attain. The death of Watergate has left Konoha still reeling from the turmoil caused by the Ninetales, with the new Jinchuriki being merely a child, utterly incapable of transforming into a formidable force. But what of the Hidden Cloud Village? The fourth Reikage is in the prime of his life, and both Jinchuriki and the village are flawless. Should war erupt once more, how confident are you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in leading Konoha to victory against them? Hiruzen remained silent. The very words of Danzo echoed his deepest fears. At present, the power of the Hidden Cloud Village is unrivaled, while Konoha's situation deteriorates, compounded by the unstable factor of the Uchiha clan. Should a conflict with the Hidden Cloud Village arise, what are the odds of triumph? Hiruzen dared not contemplate it. The thought alone brought a throbbing pain to his head. Why must the Uchiha clan intervene at such a crucial time? What was once a straightforward matter, merely shifting blame onto the Hyuga clan and letting them deal with the aftermath, has now grown infinitely more complicated. Danzo, rather than lamenting, ought to be considering how to resolve this predicament. Hiruzen cast a cold glance at him. Danzo smirked. In my view, this presents an opportunity. If we skillfully manipulate public opinion to paint the future Uchiha as a threat to the village's safety once more, we can leverage that to pressure him. If he offers no resistance as he did 3 years ago, that would be ideal. Should he choose to oppose us, we would have the perfect justification to detain him. At that point, his fate would lie entirely within our grasp. Danzo continued to expound his plan, his triumphant smirk barely concealed. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you suggesting we orchestrate a repeat of the events from 3 years prior? Indeed, Danzo affirmed with unwavering conviction, locking his gaze onto Hiruzen. Hiruzen, this is a golden opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by the future Uchiha. Do not let it slip away. He deliberately emphasized his words, refraining from addressing Hiruzen by his full name, opting instead for Hiruzen. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hiruzen's face as he pondered. Danzo, you remain unchanged. A flicker of anger crossed Danzo's features. At times, I wonder where the formidable shinobi from the Second Great Ninja War has gone. But rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. With that, Danzo departed. The Hokage's office fell into a profound silence once more. Hiruzen sat alone at the Hokage's desk, and after a long while, he let out a deep sigh. Uchiha clan territory. The residence of the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Mirai across from him. Mirai, did you truly eliminate the ninja sent from the hidden cloud village to negotiate a ceasefire last night, leaving not a single survivor? This revelation had already spread throughout Konoha. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Fugaku immediately sought out Uchiha Mirai. Bewildered by the implication of leaving no one alive, Uchiha Mirai cast a disdainful glance in his direction. It was evident that it was that group of cloud shinobi who had abducted the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, intending to taint the bloodline of Konoha. As a member of the Uchiha Guard and a paragon of youth in Konoha, I bravely stepped forward to eradicate these wolves and tigers threatening our village. The corners of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched slightly. How could a matter become distorted when it reached the lips of Uchiha's future, clearly possessing extraordinary strength? Yet at times he appeared somewhat cunning. Wait a moment. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared to recollect something. His gaze fixated on Uchiha Mirai with profound astonishment, his pupils quivering slightly. Mirai, could it be that the grand strategy you spoke of a few days ago has finally dawned upon you? The playful glint in his eyes vanished as Uchiha Mirai let out a soft chuckle, regarding Uchiha Fugaku with earnestness. Breath almost suspended. Fugaku felt as though he could hear the fervent beating of his own heart. Just days prior, he had sought out Uchiha Mirai to inquire about their forthcoming plans. Uchiha Mirai employed the term strategic scheme. He continued to inquire, while Uchiha Mirai instructed him to wait. A few days later, the envoy from the hidden cloud village was entirely annihilated by Uchiha Mirai in the dead of night for abducting the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Could it be that Uchiha Mirai had foreseen the actions of the hidden cloud village envoy, who would dare to abduct Hinata on the night of the birthday celebration? Could his eyes, like mine, possess the ability to glimpse into the future? In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, a profound sense of dread emerged. His Manjiki Sharingan granted him fleeting glimpses of the future. It was precisely this ability that deterred him from instigating a coup. For the visions revealed solely the annihilation of the Uchiha clan as a consequence of rebellion. Could it be that the future vision of the Uchiha bore a similar capability, yet was far more detailed and specific? After all, it was inconceivable for him to possess knowledge of the schemes devised by the hidden cloud village, let alone the precise timing of their execution. The coming days in Konoha would undoubtedly be filled with intrigue. Uchiha Future spoke calmly, suppressing the shock within. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt that the figure before him appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Beneath the youthful visage lay a depth akin to the ocean's abyss. In the grand tapestry of Konoha, including figures such as Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo, even he himself, were merely pawns on Uchiha Future's chessboard. Perhaps the 3 years of silence were merely the inception of his strategic maneuvers. In the days to come, Danzo and the others would undoubtedly leverage this matter to exert pressure upon you. Are you adequately prepared? Uchiha Fugaku inquired in a solemn tone. The events of 3 years prior ought to have reached a conclusion by now. Uchiha Mirai gazed out of the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 20. The Uchiha Conference. Have you heard? The Uchiha actually killed the envoy sent by the hidden cloud village. They are preparing for war against Konoha. Indeed, the Uchiha are truly wicked. They seek to sow discord between our village and the hidden cloud. Born of evil, those Uchiha. The streets of Konoha reverberated with various condemnations of the Uchiha clan, the villagers' faces marred by expressions of disdain. Many who had not heard of the incident, driven by curiosity, joined the chorus of criticism. In a matter of days, It seemed as if an invisible force had instigated a widespread loathing for the Uchiha throughout the village. If one were to observe with a discerning eye, it would become evident that a powerful influence was subtly orchestrating this wave of dissent. Within the territories of the various ninja clans, numerous ninjas engaged in fervent discussions about the unfolding events. At the Nara clan's estate, in the courtyard of a residence, two Nara clansmen with pineapple hairstyles sat cross-legged, engrossed in a game of chess. Did you hear that it was Uchiha Mirai who killed the envoy from the hidden cloud village? It must be true. I never expected him to stir up such a commotion right after emerging from seclusion. This is troublesome. Significant events are about to unfold in Konoha. We must be prepared. Nara Shikaku placed a piece on the board, letting out a resigned sigh. At the Oil Woman clan's estate, the clan leader, Yuhi Shimi, furrowed his brow slightly. I sense that this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. The latest intelligence suggests that those cloud ninjas aim to abduct the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, only to be discovered and killed by Uchiha Mirai. I never anticipated that the Hyuga clan would be implicated. In that moment, Yuhi Shimi felt a headache beginning to form. The Uchiha clan's involvement has already complicated matters, and now even the Hyuga clan has been drawn into the fray. The two most prominent families of Konoha find themselves entangled in this situation. What will the ultimate resolution be? Yamanaka Shikaku let out a sigh. In the Hokage's office, a tense meeting is underway. Though labeled a meeting, all the ninjas are acutely aware that it is merely a means of exerting pressure on the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sits at the head of the Hokage's desk, flanked by Danzo Shimura and Koharu Utatane. The other ninjas at the conference table include the clan heads or high-ranking members of the Hinata, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, with nearly half of Konoha's upper echelon present. What time is it? Could it be that the Uchiha clan is fearful? Danzo cast a disdainful glance at the vacant seats, a hint of scorn dancing in his eyes. The notification for the Uchiha clan to attend the meeting was delivered that very morning. The Uchiha clan could not possibly be unaware of this matter. As it pertains to the diplomatic relations between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, had the Uchiha clan not arrived, he would have been able to seize this opportunity to exert pressure on them. The other ninjas in the conference room began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions largely reflecting disdain for the Uchiha. A few ninjas, privy to the underlying circumstances, remained quietly seated, refraining from engaging in the discussion. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was thrust open. The previously cacophonous room fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes at the conference table turned toward the ninja who had entered. A graceful figure, flanked by fellow clan members, strode confidently into the room. Uchiha Future. I did not anticipate your arrival. Danzo's cold gaze fixated on Uchiha Future in the center, his eyes gleaming with the predatory delight of one who believes they have captured their prey. What is it, Lord Danzo? It seems you were rather hoping I would not show up. Uchiha Mirai chuckled lightly, taking his seat at the conference table. His position had evidently been meticulously chosen, as it was perfectly situated in the center of the table, allowing every pair of eyes to cast judgment upon him. Yet, Uchiha Mirai appeared unfazed, reclining comfortably in his chair as if he were at home. The high-ranking members around the table exhibited a range of emotions, contempt, anger, and deep contemplation, converging their gazes upon him. Only Hyuga Hizashi, with a hint of guilt, dared not meet Uchiha Mirai's eyes. With everyone present, it was time to commence the meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head, pondered momentarily before speaking in a grave tone. The room fell silent, all eyes now fixated upon him. I believe you are all aware that the delegation from the Cloud Village, sent to finalize the treaty, has mysteriously met their demise on the streets of Konoha. The repercussions of this incident are dire. The Fourth Reikage demands an explanation from us, otherwise they will unilaterally annul the previously established ceasefire and launch an assault on Konoha once more. I trust none of you wish to see the specter of war return. Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the faces of the assembled shinobi. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice filled with seething rage erupted. Those scoundrels! After years of relentless warfare, we were finally on the brink of peace, only to have it jeopardized by such an incident. Another voice chimed in. Damn those Uchiha! They have obliterated the hard-won tranquility. Some shinobi openly glared at the members of the Uchiha clan seated at the table, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if they wished to rend Uchiha Mirai limb from limb. The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense, charged with animosity. Uchiha Mirai let out a light chuckle. What a remarkable Sarutobi Hiruzen. What an intriguing circumstance, where the Uchiha clan is consistently omitted from mention, yet simultaneously targeted. Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks deftly directed all animosity towards the Uchiha clan, while conveniently neglecting to address the underlying reasons. Chapter 21. Let the fourth Reikage come to Konoha to see me. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew tense. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, as if even the slightest spark could ignite an explosion. Numerous shinobi glared at Uchiha Mirai with gritted teeth. Many of them already harbored deep-seated prejudices against the Uchiha clan. And now, with the recent events unfolding, their fury could no longer be contained. Uchiha future has undeniably become the object of collective ire. The younger generation of Uchiha, accompanying Uchiha future, similarly endures the scornful gazes of the surrounding ninjas, yet their expressions remain unchanged. It is as if the wrath of the surrounding ninjas is nothing more than the air itself. Third Hokage, I have a question I would like to pose to you. Uchiha's future smiled as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at the head of the conference table. Please, speak, he urged. Sarutobi maintained a composed demeanor, responding. You mentioned earlier that the repercussions of this matter are exceedingly dire, plunging the village into a profound crisis. I am curious. As the strongest ninja village in the shinobi world, why does Konoha harbor such trepidation towards the hidden cloud village? Uchiha Mirai gazed at him with a smile. The conference room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Many ninjas widened their eyes in astonishment, fixated on Uchiha Mirai at the center. In a moment of confrontation, Uchiha's future words pointedly directed the discord toward Konoha. Are you suggesting that Konoha is feeble, incapable of contending with the Cloud Village? The ninjas bristled with indignation. No, Uchiha's future replied with a soft chuckle. I am merely intrigued as to why you harbor such trepidation towards the Cloud Village, trembling before a mere ninja village. How easily you speak, retorted Danzo with a scoff. The Cloud Village boasts 2 perfect Jinchuriki, and the fourth Reikage is in the prime of his life. Should they choose to wage war, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Although his words were harsh, many ninjas nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Cloud Village had consistently been the most formidable ninja village aside from Konoha. Moreover, the Cloud Village currently stood at the pinnacle of its strength, with both of its Jinchuriki being flawless, capable of wielding the full power of the tailed beasts. In stark contrast, Konoha had faced devastating losses following the Nine-Tails incident, with the young fourth Hokage perishing and the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails dead, resulting in heavy casualties among the upper ninjas due to the chaos. At this juncture, the Cloud Village maintained its resolve for battle. At the very least, it would result in mutual destruction. This was precisely why they harbored such ire towards Uchiha's future. Yet, in the next moment, a light laugh resonated, leaving their expressions momentarily stunned. Then let the fourth Reikage come to Konoha and seek me out personally. Uchiha Mirai leaned back against the chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The ninjas around the conference table gazed at him in utter astonishment. What had he just said? That the fourth Reikage himself would come to Konoha to seek him out? What madness was this? The fourth Reikage was in the prime of his life, at the pinnacle of his strength, embodying the lightning chakra mode, and having honed his speed to perfection. Even among the current 5 Kage, he ranked among the most powerful. How could Uchiha Mirai be so audacious as to summon the fourth Reikage to Konoha? Many ninjas were momentarily struck with disbelief, their expressions frozen in incredulity. The weight of terrifying memories stirred from the depths of their recollections. Just moments ago, the high-ranking ninjas who had been mocking him now wore expressions devoid of mirth, replaced instead by palpable dread. Earlier, under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and with the pressure exerted by dozens of elite shinobi surrounding them, their minds had been consumed by rage towards Uchiha Mirai, overshadowing the grim reality of who he truly was, the harbinger of calamity, the very butcher who had ruthlessly slaughtered nearly 1,000 ninjas during the Third Great Ninja War. Even the Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, could hardly be compared to his notorious reputation. In the throes of battle, encountering the Yellow Flash might evoke despair. Yet facing the calamity that is Uchiha Mirai would likely drive one to self-termination, for such a fate seemed less burdensome. Many adversaries who had clashed with Uchiha Mirai, even if they miraculously escaped, spent the rest of their lives engulfed in torment and despair. It is said that numerous ninjas from the 4 great shinobi villages developed grotesque mutations, such as tentacles. A shudder passed through the ninjas seated at the conference table. A saying echoed on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. Uchiha's future renders you devoid of your own. This matter, I believe, requires careful consideration. Indeed, I concur. However, To impose such intense pressure on the Uchiha simply due to the assassination of an envoy seems rather excessive. Nevertheless, no matter how one frames it, my Konoha stands as the most formidable ninja village in the realm. Why should we cower before a mere hidden cloud village? Suddenly, the tide of opinion shifted dramatically. Those who had previously harbored vehement animosity towards Uchiha's future now wore sheepish smiles, fearful that a mere discontent from Uchiha might unleash his bizarre toxins, causing them to sprout tentacles or a third leg. Danzo clenched his teeth in frustration. What a bunch of cowards. What are you afraid of? Is it not enough that I am here? One ninja, noticing Danzo's furious gaze, instinctively recoiled. I am not cowardly. I am merely prudent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as well. He had not anticipated that Uchiha's future could alter the course of events with just a few words. The once furious ninjas now shrank back, hesitant to voice their thoughts, seemingly terrified of drawing Uchiha's attention. Even the clan leaders of the various ninja factions and the influential ninjas of Konoha fell silent, witnessing the dramatic shift in atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Uchiha's future, who reclined casually in his chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance as if the recent tumult were nothing more than a fleeting breeze. What a formidable Uchiha future. What an impressive Uchiha clan. A single utterance wielded such immense power. Hiruzen realized he had underestimated Uchiha's future. The demand for the fourth Raikage to personally visit Konoha had effectively shattered the morale of numerous ninjas. Even more terrifying was the implication of weakness before the Uchiha. Should this news circulate, other ninjas would undoubtedly mock the Hokage for fearing the hidden cloud village, convening a high-level meeting. While it was the Uchiha who displayed unparalleled courage and fervor, would this not allow the Uchiha to assert dominance over him? The younger generation of Uchiha clan members behind Uchiha future stifled their laughter, covering their mouths as their shoulders trembled uncontrollably, revealing the immense difficulty they faced in suppressing their mirth. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, striving to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Nevertheless, engaging in battle was a course of action that could not be taken lightly. Should war erupt, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer significant casualties. This was not born of fear of the hidden cloud village or the fourth Raikage. Do you understand, Uchiha future? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a penetrating gaze at Uchiha future, embodying the essence of someone who was solely concerned for the welfare of Konoha. Uchiha future smirked coldly. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a seasoned veteran. His verbal prowess was truly formidable. I have one more question I wish to pose to you, third Hokage. Uchiha Mirai gazed at him with a tranquil demeanor. You mentioned. Sarutobi Hizashi replied nonchalantly that for some unknown reason, the envoys sent from the village hidden in the clouds met their demise on the streets of Konoha. May I inquire what this particular reason might be? Uchiha's future gazed at him with a smile, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Uchiha's future has seized upon a blind spot, which is precisely the focal point he has endeavored to conceal. Chapter 22. Hinata Hizashi's Confession. The ninjas gathered around the conference table bore expressions of curiosity, their gazes fixated upon Sarutobi Hiruzen at the head of the table. Just moments ago, Sarutobi had alluded to a certain reason, scarcely elaborating, leaving them with no time to ponder what this mysterious reason could be. Only Hinata Hizashi and a select few ninjas privy to the truth displayed a slightly unnatural demeanor. Hizashi's hand, resting on his thigh atop the table, clenched involuntarily. His palm dampened with perspiration. This marked the first occasion when he, as the leader of the Hyuga clan, felt such inner turmoil. What is it, third Hokage? Are you once again going to brush it aside with vague allusions to some reason? Uchiha Mirai chuckled lightly. That reason is untenable. Uchiha Mirai, do not overstep your bounds. Danzo glared at him, the fury in his eyes barely contained. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to reveal the entire sequence of events, how could they possibly exert pressure on the Uchiha? Regardless, the undeniable truth of your threat to the village's safety cannot be overlooked. Today, you must pay the price for your actions. Such familiar rhetoric. Uchiha Mirai gazed out of the conference room window, and for some reason, his voice carried a hint of melancholy, as if he were reminiscing about something. 3 years ago, it seems you uttered similar words, did you not? Uchiha Mirai gazed at Danzo across the table with a smile that, while seemingly benign, concealed a sharpness that rendered Danzo uneasy, as if he were enduring an unbearable pressure. 3 years ago, the ninjas surrounding the conference table were taken aback. All eyes suddenly converged on Uchiha Mirai, who remained composed, quietly observing Danzo. 3 years prior. Rumors had begun to circulate about Mirai posing a threat to the village. Within days, these whispers escalated, permeating every corner of Konoha with vitriolic denunciations of Uchiha Mirai. Some claimed his abilities would endanger the village, suggesting that if he were allowed to remain, Konoha would ultimately face contamination, giving rise to grotesque mutations among future generations. Others branded Uchiha Mirai as a harbinger of calamity, a monstrous figure that would bring misfortune. They believed that only by expelling him could Konoha avert disaster. In the wake of such slander, the hero of the Third Great Ninja War, Uchiha Mirai, was suddenly transformed into a pariah within the village. No matter where he roamed in Konoha, the echoes of scorn followed him. When the latest news broke, it revealed that Uchiha Mirai had retreated from public life, relinquishing all his duties and disappearing from the public eye. Upon reflection, the outcry from those years past seemed oddly peculiar. Strangely, once Uchiha Mirai withdrew, all rumors dissipated simultaneously. Third Hokage, please enlighten us on the complete story. A multitude of ninjas turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, their eyes alight with curiosity. Many among them had begun to detect a disconcerting pattern. The recent rumors surrounding Uchiha Mirai bore an uncanny resemblance to those from 3 years ago, emerging abruptly and rapidly escalating to a terrifying crescendo. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, unsure of how to articulate the truth. It is because of my daughter. Hinata Hayashi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Because of Hayashi's daughter? A ninja furrowed his brow, prompting further inquiry. Lord Hayashi, please clarify your statement. With a heavy sigh, Hinata Hayashi's eyes reflected profound sorrow. For days, he had wrestled with inner turmoil. In the future, Uchiha will rescue his daughter. Had Uchiha not intervened, Hinata's current whereabouts would remain a mystery. Yet, as the benefactor, Uchiha is enduring the scorn of the entire Konoha, which weighs heavily on his conscience. Throughout the meeting, he has been tempted to speak out countless times, but has restrained himself. Now, he resolves to break his silence. The envoy from the Cloud Village has kidnapped my eldest daughter Hinata, intending to seize the Byakugan bloodline. Uchiha happened upon the situation and thus intervened to save the child. As for the events that followed, you are all already aware. Hyuga Hizashi let out a long sigh. As the immense weight that had burdened his heart finally eased at this moment, the conference room descended into a brief silence. Danzo fixed his gaze upon Hizashi, and within his remaining left eye, a flame of fury appeared to blaze. Hizashi, that scoundrel, had he not already been warned? Such matters must never be disclosed. Yet, Hizashi paid no heed to Danzo's glare. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. As the head of the Hyuga clan, raised with noble ideals, he could not forgive himself for receiving such a great favor from Uchiha, only to disregard it and allow him to face public condemnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was also quite grim. Hizashi had revealed everything. Even if he now wished to redirect the conflict, it would likely yield little effect. Hizashi, oh Hizashi, is your so-called noble dignity truly so paramount? Do you disregard even the benefits I promised you? So it is. A ninja sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting profound implications. The expressions of the other ninjas also shifted to varying degrees. At the very least, the initial hostility towards Uchiha had dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sensed a change in the gazes of the ninjas at the conference table. Third Hokage, why was such an important matter not raised at the outset? The Cloud Village seeks to covet Konoha's bloodline, and yet Konoha is to seek peace with them? This notion feels utterly humiliating. Indeed. Third Hokage, are you aware of this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was in turmoil. What was initially a meeting to pressure Uchiha had now transformed into an interrogation of him. Hizashi, you have compromised my significant affairs. This matter is utterly trivial. Danzo scoffed. The urgent issue is how to address the situation with the Cloud Village. I believe none of you wish for war to descend once more, do you? How can it be trivial? There exists a fundamental difference between proactively engaging in battle and ignobly ingratiating oneself. If we remain unaware of the role the Cloud Village plays in this affair, how can we choose our attitude towards them? The speaker is Akimichi Torif, his rough palm pressed firmly against the conference table, and his robust physique lent an air of authority to his voice, while his hawk-like, piercing eyes fixated on Danzo. Akimichi Torif is a contemporary of Sarutobi Hiruzen, sharing a reputation that is scarcely inferior to that of the Hokage himself. Elder Torif speaks wisely. If the hidden Cloud Village seeks to covet our Konoha's bloodline, should we willingly retreat? Would that not render us the subject of mockery among the other ninja villages? If they desire war, then let us engage. We must show these brutish Cloud ninjas a taste of our might. Torif's words stirred a tempest within the conference room. Danzo's expression darkened abruptly. The developments had veered entirely beyond his expectations. Chapter 23. At this moment, it is just as it was before. The delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village had indeed come to acquire the Byakugan bloodline. Uchiha Mirai reclined against the back of his chair and spoke calmly. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. Mirai, are your words not mere fabrications? Akimichi Torikes inquired in a low voice. Indeed. Uchiha Mirai chuckled lightly. Upon discovering their presence, I noticed that their escape route was meticulously calculated, skillfully avoiding the night patrols of the Umbu, and precisely traversing one of the village's most concealed pathways. To identify such a route within Konoha would necessitate extensive intelligence reconnaissance. This suggests that they may have been plotting this from the very first day they arrived in Konoha. Furthermore, the Cloud Ninja envoy acted in full force, abducting Hinata, evidently intending to make a complete escape from the village, which corroborates my earlier suspicions. I believe Lord Hisashi can attest to this, as he was also in pursuit of the assailants at that time. Uchiha Mirai turned his gaze towards Hinata Hisashi, who sat across the conference table. Is what you said true? Akimichi Torikes inquired earnestly. Indeed, Hisashi affirmed with a nod. At that time, I was also leading our clan in pursuit. The route they took was clearly premeditated. Otherwise, with my Byakugan abilities and knowledge of Konoha's terrain, it would have been impossible to take so long to catch up with them. A profound silence enveloped the meeting room once more. Many ninjas fell into contemplation. They may harbor doubts about Uchiha Mirai, yet Hisashi, as the leader of the Hyuga clan, holds significant prestige in Konoha, making it implausible for him to fabricate such a tale. There exists but one truth. The words of Uchiha Future ring true. The so-called truce agreement was merely a fade from the outset. The true objective of the Hidden Cloud Village is to abduct Hinata and acquire the Byakugan bloodline limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Akimichi Takufa glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with profound dissatisfaction, lamenting the latter's lack of resolve and misfortune. Such intelligence is not difficult to deduce. A mere inquiry by the Umbu would reveal the truth with ease. Yet, despite being aware of the reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to exert pressure on the Uchiha clan to curry favor with the Hidden Cloud Village. This action undoubtedly crossed a line. How should I express my discontent towards you? Akimichi Takufu glared furiously at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who remained silent. He could only endure the silence. The gazes of those around the conference table shifted, now laden with discontent, towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, to actively appease an adversary while fully aware of the Hidden Cloud Village's schemes is a notion that revolts the very core of their beings. In stark contrast, Uchiha Future's earlier proclamation to summon the Fourth Raikage to Konoha exuded such boldness and spirit. The disparity is palpable. Danzo gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Future with resentment. Chaos ensued. Everything had spiraled out of control. This was not the outcome he desired. In the suffocating silence, Uchiha Future regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. The situation had become exceedingly clear. Must they endure a repetition of events akin to 3 years ago? The surrounding Konoha ninjas furrowed their brows. This marked the second time Uchiha Future had alluded to the events of 3 years prior. 3 years ago, Konoha was rife with denunciations of Uchiha Future, and the higher-ups exerted immense pressure upon him. However, the mindset of the ninjas at the table had undergone a significant transformation. The events of today were unequivocally orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo to apply pressure on Uchiha Future. What of 3 years ago? Could it have unfolded in a similar manner? Contemplating this, a weight settled heavily upon their hearts. Reveal to me your choice, third Hokage. Uchiha Mirai gazed intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to what transpired 3 years prior. At this very moment, it felt as though time had circled back to that pivotal instant. Only the one exerting pressure had shifted from Sarutobi Hiruzen to Uchiha Mirai. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, as he could only choose silence. As one in a position of authority, silence was his most astute response. Uchiha Mirai suddenly let out a derisive laugh. His eyes filled with profound disdain. How laughable. As the third Hokage of Konoha, your lack of vision evokes a sense of pity within me. The title of Hokage merely signifies a person who toys with power in such a manner. Ha! Behind him, the younger generation of Uchiha clan members erupted into hearty laughter. How delightful! How exhilarating! The esteemed Hokage, reduced to such a state of humiliation before their elder brother, is truly a sight to behold. The reputation of the Uchiha clan has never been so exhilarating. The surrounding ninjas gazed at this scene, some wishing to voice their support for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet as they opened their mouths, their voices were caught in their throats. Their expressions were filled with profound bitterness. How could they offer support after such actions taken by the third Hokage? Third Hokage, may I take my leave now? Uchiha Mirai inquired. Yet the response remained a profound silence. Uchiha Mirai chuckled softly, shaking his head as he rose from his seat. The clan members behind him also stood up in unison. No one attempted to dissuade him, nor did anyone dare to do so. Uchiha Mirai strode out through the door, leaving behind an eerie silence in the conference room. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the gritted teeth of Danzo. Below the Hokage building, exhilaration surged. What a delightful spectacle! Who would have thought that today they would witness such a humiliating scene for the third Hokage? The younger generation of Uchiha gathered around Uchiha Mirai, laughing heartily. This day would be remembered as one of the happiest in their lives. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, his gaze fixed upon a golden-haired child across the street. The 3-year-old Naruto, clad in tattered garments, bit his finger, his eyes filled with eager anticipation as he gazed at the myriad of masks adorning the shelves. Damn fox, get lost. With a resounding slap, the middle-aged vendor seized a nearby mask and struck it forcefully against Naruto's forehead. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The sharp pain caused Naruto to instinctively clutch his forehead, grimacing in agony. Is that the child? Yes, the accursed fox that brings misfortune. Such a wretch deserves to perish. Why does the third Hokage still allow this harbinger of calamity to remain? As he rubbed his forehead, a single crystalline tear slipped down Naruto's cheek, creating a stark boundary that separated him from the villagers around him. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped his shoulder, causing his body to shudder slightly. Raising his head, he was met with a pair of gentle eyes. How much is this mask? Uchiha Mirai pointed at a mask on the shelf, noting that it was the very mask Naruto had just been observing, adorned with the visage of an endearing fox face. Sir, this is 300 ryo. The middle-aged vendor remarked, oblivious to Uchiha Mirai's identity. Yet, the suffocating aura emanating from the man before him conveyed a clear message. He must not provoke this individual, for the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Uchiha Mirai extracted 500 ryo and placed it upon the stall, retrieving the fox-faced mask. I do not wish to see you torment him any longer, do you understand? The voice betrayed no emotion. Yet the stall owner, drenched in sweat, nodded fervently like a jackhammer. Understood. Understood. Uchiha's future fox-faced mask was presented to Naruto, accompanied by a subtle smile. This is for you. Naruto, clearly taken aback, gazed at Uchiha's future in astonishment. If anyone dares to bully you again, simply invoke my name. Uchiha Mirai gently stroked Naruto's hair before turning to depart. Naruto clutched the mask, taking a while to process the moment. Big brother, you still haven't told me your name. He halted his steps, without turning around. Uchiha Mirai replied with a soft chuckle, Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha's future? The calamity of the Uchiha? The vendor felt a chill run down his spine. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. I have inadvertently provoked this individual. Uchiha Mirai gazed up at the sky, which was remarkably clear, stretching endlessly without a cloud in sight, reminiscent of the day he first laid eyes on Minato Namikaze. At that moment, he harbored a glimmer of hope, envisioning himself as a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village. However, he later came to realize that he was mistaken. Just before Minato ascended to the position of Hokage, he was compelled to retreat, thereby vanishing from the public eye. 3 years had passed, 3 long years. He spent this time in seclusion, preparing to rise once more. The years have slipped away, and the world has changed. Perhaps it is time to indulge in a bowl of ramen. Uchiha Mirai suddenly felt a pang of hunger and laughed heartily as he departed. It was not until the immense pressure he had brought dissipated entirely that several hidden Umbu operatives revealed themselves, nervously scrutinizing Naruto and the mask he held. Damn it! How could Uchiha Mirai have come into contact with Naruto? No, we must urgently report this to the Hokage. The Umbu operatives were so frightened that they could barely steady their masks. Chapter 24. The Cloud Ninja seeks retribution from Uchiha Mirai. Damn it! What do you mean by this? Is my brother's death to be in vain? In the inn where the Konoha hosted the Cloud emissaries, a solid wooden table was shattered by a single punch, splinters scattering everywhere. A muscular giant, veins bulging, seemed to have bloodshot eyes as he glared intensely at the Konoha ninja delivering the message. The Konoha ninja, under the wrathful gazes of the giant and the surrounding Cloud ninjas, felt the atmosphere around him grow increasingly oppressive. His body trembled slightly, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. I sincerely apologize. This is the decision of the third Hokage, one that we cannot interfere with. Are you Konoha planning to go to war with us, the Cloud Village? The leading giant rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular, bronzed skin, with a blue lightning symbol tattooed on his shoulder. Lord Assam, perhaps we should hear his explanation. Why has Konoha's stance changed so drastically? A pale-skinned female cloud ninja intervened, blocking his furious action. Assam's eyes darted, and he rolled his sleeves back down. You make a valid point. Let us first hear their explanation. Not long before, Konoha had asserted that they would provide an explanation to the Cloud Village, ensuring that the life of their emissary would not be lost in vain. Yet, merely a few days later, such a significant shift had occurred. What on earth had transpired? Did Konoha not fear war with the Cloud Village? Presently, Konoha had endured the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident, Orochimaru's defection, and the departure of the three legendary ninjas, leaving their strength at an all-time low. In contrast, the Cloud Village boasted two perfect Jinchuriki capable of harnessing the full power of the tailed beasts. The fourth Raikage was in his prime, far surpassing the waning strength of the previous Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should war break out, Konoha would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. What then had caused such a monumental shift in Konoha's attitude? The Konoha ninja delivering the message let out a sigh of relief, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow. This room was filled with ninjas sent by the Cloud Village to seek retribution. Offending them could mean being carried out on a stretcher today. It was Uchiha Mirai. The third Hokage had convened a meeting to judge Uchiha Mirai, but it failed. The Konoha ninja recounted the events that transpired in the meeting room. Assam's expression gradually twisted, the fury in his eyes seeming to solidify into a palpable force. The audacity of the Uchiha to so brazenly insult the Cloud Village. The arms, as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, suddenly bulged, veins resembling earthworms sprawling across their surface. Do not act impulsively, Lord Assam. The strength of Uchiha future should not be underestimated. It would be prudent for us to return and report to the Raikage, cautioned the fair-skinned female cloud ninja behind him. Her concern palpable. Did you not hear what he just said? Assam glared at her furiously. That scoundrel dares to summon the Raikage to Konoha personally? Shall we return to the village bearing such humiliation? The cloud ninja behind him, equally breathless, echoed his outrage. Known for their fiery tempers, it was utterly impossible for them to swallow such indignation. Bang! The hotel door was forcefully flung open as Assam stormed out, seething with rage. He was determined to teach Uchiha future a lesson. He could not fathom that Uchiha future would dare retaliate, having previously slain the envoy from the Land of Lightning, and now attacking their newly dispatched envoys. This was undeniably tantamount to declaring war against the Land of Lightning. It seemed the ninjas from the Land of Lightning were intent on seeking out Uchiha future, their demeanor exuding a lethal intent. Rumors had it that the envoy from the Land of Lightning had met his end at his hands. This was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. How would Uchiha future respond? Numerous ninjas on the streets of Konoha observed the furious cloud ninja striding down the road, whispering amongst themselves. Many wore expressions of subdued delight. The recent meeting in the Hokage's office had not yet fully circulated throughout Konoha, and the majority of ninjas still regarded Uchiha future as a pariah. Coupled with the propaganda from Danzo's faction, witnessing the cloud ninjas in such a fervor only added to their anticipation of the unfolding drama. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory, a ninja from the Cloud Village stood defiantly, bellowing with arrogance, "Uchiha future, come out. You dare to kill my brothers from the Cloud Village and think you can remain unscathed? Come out." The Uchiha ninjas nearby watched in fury, their eyes instantly turning crimson as they fixed their gaze on Assam and the Cloud Ninja behind him. How dare they cause trouble in the Uchiha clan's domain? A young Uchiha, filled with indignation, was about to charge at them when he was swiftly restrained by a fellow clansman. "We must first report this to Brother Future. Let us go." The Uchiha clan leader's residence. Uchiha Mirai leisurely savored his tea, the delicate steam rising gracefully from the cup, creating an atmosphere of utter contentment. "Little Itachi, your tea-making skills have improved significantly," he exclaimed. "Oh, it's nothing, Mirai and I," the young Itachi replied, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. Being acknowledged by Uchiha Mirai was one of his greatest joys, even if it pertained solely to the art of tea. Uchiha future set down his teacup, casting an appreciative glance at Itachi beside him. In comparison to the original narrative, Itachi, having undergone his meticulous guidance, had transformed significantly. The most profound alteration was the complete severance from the ideology of the will of fire, discarding the brainwashing theories associated with it, and fully embracing the noble tenets of Marxism. When he first encountered Itachi, The latter was merely a young child, with a remarkable capacity for molding. It was indeed the prime period for his development. As expected, under his tutelage, Itachi exhibited considerable growth. This provided Uchiha Future with a sense of reassurance. The course of events reminiscent of the original storyline was unlikely to repeat itself this time. In the future, he might devise a means for Itachi to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan. The power of a Meijiki Sharingan was of paramount importance to the current clan. Presently, the Uchiha clan boasted 3 Meijiki Sharingan: himself, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fugaku. However, aside from himself, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, despite aligning with him, held the condition that they could not completely sever ties with Konoha. Both were not in agreement with the notion of a coup d'etat. Believing that such an endeavor would only lead to mutual destruction, Uchiha's aspiration to fully harness the 2 eternal Meijiki Sharingan appears somewhat unrealistic. This is precisely why he seeks to undermine the reputation of the Sarutobi-led Hokage faction. Since a purely martial coup seems implausible, he aims to transform the Uchiha clan's adversities into those of the Hokage faction, plunging them into a predicament reminiscent of the Uchiha's former plight. Currently, Itachi has completely embraced his own identity. Should Itachi awaken the Meijiki, he should be able to wield it for his own purposes. Uchiha Mirai pondered thus. Suddenly, a clan member rushed in, flustered. "Brother Mirai, those rascals from the hidden cloud village have come to stir up trouble at our clan's entrance." "Oh, I did not seek them out, yet they have come to us uninvited?" The future eyes of Uchiha narrowed into a piercing glare. Chapter 25. Leave Konoha with your leader. How audacious of the ninjas from the hidden cloud village to stir trouble within the Uchiha clan's territory. Where are the Umbu? What of Danzo's route? Or is this tacitly approved by Hiruzen Sarutobi? Uchiha's future gaze narrowed slightly. He was aware that the hidden cloud village had dispatched another delegation, ostensibly to investigate the cause of death of the previous envoy. In truth, they were exerting pressure on the hidden leaf. In the original narrative, Sarutobi Hiruzen cowardly shifted the blame onto the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, Hinata Hayashi's brother, Hinata Hizashi, sacrificed his life to appease the hidden cloud village, marking the beginning of Niji's tragedy. In this timeline, such an event should be impossible. However, it is quite plausible that Sarutobi Hiruzen would leverage this group of cloud ninjas to apply pressure on himself. Intriguing. Uchiha's future rose, a faint smile gracing his eyes. Since that is the case, he shall indulge them in their playful antics. Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, a gathering of ninjas had formed. Drawn by a sense of curiosity to observe the rowdy cloud ninjas hurling insults, some villagers, eager to witness the spectacle, had even brought along seeds and small stools to enjoy the show. "Uchiha Mirai, come out. You had the audacity to slay our brother, yet you lack the courage to show yourself? Come forth, Uchiha Mirai." One of the cloud ninjas shouted for an extended period, his throat dry and sore from the exertion. Clearing his throat, he felt a strange sense of bewilderment. How curious it was that not a single Uchiha had emerged. Was this truly the Uchiha clan? The group of cloud ninjas behind him wore expressions of perplexity. According to the Uchiha's temperament, should they not have rushed out at the first utterance of their taunts? Prepared to fight fiercely? "Brother, should we not charge into the Uchiha territory?" One of the cloud ninjas inquired, his tone laced with reluctance. "No, if we breach their territory, the consequences could be utterly unpredictable," the leader of the cloud ninjas replied, shaking his head. Though he was hot-tempered, he was not foolish. His audacity to stir trouble in Uchiha territory stemmed from the presence of numerous leaf ninjas nearby. Should the Uchiha clan act excessively, word would surely reach the hidden cloud village, placing the leaf in a precarious position. Additionally, the Uchiha standing within Leaf Village would only grow increasingly dire. However, if they were to enter the clan's inner sanctum, the onlookers would vanish. What if the Uchiha resorted to underhanded tactics? Where would he seek justice then? As Asumu cleared his throat, preparing to resume his tirade, he suddenly noticed a figure approaching them from across the Uchiha territory. "Brother, that person seems to be." A shiver ran through the cloud ninjas behind him. The moment the figure appeared, it felt as if the very air around them had grown heavier. Has it finally come to this? Asumu squinted his eyes. Uchiha Future, the catastrophic Uchiha, the gathering of Konoha ninjas, initially engaged in hushed whispers and reveling in the spectacle, fell into an abrupt silence upon the appearance of Uchiha Future. Some ninjas instinctively swallowed hard, the atmosphere thick with tension. The reputation of the catastrophic Uchiha loomed large in Konoha. It was said that not even the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, could boast of a comparable tally of enemies vanquished during the Third Great Ninja War. Has he finally deemed it necessary to reveal himself? Asam scoffed, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. What of the catastrophic Uchiha? He could not believe that, in the presence of so many Konoha ninjas, he would dare to take a life. Were you the one who was shouting just now? Uchiha Future gazed at him with a calm demeanor. How absurd. You have slain so many of our brethren, yet I am not permitted to seek an explanation from you? Asam scoffed. I presume you are already aware of the outcome of that meeting at the Hokage's office? Uchiha Mirai spoke with an air of nonchalance, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm, causing Asam's eyes to redden with indignation. How could the third Hokage, that scoundrel, abandon the pursuit of accountability for Uchiha Mirai? It was precisely for this reason that he had come to the Uchiha clan's territory in person. Such tiresome meetings were not worthy of his endorsement. Asam rolled up his sleeves, his muscles bulging like those of a beast, veins prominently protruding. It seemed that resolving matters through combat was the only viable solution. Uchiha Mirai shrugged. Upon discovering my identity, you still dared to take the initiative to strike at me. You are the first in these years. This folly, I, Uchiha Mirai, shall bestow upon you the title of the strongest. Only through combat can one truly understand. Boom. The ground beneath erupted violently as the Cloud Ninja's body was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant surge of lightning, transforming him into a projectile immersed in thunder. Hurtling toward Uchiha Mirai. Is this the lightning release chakra mode? The eyes of Uchiha Mirai flickered momentarily. No, it was merely a poor imitation. In an instant, his gaze turned crimson as blood, and Uchiha Mirai activated his Sharingan with 3 tomo. The advancing Cloud Ninja's movement slowed, and under the formidable insight of the Sharingan, vulnerabilities became glaringly apparent. With a twist of his waist, he evaded the opponent's attack with remarkable ease, turning at an unexpected angle. You won't be so fortunate this time. The Cloud Ninja halted mid-charge, pivoting to fixate on Uchiha Mirai. The stark disparity in their physiques rendered Uchiha Mirai akin to an underdeveloped youth. Amidst the crackling sound of lightning, the leader of the Cloud Ninja surged forward once more. The 3 tomo of the Sharingan subtly rotated, steadfastly locking onto the opponent's form. As Uchiha Mirai moved with the agility of an eel, regardless of the Cloud Ninja's assaults, he effortlessly dodged each strike. A flicker of fury ignited in the leader's eyes. He felt as though he were being toyed with by Uchiha Mirai. Damn it! A colossal fist, imbued with terrifying force, hurtled directly toward Uchiha Mirai's head. The onlooking ninjas held their breath, fully convinced that should the Cloud Ninja strike connect, Uchiha Mirai's head would shatter like a watermelon. Suddenly, the 3 dark tomo trembled, and the leader of the Cloud Ninja found himself momentarily bewildered. A vulnerability, fleeting and elusive. The Uchiha's future focus shifted downward as his right hand extended, forcefully striking the abdomen of the Cloud Ninja leader. Bang! Accompanied by the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh, the leader's imposing figure was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. Lord Asam, exclaimed the nearby Cloud Ninja in astonishment. Shall we continue? Uchiha Mirai stepped forward, his right foot pressing firmly against the chest of the Cloud Ninja leader. His crimson Sharingan gazed down indifferently. Damn you! The Cloud Ninja, known as Asam, struggled to rise. His eyes, locked onto Uchiha Mirai, bursting forth with crimson veins. Suddenly, the force beneath Mirai intensified, driving Asam's body deeper into the ground. Asam let out an anguished scream, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Bastard! The surrounding Cloud Ninjas felt their vision turn red in an instant. Eager to rush forward, Uchiha Mirai turned his head indifferently, his 3 tomo scarlet eyes fixated upon them. The Cloud Ninja stood frozen in place, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, trembling as they swallowed hard. The air around them seemed to dwindle, as if any slight movement would provoke Uchiha Mirai to snap their necks without hesitation. Take your leader and leave Konoha, he commanded, releasing his foot from the chest of the Cloud Ninja leader. With a motion akin to discarding refuse, Uchiha Mirai kicked him towards his comrades. Asam-sama. The group of Cloud Ninja crouched anxiously to examine his body. His chest was caved in, the outline of a foot clearly visible, and blood flowed continuously from the corner of Asam's mouth, his gaze vacant. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. The observing Leaf Ninjas breathed rapidly, feeling as though their minds were secreting some peculiar substance, rendering them unusually elated at that moment. The combat of Uchiha Future was remarkably swift and exhilarating. Particularly, his final declaration to get out of Konoha invigorated many of the Leaf Ninjas, who nearly erupted in applause. Even those who had initially come merely to spectate now regarded Uchiha future with admiration. Previously, they had harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan, perceiving them as arrogant, placing their family above the village. However, Uchiha future not only decisively defeated his opponent, but also retaliated in the name of Konoha, instantly winning their favor. It seems this rumored calamity, Uchiha, is not as haughty as his predecessors. Yet, there were also many who were filled with apprehension. Last time, the envoy from the hidden cloud village was slain by Uchiha future. This time, the troublesome cloud ninjas were similarly vanquished by him. Would the hidden cloud village let this matter rest? Future bro. So cool. Did you see that? This is future bro's power, cheered the young Uchiha who had followed him. Their spirits lifted. The cloud ninja, tending to their leader's injuries, felt a burning shame on his cheeks. Let us go, one of the cloud ninjas declared, hoisting the unconscious leader onto his back, casting a fierce glare at Uchiha future before departing. Uchiha future, you will regret this, he proclaimed, turning away without a backward glance. A familiar line, yet sadly, I am not the Hokage. Uchiha Mirai subtly curved the corners of his mouth, leaving no trace of his intentions. He had bestowed a small gift upon the ninja known as a Sam, hoping that upon their return, they would appreciate it. Chapter 26, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Discontent. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the crystal ball before him, his expression dark and brooding. The scene within the orb depicted the leader of the cloud village being unceremoniously carried away by his subordinates. The unrest caused by these cloud ninja at the Uchiha clan's territory was, in essence, orchestrated by him. The leaf ninja who communicated with the cloud ninja at their lodging had been meticulously arranged by him, and the words he employed had been carefully chosen. His objective was to incite these cloud ninja, compelling them to recklessly seek out Uchiha Mirai. The temperament of the hidden cloud village was well known throughout the ninja world. The Uchiha clan is equally notorious for their rebellious nature. When these two volatile entities converge, the unfolding events are bound to be exceedingly intriguing. The words of Uchiha future echo in his mind, replaying in the confines of the conference room. What was intended to be a meticulously orchestrated denunciation meeting has transformed into an interrogation of his very being. After Uchiha future departed from the conference room, a profound silence enveloped the space. Sarutobi Hiruzen could vaguely sense the penetrating gazes of the Konoha ninjas gathered around the table. In that moment, the prestige of the Hokage suffered a significant decline. The words of Uchiha future struck him like a resounding slap, landing heavily on his cheek. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only respond with silence. However, within his heart, a fierce anger began to swell. Thus, he incited this group of cloud shinobi, intending to place Uchiha future in a predicament of difficult choices. Uchiha's future choice to endure in silence will undoubtedly tarnish his reputation within the Uchiha clan, effectively amounting to an implicit admission of guilt in the assassination of the cloud ninja envoy. Uchiha's future choice to arrogantly crush the opponent will inevitably exacerbate the conflict between the Cloud Hidden Village and the Uchiha clan. In the village, Uchiha's future will similarly find himself ensnared in a state of isolation and helplessness. This is his counterattack against that meeting. Yet, he did not anticipate. Uchiha's future has chosen a divergent path, yet it is under the banner of Konoha. The Cloud Ninjas, who ventured towards the Uchiha clan's territory to stir trouble, transformed into provocateurs challenging Konoha's authority. The final exclamation of "Get out of Konoha" only served to inflame the emotions of the onlooking ninjas. Having just emerged from a fierce battle with the hidden cloud village, many of Konoha's shinobi remain eternally entwined in that conflict. The public's disdain for the hidden cloud has escalated to an extraordinary degree. However, this contempt has been subdued compared to the usual arrogance displayed by the Uchiha. Yet, Uchiha's future actions have indisputably ignited this sentiment, positioning him as a champion of Konoha's dignity. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared considerably aged, his eyes filled with profound concern. His worries do not stem from Uchiha's prowess, but rather from an acute awareness of the situation, a clear mind, and insightful thoughts. The Uchiha clan has long been notorious for their lack of strategic acumen. Despite possessing formidable strength, they remain oblivious to the subtleties of politics and intrigue. Consequently, prior to the events that unfolded, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not regard the Uchiha as a significant threat. Through various cunning strategies and maneuvers, he believed he could gradually erode, if not entirely extinguish, the Uchiha clan without provoking a coup. The Uchiha clan is akin to a frog simmering in lukewarm water. This was their source of confidence. Yet now, this very assurance has been shattered by others. Uchiha Mirai. This Uchiha, defying the laws of science. Not only is his power extraordinarily formidable, but what is even more remarkable is his mastery over the intricacies of strategy and situational awareness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the first time in his life, found himself drenched in perspiration. His garments were thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. Ever since Uchiha Mirai emerged, Hiruzen has engaged in numerous confrontations with him. In their last encounter, within the Uchiha clan grounds, he faced defeat and chose to withdraw. The oppression brought forth by Uchiha's future made him taste the bitterness of death for the first time. Subsequently, there was the denouncement assembly within the Hokage's office. Once again, he faced defeat. Confronted by the weight of Uchiha's future, he could only respond with silence. Was it destined that he would spend his life in the shadow of Uchiha's legacy? A rare hint of bitterness surfaced at the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. Perhaps he should have heeded Danzo's counsel back in those days. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed forlornly out the window. 3 years had passed since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. The impending threat posed by Uchiha Mirai has left the Konoha F4, led by him, in a state of alarm. This 12-year-old prodigy of the Uchiha clan has carved a formidable reputation during the Third Great Ninja War, instilling fear in the hearts of ninja from rival villages. The yellow flash of Konoha, the calamity of the Uchiha. The 4 great ninja villages simultaneously issued decrees: encounter him, and one must flee. In the aftermath of the war, as Konoha lay in ruins, the foremost challenge confronting the Konoha F4 was how to handle Uchiha Mirai. How fortunate it would be if he were not of the Uchiha lineage. Sarutobi Hiruzen has lamented thus on more than one occasion. Alas, the circumstances of Uchiha Mirai's birth are immutable. Unlike Uchiha Shisui, who possessed the esteemed Uchiha mirror, it is nearly impossible for him to be integrated into the Hokage faction. The Uchiha clan must never give rise to such a formidable ninja. The appointment of Minato as the 4th Hokage has been firmly established, and once he steps down, who in Konoha will be capable of countering the calamity that is the Uchiha? Thus, a conspiracy begins to unfold. Danzo regards this with disdain, insisting on the immediate assassination of the Uchiha while they have yet to fully mature, to prevent future troubles. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, vehemently opposes this course of action, arguing that it would utterly infuriate the Uchiha clan. In the ensuing clash of wills, where Danzo declares, "You will regret this, Sarutobi. I am the Hokage." The door to the Hokage's office bears the scars of their confrontation. Time marches on, the sun and moon weave through the heavens. And 3 fleeting years pass in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Mirai has spread his wings and is poised to re-emerge. Sarutobi Hiruzen appears to have aged considerably. Regret fills him as he reflects on why he did not heed Danzo's counsel in the past. Had he not been swayed by momentary compassion, this calamity might have been averted. The current Uchiha Mirai is far beyond the capabilities of the weary elder to contend with. Moreover, Konoha lacks a second yellow flash to counterbalance him. A deep sigh escapes Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips. The peculiar events of that fateful night when the Ninetales rampage remain etched in his mind. There were no signs of external tampering with Konoha's barrier, yet Kushina was ambushed, leading to the direct release of the Ninetales. The 3 Telmo in the beast's eyes that night undoubtedly indicate a profound connection to the Uchiha clan. The primary suspect is none other than Uchiha Mirai. In terms of strength, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to control the Ninetales. Following that fateful night, he emerged as the greatest beneficiary. With the yellow flash who had kept him in check deceased, the beast has shed its shackles, free at last. Yet, 3 years prior, when Uchiha Mirai withdrew, he had already set up an intricate surveillance network with the Umbu. The night Kushina gave birth was of utmost importance. Thus, his monitoring left no room for oversight. Sarutobi Hiruzen is convinced that Uchiha Mirai had no opportunity to unleash the Ninetales. This paradox is perplexing. He stands as the most likely suspect, yet simultaneously the least probable. A long-term strategy must be devised. Sarutobi Hiruzen massages his temples, troubled by the increasingly opaque future landscape. Chapter 27, Room 404, Land of Lightning. Kumogakure. In a hospital room at Kumogakure, the air is thick with the scent of disinfectant. As several medical ninjas clad in white uniforms stand around the hospital bed. "Lord Rakage, you must advocate for us." Asuma wails from his bed, tears streaming down his face as he gazes at the 4th Rakage seated at the edge of his bed. The pain in his chest remains excruciating. As an elite Nin of Kumogakure, he holds a significant position within the village. Asuma never anticipated that serving as an envoy to Konoha would lead to such a terrifying ordeal. The specter of Uchiha's future loomed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. In this moment, He finally comprehended the ominous meaning behind the words spoken during the Third War. Uchiha's future will rob you of your own. Lord Reikage. You must advocate for Lord Asam. His heart is solely devoted to the village. Echoed the anguished pleas of the Cloud Shinobi who accompanied Asam to Konohagakure. Indeed, that Uchiha is utterly rampant. He even compelled you to seek him out personally in Konoha. Lord Reikage, please do not let that scoundrel escape justice. The scene would have left any observing ninja in shock, for the village renowned for its stoic warriors was exhibiting such a display of vulnerability. The fourth Reikage, remained silent, his expression dark as storm clouds. He had likely pieced together the troubling events. The envoy he dispatched had been publicly assaulted by Uchiha's future, leaving him with a stinging sense of humiliation. There is something you must know, Lord Reikage, spoke a female medical ninja, clutching her examination documents with a hint of concern in her eyes. Speak, commanded, his tone grave. The medical ninja exchanged hesitant glances with her colleagues before continuing. Lord Reikage, we have discovered a mass near Lord Asam's thorax, and it appears to be enlarging. If it is not excised promptly, it may threaten his life. An eerie silence fell over the room, soon shattered by the anguished cries of Asam. I do not wish to die. Lord Reikage, please perform the surgery swiftly. Asam grasped A's arm, tears streaming down his face in desperate supplication. The female medical ninja's expression wavered, caught in a dilemma. Is there still time for hesitation? My brother has contributed so much to the village. Will you stand idly by and watch him perish? Asam's loyal subordinate rebuked. The medical ninjas exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Initial examinations revealed that the mass possessed peculiar characteristics, leaving them uncertain of its nature. Remove it, Reikage declared firmly. The immediate priority was to preserve Asam's life. An elite jonin must not meet an ambiguous fate. Understood. The medical ninja let out a sigh. Since the Reikage had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. The surgery commenced swiftly. It was merely the excision of a mass, devoid of intricate vascular involvement, thus requiring little preparation time. The medical ninja wielded the scalpel to incise Asam's chest, and as the skin parted, a mass the size of a fist could be discerned, rising and falling with each breath. This foreign object was precisely positioned where Uchiha's future foot would tread. The remaining Cloud ninjas and the Reikage anxiously observed from the sidelines. As the layers of fat and flesh were meticulously peeled away, the medical ninja directed the blade towards the mass. The moment the tip of the knife made contact, Asam on the operating table erupted into a frenzied wail. A searing pain engulfed his mind, rendering him as though his entire being were to be torn asunder. Boom! The mass detonated instantaneously, unleashing a cascade of luminous particles akin to pollen, which swiftly enveloped much of the infirmary. Cough, cough, cough. What is this? Quickly, we must evacuate this place. The nearest medical ninja suddenly felt a burning sting upon their skin, causing them to drop the scalpel in pain. Asam's companions, who were observing the surgery, clutched their throats in discomfort, coughing violently, their eyes bloodshot. The one who reacted the quickest was Reikage. At the moment of detonation, a fierce bolt of lightning erupted from his body, crashing through the infirmary wall and surging into the corridor. Seal off the infirmary. Now, AI bellowed, issuing commands. Within the infirmary, the pleas of Asam's companions echoed. Reikage-sama, please, let us out. We are still inside. Several umbu appeared in the corridor with a swift whoosh, forming hand seals at remarkable speed, exhaling a viscous clay. Earth release quickly sealed the breach in the wall, continuously pouring inward. Reikage-sama, no, I beg you, let us out. The Cloud ninjas continued to plead, their voices growing fainter. Eventually, their cries dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to the faint buzzing of insects. The clay expelled by the umbu had effectively sealed the infirmary, even encasing the outer wall in a thick layer of earth. Bang! In a fit of rage, AI struck the corridor wall with a punch, fracturing it in a web-like pattern. Damn it! I completely forgot. That fellow is the harbinger of calamity, the Uchiha future. The calamity of Konoha. During the Third Great Ninja War, countless enemies perished beneath his sinister toxins. Even now, many shinobi from the 4 great ninja villages continue to suffer from the effects of his poison. It is rumored that a significant number of them have undergone mutations, sprouting appendages such as tentacles. A crimson hue streaked through AI's eyes, unmistakably indicating that the mass before him was a hidden trap laid by Uchiha future, intended solely to repulse them. Unaware of the toxin's vulnerabilities, AI had no choice but to seal the entire infirmary, along with the medical ninjas and Cloud shinobi who had been engulfed by the poison. His reflexes had been swift, at the moment of the mass's explosion. He activated his lightning-release chakra mode and escaped, presumably untouched by the toxin. Drawing from his experiences during the war, he knew that a sufficiently thick layer of earth release combined with metallic barriers could significantly hinder the spread of such toxins. Lord Rakage, what has transpired? An anxious Umbu agent inquired from the corridor, witnessing the unprecedented disarray of the fourth Rakage. It is resolved, AI replied, shaking his head. He turned to cast a long, penetrating gaze at the infirmary. This ward is to be abandoned, and no one is to approach it ever again. Understood. The Umbu nodded immediately. After issuing his orders, AI turned to depart. The wall of the infirmary bore the inscription Room 404. Henceforth, Room 404 became a forbidden zone in the village of Cloud. It was not until over a decade later, amidst a monumental transformation in the village, that a new generation of ninjas, driven by a spirit of adventure, dared to unlock the long-dormant room. Chapter 28, Nuclear Release. Nuclear Sealing Technique. In the conference room of the village of Cloud, the atmosphere was oppressively silent. The shinobi seated around the table wore somber expressions. They had already learned of the fate of the envoy sent to Konoha, particularly the shocking revelation that Asam had harbored a hidden hand of Uchiha future within him. In order to combat this insidious threat, the Cloud Hospital had no choice but to seal Asam and the medical ninjas infected by the toxin within the infirmary. Room 404 was utterly forsaken. Such a loss was profoundly terrifying. Most critically, the relationship between the village of Cloud and Konoha had become exceedingly tense, with the potential for war looming ominously at the slightest misstep. The other three great ninja villages were also closely monitoring the situation between Cloud and Konoha, eager to seize any opportunity should conflict arise. The village of Cloud found itself in a precarious predicament. Lord Rakage, how do you intend to address this matter? The Cloud shinobi at the head of the table inquired, their gazes converging upon AI. Under the scrutiny of so many high-ranking officials, AI's demeanor remained unperturbed as he spoke gravely. The village of Cloud will not initiate hostilities. At his declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding Cloud shinobi. Lord Rakage, have you truly considered this decision? Konoha's recent actions have indeed oppressed us. If we refrain from declaring war, would it not be a source of ridicule for other ninja villages? Indeed, who has Cloud Hidden Village ever feared? What if the opponent is Konoha? How much strength does Konoha possess now? A chorus of fervent sentiments arose, all advocating for war against Konoha and condemning their arrogance. Although Konoha is recognized as the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages, Cloud Hidden Village is acknowledged as a formidable contender, standing a close second. Furthermore, the current state of Konoha is far from its former glory. Following the Ninetales rampage, the young 4th Hokage perished, and Konoha failed to elect a new Hokage, allowing the elderly 3rd Hokage to resume leadership. This circumstance further underscores Konoha's dwindling talent pool, as they cannot even select a successor for the Hokage position. Given this situation, the probability of victory in war is significantly in their favor. War is no trivial matter. The 4th Raikage's gaze was profound, despite his notoriously volatile temper. He approached the subject of war with utmost caution. Although Konoha currently languishes in a low ebb of power, one must not forget that they still have that ninja. That ninja? The Cloud shinobi around the conference table exchanged puzzled glances, only to suddenly recall something, and they collectively held their breath. The 4th Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, may be deceased, but the infamous disaster known as Uchiha still remains. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, the notorious reputation of the Uchiha disaster even overshadowed that of the Yellow Flash. Many ninjas would rather confront the Yellow Flash than encounter the calamity that is Uchiha. The events surrounding Room 404 loom vividly before them. The legacy of Uchiha future lingers on, an intangible shadow looming over the conference table. Could it truly be so? The Cloud ninjas clenched their fists, gritting their teeth in frustration. As the irritable warriors of the hidden Cloud village, this was the first time they had suffered such a significant setback at the hands of a single ninja. This indignation was simply unbearable. Fear not. I anticipate that a tumultuous internal strife will soon erupt within Konoha. A cold smirk played on the lips of Raikage A. The Cloud ninja dispatched to Konoha had not returned empty-handed. The most valuable intelligence gleaned was the discord between Uchiha Future and Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 years prior, when Uchiha Future was at the zenith of his renown, he suddenly vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. During those 3 years, many in the ninja world had come to accept that he was deceased. It was not until the night he sent Cloud ninjas to abduct Hinata that the truth began to surface. As Raikage, He understood well the apprehension that Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored towards Uchiha future. Employing certain political machinations to orchestrate his disappearance was entirely plausible. Yet now, Uchiha future has reemerged, and the conflict with the Hidden Leaf will inevitably intensify. It may even require their intervention to plunge Konoha into a terrifying cycle of internal strife, ultimately leading to a significant depletion of their forces. They would then seize this opportunity to launch a large-scale assault on Konoha. If we were to initiate war recklessly now, the internal discord within Konoha would merely shift outward, compelling Sarutobi Hiruzen to appease Uchiha future in order to harness his strength against us. At that point, we would face not only the Uchiha clan on the battlefield, but also the transformed conflicts within Konoha, exacerbated by our involvement. It would be wiser to forego war, allowing them to spiral into chaotic infighting without any distractions. Reikage recounted his strategy, a confident smile gracing his features. The Tsuchikage beside him nodded repeatedly, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. During the era of the Third Reikage, he had served as a strategist for the Hidden Cloud Village, witnessing nearly half of its history. The thoughts of the Fourth Reikage mirrored his own, indicating that they had finally matured. Upon concluding the Fourth Reikage's narrative, the Cloud Ninjas surrounding the conference table exchanged contemplative glances, followed by an immediate chorus of enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, as Lord Reikage stated, Konoha's actions are akin to lifting a stone only to drop it upon their own feet. Rather than squandering manpower in a conflict with Konoha, it would be far more beneficial to let them exhaust themselves from within. Yes, once Konoha's strength diminishes once more, it shall be the opportune moment for us to strike. Reikage surveyed the discussions among the Cloud Ninjas at the table, a satisfied smile illuminating his visage. The Uchiha clan's territory, within a magnificent mansion. Uchiha Mirai held a cup of tea in his hand, savoring a sip while admiring the scenery beyond the door. The rising steam from the tea enveloped his face in a gentle haze. 3 years of seclusion had cultivated in him a refined taste for tea, which in turn kept his mind in a state of perpetual alertness. By now, the Hidden Cloud Village should have received the gift he had sent. He pondered whether this offering would bring them surprise. Nuclear release. The nuclear sealing technique. This formidable technique allowed for the confinement of intense nuclear radiation, which would erupt explosively when subjected to significant stimuli or predetermined events. Calculating the time, the ninja named Assam should have long since succumbed, his body now a mere radiating source. The harm inflicted by nuclear radiation upon living organisms exists on a microscopic level. The DNA sequences are ravaged by radioactive particles, causing cells to lose their ability to divide and replicate, leading to the gradual demise of rapidly dividing hair follicles and epithelial cells, all succumbing to decay. Generally, this process is relatively protracted. However, Uchiha Mirai's mastery of nuclear release, inspired by Godzilla, has reached an astonishing level. His radiation can even target specific cells within the human body, inducing particular forms of mutation. If the bombardment of radioactive particles continues unabated, it can lead to the complete annihilation of ninja cells at a microscopic level, reducing them to a grotesque mass of decaying flesh. This was the reason behind his fearsome reputation during the Third Great Ninja War, surpassing even that of the Yellow Flash. No one wishes to transform into an unsightly monster or a formless heap of putrid flesh. Uchiha Mirai set down the teacup in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Hidden Cloud Village is likely embroiled in a tense discussion at this very moment, with the focus undoubtedly centered on him and Konoha. The inevitable conclusion of their deliberations will be the abandonment of hostilities. The internal strife within Konoha serves the interests of the Hidden Cloud Village far better. This outcome aligns perfectly with his own desires. Should the Hidden Cloud Village intervene, the trajectory of Konoha would become obscured. His objective is to bring Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo down from their lofty pedestals, rather than indulging them in some childish game of safeguarding Konoha. It is time to commence the next phase. Uchiha Mirai gazed out of the window with a serene smile. Chapter 29. Oh dear. My body is gradually becoming peculiar. In Konoha, after several days of fermenting whispers, the village was rife with astonishment. In every corner, villagers engaged in fervent discussions. Have you heard? The purpose of that group of cloud shinobi's arrival in Konoha was to seize the Byakugan bloodline. Uchiha Mirai intervened to thwart their abduction of Hinata, and thus eliminated those cloud shinobi. But why has the third Hokage never made this matter public? It is indeed perplexing. The Cloud Village has already bullied us in Konoha, yet he remains focused on judging the Uchiha clan? The meeting that transpired in the Hokage office has spread throughout the entire village over these past few days. A reversal. It turns out that Uchiha Mirai is not a villain threatening the village, but rather a hero safeguarding Konoha's bloodlines. Conversely, the Hokage, once viewed as the epitome of justice in the eyes of the villagers, has seen his reputation plummet. The Cloud Village has already encroached upon Konoha. And yet you are still contemplating how to deal with the Uchiha? Is that not somewhat absurd? The swiftness of the reversal and the slap in the face echo the cyberbullying of a previous era. In the Hokage's office, Danzo pounded angrily on the desk before him. Sarutobi, what is happening? How has the situation turned out this way? Now, the entirety of Konoha is filled with voices unfavorable to them. In an instant, Uchiha's future became the hero safeguarding the dignity of Konoha, while others were reduced to mere jesters. I never anticipated that Uchiha's future would exhibit such resolute determination. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a bitter smile. The rise of public opinion occurred with astonishing swiftness, leaving him nearly devoid of preparation. The situation had flipped entirely. It was the Uchiha Guard. Danzo clenched his teeth in frustration. The members of the Uchiha Guard were subtly steering the narrative. The Uchiha Guard? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Could it truly be that group of Uchiha? It wasn't that he held them in contempt. Rather, the character of the Uchiha clan was well known among the people of Konoha. The notion that those haughty individuals could adeptly manipulate public sentiment seemed implausible. Sarutobi, have you forgotten that you recently expanded the authority of the Uchiha Guard? Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, fists clenched in indignation. The Uchiha Guard's authority has been augmented, enabling the Uchiha clan to recruit ninjas or villagers beyond their own kin. During this period, Uchiha Mirai has adeptly utilized his authority to reconstruct a completely new security division. Those ninjas and villagers, handsomely compensated, serve as intermediaries between the Uchiha security force and the local populace. Tasks deemed unsuitable for certain Uchiha clan members have been delegated to other ninjas through monetary incentives. Following these alterations, the Uchiha security division has undergone a remarkable transformation. Sarutobi Hiruzen remains silent, his palms clenched tightly on his legs, beads of sweat forming as he contemplates. The expansion of the security division's powers occurred prior to the Cloud Ninja incident. Could it be that Uchiha Mirai was already orchestrating this scheme at that time? Sarutobi Hiruzen feels as though a colossal stone weighs upon his chest, suffocating him. If this is indeed true, then Uchiha Mirai is utterly formidable. His every action exudes an almost chilling calmness, exhibiting a terrifying mastery over the situation with nary a single oversight. In his presence, Hiruzen feels as vulnerable as a naked child. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? 3 years prior, he had leveraged public opinion in Konoha to compel the peak of Uchiha Mirai's power into retreat. Now, 3 years later, Uchiha Mirai has returned with a vengeance, employing nearly identical tactics to ensnare Hiruzen in the rising tide of public scrutiny. Uchiha's future, could it be that you are truly my destined nemesis? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was laced with bitterness. Meanwhile, in the forest near the Uchiha clan's territory, despite the turmoil engulfing Konoha, Uchiha's future maintained an air of nonchalance. It was as if the significant events transpiring in Konoha had no bearing on him. Since his emergence from seclusion, he first claimed the title of clan leader, acquiring the utmost authority within the Uchiha lineage. Subsequently, he initiated reforms within the security department, compelling Sarutobi Hiruzen to concede and grant power to the Uchiha security force. Following that, he utilized the Cloud Ninja incident to thrust the Konoha F4, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, into the fiery crucible of public opinion. The waters that carry a boat can also capsize it. Those who manipulate public sentiment shall ultimately find themselves ensnared by it. Figures such as White Fang, the Calamity Uchiha, and even the current Ninetales Naruto have all suffered under the weight of Konoha's scrutiny. This time, however, they have stumbled rather significantly at the feet of Uchiha's future. The waters that once supported them have transformed into waves that threaten to overturn them. Uchiha's future swept his gaze across the surrounding forest. The plan had progressed to its third step. Within this woodland lay the object of his desire. In the depths of his crimson eyes, 3 dark tomos spun rapidly, transforming into the shape of a triskelion. A dense cloud of nuclear radiation cascaded downwards, engulfing the vicinity in an instant. This was his developed technique for sensing nuclear radiation. The absorption rates of different objects to nuclear radiation varied significantly. By discerning the absorption data of the nuclear radiation he emitted, he could ascertain the shape, size, and dimensions of the object, an exceedingly potent sensory ninjutsu. Its sole drawback? Carcinogenicity. Soon, he detected an anomalous silhouette within the nuclear radiation perception. The figure appeared to be embedded within the trunk of a tree, absorbing the nuclear radiation at a significantly accelerated rate compared to the surrounding giants. He had found it. A subtle curve graced the corner of Uchiha's mouth. Clearly, this peculiar disturbance was undoubtedly the white Zetsu sent by Obito to surveil the Uchiha clan's territory. Given that Obito was also involved on the night of the massacre, it was hardly surprising to find a white Zetsu lurking in the vicinity of the clan's domain. This particular white Zetsu exhibited no signs of other white Zetsus nearby. If it moved swiftly enough, it could remain undetected. Uchiha's gaze momentarily sharpened, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of nuclear radiation erupted, surging toward the trunk. Almost simultaneously, a piercing and anguished wail echoed from within the bark. How unbearable! What is this force? My body feels so strange. A viscous white liquid rapidly seeped from the rough bark, and the figure of white Zetsu had already lost its humanoid form. Twisting and writhing as grotesque flesh buds threatened to burst forth from its surface. In comparison to other beings, white Zetsu, with its remarkably rapid cellular division, was far more sensitive to the effects of nuclear radiation. Before white Zetsu could even discern the silhouette, a pair of crimson kaleidoscopes suddenly filled its vision, causing its body to stiffen instantly, frozen in place. Uchiha Mirai decisively snapped the neck of white Zetsu. In an instant, both he and the white Zetsu vanished from sight. Chapter 30. G-Cells and White Zetsu Cells. Long before Uchiha Mirai emerged from the shadows, he had devised a strategic three-step plan. The approach to confront Konoha's F4 and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan was delineated into three major steps. The first step is to seize power. The character of Uchiha Fugaku is overly feeble and submissive, lacking the stature befitting a clan leader. In times of peace, such a disposition might have ensured the Uchiha's stable existence. However, in the current climate, with the Konoha F4 brandishing their blades against the Uchiha clan, allowing Fugaku to continue his leadership could only culminate in one inevitable outcome, the annihilation of the clan, as depicted in the original narrative. Thus, Uchiha Future orchestrated a coup at the Nain Shrine to usurp Fugaku's position as clan leader. For this moment, he lay in wait for 3 long years, secretly rallying the strength of the entire younger generation of Uchiha. He yearned for the youth of his clan to rise from the chill, to emit warmth and light, akin to fireflies. Should there be no torch henceforth, he would be the solitary beacon. This proclamation has since evolved into the motto for countless members of the Uchiha's younger generation. Upon seizing the reins of the Uchiha clan, he swiftly proceeded to the next phase, targeting the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just before Minato Namake's ascension to Hokage, he was forced into retreat by the pressures of public opinion wielded by the Konoha F4. This subsequent step, too, was a counterattack through public sentiment against the Konoha F4. Water can support a boat, yet it can also capsize it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo believed themselves masters of Konoha's narrative. The events of the White Fang, the calamity that befell the Uchiha 3 years prior, and even the current turmoil surrounding the Nine-Tails Naruto, all these incidents seemed to bolster their confidence. Yet, they perhaps never anticipated that this very advantage in public opinion would ultimately transform into a blade piercing their hearts. In the original tale, when the Cloud Shinobi abducted Hinata, she was killed by Hyuga Hisashi. Under pressure from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hyuga clan was compelled to offer up Hisashi's brother, Hinata, to quell the wrath of Kumogakure. Such a significant event barely stirred ripples within Konoha. Apart from the Hyuga clan and a handful of shinobi, the vast majority of villagers remained blissfully ignorant. However, in this timeline, Uchiha Future intervened. He understood their confidence in guiding public opinion and recognized that this very confidence would ultimately lead to the demise of their painstakingly cultivated legacy. Amidst the continual reversals of fortune, the narrative assault successfully turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, resulting in a substantial decline in his esteem within Konoha. This marked the second step of revenge. Now, the plan has reached its final stage. In a dimly lit chamber, Uchiha Future gazed upon the lifeless form of white Zetsu, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The night of the massacre, strictly speaking, involved 3 factions, the Hokage faction led by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, the strength of the Uchiha clan, and lastly, the shadowy presence of Obito. It can be asserted that Obito, aside from Danzo, was the most significant architect behind the Uchiha's downfall. He orchestrated the Night of the Nine-Tails, sowing seeds of suspicion and mistrust within the Uchiha. Subsequently, he ensnared Itachi Uchiha, collaborating to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, a true master of deception. However, this time, How could Uchiha's future possibly allow him to achieve his desires? Capturing this white Zetsu serves but one purpose, to stir the waters, ensuring that Uchiha Obito can no longer enjoy his tranquility as the sixth. Uchiha future gazed at the body of white Zetsu resting upon the bed, unable to suppress a few clicks of his tongue. Even in death, this white Zetsu exuded a vibrant aura of life. Internally, it bore no organs or similar structures. The entirety of its form was composed almost entirely of a singular type of cell. The characteristics of these cells were remarkably unique, despite their resemblance to animal cells. They possessed chloroplasts, which are components typically found only in plant cells. Uchiha Mirai's lips curled into a subtle smile as a daring thought crossed his mind. With a swift motion, his hand extended, resting upon the chest of white Zetsu. The eyes of Uchiha have transformed into a vivid crimson kaleidoscope, and within him, a unique power surges down his arm. The body of white Zetsu suddenly undergoes a remarkable transformation. Godzilla. G cells. In the forest beyond the Uchiha clan's territory, an eerie disturbance permeated the air. From a twisted vortex, a figure adorned with a tiger-striped mask emerged. White Zetsu peeked out from behind him. Madara. One of my clones has lost contact, he reported. Madara furrowed his brow slightly. What happened? I do not know, White Zetsu replied, shaking his head. Not all my clones share sensory information. It is possible that one was discovered, but as of now, I cannot ascertain who is responsible. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, White Zetsu remarked, Madara, it seems that recently, the root organization led by Danzo has been rather restless, with their presence in the Uchiha territory noticeably increasing. Do you think it could be them? Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow. The roots of Danzo? Ever since the Uchiha clan emerged from obscurity, they have caused considerable upheaval in Konoha. Consequently, the surveillance by both Root and the Umbu over the Uchiha territory has intensified significantly. This has led to his infrequent appearances during this period. Exercise caution. Do not reveal yourself. Uchiha Obito solemnly cautioned. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not exhibit such caution. However, the future of the Uchiha clan is far too unpredictable. Uchiha Obito gazed profoundly towards the direction of his clan's territory from the depths of the forest. In the past, he had glimpsed the future of the Uchiha clan within that very land. At the time, he merely regarded one of his kin as somewhat peculiar. Little did he anticipate that in the ensuing Third Great Ninja War, the name of the calamity Uchiha would resound throughout the entire shinobi world. Alas, after the war concluded, Konoha could not accommodate him. Such a narrow-minded village is unworthy of existence. Uchiha Obito chuckled coldly. On the fateful night of the Ninetales rampage, only one among the Uchiha, the calamity Uchiha, possessed the capability to thwart the chaos. Yet, in a bid to guard against the future threat of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi recklessly multiplied the number of Umbu assigned to monitor him. That laughable Hokage likely remains oblivious to the fact that he himself orchestrated the very night of the Ninetales. Truly, this illusory world is unworthy of salvation. Uchiha Obito stood in silent melancholy, gazing towards the clan's territory across the forest. From this vantage point, the towers of the clan were faintly visible, along with the daily lives of the Uchiha people. Yet, all of this was but an illusion. Only beneath the radiance of the moon's eye could one truly encounter the authentic world. Chapter 31. The Calamity of Uchiha and the Fox Spirit. This marked the third occurrence within the week. What intentions does Uchiha Obito harbor? Why does he persistently approach the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? On the rooftop of a residence in Konoha village, several Umbu operatives observed the cheerful exchanges of Uchiha Obito and Naruto on the street, their expressions laden with gravity. The Jinchuriki is of paramount importance. A Jinchuriki serves as a strategic asset to the village. Following the death of the previous Jinchuriki, Kushina, Naruto became the new vessel for the Ninetales. Presently, Naruto is merely 3 years old and utterly incapable of wielding the power of the Ninetales to avert any unforeseen incidents concerning the Jinchuriki. Konoha has discreetly dispatched Umbu to monitor his every move. What was initially perceived as an ongoing routine of surveillance took an unexpected turn with the emergence of Uchiha Obito, the cunning strategist. You report to Lord Hokage. I shall remain here to continue the observation, instructed the white-haired Umbu leader, adorned with a cat-faced mask, to his lurking companion. Understood. Swish. In an instant, the two Umbu vanished from the rooftop, leaving the white-haired leader, his gaze intensely fixed upon Uchiha Obito below. On the street, young Naruto walked alongside Uchiha Obito, clutching a tricolored dango, savoring each bite with evident satisfaction. Vendors flanking the road cautiously eyed Naruto and Uchiha Obito, their expressions tinged with fear. How did Uchiha Obito come to associate with the fox spirit? Who could say? The calamity of Uchiha and the fox spirit truly made for an unexpected pairing. Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you courting death? Gasped a startled companion beside him. Who is Uchiha Mirai? A ruthless individual who brazenly killed the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village in broad daylight. And since that incident, no news has emerged from the Hidden Cloud Village. It is evident that they have capitulated. The ability to force one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Cloud Village, to retreat speaks volumes about the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Mirai. The merchant, who had just spoken under the intense gaze of his companions, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, his neck instinctively retracting. He feared being noticed by Uchiha Mirai and secretly releasing that strange toxin. Big brother, who exactly are you? On the streets, Naruto also observed the villagers' peculiar behavior. He took a bite of the dango in his hand, curiously gazing at Uchiha Mirai beside him. Why do those villagers seem so afraid of Big Brother? Do you think Big Brother is a bad person? Uchiha Mirai inquired with a smile. Naruto shook his head. No, if Big Brother were a villain, he would never treat me to such a delightful feast. Uchiha Mirai's lips twitched slightly. Just because he took you to savor delicious food, does that mean he is not a bad person? Is Naruto's perspective truly so naive? He took a bite of the dango in his hand, chewing silently. Only he understood the profound impact Uchiha Mirai's presence had on the darkness of his life. As long as Uchiha Mirai remained by his side, he would lead him to explore every culinary delight on the street until he was utterly full, unable to consume another morsel. The expired bread and milk in the refrigerator had long been untouched. Those who once bullied him no longer dared to continue their torment. One day, a neighborhood child hurled stones at him, and Naruto suddenly recalled what Uchiha Mirai had told him previously. He shouted, "My big brother is Uchiha Mirai." The child froze for a moment, then, bursting into tears, fled in haste. For the following weeks, Naruto did not encounter that child again. Eventually, one day, he saw the child's parents, their eyes filled with sheer terror, as they hurriedly took a detour to avoid him. Naruto experienced, for the first time, the exhilarating sensation of walking with confidence. It seems rather delightful. He took the last bite of the dango and swallowed it whole, glancing up at Uchiha Mirai beside him. Big brother, where shall we venture to play next? Uchiha Mirai contemplated for a moment. Let us indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Hooray, you are the best, big brother, Naruto exclaimed, bubbling with excitement as he leaped into the air. Ichiraku ramen was his absolute favorite. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently attending to his administrative duties while puffing on his pipe. Suddenly, with a swift sound, 2 Umbu appeared before him and knelt on one knee. Bad news, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Mirai has once again begun to draw closer to Naruto. With a clatter, the pipe slipped from his mouth, the scorching ash searing his thigh with a sharp sting. In a flurry, he scrambled to prevent the ash from falling onto his leg. What is going on? This marks the 3rd occurrence this week. Sarutobi stared at them in disbelief. The 2 Umbu exchanged glances filled with concern. Indeed, we are at a loss as well. The frequency with which Uchiha Mirai is interacting with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has noticeably increased. This is certainly not good news. Sarutobi's brow furrowed tightly for a moment. Uchiha Mirai's initial encounter with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki seemingly occurred after the recent Hokage office meeting. Subsequently, it was as if a Pandora's box had been unleashed. The frequency of interactions with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has escalated, now occurring at least thrice a week. With increasingly intense engagements with Naruto, a sudden pain pierced his forehead, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to instinctively massage his temples with his fingertips. The Jinchuriki holds immense significance for a village, particularly one as formidable as the Nine Tails. Naruto is still too young, should he slip from the protective embrace, leaving Uchiha Mirai an opportunity to infiltrate. The consequences could be perilous. The Night of the Nine Tails must never be allowed to repeat. Uchiha Mirai has acquired the Manjiki Sharingan, a fact corroborated by Shisui. With eyes akin to Madara's, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to manipulate the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an intensifying headache. On that fateful night of the Nine Tails rampage, he had dispatched the Umbu for thorough surveillance of Uchiha Mirai. Why then did such an incident occur? Is it conceivable that Konohagakure harbors another Uchiha capable of controlling the Nine Tails? He commanded all Umbu from Team 7 to monitor Naruto, and no. He would also dispatch Team 6. They must ensure the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails encounters no unforeseen mishaps. After regaining his composure, Hiruzen solemnly instructed, "Understood." The half-kneeling Umbu nodded in immediate compliance. Whoosh. Once the Umbu departed, the Hokage's office was once again enveloped in silence. Hiruzen sighed, picking up the fallen cigarette holder, poised to place it between his lips. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office was forcefully flung open. "Hiruzen, have you heard? Uchiha Mirai is fixated on the Ninetales." Danzo rushed in with palpable urgency. The cigarette holder slipped from Hiruzen's grasp, falling again, the searing ash painfully scorching his other thigh. "Danzo." Hiruzen glared furiously at Danzo. "Next time, remember to knock." "Knock? When has Danzo ever knocked?" Danzo replied, bewildered. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. "Hiruzen, you must have received the intelligence by now. Uchiha Mirai has set his sights on the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales." Danzo's gaze was icy. It remains uncertain whether his aim is the Ninetales residing within Naruto. Hiruzen suppressed his rising anger, his expression darkening. "Humph." Danzo scoffed disdainfully. "Is Uchiha approaching the Jinchuriki not for the Ninetales?" Hiruzen fell silent, grappling with the very scenario he dreaded. Should Uchiha Mirai harness the power of the Ninetales, who in Konohagakure could stand against him? "Hiruzen, if you ask me, we should eliminate Uchiha Mirai at all costs." Danzo's eyes were chillingly resolute. At all costs. Hiruzen managed a bitter smile. "Danzo, have you forgotten his notorious reputation from the Third Great Ninja War? That price, I fear, neither you nor I can bear, nor can Konohagakure." In the theater of the Third War, there existed an unspoken rule. Konohagakure would never prioritize Uchiha Mirai in battle. Should they decide to deploy Uchiha Mirai, it would signify the impending conclusion of that campaign. In the ultimate confrontation against Iwagakure, Konohagakure unilaterally breached this accord. It is said that in the aftermath of the battle, Iwagakure bore several hundred malformed children. The future of the Uchiha clan indeed holds the potential to bring ruin upon the entire Hidden Leaf village. This is precisely why Sarutobi Hiruzen convened an urgent meeting to address the Uchiha situation immediately following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. The mere existence of such a ninja within the village is enough to cause Sarutobi sleepless nights. Should he then be allowed to act with impunity? Danzo gritted his teeth. Once he seizes control of the Ninetales, the village will inevitably face destruction. "Sarutobi, have you forgotten the fateful night when Minato perished? The night of the Ninetales must never repeat itself." With resentment, Danzo departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a sigh. The events of that night were far too suspicious. The Uchiha clan's future holds no possibility of controlling the Ninetales, so who might be the ninja to unleash the beast? However, this is clearly not the moment for profound contemplation. He needs to change into a fresh pair of trousers. Chapter 32. Danzo, that is absolutely forbidden. I shall begin now. In front of Ichiraka ramen, Naruto snapped his chopsticks apart, saliva uncontrollably pooling in his mouth. Soon after, a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of a pig devouring its meal erupted. Broth splattered across the entire table. "Take it slow. There's no one competing with you." Uchiha Mirai sat at the table opposite, gazing with a smile at the scene before him. The protagonist of the anime from his previous life sat vividly in front of him, evoking a sense of surrealism. Naruto's manner of eating closely resembled what he had observed in the anime, albeit with a seemingly more ferocious appetite. Before long, the bowl of noodles was emptied. "Another bowl, please." Uchiha Mirai waved at the hand-pulling noodle chef who was busy cooking. "All right." The chef's smile radiated warmth and charm, making it seem as though the formidable Uchiha disaster was merely an ordinary diner seated before him. As the owner of Ichiraka ramen, the hand-pulling noodle master and Ayam represented one of the few in Konoha who bore no prejudice towards Naruto and Uchiha Mirai, regardless of whether they were a demon fox or a calamity of the Uchiha clan. To the chef, the only requirement for being treated as a distinguished guest was a love for ramen. Here comes the ramen, clad in a pristine white uniform. Ayam placed the steaming bowl of noodles before Naruto. "Thank you," he exclaimed, swallowing hard, before diving into his meal with ravenous enthusiasm. Uchiha Mirai cast a serene glance around him. This bowl of noodles was indeed exhilarating. Through his perception, he sensed that at least 5 Umbu operatives were observing him, and this number was steadily increasing. Sarutobi Hiruzen had mobilized at least 1 squad of Umbu. Furthermore, Uchiha Mirai discerned traces of the root organization at a slightly greater distance. Although their numbers were fewer than the Umbu, all were of Jonin rank. It was evident that to prevent him from making a move against the Ninetales, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had, in such a short span of time, summoned the most elite forces from both the Umbu and the Root. This was indeed a prudent measure. The corner of Uchiha's mouth subtly curled upwards, a faint trace of satisfaction. After days of angling, he had finally hooked his prey. His interactions with Naruto were merely a fade, a means to draw the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. The stakes were high due to the Nine-Tails' immense significance. He found it implausible that Sarutobi would remain indifferent. Once indifferent, perhaps, but twice? If he maintained continuous contact with Naruto, he could toy with the nerves of Sarutobi and his associates, ensuring that their focus remained solely on him. In this manner, actions could unfold elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the fringes of Konoha village, a pair of crimson eyes peered through the gaps in the leaves, scrutinizing the root base across from him. The darkened entrance was guarded by two masked members of Root, who vigilantly scanned their surroundings. It seemed that Danzo had redeployed some of Root's forces, leaving this base considerably less protected. Uchiha's future tranquility spoke. It is him, yet not entirely so. To be precise, it is a tangible avatar crafted from his infusion of Godzilla's power into White Zetsu's form. Conventional shadow clones are ephemeral, easily dispelled with a mere touch. Even the multiple shadow clones merely multiply the instances of this fragility. Unless one possesses a unique physical clone, capable of existing independently and wielding extraordinary powers, they remain vulnerable. The body he inhabits now belongs to this exceptional category. The G-cells of Godzilla, combined with nuclear energy, effortlessly permeated White Zetsu's cells, transforming them into his own likeness in an instant. The Uchiha's future is heralded as the technique of nuclear clones. Beyond possessing all the abilities of the White Zetsu, the nuclear clone wields an impressive command over nuclear energy. This formidable technique, akin to Daidar's declaration that art is an explosion, entails the complete annihilation of the clone at the cost of detonating all internal nuclear energy within an exceedingly brief span of time. The resulting effect is tantamount to unleashing a miniature nuclear bomb. Uchiha's future form suddenly plunged into the ground. White Zetsu's ability, the technique of mayflies. A gentle breeze swept by, and this location bore no trace of any presence. The two guards stationed at the entrance of the base continued their mechanical patrol, oblivious to any anomalies. Is this truly the interior of the root? Uchiha Mirai cautiously emerged from the shadows, peering around with a hint of surprise. From the outside, the root base appeared unremarkable, yet within lay an expansive space. In the dim light, a twisted, serpentine staircase plunged into the darkness like a colossal python. He found himself at a mere entrance to a narrow corridor, from which he could observe several root members patrolling with mechanical precision. Having gathered a general sense of his surroundings, Uchiha Mirai melded into the ground, leaving no trace behind. In the original narrative, White Zetsu utilized the dandelion technique to acquire a wealth of confidential information. The clone created by Uchiha Mirai, however, was fortified with G-cells, rendering the dandelion technique even more potent. The stringent defenses of the root base momentarily astonished him. Patrols were stationed at regular intervals, while the vicinity was laced with sealing and sensing techniques. This was a result of his main body diverting Danzo's attention with the Nine-Tails, thus reallocating elite forces from the root. Otherwise, the security of the root base would have been even more formidable. Fortunately, Uchiha Mirai's nuclear radiation perception technique contained no chakra, allowing him to navigate this environment without fear of detection. Silently, he treated half of a root ninja to a banquet of nuclear radiation. After a brief search, he identified his target. Ahead lay a peculiar chamber, within which a certain object was rapidly absorbing nuclear radiation, somewhat reminiscent of White Zetsu, yet with a significantly higher level of biological activity. The eyes of Uchiha Mirai flickered slightly. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, that would indeed be his objective. After evading the defenses of the root ahead, upon peering once more, Uchiha Mirai had already manifested in a concealed chamber. Surrounding him were meticulously arranged various items, scrolls, experimental apparatus, and an assortment of documents and reports. It was evident that this was a clandestine storage room located within the depths of the root's domain. Uchiha Mirai cast a fervent glance around, his gaze fixating on a particular object. It could be asserted that the entire Uchiha clan was irresistibly drawn to this item. Within a transparent glass incubation chamber, towering at a person's height, a fist-sized white mass of flesh floated up and down in the verdant nutrient solution. The cells of Hashirama. Uchiha Mirai swallowed hard. Even at this distance, the sensation imparted by the chunk of Hashirama's flesh far surpassed that of the White Zetsu cells. Despite the passage of years, this mass continued to emanate a tremendous vitality. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess of the first Hokage, who quelled the chaos of his era. Witnessing the vitality of the Hashirama cells, Uchiha Mirai gained a clearer understanding of the chasm that lay between himself and the god of shinobi. Although the name of the calamity Uchiha is infamous, it pales in comparison to the formidable might of the god of shinobi, revealing an insurmountable gap. It is such an existence that he aspires to surpass. Yet, how did such a powerful first Hokage meet his demise? Uchiha's future could not suppress his curiosity. Could it truly be as the legends suggest, that after a fierce battle with Madara, his life force was utterly drained, leading to his demise? Clearly, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. Uchiha Mirai took a deep breath, calming the tumultuous emotions within, just as he intended to retrieve the Hashirama cells. A frown creased his brow. Was Danzo truly this cautious? The defenses at the root were so formidable that he had even laid out numerous sensory techniques. Only moments ago. From a distance, Mirai had overlooked them, but upon approaching, he discovered that the cultivation tank housing the Hashirama cells was inscribed with several sensory ninjutsu. Even the slightest tremor would be detected by these sensory techniques. Uchiha Mirai's expression turned troubled. Such a statement rendered his intention to stealthily acquire Hashirama cells impossible. However, after a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of realization illuminated Uchiha Mirai's eyes. In the next instant, the cells of the clone began to accelerate their division, swiftly differentiating and spreading over his garments, while his visage underwent a rapid transformation. At a pivotal moment, he unleashed a powerful punch against the cultivation tank. An intrusion was detected. The storage room is under attack. Immediate assistance is required. Quickly, report to Danzo-sama. The shrill alarm echoed, plunging the surrounding root into chaos. This was the first instance of an invasion at the root base. At a distance, in the Ichiraku ramen shop, Danzo leaned on his cane, casting a cold, watchful gaze towards Uchiha Mirai. The frequent encounters between Uchiha's future and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are undoubtedly ominous signs. No matter your intentions, I shall not allow you to succeed. Danzo sneered, his gaze icy and unyielding. Suddenly, a root member appeared before him, hastily kneeling to report. Lord Danzo, it's bad. The storage room has been breached. The chill in Danzo's eyes solidified, replaced by overwhelming shock and disbelief. The storage room? A sense of dread washed over him. That place. It cannot be compromised. In an instant, he vanished from his position. Chapter 33. My name is Uchiha Madara. The storage room. How could it have been invaded? Danzo's mind was engulfed in tumultuous turmoil. The root storage room is one of the most confidential locations within the organization, housing countless critical items. If they were to be stolen, Danzo dared not continue the thought, feeling as though his very lifeblood was slipping away. At a ramen shop some distance from the root base, Danzo, utilizing his body flicker technique to its fullest, arrived in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Anxious and frantic, Danzo unleashed a powerful punch against the storage room's door. With a resounding crash, dust and debris flew, exposing the interior to Danzo and the surrounding root members. As the smoke began to clear, chaos reigned within the storage room. In the center, a cultivation tank lay shattered, liquid spilling across the floor. The contents within had mysteriously vanished. Danzo's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting as he fixated on the figure beside the tank. The individual was cloaked in black robes, wearing a tiger-striped mask that revealed only a single crimson Sharingan, which regarded Danzo with a chilling detachment. Who are you? How did you get in? Danzo gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. His heart was ablaze with rage and confusion. The defenses of the storage room were among the most formidable en route, surrounded by sensory barriers. Typically, aside from him and a select few research ninjas, no one else could infiltrate this place. How did this masked man manage to breach it? In the profound silence, the figure behind the tiger-striped mask slowly spoke, their deep voice resonating throughout the room. Madara. Uchiha Madara. Around them, the root members' pupils quivered, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Uchiha Madara. How many years ago was that character? How could it be possible for him to still be alive? Amidst the tremendous upheaval surrounding the root, the figure of the masked man began to slowly sink, vanishing into the earth. Damn it! Stay here! Danzo roared, immediately unleashing a gust of wind release. The wind blades seemed to slice through the very essence of the opponent, striking the machinery behind. The surrounding root members quickly reacted, converging fiercely upon the masked man who was merging with the ground. As the dust settled, nothing remained but the desolate floor. Danzo-sama. The root members exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do, as they looked towards Danzo. This series of events felt prolonged, yet in reality, From the moment the anomaly was detected to the masked man's escape, it transpired in a fleeting instant. The atmosphere gradually descended into silence. Danzo's bloodshot eyes quivered incessantly. After a long pause, he emitted a cold chuckle, his current visage appearing particularly sinister, silently infiltrating the root, only to merge with the earth and escape. Space-time ninjutsu. Only space-time ninjutsu could achieve such a feat. Madara? Hey. Danzo's gaze grew increasingly frigid. No matter who you are, I shall not let you escape. Have you had your fill? Uchiha Mirai gazed at Naruto across the table with a smile. Naruto, cradling his round belly, wore a contented expression as he let out a satisfied burp. Beside him, a towering stack of porcelain bowls loomed over the table. He felt utterly full, convinced that he would not need to eat again even the following day. The quantity of ramen consumed today surpassed what he would typically eat in 2 months. Thank you for your patronage. Here is your bill. The noodle master chuckled as he handed a receipt to Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha's future was upon him. The bill amounted to 1,000 ryo. A standard bowl of ramen is approximately 60 ryo, which, considering Naruto's unrestrained appetite, is quite reasonable. Big brother, is it too expensive? Naruto inquired, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The stack of empty bowls beside him towered higher than his head. Such a copious amount of ramen must have cost a fortune. He reached for his deflated wallet, intending to pay, but found only a few coins within. No, it's truly affordable. If Naruto wishes to indulge in more, he is welcome to return often. Uchiha Future paid the price with great ease, smiling at Naruto. Oh, really? Surprise gleamed in Naruto's eyes. And he was so excited that he nearly jumped up. Thank you so much, big brother. No, it is I who should express my gratitude to you. Uchiha Mirai smiled inwardly. The price of a few bowls of ramen had secured him the cells of Hashirama stored in the root, and he had successfully flung the pot onto Obito. There could be nothing more perfect than this. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was exceptionally grim. He had just changed into a new pair of trousers when he received the news of an invasion at the root. Danzo, are you certain you did not miss here? Did the intruder truly claim to be Uchiha Madara? Absolutely not a mistake. Danzo's rough palm slammed onto the Hokage's desk, his bandage oozing blood as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Sarutobi. Not only I, but everyone in the root heard it. That bastard undoubtedly possesses the ability of space-time ninjutsu. A sharp pain gripped Sarutobi's head as he massaged his temples. The mere notion of Uchiha Mirai nearing the power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was already troubling enough. To think another Uchiha, Madara, had surfaced, wielding space-time ninjutsu. What on earth was happening? If Uchiha Madara had not perished, why had he only now reappeared? Suddenly, Sarutobi's pupils dilated. Danzo, is there a possibility that the Uchiha Madara who invaded the root is the same person who released the Nine-Tails? Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. The one who claims to be Madara certainly possesses space-time ninjutsu. Otherwise, he could not have infiltrated the heavily guarded storage room without causing any damage. Moreover, I witnessed his sudden disappearance. The events of that fateful night with the Nine-Tails were equally peculiar. The barrier had remained intact, yet Kushina was ambushed, resulting in the Nine-Tails release. These two incidents seemed to bear some connection. A spark of realization ignited in Danzo's mind. There can only be one truth. It appears we have indeed overlooked another individual. Danzo clenched his teeth. Clearly, aside from Uchiha Mirai, a second mysterious Uchiha was lurking within Konoha, possessing space-time abilities. Sarutobi fell silent. The Hokage office plunged into an eerie quiet. Who could this enigmatic Uchiha be? Could it truly be as he had claimed? Uchiha Madara? Chapter 34. Hyuga Hisashi decides to visit after a restless night. Hyuga Hisashi finally resolved to take action. Before dawn had fully broken, he awakened the still slumbering Hinata. Father, is there something amiss? Hyuga Hisashi sighed. Prepare yourself for washing up. Shortly, we shall pay a visit to the Uchiha clan. Little Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. A faint blush of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, while the village of Konoha remained in a deep slumber. The streets were nearly deserted, enveloped in an air of tranquility. Hisashi held Hinata's tender little hand as they made their way toward the Uchiha compound. It was not that he was particularly inclined to rise so early. Rather, he wished to avoid any potential disturbances that could arise should the villagers emerge and witness the head of the Hyuga clan leading his daughter into Uchiha territory. Such a sight might give rise to a flurry of peculiar rumors circulating throughout Konoha the following day. Hisashi was keen to shield the Hyuga clan from such gossip and was equally concerned about his daughter Hinata's peace of mind. The ideal scenario entailed a quiet visit to the Uchiha clan while the world was still cloaked in twilight. In just a few moments, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely receive a report from the Umbu regarding the Hyuga clan leader's visit to the Uchiha, with intentions shrouded in mystery. Yet, Hyuga Hisashi had grown weary of pondering such matters. For days, he had been tormented by his own thoughts, and today he had finally made his decision. After a few more moments, the entrance to the Uchiha compound finally came into view before Hyuga Hisashi's eyes. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans stand as the two most formidable houses in Konoha. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi was acutely aware that his unexpected arrival might be misconstrued. Nevertheless, the noble upbringing instilled in him as a member of the Hyuga lineage preserved his dignified demeanor in this moment. Halt. Who are you? And what business do you have at the Uchiha compound? The Uchiha sentinels stationed at the entrance promptly accosted Hyuga Hayashi and his companion. Calmly, Hayashi responded, I am Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga family, and this is my daughter Hinata. We have come to pay a visit to Uchiha Itachi. Hinata, shy and timid, hid behind her father's leg, peeking out with just her head to observe the unfolding scene. A visit to brother Itachi? Uchiha Shirin furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Hyuga Hisashi and his companion Hinata, though he had never met Hisashi in person. The distinct aristocratic demeanor he exuded was evidently not characteristic of an ordinary member of the Hyuga clan. I have heard that not long ago, future brother rescued the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan leader from the hands of the Cloud Shinobi. Could it possibly be him? Indeed, it seems quite plausible. After a brief discussion, Uchiha Shirin nodded. Kuriko, you will remain here to guard the entrance to the clan grounds. I shall escort them to meet future brother. Understood. Shirin brother, replied the young Uchiha, named Uchiha Kuriko, as he nodded earnestly. Please follow me. I will guide you to meet future brother. Uchiha only indicated to Hyuga Hisashi as he walked ahead. Thank you. Upon entering the Uchiha clan grounds, Hyuga Hisashi could not restrain his curiosity. Is the Uchiha clan's territory always under your watch? Of course. Uchiha stands proud and resolute. This is a mission personally entrusted to me and Kuriko by the future elder brother. Among the entire Uchiha clan, there is no one else capable of accomplishing it. Hinata Hisashi's lips quivered slightly, only due to Uchiha and Kuriko. Is the naming within the Uchiha clan truly so arbitrary? However, it wasn't long before Hayashi Hyuga dispersed such sentiments, captivated by the surroundings of the Uchiha clan's territory. The architecture of the Uchiha clan is markedly more flamboyant and opulent compared to that of the Hyuga clan, with a rich history and a traditional ethos. The Hyuga's architectural style predominantly exudes elegance and restraint. In contrast, the Uchiha clan embraces a more audacious design, replete with daring elements. As Hyuga Hayashi gazed upon the Uchiha guardhouse, he was struck by its imposing facade, which resembled a colossal cat's face, adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem on its brow. As he proceeded further, he felt as if he were a small blade cutting through the air, his senses awakened. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, he had never before visited the Uchiha clan, and thus had not experienced the unique style and culture of Konoha's other major ninja village. Little Hinata, merely 3 years of age, trailed behind Hayashi, her eyes wide with wonder as she absorbed the sights around her, as if she had stumbled into a new world. Soon, they arrived at a residence where Uchiha Itachi awaited them. As Hayashi stood before the grand structure, he was taken aback. This must surely be the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, he mused. Uchiha's future, dwelling within this realm? Uchiha Shikaku merely curled his lips in a dismissive manner. My brother has always resided within. Once you enter, you will undoubtedly see him. I must take my leave now. As Kuriko awaits my return, Hinata Hisashi could only nod in acknowledgement. Once Shikaku departed, Hisashi took a deep breath and led Hinata through the entrance of the estate. Inside the chamber, others were already reporting to Uchiha Mirai. Mirai, the head of the Hyuga clan, has come to pay a visit with his daughter. I am already aware, he replied. Uchiha Mirai nodded with composure. Beside him, 2 cups of tea were meticulously prepared, emanating warm steam. From the moment Hinata Hisashi entered the clan grounds, he was already aware. The entire Uchiha territory was under the watchful gaze of his eyes. Even if a mere fly were to enter, it would need to discern its gender before it could escape. Outside, following Hisashi, Hinata bit her finger, curiously surveying her surroundings. Under the guidance of a young Uchiha clansman, they arrived before a room. Please enter. Mirai has been waiting for some time, the young clansman said, opening the door and gesturing for Hisashi to proceed. Hisashi's mind stirred slightly. Uchiha Mirai had long anticipated his arrival. Before he could contemplate further, he beheld Uchiha Mirai leisurely seated by the tea table, savoring his tea. A cup of steaming tea rested on the vacant side of the table, releasing wisps of fragrant steam. "Come in and partake of some hot tea, Lord Hinata." Hinata Hayashi's expression suddenly stiffened. He felt as though Uchiha Mirai had seen right through him and Hinata. Chapter 35. A significant event approaches. Konoha is on the brink of something monumental. It was evidently clear. Uchiha Mirai had long anticipated his visit, having even taken the time to prepare tea and patiently awaited his arrival. Hinata Hazashi remained oblivious to the fact that, from the moment he entered the clan's territory, a clan member had discreetly informed Uchiha Mirai. Alternatively, it could be that Uchiha Mirai possessed a certain prescient ability, already knowing that Hazashi would come to visit at this very hour. If the latter were true, then Uchiha Mirai would indeed be rather formidable. Considering the recent commotion stirred by Uchiha Mirai and Konoha, Hazashi contemplated that the latter possibility was not without merit. His gaze sharpened slightly as he perceived the inscrutable depth of Uchiha Mirai, who sat beside the tea table, sipping tea. "Please, have a seat." Uchiha Mirai offered a subtle smile. Hinata Hayashi's expression returned to its natural state as he approached the tea table and took a seat. Little Hinata followed suit, quietly settling beside him. "Red-eyed brother." Hinata wished to greet Uchiha Mirai, yet, in the absence of her father's words, she timidly refrained from doing so. "I have come this time to express my gratitude. You have saved my daughter's life, a debt that is hard to repay," Hinata Hayashi stated earnestly. "I am aware," came the reply. Uchiha Mirai calmly savored his tea. While Hinata Hayashi's expression froze once more, the sensation of being laid bare becoming increasingly profound. He soon let out a sigh. Had you not intervened at that moment? I shudder to think of the outcome for the young girl. He had contemplated this question more than once in recent days. Had Uchiha Mirai not been present that night, or merely cast a fleeting glance before departing, what would have become of Hinata? He dared not envision such a consequence. The more he pondered, the heavier the oppressive weight upon his chest became, akin to a boulder. Even if he had arrived in time to vanquish the group of Cloud Shinobi and rescue Hinata, the aftermath would still be unbearable. After Uchiha Mirai eliminated the delegation from the Cloud Village, the village erupted in fury, exerting pressure on Konoha by declaring war. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a meeting in the Hokage Tower to deliberate on the fate of Uchiha Mirai. Had he rescued Hinata back then? The Cloud Village would have similarly pressured Konoha. Based on his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would undoubtedly absolve himself of any blame, shifting the responsibility entirely onto the Hyuga clan. It is even possible that he would seize this opportunity to reprimand the Hyuga clan thoroughly. In such a scenario, even if Hinata remained unharmed, the Hyuga clan would still have to bear a significant burden to quell the ensuing turmoil. When weighed against the two great ninja villages, the plight of a single clan holds little significance. Not everyone possesses the formidable reputation of Uchiha Mirai, who carved his name amidst the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood during the Third Great Ninja War, compelling a major ninja village to capitulate before him. I surmise that Lord Hazashi's visit today must hold deeper significance. Uchiha Mirai gently lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Hinata Hayashi's gaze shifted slightly, and he sighed. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you. His visit to Uchiha Mirai today was ostensibly to express gratitude to Hinata, yet there lay a deeper intention beneath the surface. Mirai, the rift between you and the Hokage is widening. Whispers of your discord are circulating throughout Konoha. Hayashi chose not to elaborate further, instead gazing intently at Uchiha Mirai. He trusted that Uchiha Mirai was astute enough to grasp the implications of his words. Uchiha Mirai placed the teacup gently on the table, casting a serene gaze upon Hinata Hazashi seated opposite him. I harbor no desire to engage in conflict with the Hokage clan, yet their intentions are beyond my control. Hinata Hazashi's expression was grave, his words implicitly inquiring about Uchiha Mirai's future plans concerning the Hokage lineage. 3 years prior, Uchiha Mirai had been unjustly accused of endangering the village and was compelled to retreat into obscurity. However, 3 years later, during the trial convened at the Hokage office, Uchiha Mirai was vindicated with great fervor. Now, the entirety of Konohagakure is aware that the incident from 3 years ago was shrouded in mystery. Much like the current situation with the Cloud Ninja, the discord between Uchiha Mirai and the Hokage faction appears nearly irreconcilable. The entirety of Konoha's ninja populace is keenly observing their forthcoming actions. Were it another individual, the Hokage lineage would not bestow such significance. However, the opposing party is Uchiha Mirai, the harbinger of calamity, possessing the capacity to deprive an entire ninja village of its future. Based on my understanding of the third Hokage, he is not the type to concede defeat, especially with Danzo still at large. Hyuga Hisashi pondered for a moment. I have my own strategies for this matter. Uchiha Mirai smiled gently. Oh, Hinata Hisashi expressed his curiosity. Uchiha's future smiled silently. Hinata Hisashi felt a restless stirring within his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were no trifling adversaries, especially with a host of ninja clans backing them. Is Uchiha Mirai truly so confident in herself? Sitting beside Hyuga Hisashi, Hinata occasionally glances at Hisashi and then at the opposite Uchiha Mirai, her pure white eyes brimming with curiosity. However, her noble upbringing compels her to remain silent and listen attentively. Subsequently, Hisashi and Mirai engage in a lively conversation, the room resonating with joyous laughter. It appears that both parties are thoroughly enjoying this exchange. Mirai, I apologize for the intrusion today. Hinata and I shall take our leave now, Hisashi says with a smile. Having achieved his objective, Hinata, bid farewell to Mirai. Goodbye, red-eyed brother. Hinata shyly waves at Uchiha Mirai, her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush. Red-eyed brother? The corners of Uchiha Mirai's mouth twitched slightly. Does Hinata still remember this title? Hyuga Hayashi felt a hint of relief within. Ever since the meeting at the Hokage's office, the rift between Uchiha Mirai and Sarutobi Hiruzen had become irreparable. Moreover, his public revelation of the truth that Sarutobi had long sought to conceal had cast a shadow over the Hyuga clan in the eyes of the Hokage lineage. Should the Uchiha clan fall, the Hyuga would undoubtedly be next. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow the Hyuga family to dominate unchecked. This renowned shinobi from the Second Great Ninja War, despite the decline of his strength with age, retained his political acumen, which had once established him as a formidable leader. The Uchiha clan must not falter. At the very least, as the shield of the Hyuga clan, it cannot fall so swiftly. Hayashi remained skeptical about the Uchiha's potential to contend with the Hokage faction. The influence of the Hokage lineage is formidable, bolstered by the unwavering support of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Akimichi clans. The reason for their repeated concessions towards the Uchiha's future lies in their apprehension of mutual destruction. Today, a visit was paid, extending amicable gestures towards the Uchiha's future. Regardless of the conflicts between the Uchiha and the Hokage lineage, the Hyuga clan can maintain an aloof stance, thereby reaping the greatest benefits. Just as Hayashi was preparing to depart, he unexpectedly encountered a youthful figure standing at the doorway. Deep tear troughs etched alongside the bridge of his nose. The gaze directed towards him bore a maturity that belied his tender age. Itachi Uchiha directly bypassed Hinata Hayashi and respectfully addressed Uchiha Fugaku in the room. Patriarch, my father has sent me to request a discussion with you. The word patriarch caused Hayashi to momentarily falter. Subsequently, an overwhelming chill engulfed him, as if he had plunged into an abyss. Patriarch, is Uchiha Mirai to become the clan leader? Those pure white eyes, for the first time, reflected an indescribable astonishment. What did you just call Mirai? The clan leader? Is there a problem with that? Itachi gazed at him in confusion. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Hayashi's eyes continued to tremble incessantly. Uchiha Mirai is destined to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. Why has there been no news about this? The outside world has long believed that Fugaku is the true head of the clan. Mirai is merely a prodigy who possesses a certain degree of influence. Hyuga Hayashi has recognized the identity of the young boy before him. Itachi Uchiha, the prodigious eldest son of Fugaku Uchiha. This phrase, spoken by Itachi himself, carries an unparalleled weight of authority. Itachi Uchiha referred to the future leader of the clan, yet what of his father, Fugaku? This attitude of respect clearly indicates that the transition of leadership is not one of reluctance, but rather one of acquiescence. Hinata Hyuga felt a chill enveloping her limbs. Dizzy and disoriented, as if the world around her was spinning. Her father, gripping her hand, noticed the change in his demeanor. I apologize for my uncharacteristic behavior, he said. Unable to linger any longer. Without hesitation, Hisashi Hyuga swiftly pulled Hinata away. Behind them, Uchiha Mirai sipped his tea with an air of indifference, though his gaze held a profound intensity as he watched them depart. Outside the estate, Hisashi could no longer contain his emotions. His heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his chest. It was the first time he had lost composure in such a manner as the leader of the Hyuga clan. Father, what has transpired? Hinata asked, concern etched on her young face. At merely 3 years old, she could not fathom why her father's reaction was so extreme. Hisashi remained silent, his mind a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. The future of Uchiha is entirely different as the clan leader. It appears he has completely seized all authority of the Uchiha clan. The intelligence regarding his status as clan leader was likely divulged to himself deliberately. The purpose is to force him to make a choice. Should he inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would mean a complete severance with the Uchiha. Conversely, if he opts for silence, it equates to being bound to the Uchiha. A significant event is looming. Konoha is on the brink of turmoil. On his way back, Hisashi's heart raced incessantly. Chapter 36. The Konoha F4 Leaders Conference. Danzo was astounded. This morning, Hisashi Hyuga ventured to the Uchiha clan's territory, accompanied by his daughter Hinata. Upon receiving the report from the kneeling Umbu below, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly taken aback. His mouth slightly agape, displaying an expression of sheer astonishment. Hisashi Hyuga is the leader of the Hyuga clan. What purpose does he have in visiting the Uchiha? As the head of the Hyuga, does he not comprehend the implications of such an action? Why bring along his daughter Hinata? An engagement? But Hinata is only 3 years old, isn't she? While she may be of similar age to Fugaku's second son, it seems excessively premature. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was in disarray. The Hyuga and Uchiha are aligning. Two of Konoha's mightiest clans, what are their intentions? Summon Hisashi here. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed in a low voice. The urgent matter is to bring Hisashi over and clarify his intentions. The Hyuga clan has no reason to betray him. What benefits could they derive from an alliance with the Uchiha? Based on his understanding of Hisashi's character, he does not seem the type to gamble the fate of his clan on such matters. Indeed, whoosh, the kneeling Umbu vanished. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, engulfed in turmoil, puffed on his pipe. The curling smoke rising from the mouthpiece shrouded his somber visage in a hazy veil. The stimulation of the tobacco invigorated his mind. Hisashi could not possibly betray him. The Hyuga are not comparable to the Uchiha. They are renowned for their order and adherence to rules. And a significant portion of the Hyuga's authority derives from the elder branch. As the clan leader, Hisashi could not dictate all affairs of the Hyuga. With this thought, the weight on his heart began to lift. Approximately 10 minutes later, the departing Umbu returned. How did it go? Did Hisashi come? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a smile. The kneeling Umbu's gaze faltered, stammering. Hokage-sama, Lord Hisashi is unwell and unable to meet you in the Hokage office. Clatter. The pipe fell onto his thigh. Scorching ash scattered across the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened. Then came his hoarse voice. Quickly summon Tenten Koharu, Mito Gate, and Danzo. Bring them all here. A few minutes later, the Konoha F4 gathered in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, what urgent matter has compelled you to summon us? Inquired Shikamaru, his expression one of perplexity. Indeed. This is rather uncharacteristic of you, added Mito Minin, curiosity evident in his tone. Danzo remained silent, his gaze icy and inscrutable. I have just received some intelligence. Please take a look, Hiruzen Sarutobi said gravely as he handed them a scroll. Shikamaru accepted it, scrutinizing its contents, and his expression darkened with each passing moment. Mito Minin, noticing Shikamaru's unease, took the scroll for himself. What is this? Even you seem taken aback, he remarked, his expression abruptly stiffening, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Mito Minin froze in place. Danzo let out a cold chuckle. Is this about Hayashi's visit to the Uchiha clan this morning? You already knew, Danzo? Mito Minin exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Danzo sneered. Unlike you all, I am not so slow-witted. Have you forgotten the teachings of our second Hokage? The Uchiha are a naturally malevolent clan. We must always prepare for the worst. As soon as Hayashi entered the Uchiha territory, my informants relayed the information back to me. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office fell into a brief silence. Shikamaru and Mito Minin exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Hayashi Hyuga, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Visiting the Uchiha clan, what could be the purpose behind such a meeting? If the two most formidable clans in Konoha were to unite, how could they possibly withstand such a threat? Danzo, since you have already obtained this information, what is your perspective on the matter? Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, his voice low and serious. In my view, the likelihood of a Hyuga-Uchiha alliance is exceedingly slim. There is little cause for concern, Danzo replied, confidence dripping from his tone. The Hyuga are not like the Uchiha. Their clan culture is rigid and conservative. Even if Hayashi truly desires an alliance with the Uchiha, the elders of his clan would be the first to oppose it. I suspect this is merely a scheme of the Uchiha, aimed at sowing confusion and making us hesitant in our response. Humph. The second Hokage's words were indeed not mistaken. The Uchiha are a naturally wicked clan, capable of devising such insidious plots. Upon hearing Toanzo's words, Mito Minin and Uzumaki Koharu nodded in agreement. Toanzo's reasoning was sound. The likelihood of the Hyuga clan allying with the Uchiha was minimal. The Hyuga held a significant position within Konoha and shared deep ties with the Hokage. It would be unwise for Hisashi to jeopardize everything by seeking an alliance with the Uchiha, who were already a target of disdain. Even if Hisashi harbored such intentions, the elders of the Hyuga clan would intervene without hesitation. Those decrepit relics, half buried in the past, would never allow Hisashi to encroach upon their territory. Initially, I shared this sentiment, but Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The Umbu I dispatched to summon Hisashi returned with unsettling news. What news? Koharu inquired. Since returning from the Uchiha clan's territory, Hisashi had been feigning illness and refused all visitors, even politely declining my invitation. The Hokage's office fell into a profound silence. The previously relaxed Mito Minyin and Uzumaki Koharu were suddenly wide-eyed, their pupils trembling slightly. Hisashi voluntarily feigning illness and refusing visitors? Even declining the third Hokage's invitation? Tawanzo, with his bandaged eye, displayed a glimmer of shock and disbelief, the confidence he had earlier exhibited vanishing entirely. Observing the reactions of his old friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. When he first learned of this news, his expression mirrored theirs precisely. If Hisashi had undoubtedly allied with the Uchiha, why would he return to his clan and immediately retreat from public view? What transpired in the Uchiha's territory that compelled the ordinarily composed Hisashi to respond in such a manner? Hisashi's situation is likely more convoluted than we initially perceived. Mito Minyin spoke gravely. Given my understanding of Hisashi's character, he does not strike me as someone who would resort to such tactics. His choice to feign illness and withdraw indicates he encountered something significant within the Uchiha clan, Minyin stated solemnly. The crux of the matter lies in what transpired in the Uchiha territory that led him to respond in this manner. Tawanzo's expression fluctuated as he pondered various possibilities. This is precisely my concern, Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. What events unfolded within the Uchiha clan that would prompt the usually steady Hisashi to react in such a way? Or rather, to evade? Hisashi's behavior upon returning to his clan indeed suggested avoidance, a desire to escape further entanglement. Regardless of the scenario, this situation bodes ill. Hiruzen, we can no longer afford to hesitate. Tawanzo's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon his old friend. Tawanzo, what are you planning? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Whether the Hyuga and Uchiha clans allied or not, the root of the problem lay with a singular individual. Tawanzo grinned, revealing a chilling smile. As long as we eliminate Uchiha Mirai, all problems will resolve themselves. You have lost your mind, Tawanzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in anger. How he wished to eradicate Uchiha Mirai himself. If only such a thing as a death note existed in this world, and he were fortunate enough to possess it. Every page from the first to the last would be filled with Uchiha Mirai's name. The calamity of the Uchiha had been his greatest concern 3 years prior. Now, upon his return to Konoha, he stirred up a tempest. Yet, the crucial question remained, was Uchiha Mirai truly a mere nuisance? The trial held in the Hokage Tower was meticulously orchestrated by him and Tawanzo, intending to use it as a means to eliminate Uchiha Mirai. However, Uchiha Mirai turned the tables, transforming the focus of the trial onto himself. Following that meeting, his reputation in Konoha suffered a significant blow. Uchiha's future looms like an insurmountable nightmare for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Whenever he attempts to confront it, he is met with an even more brutal retaliation. Indeed, Danzo recognizes that Uchiha's future is the root of the problem, yet it is not a challenge easily resolved. Even the formidable Hidden Cloud Village was compelled to yield after enduring such humiliation. Uchiha's future is akin to a powder keg, and igniting it would yield no benefits for us. Tsubaki Kokoro gazes intently at Danzo, wishing to prevent him from being swayed by emotions, steering the situation toward an even more intricate dilemma. The only requirement is to assign him an appropriate charge. Danzo smirks, recounting his plans with a steady flow. Tsubaki is taken aback. Could this be too reckless? Mito Minyin remains silent, while Sarutobi Hiruzen wears a grave expression. Danzo, you must consider the consequences. The previous incident served as a lesson, and this time, there is but one outcome. Danzo scoffs, asserting that the choice lies in his hands. Yet no matter how he decides, the result remains unchanged. At Ichiraku Ramen, enjoy your tonkatsu ramen. I am cheerfully places a bowl of ramen before Naruto. Wow, time to dig in. The aroma of the ramen tantalizes Naruto's senses, causing his mouth to water incessantly. He eagerly snaps his chopsticks and dives into the meal, splattering broth across the table. Across from him, Uchiha's future observes the scene with a smile. Having chosen to draw closer to Naruto, he understands the importance of commitment. Although his objective has been achieved, successfully seizing the Hashirama cells stored within the roots and shifting the blame to Obito, abandoning his pursuit of Naruto would inevitably arouse suspicion from both Danzo and Sarutobi. After the theft from the roots, Uchiha's future has deliberately severed contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a move that undoubtedly raises questions. The most prudent course of action is to see this through to the end, treating it as a daily routine. Perhaps unexpected gains may arise from this endeavor. Today, it seems there are additional ninja monitoring the situation. Uchiha's gaze was calm as he cast a fleeting glance. On ordinary days, when he brought Naruto to savor Ichiraka ramen, there were typically around 3 to 5 Umbu operatives monitoring them. While the number might fluctuate, it generally remained within this range. However, today, there were 7 Umbu members observing. No, to be more precise, they were root operatives. The additional ninjas carried a distinctly colder aura than the Umbu, clearly indicating the presence of Danzo's root. What scheme does that old man intend to orchestrate this time? Uchiha Mirai maintained an inscrutable demeanor, a subtle smile gracing the corners of his lips. Before long, Naruto finished his bowl of ramen, leaning back against his chair, cradling his round belly with an expression of utter satisfaction. How delightful! It was evident that, under Uchiha Mirai's continuous culinary offerings, Naruto's physique had noticeably expanded. In the sealed space, the Nine-Tails lay on the ground, casting a dubious gaze towards the exterior. Fixated on Uchiha Mirai. Could this individual also be a Jinchuriki? Within him resides a force that rivals my own. What could it possibly be? The Nine-Tails, filled with confusion, recalled the first encounter with Uchiha Mirai, when he had sensed a formidable power dwelling within him. Calamity, ominous, terrifying. This power seemed alien to this world. Throughout the Nine-Tails' extensive existence, it had never encountered such a fearsome entity. Instinctively, the Nine-Tails felt a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, Uchiha Mirai appeared to harbor no ill intentions towards Naruto. The Nine-Tails wished to avoid any confrontation with such a being. It cautiously shrank back, anxious that the entity might become aware of its presence. Naruto, I must take my leave. At the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen, Uchiha Mirai stood at the parting crossroads, waving to Naruto beside him. Goodbye, big brother. Naruto laughed heartily, waving back. The two parted ways at the intersection. Uchiha walked towards the direction of the future clan settlement, the chill in his eyes deepening with each step. The number of root members surveilling him had not diminished. In fact, it had increased. In just a few short minutes, 10 members of root surrounded him, keenly observing his every move. It appeared that Danzo could no longer contain his impatience. Uchiha Mirai harbored a cold smile within. Not enough. Let him play around a bit. Chapter 38. I choose the third path. Exterminate you all. Captain Shisui, is the calamity Uchiha seemingly going in circles? Captain Shisui. Should we pursue? Above on the rooftop, a member of the root, adorned with an animal mask, nervously inquired of the captain beside him. The leader, clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit, his face concealed by a black mask that enveloped his neck and profile, wore a mask of simple colors atop it. Oil Woman Shisui, a prodigy of the Oil Woman clan, adept in nano-poison insects, was also a loyal subordinate of Danzo within the root. Proceed. Oil Woman Shisui commanded succinctly. Whoosh, whoosh. The members on the rooftop vanished without a trace. Captain Shisui, the target has entered the public restroom in Konoha. Captain Shisui. The target has exited the restroom and is now wandering about the village. Captain Shisui, the target has purchased a 3-color dango and is eating while walking. Hearing the reports from the surrounding root members, Oil Woman Shishui's lips twitched slightly. What is going on? Could it be that Uchiha Mirai was merely searching for a restroom all this time? This calamity Uchiha, how does he differ from the rumors? Shouldn't he exhibit a sinister demeanor, relishing in slaughter? Captain Shisui, should we report Uchiha Mirai's activities to Lord Danzo? A hesitant member of the root inquired. It seemed unnecessary to report such trivial matters. Report to Lord Danzo, Oil Woman Shisui replied earnestly. The command from Danzo was to report Uchiha Mirai's every movement. Even such inconsequential matters must be conveyed to Danzo. Understood. The root member nodded and disappeared from the rooftop. Oil Woman Shisui focused intently on Uchiha Mirai below. His abilities were remarkably unique, possessing the capacity for a lethal strike. All it takes is finding the right opportunity. Captain Shisui. The target is moving swiftly towards the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha clan's territory. Oil Woman Shishui's expression darkened. If the future Uchiha were truly to return to the Uchiha clan's land, even with 100 times the courage, he would not dare to cause trouble there. It is essential to understand that the Uchiha territory is inhabited by individuals who resemble madmen. Given the future Uchiha's reputation within the clan, their mere appearance would likely result in being devoured whole by the Uchiha ninjas. Captain Shurhei, upon realizing the shift in objectives, directed the team towards the rear mountains of the Uchiha territory. The sensory unit reported. Oil Woman Shurhei's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. The rear mountains? There could be no more advantageous position than this. Uchiha's future. This is the grave you have dug for yourself. Uchiha Back Mountain. Uchiha Mirai stood serenely amidst a verdant forest, his tranquil expression suggesting he was awaiting something. Moments later, accompanied by a series of swift sounds, several masked figures emerged from the surrounding woods, encircling him tightly. Uchiha Mirai, accompany us, the leader of the root remarked with a cold gaze. Did Danzo send you? Uchiha Mirai's expression remained tranquil, as if the surrounding roots were merely air. More than a dozen members of Root were present, half of whom were Jonin. Danzo's influence is indeed considerable. This matter does not concern you. We have received reports regarding your threats to the village's safety and require you to come for an investigation. Should you resist this order, it will be deemed an act of betrayal against the village. Yamanaka Shurhei's voice was icy. Reports? Such a baseless allegation warrants the dispatch of so many from Root? Uchiha's future was filled with a chilling smile. Should he return with these Root members, the consequences would likely be dire. Conversely, to refuse their company would equate to a betrayal of the village. In either scenario, it seemed he was inevitably facing a dead end. Is it truly the case that I have no choices left? Uchiha Mirai smirked coldly. You may think so. Oil Woman Shurhei replied in a chilling tone. Have you made your decision? I choose the third option. The crimson depths of Uchiha's future eyes gleamed ominously. Annihilate them all. Echoed through Konoha village. The entire village basked in tranquility. Vendors loudly hawked their wares along the bustling streets, while the leaders of various ninja clans leisurely sipped tea and observed birds. Suddenly, an astonishing tremor shook the ground. A force so terrifying that it sent a jolt through the senses of most ninjas in Konoha. What the hell is happening? Is there an attack on Konoha? The ninjas of Konoha, particularly those with exceptional sensory abilities like the Yamashiro and Inazuka clans, immediately perceived the source of the dreadful quake. Their eyes widened in horror as they gazed into the distance. It felt as if the very earth beneath Konoha was trembling. The epicenter is to the east of the village. Sensory ninjas, act quickly. Locate that position. Under the directive of their leader, Yamashiro Hai. Several skilled sensory ninjas from the Yamashiro clan activated their abilities to discern the ominous area. Their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror. What kind of power is this? Calamity. Dense, ominous, overwhelming. These sensory ninjas encountered such a formidable chakra for the first time, imbued with the essence of disaster. Even from their location, its presence was unmistakably palpable. I think I know who it is, Yamashiro Hyde muttered, his countenance darkening. This malevolent chakra of calamity belonged to but one individual, the Uchiha of disaster, Uchiha Mirai. Upon hearing his name, the surrounding ninjas froze in shock. The name of the calamity Uchiha had invoked countless bloodshed during the Third Great Ninja War. There could be no mistake. Yamashiro Hai's pupils trembled. He had witnessed Uchiha Mirai's combat from a distance during the war, and the malevolent chakra had left an indelible mark on his psyche. Mobilize the ninjas towards the back mountain, he commanded solemnly. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was jolted to attention. His gaze fixed intently on the forest from whence the tremor emanated. That was near the Uchiha clan's territory. Beside him, Danzo sneered. It appears the time has come. Danzo, are you out of your mind? If you force a conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, can you bear the consequences? He alone does not represent the entire Uchiha clan. Danzo dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. He is not even the clan leader. Even if Uchiha Future is a prodigy, he remains merely a member of the Uchiha clan. The true authority within the Uchiha clan lies with the patriarch, Fugaku. The character of Uchiha Fugaku is all too clear to Danzo. He lacks the courage to engage in warfare with Konoha. Compromise and concession are his only options. Gazing at the forest that stirred with astonishing commotion, the smirk in Danzo's eyes deepened. I have already presented him with a choice. This is the path he has chosen for himself. Uchiha's future decision to eliminate the members of the Root organization was anticipated by him. He had long prepared for contingencies. Ideally, if Oil Girl Shurhei and the members of Root could directly slay Uchiha's future self, it would be most desirable. Even if that were not feasible, the act of slaying a Leaf Village ninja, even a member of Root, would constitute a grave crime. It would be sufficient to provoke Danzo into action. Even Uchiha Fugaku would find it difficult to voice any objections. It was time to set forth. A slight smirk played on Danzo's lips. He could hardly contain his anticipation to witness Uchiha's future downfall. This time, he intended to eradicate this threat once and for all. Chapter 39. Before I get serious. Dance to your heart's content. Damn it. How is this guy so powerful? Be careful. Do not let him close in. In the forest, a dozen members of Root surrounded Uchiha's future self, their eyes filled with sheer horror. The future of Uchiha's crimson eyes glows like blood, with 3 black tomo gracefully rotating. Anyone who meets his gaze is bound to tremble under an immense pressure, as if being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, causing their chakra to momentarily stiffen within. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, was known in his youth as the Dreadful Eye. This group from Root is unaware whether Uchiha Fugaku's Dreadful Eye surpasses that of Uchiha Mirai. However, the Uchiha Mirai before them undeniably resembles an incredibly ferocious beast, and they have just severed the reins of this formidable creature. Whoosh! Uchiha Mirai's form abruptly vanished. Just a few meters away, a member of the Root organization suddenly felt an overwhelming chill erupt from behind, as if he had plunged into a 100-meter abyss. Bang! He did not even have time to turn around. A terrifying force erupted from his waist, violently twisting his upper body in an almost inhuman manner against his back. He could not even let out a scream before the dark operative was sent flying, losing all signs of life. The surrounding members of the Root organization felt a sudden surge of terror. Yet, Uchiha Mirai's bloodlust was far from quenched. A pair of eyes, seemingly drenched in crimson, locked onto the next target in an instant. It was a member of the Root holding a ninja blade. Upon realizing Uchiha Mirai's gaze was directed at him, the operative was drenched in cold sweat. "Fall back," shouted the leader, Yamanaka Shihai, in horror. Even now, he could not comprehend how they had arrived with the intention of eliminating Uchiha Mirai, only to find the situation had reversed so swiftly. Uchiha Mirai advanced like an unstoppable force, reminiscent of an army of thousands, overwhelming his adversaries to the point of breathlessness. The ground beneath him suddenly fractured, and harnessing the tremendous propulsion from his feet, he surged forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the Root operative, whose heart quaked with fear, nearly paralyzed by Uchiha Mirai's formidable presence, which extinguished any thoughts of resistance. In this critical moment, he could only place his last hopes upon the ninja blade clenched in his hand, pouring every ounce of strength into a desperate strike aimed at the oncoming Uchiha Mirai. "Kakashi!" he shouted, only to be met with a pair of crimson eyes. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and the Root operative's body froze abruptly. His gaze ensnared in the hypnotic stare of the Sharingan, momentarily lost in a daze. Uchiha Mirai seized the opportunity with decisive swiftness, snapping the man's neck with a crisp crack. Grasping the throat of the Root member, Uchiha Mirai stood resolute amidst the encirclement, his gaze calmly surveying the surrounding ninjas. A subtle aura of menace emanated from him, and those who met his eyes were undeniably gripped by fear, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. "What is this? Weren't you here to eliminate me? Is this the extent of your prowess?" Uchiha Mirai cast a disdainful smile as he effortlessly discarded the lifeless body, which he had just snapped at the neck, at the feet of the Root members across from him. Perhaps the agony endured before death had been insufferable, for the expression of the fallen was grotesquely twisted. Bloodshot eyes rolled back, revealing a stark expanse of sclera, while a tongue, mingled with blood and saliva, dangled from one side of the chin, rendering the entire visage a portrait of distortion. The tragic demise of their comrade instilled a chilling fear among the surrounding Root operatives, simultaneously igniting a profound thirst for bloodshed. Eyes, filled with murderous intent, were fixed intently upon Uchiha Mirai at the center. How intriguing! Uchiha Mirai twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of crackling thunder. His body had only just begun to warm up, so he should indulge in dance before the seriousness ensues. Swiftly, increase the speed. In the Leaf Village, a contingent of ninjas had already gathered, hastening toward the forest where the battle was about to erupt. Yamashiro Kaichi gazed at the forest with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Beyond the overwhelming chakra emanating from Uchiha Mirai, there were several other chakra signatures that were considerably weaker. Who were they? That forest lay within the borders of the Leaf Village. What kind of ninja would dare to strike against the calamity of the Uchiha at this location? Though he was reluctant to admit it, Yamashiro Kaichi understood all too well. The only ones capable of such audacity in the Leaf Village were the Umbu of the Hokage and the Root under Danzo. The Umbu were unlikely to intervene unless the third Hokage himself sought to confront the Uchiha directly. Thus, the only remaining possibility was Danzo's Root. It seemed that the Leaf Village was on the brink of a significant crisis. Yamashiro Kaichi wore a grave expression, as if he could already envision the imminent storm of bloodshed. Alongside Yamashiro Kaichi, numerous other ninjas from the Leaf were also rushing toward the forest where the battle would soon unfold. The proximity to the village, coupled with the terrifying intensity of the impending conflict, spelled nothing but trouble. While some ninjas lacked Kaichi's exceptional sensory abilities, a moment's contemplation would reveal the gravity of the situation. It was inconceivable that foreign ninjas could appear around the Leaf without any warning. Only a few notorious names within the Leaf could unleash such formidable power. The more they pondered, the deeper their shock became. Danzo surged toward the forest, flanked by a dozen elite members of Root. With a sinister smile gracing his lips, Danzo could hardly contain his eagerness to witness Uchiha Mirai's tragic demise. The nanobugs cultivated by Aburame Shirhai surpassed all known toxins in their lethal efficacy. A mere touch would guarantee death. They were his most prized instruments, honed over many years within Root. Uchiha of Calamity, I shall see whether your toxins are more formidable than Shirhai's nanobugs, Danzo sneered. Even if we entertain the notion that Shirhai fails, how much resistance could Uchiha Mirai muster when besieged by a dozen elite members of Root? To slay a Leaf Ninja is a grave sin. In that eventuality, the Root operatives would surge forth to eliminate the gasping Uchiha Mirai. Even the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, would find himself powerless to object. The path ahead was irrevocably sealed. The future of the Uchiha clan appears bleak and inescapable. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha territory, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have also taken note of the battle occurring beyond the forest. This ominous presence emanates from the chakra of the future brother. Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened as he fixated intently on the forest from which the residual energy emanated. Itachi, are you certain there has been no misperception? Uchiha Fugaku beside him inquired, his gaze laden with gravity. There can be no mistake. Having followed my elder brother for so long, I can perceive his chakra in an instant. Uchiha Itachi spoke with unwavering conviction, though a flicker of tension was evident in his eyes. In the 3 years of Uchiha Itachi's seclusion, he had always been by Uchiha Mirai's side, serving him tea and attending to his needs. Itachi was thoroughly acquainted with Mirai's peculiar chakra. Thus, it was only natural that a sense of unease began to stir within Itachi's heart. Mirai had encountered a battle. Furthermore, judging by the circumstances, the adversary's strength seemed formidable. Given the proximity to the village, who would dare to launch an assault on Mirai? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was profound, akin to the depths of an enigmatic ocean. He promptly organized the clan members to provide assistance, summoning all those who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku paused slightly, his voice low and somber, revealing that Konoha intended to take action against the future of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 40. Nanopoison Insects versus Nuclear Radiation Particle Flow. In the forest, the battle between Root and the future of the Uchiha clan had reached a fever pitch. The more than 10 members of Root surrounding the future of the Uchiha had already suffered significant losses within a mere minute. The remaining members of Root were now sweating profusely, their hearts filled with overwhelming dread. Why do they not flee? Uchiha Mirai let out a light chuckle. As if suddenly recalling something, he shrugged his shoulders. Oh, right, you have all been encircled by me alone. The moment his words fell, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, Uchiha Mirai vanished from his original position. Be cautious. Do not let him pick you off one by one, commanded Yamanaka Shirhei, his voice resonating with urgency. The well-trained members of the Root immediately clustered together, their anxious gazes sweeping the surroundings. Yamanaka Shirhei's expression was grave. The prowess of Uchiha Mirai has transcended all expectations. While there are numerous legends surrounding Uchiha Mirai and Konoha, only a select few have witnessed his combat skills firsthand, such as the recent incident involving the Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village who dared to stir trouble in the Uchiha clan's territory. The opponent's strength was undeniably formidable. Yet in the hands of Uchiha Mirai, he appeared as a mere child. The entire battle was suffused with a playful essence from beginning to end. The Root members believed they had sufficiently acknowledged Uchiha Mirai's capabilities, yet it was evident that they had gravely underestimated him. However, an unsettling glint of madness flickered in the depths of Yamanaka Shirhei's eyes. His abilities were remarkably unique. Nanovenomous insects. A single touch would spell certain death. If he could seize the opportunity and strike Uchiha Mirai, even if he bore the calamity of the Uchiha name, his demise would be inevitable. Bang! The blood-red Sharingan fixated momentarily on a member of Root, causing the latter's body to tremble violently as if ensnared by a ferocious beast. There was no time for resistance. The upper half of his body was obliterated into a mist of crimson spray by the onslaught of overwhelming power. The second one, the ethereal voice of Uchiha Future resonated, as if engaged in a silent countdown. The remaining members of the Root were gripped by fear, huddling together in a defensive formation against the impending assault from Uchiha Future. Suddenly, an astonishing sonic boom erupted from the right rear. It came from a member of the Yamanaka clan, known for their perceptive abilities. Yet, his heightened senses could not save him. By the time he sensed the attack from Uchiha Future, it was already too late to evade. The piercing crimson of the three-tomo Sharingan invaded his vision, swiftly followed by a searing pain radiating from his neck as his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. The third, Uchiha Mirai appeared to lament something. "Your dance has left me disillusioned." As the words fell, the head of the Root member exploded in an instant. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the surrounding Root members. Despite being cold-blooded beings who had long extinguished their emotions, witnessing the gruesome demise of a comrade plunged them into despair. It was only then that they profoundly understood the true meaning of the word calamity. With a successful strike, Uchiha Mirai vanished from their sight once more, akin to a hunter lurking in the shadows, selecting the next prey. The remaining members of Root wore bitter expressions. Perhaps they should never have undertaken this task. From beginning to end, it had been a one-sided massacre. Before Uchiha Mirai, they struggled to mount even a semblance of a counterattack. Yet, as members of Root nurtured by Danzo, did they possess the right to choose? A fourth voice, akin to a wailing specter, echoed once again. The remaining Root members trembled, uncertain of who would be the next fortunate victim chosen by Uchiha Mirai. The Crimson Sharingan, devoid of emotion, fixed its gaze upon one of the Root members as Uchiha Mirai extended his hand, poised to snap the other's neck. Suddenly, a powerful resistance surged from beneath his feet, causing his movements to falter. His outstretched hand froze in midair. A secret technique. Shadow binding technique. As the perspective shifted, one could see a Root member half kneeling, forming hand seals as a long black shadow spread from beneath him to his feet. A member of the Nara clan? They had concealed themselves until now. In Uchiha's eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickered. Almost instantaneously, as his body was seized, a sinister voice echoed from behind. Shinya. Yamanaka Shirhai had already removed his gloves. His right hand emanated a bizarre shade of purple-black, and a hint of malevolence danced in his gaze as he forcefully struck Uchiha's back with his palm. The purple-black hue within his hand seemed to come alive, writhing and distorting as it spread towards Uchiha's spine. Success. A gleam of exhilaration ignited in Yamanaka Shirhai's eyes. After lying in wait for so long, he had finally found the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Uchiha. His nanopoisonous insects were exceptionally unique. Upon contact with the enemy's body, they would swiftly and ruthlessly dismantle the tissue at a cellular level. This form of assault was nearly impervious to any defensive measures. A guaranteed death. The calamity that is Uchiha. Ha! I have finally slain you. A cruel smile twisted Yamanaka Shirhai's features. Lord Danzo, our mission is complete. Meanwhile, Uchiha, struck by Yamanaka's attack, revealed for the first time a flicker of surprise in his crimson eyes. Yet, this surprise did not stem from the predicament he faced, but rather from the unexpected display of prowess by Yamanaka Shirhai. Indeed, Uchiha Mirai spoke with a faint smile, her voice reminiscent of a compliment. The smile on oil woman Shizuka's face abruptly froze. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Uchiha's future should be engulfed in anguished cries, as his entire being is mercilessly consumed by nanite parasites. The next instant, sensing an impending threat, Yamanaka Shirhai's expression turns grave. Pain. Excruciating pain. Help. There is no escape. This is the message relayed by the nanite parasites invading Uchiha's body. How infuriating. How could this happen? Yamanaka Shirhai's eyes widen in horror, but before he can react, the dark purple handprint emblazoned on Uchiha's back begins to fade at an alarming rate. The hand reveals the original skin, followed by the arm, then the neck and chest. Yamanaka Shirhai emits a heart-wrenching wail, writhing in agony on the ground. The nearby Root members witness this scene, a chill creeping into their hearts, while intense confusion arises within them. What is happening? As fellow Root ninjas, they possess a certain understanding of Yamanaka Shirhai's abilities. Shouldn't it be Uchiha's anguished screams echoing through the air? Why has the situation reversed? Chapter 41, Kaleidoscope. The domain unfolds. What manner of monster are you? What kind of creature are you? Yamanaka Shirhai roars, his eyes bursting with blood vessels, crimson liquid streaming from the corners of his eyes. In almost an instant, The carefully cultivated nanite parasites within him meet their demise. The sheer terror felt by the dying nanites is also transmitted to his mind. It is precisely this that instills such dread towards Uchiha's future. What kind of monstrosity can orchestrate such a horrifying spectacle? It appears that your abilities are precisely of the nature that I am wholly equipped to counter. Uchiha Mirai chuckled lightly, a hint of derision glimmering in her eyes. The term nuclear radiation refers to the emission of microscopic particle streams in the form of waves or particles from radioactive substances encompassing protons, neutrons, and electrons. A proton measures approximately 10 to the power of -6 nanometers in diameter, with neutrons being slightly smaller and electrons significantly more diminutive. Therefore, the nuclear radiation attack unleashed by Uchiha Mirai represents a cataclysmic blow to the nanobugs of Yaoji Shurha. The conflict between nuclear radiation and the nanobugs at the microscopic level is decidedly one-sided. The nuclear radiation particle stream unleashed by Uchiha's future resembles an unceasing barrage of countless azure flames from a Gatling gun, as perceived through the lens of the nanotoxic insect. How could such a corporeal form withstand this onslaught? In mere moments, the entire battalion was decimated. Suddenly, the oil-wielding female ninja, Jihei, appeared to recall something. Her gaze fixated on Uchiha's future with profound horror. It dawned upon her that perhaps the entire shinobi world had been mistaken. The mysterious toxin-like blood of Uchiha Mirai is not a toxin at all. Oh, have you come to a realization? Uchiha Mirai chuckled lightly, but alas, it is too late. In the next instant, an almost infinite torrent of nuclear radiation particles erupted, engulfing the body of oil girl Shurhei in a heartbeat. A harrowing scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the forest. The body of oil girl Shurhei began to decompose and melt at an astonishing rate. Conventional nuclear radiation strikes primarily target DNA and RNA, inflicting irreversible damage to the reproductive capabilities of the affected organisms. All bodily cells are rendered disposable. The fastest differentiating cells, such as epithelial cells and hair, begin to shed and perish. However, the nuclear radiation attack unleashed by Uchiha Mirai accelerated this process to an unfathomable degree. In merely a few breaths, oil girl Shurhei, once a vibrant human, devolved into a puddle of decaying flesh due to the death of all his cells. The most terrifying aspect is that, as brain cells are the most active and have the longest lifespan, he remained fully conscious throughout this ordeal. He could only watch in horror as his body continuously rotted away. An intense chill emanated from the very roots surrounding him. If Uchiha Mirai had previously appeared to them as a savage beast, he had now transformed entirely into a demon, the harbinger of calamity. Repeating this name in their minds, they were left with nothing but an overwhelming sense of dread and coldness. Uchiha Itachi gazed towards the direction of Konohagakure, sensing a group of ninjas approaching at an astonishing speed. It would not be long before they all arrived. Let us cease this game and bring it to an end together. The mockery in Uchiha's eyes vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness. The remaining 6 root ninjas suddenly felt a shift in the aura emanating from the future Uchiha, akin to a colossal beast awakening from the depths of the ocean. Within the depths of his crimson eyes, 3 pitch-black tomo spun rapidly, transforming into the shape of 3 fan blades. What is this? Such eyes! The surrounding root members were struck with horror, yet before they could fully comprehend the situation, a dense darkness surged from beneath Uchiha's feet, engulfing them in an instant. Kaleidoscope. The domain unfolds. Accompanied by a dizzying sensation, in the blink of an eye, these root ninjas found themselves transported to an entirely different realm. Around them lay a desolate ancient battlefield, with broken weapons and towering reeds, suffused with an aura of chilling desolation. Above, a blood-red moon hung suspended, as if an indescribable entity had opened its eyes in this world. Where is this place? Does such a realm exist in the ninja world? Is this a space-time ocular technique? Be cautious. This may be a Zai technique. The 6 members of Root exchanged shocked reminders, their backs pressed together, forming an impenetrable defense. Among them, 5 were Jonin. Even the kaleidoscope's ocular technique could not possibly eliminate them in such a brief span of time. Moments ago, they had sensed that Danzo and others were approaching. If they could endure for a while longer, until Lord Danzo's arrival, Uchiha's assault would surely falter. A commendable thought. Suddenly, a light laughter echoed in their ears, causing their bodies to shudder, and they looked up in terror. There hovered Uchiha, gazing down at them with a faint smile, surrounded by the blood moon behind him, resembling an unfathomable eye. Unfortunately, in my world, you stand not a chance. Uchiha's future sighed, as if lamenting something. Below, the 6 members of the Root suddenly changed their expressions, terror gripping their throats. Their bodies hung in a peculiar manner, heads facing the ground, hands clutching their own necks. Faces flushed crimson, eyes bulging and bloodshot. Uchiha Mirai gazed down upon the scene with an air of detached tranquility. In that moment, he resembled a deity. Within this celestial domain, he stood as the singular divine presence. The very fabric of this world's rules would bend to his will. The ocular energy expended to eradicate a few members of the root organization was negligible. Furthermore, he had previously acquired Hashirama's cells from Danzo's hidden repository. However, he refrained from immediate transplantation due to the associated risks and success rates. Once the time is right for the implantation of Hashirama's cells, the energy consumed will be but a trifling matter. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed as the 6 members of the root organization fell simultaneously, their faces contorted, tongues lolling at the corners of their mouths, saliva trickling down, and their eyes rolling back to reveal an expansive sclera. Clearly, they had succumbed to the void. It appeared that the timing was impeccably executed. Uchiha Mirai gazed at the adjacent scene, which shimmered like a mirror, within the rippling waves. The figures of Danzo and his associates were approaching. In the next moment, the surrounding landscape abruptly transformed. The enigmatic realm vanished, giving way to the forest where the previous battle had erupted. The lifeless bodies of the 6 root members remained in their original positions, still retaining the appearance they had in that otherworldly domain. Uchiha Mirai stood calmly amidst the forest, as if awaiting something. Moments later, a furious roar erupted. Uchiha Mirai, you have slain my subordinates. Chapter 42. This is not cowardice. It is following one's heart. Danzo's eyes widened in rage as he fixated on the serene figure before him. The scenes unfolding around him struck his mind like a heavy hammer. The root operatives he had dispatched lay lifeless in the surrounding woods, some scarcely recognizable even as corpses. Many of the masks worn by the root operatives had fallen away, revealing twisted and grotesque faces, as if they had experienced an unfathomable terror before their demise. Uchiha Mirai stood nonchalantly at the center of the corpses of the root members, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly mocking the weakness of his subordinates. How infuriating! Danzo could not fathom it. The ninjas he dispatched were the elite of the root, meticulously chosen for their abilities, specifically tailored to counter Uchiha Mirai. Why? Why was Uchiha Mirai able to eliminate them all in such a short span of time? This defied logic. Where was Yamanaka Shurhei? Danzo's single eye momentarily narrowed. Yamanaka Shurhei was a bloodline ninja adept in nano-venom insects. One touch and death was certain. Could it be that Yamanaka Shurhei had betrayed him? Otherwise, how could Uchiha Mirai appear utterly unscathed? Moreover, there seemed to be no sign of Shurhei's body in the vicinity. Uchiha Mirai, where is Yamanaka Shurhei? Danzo inquired coldly. If you are referring to that fellow enveloped in purple, you should be right here. Uchiha Mirai shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing towards a particular spot with his gaze. Danzo glanced over, only to be met with a grotesque mass of flesh. You deceive me. Danzo glared furiously at Uchiha Mirai. How could a mere puddle of unrecognizable remains possibly belong to Yamanaka Shurhei, one of his most valued subordinates? Wait. A chilling realization struck Danzo, causing a shiver to run down his spine. During the Third Great Ninja War, numerous foes who encountered Uchiha Mirai had succumbed to the effects of that bizarre toxin, their bodies deteriorating into indistinguishable heaps of decay. Could it be? The roots behind him seemed to recall something as well. Waves of icy dread swelling in their hearts. The demise of other root members was inconsequential. Many ninjas of this caliber still resided within the base. However, Yamanaka Shurhei was different. His abilities were exceptionally unique, and no one else within the roots could possibly replace him. Now, such a formidable ninja had been reduced to an unidentifiable mass of flesh. This horrifying scene, even though they were already aware of the ruthlessness of the calamity that was Uchiha, sent chills down their spines. Fools, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Must I take matters into my own hands? Danzo slammed his cane against the ground, unleashing a roar of indignation. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Danzo, what on earth has happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with the umbu, his face etched with shock as he surveyed the surroundings. A surge of joy flooded Danzo's heart. Hiruzen had come. With the umbu and the roots launching an assault, coupled with his and Sarutobi Hiruzen's assistance, they would surely vanquish Uchiha Mirai this time. Hiruzen, your timing is impeccable. Uchiha Mirai has been terrorizing the village's ninjas with his vicious methods, utterly intolerable by any moral standard. We must obliterate him once and for all. Danzo's excitement was palpable as he fixed his gaze fervently on his old friend. Hiruzen, You see the bodies of the roots surrounding us, don't you? This is within the territory of Konoha. Uchiha Mirai has been committing heinous acts against fellow villagers, and the evidence is irrefutable. Even if he were to be executed on the spot, Fugaku would have no grounds for objection. Such a splendid opportunity, if missed, may never arise again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, of course, comprehended his old friend's intentions. Yet, a hint of hesitation lingered in his eyes. With the combined forces of Root and the Umbu, alongside his and Danzo's support, it was not outside the realm of possibility to execute Uchiha Mirai on the pretext of his atrocities against the Leaf Shinobi. However, should they proceed in this manner, it was likely that the Uchiha clan would rise in fury. In the realm of the Uchiha clan's younger generation, Uchiha Mirai seems to enjoy an exceptionally high reputation. Should that group of madmen rise up, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer devastating losses. Moreover, this location is in close proximity to the Uchiha clan's territory. It is likely that a group of Uchiha members is already en route. Is this brief interval sufficient for them to eliminate Uchiha Mirai? The hesitation in the eyes of an old friend was keenly perceived by Danzo, who clenched his teeth and, in a fit of indignation, shouted, "Sarutobi, what are you still hesitating for? Such an opportunity, once missed, will never return." The Umbu behind Sarutobi glanced at one another, without the Hokage's command. They could not act independently. During this fleeting moment of contention, other ninjas from Konoha had begun to arrive one after another. What on earth has happened? The corpses of these ninjas, are they from Root? So many ninjas have perished. What transpired? The subsequent arrivals, including Yamashiro Kaichi and other members of the ninja clan, bore expressions of shock and disbelief. Although they sensed the intensity of the battle from a distance without witnessing it firsthand, they could not truly comprehend the brutality and bloodshed that unfolded here. Numerous masked ninjas clad in Root uniforms lay lifeless, with not a single one left to breathe. What kind of terrifying prowess could achieve such a grim outcome? As their gazes lifted, all eyes converged upon the composed figure of Uchiha Mirai. It is he. Their pupils quivered. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Danzo's mouth, followed by a vehement declaration. Uchiha Mirai has ruthlessly slaughtered Konoha ninjas. His methods are abhorrent and unforgivable. Such a threat to the village's safety cannot be allowed to run rampant. He called out, "Everyone, join me in action. Today we shall rid Konoha of this menace." Danzo's righteous voice echoed throughout the forest. Sarutobi truly is unreliable. However, as long as the other ninjas take action, the outcome will be the same. A sinister smile lingered in Danzo's eyes. "Uchiha Mirai, what do you intend to use to contend with me?" However, his triumphant expression swiftly froze. The surrounding Konoha ninjas whispered amongst themselves, engaging in hushed discussions, yet none dared to take action, all remaining rooted in place. "What are you waiting for? Uchiha Mirai has irrefutably harmed our comrades. Do you truly wish to allow him to endanger more ninjas?" Danzo struck his cane with fervor, his voice hoarse from exertion. But it was utterly futile. Not a single soul heeded his call. The entire scene unfolded as a theatrical performance solely orchestrated by him, with the surrounding ninjas observing him like a mere jester. Having learned from the previous Hokage trial, these ninjas exhibited a marked degree of composure when confronted with the enmity between the Hokage faction and Uchiha Mirai. Last time, they had heeded Danzo's counsel, collectively pressuring Uchiha Mirai, only to witness a reversal of fortunes. It was the Cloud Village that sought to seize Konoha's bloodlines, while Uchiha Mirai emerged as the hero safeguarding them from dilution. The slap in the face echoed resoundingly. This time, persuading them to act would prove far more challenging for Danzo. Moreover, there was the most pragmatic reason. They simply could not prevail. Had they not witnessed how effortlessly Uchiha Mirai had annihilated a dozen members of Root? Moreover, his attire remained unblemished, indicating a one-sided massacre, likely with minimal chakra expenditure. Even if they succeeded in encircling Uchiha Mirai, how would they defend against that peculiar toxin? These ninjas were not inclined to return home only to find themselves sprouting a third leg or appendage. This was not cowardice, it was prudence. Thus thought the spectators. Chapter 43, Danzo. Who do you think you are? The Hokage? Useless. A bunch of worthless individuals. Danzo furiously struck his cane repeatedly. The base of the cane had already been battered into a flower-like shape, and it might very well shatter under the strain one day. He could hardly fathom that Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, and even the subsequent arriving ninjas were equally timid, disinclined to confront Uchiha Mirai. Is Uchiha Mirai truly that terrifying? He is not a man-eater. Just then, Uchiha Mirai, who had been observing the spectacle, spoke up. "Danzo, you claim that I have harmed the village's ninjas. Yet the truth is that your Root initiated the assault against me. Fortunately, my reflexes were sharp enough. Otherwise, I might have genuinely perished at their hands. Uchiha Mirai appeared visibly shaken, patting his chest like a startled lamb. The surrounding ninjas couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. I cannot believe your words. Your outer garments remain unscathed. How can you claim to have faced danger? The true tragedy lies with those from the Foundation who met a gruesome fate, bodies so disfigured that even their mothers would not recognize them. Nevertheless, Uchiha Mirai's declaration inadvertently revealed a shocking revelation. It seemed that Danzo's Foundation had been the first to assault Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai is compelled to take action? In that case, the situation becomes markedly different. The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of perplexity. Uchiha Mirai, were it not for your prior threat to the village, how could my subordinates have been driven to attack you? Danzo's voice thundered with indignation. The label of endangering the village has been employed so frequently. Danzo, do you not find it tiresome? Uchiha Mirai rolled her eyes, an expression of disdain adorning her features. From 3 years ago to the recent Hokage building conference and now, one could conjure dozens of new titles. It was unclear which ninja could not contain themselves. Bursting into laughter, Danzo trembled with rage. The second Hokage's words rang true. The Uchiha clan was indeed a lineage steeped in innate malevolence. Uchiha Mirai, this is Konoha. Do you harbor intentions of rebellion? Uchiha Future cast a disdainful smile. The third Hokage remained silent beside him, yet you, like a barking dog, gestured and pointed. Who do you think you are? The Hokage? Danzo suddenly froze, standing there like a wooden post. The words of Uchiha regarding the future were laden with a biting sarcasm. Their nonchalant tone akin to salt sprinkled on the deep wounds of his heart. Pain. Excruciating pain. The seething anger within Danzo blazed like an inferno. Hokage. That was the most elusive dream nestled in his heart. He could not recall when it had become his steadfast ambition. Yet, the title of Hokage belonged to his dear friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while he remained forever relegated to the shadows. Gazing up at the Hokage's brilliance like a root buried in darkness. Each time he clashed with Sarutobi, the latter would retort, Danzo, I am the Hokage. He could only endure in silence, for he was not the Hokage. The Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, his most profound wound was laid bare by Uchiha's mocking tone, nearly overwhelming his fury. In his left eye, the flames of hatred burned fiercely. Uchiha, you shall come to regret this. Danzo clenched his teeth, forcing each word through the gaps. Enough, Danzo. The usually quiet Sarutobi thundered, his voice low yet commanding. Danzo was clearly under the thrall of his emotions. If this continued, he might commit some foolish act. With so many clansmen around, he could not allow matters to spiral into irretrievable chaos. At Sarutobi's admonition, the bloodshot rage in Danzo's eyes receded, revealing a flicker of clarity. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He had clearly lost his composure moments ago. Thankfully, he was halted before it escalated further. Accompanying this was an unbearable sense of humiliation. It was precisely because he was not the Hokage that Sarutobi could so casually rebuke him in public. If he were the Hokage. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance disrupted his thoughts. Brother Future is over there. Quick, we cannot allow those ruffians to bully Brother Future. Brothers, let us charge. Within mere seconds, the arriving Uchiha clan members surged forward, all standing resolutely behind Uchiha Future. Their crimson Sharingan, aflame with fury, fixed intently on Danzo and the Leaf Ninjas across from them. The air grew tense, thick with impending conflict. The two factions of ninjas faced off, the Uchiha clan seemingly matching their opponents in number, with at least two possessing the ominous tomo in their eyes. The atmosphere was saturated with the scent of gunpowder. It only awaited a single spark to ignite this volatile powder keg. It appeared that the forces had gathered at last. Uchiha Mirai's lips curled into a subtle arc. He deliberately chose a location near the Uchiha clan's territory, taking into account the pressure that would follow the battle. Nearly all of these clansmen were elite ninjas of the Uchiha, with no fewer than 20 members capable of activating the three-tomo Sharingan. Aside from a few powerful individuals he had specifically instructed to remain concealed, almost half of the Uchiha clans might have gathered here. Do you truly wish to bully Mirai? Uchiha stood tall, casting a disdainful glance at Danzo and the others. Whoever dares to bully the future brother shall face the wrath of both me and Kuriko, without exception. Isn't that right, Kuriko? Indeed. Uchiha Kuriko roared with a voice full of anguish. He and Shurien had initially been ardent admirers of Uchiha Fugaku. But following Uchiha Mirai's formidable emergence, their allegiance had shifted to fervent supporters of Mirai, the Leaf Village shinobi, who had no desire to be embroiled in this conflict. instinctively swallowed hard and retreated several paces. Observing the initial withdrawal, the other shinobi quickly followed suit, distancing themselves from the unfolding chaos. After all, dealing with one Uchiha Mirai was already a considerable headache. The presence of so many Uchiha fanatics could prove overwhelming, and in the event of a confrontation, even 10 lives would be insufficient. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded. The once formidable Danzo found himself nearly isolated, facing the pressure of the Uchiha clan alongside his root members. Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing nearby, wore an expression of acute embarrassment. Danzo, look at the predicament you created. How will this conclude? Uchiha Fugaku, what is your intention? Danzo narrowed his left eye, casting a menacing glare at Fugaku, who stood beside Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai has slain so many of my subordinates, and as clan leader, you do not hold him accountable, allowing your clansmen to wreak havoc in the village. Do you intend to instigate a coup? Danzo understood Uchiha Fugaku's disposition well. Although he presented himself as upright and unyielding, his inner self was remarkably fragile, much like Hiruzen, who often wavered. Given his character, Fugaku would certainly hesitate to openly support Uchiha Mirai under the specter of a coup. Once the clan leader began to yield, the Uchiha behind him would pose little threat. Danzo, I must reiterate, it was your root that initiated the assault upon me. I merely acted in self-defense. Uchiha Mirai shrugged, a gesture laced with incredulity. Ridiculous. Danzo scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you dare to speak so freely while the clan leader remains silent? Who do you think you are? The leader? A wave of satisfaction washed over Danzo, his heart swelling with delight. Finally, he could avenge the humiliation inflicted upon him by Uchiha Mirai, who had so brazenly rubbed salt into his wounds in front of others. I've seized my opportunity, Haven Ti? Haha. Allow me to make a correction. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was somewhat intricate. In truth, the future holds the position of clan leader. Oh, so it is Uchiha who will be the future clan leader. I was under the impression that... Huh? What on earth? Uchiha Mirai is the clan leader? Danzo felt an icy chill in his lower body in an instant. Chapter 44. Hiruzen Sarutobi was overwhelmed with a splitting headache as Uchiha Mirai assumed a position of authority. The air was suffocatingly silent. In that forest, the astonished gasps of the Konoha ninjas filled the atmosphere. Surrounding ninjas breathed heavily, their eyes wide with terror as they fixated on Uchiha Mirai. The words of Uchiha Fugaku still resonated in their ears, akin to a heavy hammer striking profoundly upon their souls. Uchiha's future lies in the hands of the clan leader. Danzo's one eye, concealed beneath bandages, was filled with profound horror and disbelief. How could Uchiha's future possibly become the clan leader at such a young age? Uchiha Fugaku would willingly relinquish the position of clan leader? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's profound gaze, a flicker of astonishment appeared for the first time. If Uchiha Mirai were to become the clan leader, he would find that circumstances have seemingly exceeded his expectations. Should Uchiha Mirai ascend to the position of clan leader, many aspects would undoubtedly transform entirely. The distinction between a leader and the clan members is fundamentally significant. Yet, how did Uchiha Mirai come to hold the title of clan leader? After serving as the clan leader for over a decade, could Uchiha Fugaku truly relinquish his position so readily? Moreover, how could such a momentous change in power occur without stirring any ripples? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though his mind was akin to a tangled ball of yarn, utterly bewildered and impossible to untangle. Fugaku, this matter is no jest. You cannot be mistaken, can you? Is Uchiha's future truly in the hands of another clan leader? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen clung to a flicker of hope, his voice laden with gravity as he questioned. Though he was acutely aware that Uchiha Fugaku's character would never permit such a jest of this magnitude, he had no choice but to place his hopes upon this fragile thread. Third Hokage, you know me well. I would never jest about such matters. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at him intently. Uchiha future is undoubtedly the head of the Uchiha clan. The air fell silent once more for a brief moment. Indeed, although his tone suggested a sense of relief, there was not a trace of such sentiment in his eyes, only a hint of profound complexity and depth. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unexpected wave of aging wash over him. As a former shinobi renowned for his prowess, a distinguished professor of ninjutsu, he found that the recent events surrounding the Uchiha had spiraled beyond his grasp. This particular matter was perhaps the gravest of all, with far-reaching consequences. Though my inquiry may seem somewhat presumptuous, Fugaku, when did Uchiha future assume the mantle of clan leader? Such a significant event should have been communicated to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Fugaku with eyes imbued with a deep intensity. Uchiha Fugaku concealed this matter, which indicates that he has aligned himself with Uchiha's future. It is somewhat shameful to admit that with the emergence of successors within the clan, I, as the clan leader, find myself increasingly unable to guide the Uchiha family. The matter of succession has likely transpired in recent days. Uchiha Fugaku pondered momentarily before recounting the events. Due to their recent occurrence, he had not yet had the opportunity to inform the village. Uchiha Fugaku's explanation is impeccable and leaves no room for doubt. Uchiha Mirai gazed at Fugaku with a hint of admiration in his eyes. If he were to speak candidly, revealing that on his very first day returning, he had forcefully seized the position of clan leader, it would undoubtedly incite immense apprehension within the Hokage's faction. Concealing the fact of a coup d'etat under the guise of succession would not only alleviate some tension for Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, but also grant them ample time for preparation. Indeed, after Uchiha Fugaku's statement, the gravity etched on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face lessened slightly. If it were a recent succession, it could be somewhat acceptable. However, he would not wholly trust Fugaku's account. The depths of his eyes reflected the turmoil raging within his heart at that moment. Danzo appeared as though he had consumed something distasteful, his countenance strikingly grim. Moments ago, he had mocked Uchiha Mirai's exuberance. Now, the shock and discomfort he felt were equally profound. Uchiha Mirai is indeed the clan leader, yet he remains devoid of the title of Hokage. This realization causes an almost uncontrollable murderous intent to seep from his eyes. This malevolence similarly resonates with Uchiha Mirai across the way, as well as the Uchiha clansman standing behind him. Danzo, your gaze evokes memories of the time you dispatched your subordinates to assassinate the Uchiha clan leader. A matter for which I have yet to hold you accountable. Uchiha Mirai gazed at Danzo with a subtle intensity, as if his murderous intent permeated the air itself. Danzo's expression stiffened. He had lost numerous subordinates without being able to provoke Uchiha Mirai, yet now it seemed that Mirai was the one seeking trouble. Indeed, Danzo, the grievances for bullying our clan leader cannot simply be brushed aside. This matter demands an explanation. The Uchiha clan is not a place where anyone can act with impunity. Behind Uchiha, the members of the Uchiha clan fixated their menacing crimson eyes upon Danzo, their breaths quickening with indignation. The forest reverberated with their furious shouts, startling the birds into flight. Among them, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, fervent admirers of Uchiha's future, raised their voices with unparalleled intensity. In the distance, recently arrived leaf ninjas, upon hearing the uproar from the Uchiha clan, were seized with fear, breaking into a cold sweat. They dared not linger and hastily retreated. Observing the unfolding situation, some onlooking leaf ninjas discreetly began to slip away, recognizing that should a confrontation erupt between Danzo and the Uchiha clan, their involvement could spell disaster. The calamity brought forth by Uchiha's formidable abilities was akin to an indiscriminate weapon of mass destruction. Danzo's complexion darkened, turning a shade reminiscent of liver, as the situation shifted from a siege to one of assassination. Is Uchiha future about to publicly punish him? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned exceedingly grim. The situation has taken an unexpected turn in an instant. Uchiha Mirai serves as the head of the Uchiha clan, a role that embodies a profoundly different significance. In other words, during the most strained moments between the village and the Uchiha, even when applying political pressure on Fugaku, there was never any consideration of deploying ninjas for a crackdown. The use of force against the clan leader would convey a dramatically different implication. Not only would it provoke a considerable reaction from the Uchiha clan, but it would also likely stir a commotion among the other ninja clans in Konoha. The Uchiha clan remains the most powerful ninja clan in Konoha. If their leader has been treated in such a manner, how must the lesser clans feel? What thoughts must the leaders of these smaller clans harbor? The grim expressions of the leaders from clans such as the Oil Woman clan and the surrounding mountains only serve to confirm their inner turmoil. Had it been known beforehand that Uchiha would ascend to leadership, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have consented to Danzo's underhanded tactics. The situation is dire. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels an excruciating headache wash over him. How can he quell the fury of the Uchihas? Chapter 45. More funds required. Third Hokage. You must provide an explanation to the Uchiha, spoke Uchiha Fugaku, standing resolutely beside Uchiha Itachi, his gaze fixed sternly upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Behind him, the Umbu members swallowed nervously, their foreheads drenched in sweat beneath their masks. Panic spread like wildfire within them. Faced with a horde of red-eyed lunatics, led by the notorious Uchiha who had wreaked havoc during the Third Shinobi War, how many of them would survive if the situation spiraled out of control? Even if they were to escape by some stroke of luck, the capabilities of Uchiha Itachi were nearly insurmountable. Years after the conclusion of the Third War, many ninja in the 4th Shinobi village still lived under the shadow of his prowess, their bodies manifesting grotesque abnormalities. The probability of deformities in the new generation had surged alarmingly. Could they truly muster the courage to endure such horrifying repercussions? The roots of Danzo's organization felt similarly, their fear even more pronounced than that of the Umbu. With the bodies of their comrades strewn around them, they possessed a clearer understanding of the capabilities of the roots. Particularly concerning was Yamanaka Shirho, who wielded the lethal nano-poison bugs, now reduced to a shapeless mass of rotting flesh. The lessons of the past were stark, instilling a deep-seated dread within them. This pervasive sense of pessimism and fear was not lost on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who were positioned ahead. Though their expressions betrayed no emotion, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vigilance had reached its zenith. Chakra coursed rapidly through his veins, his combat instincts fully engaged. And the summoning technique was already inscribed in the palm of his right hand. Fugaku, while Danzo's actions were indeed inappropriate, I bear some responsibility as well. I failed to perceive his intentions in a timely manner. Had I done so, he would not have resorted to such impropriety. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed meaningfully at Uchiha Fugaku, his tone imbued with regret and concession. As the esteemed third Hokage, his words of apology and concession would likely evoke admiration from any uninformed villager, praising him as a commendable leader. Yet, within Uchiha Itachi's eyes, the irony and disdain only deepened. What a revelation that he too shares responsibility. What an oversight in failing to detect Danzo's intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks appear to be an apology at first glance. However, in reality, he completely distances himself from the situation, placing all the blame squarely on Danzo's shoulders, while he himself bears only the burden of an uninformed accusation. Uchiha Mirai cast a glance of pity at Danzo. TSK. Truly deserving of the title of the first Hokage, the greatest purveyor of blame in the ninja world. Danzo, evidently aware of the implications of his old friend's remarks, felt a flicker of indignation at the corner of his mouth. Hizashi, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to use me as a shield? The plan to deal with Uchiha Mirai was something you personally endorsed. Are you now turning your back on me? You scoundrel. Lord Third. Such a meager apology is far from sufficient. You must understand that I was nearly slain amidst the onslaught of that group from the root. Uchiha Mirai, trembling with trepidation, patted his chest as if still reeling from the recent peril. His pitiable demeanor would undoubtedly evoke profound sympathy from anyone unfamiliar with his name. However, to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, it was nothing short of repulsive. How utterly distasteful. If one desires benefits, they should simply express their needs without resorting to such nauseating antics. Particularly for Danzo, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. After all, he had lost over a dozen subordinates, over a dozen elite ones, no less. If the fallen members of Root could voice their grievances, their exclamations would surely be laced with curses, especially from Aburame Shino, who could articulate an entire tirade from mere scraps of flesh. Suppressing his fury, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a seasoned politician with decades of experience as Hokage, managed to rein in his emotions, a skill honed over many years. Under the use of another, one must bow their head, especially when surrounded by dozens of ravenous, bloodthirsty individuals. Never had Hiruzen felt the weight of so many predatory gazes upon him, as if his very dignity were at stake. He harbored no doubt that should Uchiha Mirai issue a command, these frenzied individuals would descend upon him in an instant. Moreover, he found himself in an unfavorable position regarding public opinion, with so many ninja clans watching intently. If he failed to manage this situation properly, his standing within the higher echelons would inevitably diminish further. Recognizing his own culpability in this matter, he resolved to take charge and allocate training ground No. 3 on the southern side of the Death Forest to the Uchiha clan as compensation for this farce. Drawing a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen quelled the tempest within him and spoke in a measured tone. Hiruzen, have you lost your mind? Danzo glared at him. Training ground No. 3 was no mere trifle. It was a facility meticulously prepared for the use of Sarutobi and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, requiring a substantial investment of resources. The mere installation of equipment such as throwing targets and practice apparatuses amounted to an astronomical figure. And now, he intended to relinquish it to the Uchiha? Danzo, be silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot back, his gaze piercing as he interrupted Danzo's impending outburst. Do you wish to further humiliate us? If it weren't for your obstinacy, I would never consider parting with such a valuable asset. Uchiha Fugaku's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. The fact that the third training ground of Konoha was relinquished so readily was astonishing. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen truly afford such a significant concession? It is worth noting that there are no fewer than a dozen ninja clans within Konoha, and the public training grounds available for their use are quite limited. As the name suggests, the third training ground is the most recently established of Konoha's major training facilities. The Uchiha clan's territory also boasts training grounds established by their own lineage, yet in comparison to the third training ground, it falls somewhat short. Such a substantial opportunity. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen so readily relinquish it to the Uchiha? Many members of the Uchiha clan whispered amongst themselves behind Fugaku Uchiha, their eyes gleaming with excitement. A considerable number of them had already heard of the lavish facilities at Training Ground Number 3, with such a vital resource at their disposal. The strength of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly improve at an accelerated pace. Among the clan members, only Itachi Uchiha furrowed his brow, devoid of any semblance of joy, instead exhibiting a profound sense of concern. Training Ground Number 3, who would have thought that the third Hokage would be so generous? In light of this, I must. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment, contemplating the decision to accept this compensation on behalf of the future of the Uchiha clan. Was the third Hokage perhaps being a tad too stingy? Uchiha Future wore an expression of displeasure, as if on the verge of an outburst at any moment. How dare they attempt to dismiss me with something as trivial as a training ground? Did you not witness the ferocity of that group from the foundation? I may very well return home tonight haunted by nightmares. Regardless, let us speak of compensation. Surely, 1 billion for each category of mental anguish, nutritional costs, and lost work would be fitting. Uchiha Mirai gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cheerful smile, as countless words coalesced into a singular sentiment. More funds are required. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku stood in stunned silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly clenched his teeth, his eyes shimmering a fierce crimson. Chapter 46. The long night approaches. Who will rise as the new sun? Hiruzen's body trembled slightly, seemingly struggling to suppress the fury boiling within. He had already ceded Training Ground Number 3. Even within the entirety of Konohagakure, there were scarcely 3 training grounds of such caliber. One had been generously bestowed upon the Uchiha as compensation. Yet, despite these terms, Uchiha Mirai exhibited no semblance of gratitude, instead escalating his demands. The tightly clenched teeth and fingers undeniably revealed the tumultuous wrath swirling within him. Even after years of political maneuvering, he nearly lost control of his emotions, yearning to charge forward and tear the smiling Uchiha Mirai to shreds. Compensation for emotional distress. Nutritional expenses, lost wages. Was this truly the language of a human being? And 1 billion for each item? Do you think 1 billion is insignificant? Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, gazing incredulously at Uchiha Mirai. It is worth noting that the resources of Training Ground Number 3 were already exceedingly ample, and its expanse was quite considerable. Integrating the territory of Training Ground Number 3 into the Uchiha clan's domain could almost be likened to the relocation of their ancestral lands. Such a substantial benefit. And Uchiha Mirai was still dissatisfied? This insatiable demand would only serve to exacerbate the existing tensions between the village and the Uchiha. What exactly is Uchiha Mirai contemplating? Fugaku furrows his brow, filled with confusion. He wishes to speak out and halt Uchiha Mirai. Itachi Uchiha gently tugged at his sleeve, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes as he lowered his voice to caution. Father, Itachi is right about the future. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, a glimmer of astonishment surfaced in the depths of his eyes. His heart raced with a tumultuous rhythm. Could it be? Uchiha Fugaku immediately sealed his lips, swallowing the words that had just risen to his throat, his gaze deep and penetrating as it rested on Sarutobi Hiruzen across from him. Noticing that Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, Uchiha Makoto had no intention of relenting either, while the Uchiha clansman opposite them watched with hawkish eyes. After a moment of inner turmoil, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh. Perhaps the choice of Training Ground Number 3 was somewhat abrupt. Nonetheless, if that is the case, let us proceed as you suggested, regarding the compensation for mental anguish, a sum of 100 million, totaling 300 million in all. A hint of cold amusement flickered in the eyes of Uchiha's future. Can he truly endure this? It is no wonder he is the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen fumbled through his attire, and those Umbu behind him, witnessing the Hokage's attempt to gather funds, hurriedly searched their own pockets for cash. After a flurry of activity, Hiruzen held a crumpled stack of banknotes in his hands. I do not possess sufficient cash on my person, This should amount to approximately 100 million ryo. As for the remainder, Hiruzen's gaze turned icily toward Danzo beside him. Subsequently, Danzo would dispatch someone to deliver it to the Uchiha clan's territory. Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Hiruzen, what are you up to? I certainly did not consent to, before he could finish his sentence. He was abruptly interrupted by Hiruzen's harsh tone. Danzo, you wouldn't dare refuse, would you? The murderous glint in Hiruzen's eyes made Danzo feel as if the air around him was dwindling. I understand now, he thought, gritting his teeth in reluctance. The onlooking shinobi around them gazed upon Hiruzen's demeanor with a mix of astonishment. The Hokage is making such a significant concession to the Uchiha? Only a select few ninja bore expressions of profound gravity. The Hokage is far too courteous. Compensation is one thing. But it feels as though he is on the verge of losing his very undergarments. Uchiha Mirai cast a glance at the crumpled cash in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Clicking his tongue in disdain, his mockery and derision nearly unmasked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged visage flushed crimson, nearly choking on a mouthful of pent-up blood. After all, he was the Hokage. The Hokage. Hyze, take the money and express my heartfelt gratitude to Lord Hokage. A lean shadow darted forth from the crowd behind, swiftly snatching the cash from Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp. It was none other than Uchiha Hyze. Lord Hokage, we shall not intrude any longer. Do visit the Uchiha clan grounds when you have the time. Uchiha Mirai chuckled lightly, departing gracefully with a multitude of clan members in tow. The surrounding shinobi and umbu swiftly parted to form a passage, clearing the way for these harbingers of calamity. Danzo's gaze was fixated intensely on Uchiha Mirai's retreating figure. If the Sharingan were to be categorized by the degree of bloodshot in one's eyes, he would undoubtedly qualify as a kaleidoscope at this moment. The Konoha ninjas around him displayed a spectrum of emotions. Some were complex, others astonished, and many solemnly observed the departing Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood resolute at the forefront of the umbu, his eyes slightly narrowed, reflecting an unfathomable depth and gravity. The umbu behind him stood frozen. Uncertainty etched on their features, their masked faces betraying expressions of awkwardness and discomfort. Their superior, the Hokage, had been publicly humiliated by Uchiha Mirai, yet they dared not advance. The future of the Uchiha clan looms ominously, especially with dozens of crimson-eyed predators lurking behind. Only after the Uchiha and their kin had completely departed did Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly retract his gaze. He commanded the retrieval of the corpses scattered around the roots. His expression dark and foreboding, reminiscent of an impending tsunami. Uchiha clan territory. Within the patriarch's residence, 2 cups of tea linger on a low table, exuding wisps of steam. Uchiha Mirai lifted a cup of tea, gently blowing across its surface. Sipping. Mirai, there is something I fail to comprehend. Uchiha Fugaku, seated at the low table, gazed at the tea-sipping Uchiha Mirai with a hint of curiosity. The training ground number 3 is one of the finest training facilities in Konoha. The third Hokage had bestowed it upon the Uchiha clan as a substantial compensation. With such a high-caliber training ground available to the new generation of Uchiha, they are bound to achieve remarkable growth. Given such a significant advantage, why are you still dissatisfied, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen public embarrassment? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes revealed a hint of concern. Before returning, he had noticed the frigid gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was the first time he had witnessed such an icy expression from the usually gentle third Hokage. This matter, it seemed, was far from over. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage has intensified significantly. Lord Fugaku, please repeat what you just said. Uchiha will continue to savor tea in the future. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, tentatively inquiring, is training ground number 3 truly one of the finest training facilities in Konoha? Following that, he pondered, with such a high-caliber training ground, the new generation of the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly experience superior growth. Do you genuinely believe that the third Hokage would be so benevolent? Uchiha Mirai suddenly set down the teacup and fixed his gaze directly upon Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. The atmosphere grew tense as his breath seemed to still, and Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted slightly, a wave of unimaginable chill ascending from his spine. Are you suggesting? Uchiha's future gaze was profound as he turned his eyes towards the window. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen offered compensation in the form of something else, the situation might not have been so dire. Alas, it was not to be. Uchiha Itachi sighed softly. It is evident to both of us that Sarutobi Hiruzen would never relinquish the opportunity to enhance the overall strength of the Uchiha clan. The sole reason for his actions lies in the fact that what is bestowed remains within the lineage of Hokage, leaving the Uchiha with no genuine chance to truly benefit from it. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, A trace of sorrow emerged. Outside the window, the sun descended in the west, casting the hues of twilight into the estate, appearing crimson as blood in his gaze. Is it truly so? He had contemplated this aspect, yet his heart was reluctant to acknowledge it, still clinging to a thread of illusion. The so-called gift of training ground no. 3 was merely a tactic to placate the Uchiha clan. The greater the compensation offered, the more it underscored Sarutobi Hiruzen's fervent desire for their annihilation, for in his eyes, the Uchiha had no opportunity to savor such offerings. After a deep sigh, Fugaku realized that his insight into the situation paled in comparison to that of his own son, Uchiha Itachi. At the very least, Itachi had already alerted him, indicating that he had discerned Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. If that is the case, it would be better to let the Uchiha future vex Sarutobi Hiruzen thoroughly. Lord Fugaku, the decisive battle is at hand. Uchiha Mirai gazed deeply out of the window at the setting sun. The horizon was awash in a crimson hue. I understood. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Having reached this point, he harbored no expectations any longer. After several probing attempts, Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve to eliminate had begun to take shape. What lay ahead would no longer be the trivial skirmishes of the past. The future of the Uchiha clan and the existence of Konoha shall soon be rewritten. What must we prepare for the times ahead? Uchiha Fugaku inquired solemnly. It is time to summon the clan members. A meeting must commence. Uchiha Mirai rose and walked towards the southern bank of the Huchuan River, reminiscent of the time when he first ventured out into the world. Outside the window, the sun had set, and the night was on the verge of descending. After this long night, who shall emerge as the new sun? Chapter 47, The Three Forces Stir. The night of annihilation approaches. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore an exceptionally grim expression. This was the first time he had been publicly humiliated by a member of the Uchiha clan in front of countless Konoha ninjas. Yet, this was not the most significant matter at hand. The most crucial aspect was, Uchiha Futuro ascended to the position of clan leader. The Uchiha clan is entirely unified under his leadership, with every member bound together as one. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan leader of the Uchiha family, prioritizes the future of Uchiha above all else. This is certainly not a favorable situation. Uchiha Future is a thoroughly reactionary figure. 3 years ago, they exerted tremendous effort to force Uchiha Future into seclusion. Now, 3 years later, upon his return, he has unleashed a tempest of bloodshed and chaos in Konoha. And now, he has ascended to the position of clan leader. The Uchiha clan lies entirely within his grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen can already foresee the impending storm of bloodshed. Fully aware of this, the Konoha F4 reconvenes in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, a decisive resolution must be made. The words come from Narashikaku. His gaze fixed sternly on Sarutobi Hiruzen seated before the Hokage's desk. We both know that the Uchiha will not relent in the future. The events of 3 years ago will inevitably reach a conclusion, and rather than waiting for him to strike, it would be wiser to take the initiative. Hiruzen's expression is grave. Hearing such words from Danzo does not surprise him in the least. Yet, Shikako has never been one to advocate for direct confrontation. Her usual approach involves employing political maneuvering to suppress and weaken the Uchiha. It is evident how profoundly the notion of the Uchiha rising to the position of clan leader has shaken them. Hiruzen, it is clearly no longer a time for hesitation. You bestowed Training Ground 3 upon the Uchiha with this very intention in mind, did you not? Mito Gaiden speaks in a low voice. The Uchiha and the village can no longer reconcile. There remains but one path. The Uchiha must be eradicated. Danzo crosses his arms, a silent smile playing on his lips. Typically, he advises Hiruzen and others against confronting the Uchiha, only to be met with scorn. Now, however, the tables have turned. It is his turn to watch as Shikaku and the others seem like ants on a hot pan, frantic and agitated. This sensation is truly delightful. It would be even better if they could present the head of the future Uchiha as a celebratory token. Danzo muses with satisfaction. Danzo, how dare you smile? Hiruzen's cold gaze pierces him. Danzo's expression falters. Do not forget that this disaster is of your own making. Had you not acted unilaterally, how could the situation have escalated to this point? Hiruzen's frigid voice renders Danzo's countenance grim. Hiruzen, do not forget that you personally endorsed actions against the future Uchiha. If I bear some responsibility, what of you? Do you not also share in part of the blame? Enough. Let us cease this bickering. Shikaka interjects sharply. Look at the state of affairs. Are we still squabbling amongst ourselves? Do you intend to wait until the Uchiha breach the Hokage's office before recognizing the gravity of the situation? Hiruzen remains silent. Danzo huffs, also withholding words. The Hokage's office descends into silence. Moments later, a deep sigh disrupts the stillness. Shikaku, you are correct. We must decisively resolve this troublesome Uchiha matter. Hiruzen's eyes reflect a complex array of emotions. Arriving at this juncture was never his desire, yet the course of events has slipped beyond his control. Under the leadership of Uchiha Future, the Uchiha clan has become increasingly powerful. It is but a matter of time before they possess the strength to overthrow the entire Hidden Leaf village. It is better to confront pain swiftly than to endure it for long. This menace must be eradicated immediately. However, prior to that, there is a need to gather more intelligence regarding the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Moments later, a masked Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee. Before him, the four great leaders of Konoha sat around the Hokage's desk, their expressions somber, as if the sky outside the window was shrouded in ominous clouds. Shisui, how much do you know about Uchiha Future's aspirations to become the clan leader? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept down with a hint of coldness. Uchiha Shisui felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Indeed, it was as foretold by the future. This matter was unbeknownst to me. It must have transpired recently, for otherwise, I would have reported it to the third Hokage. Kneeling halfway, Uchiha Shisui remained composed, recounting the events with tranquility. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern countenance softened a fraction, his voice elongated. Even if this matter occurred recently, Shisui, as a Nin of the Uchiha clan and a representative of the Doves, it is implausible that you were not informed in advance about the change in clan leadership, correct? Doubt still lingered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. The future ascension of Uchiha to the position of clan leader is a matter of profound significance. They were caught utterly off guard. As an informant discreetly placed within the Uchiha clan, Shisui astonishingly failed to report even the slightest hint of this development. This has led to an insidious doubt creeping into his mind. I am uncertain. The voice of Uchiha Shisui was laced with bitterness. As the third Hokage rightly stated, I should have the right to be informed about this matter. However, he chose not to elaborate further. Yet, the unyielding glint in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within him, his fingers instinctively tightening into a fist. The somber shadows in Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze subtly dissipated, revealing a trace of cold amusement deep within his eyes. This indicates that your clan harbors doubts about you, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked nonchalantly. This is a manifest truth. Uchiha Shisui was nurtured under my guidance and holds a significant position within the Umbu. The distrust that the Uchiha Future harbors towards him is entirely understandable. The more pronounced this sentiment becomes, the more it serves as a tool for Shisui. His lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately remained silent. His fingers clenched in a reluctant grip, betraying the unrest within his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared increasingly satisfied, and the seasoned foxes surrounding him revealed faint smirks in their eyes. With an unperturbed expression, Shisui observed the subtle shifts in the faces of the four on the Hokage's desk. Indeed, it mirrored precisely what the future had foretold. I regret to disappoint you, third Hokage. Perhaps I once experienced confusion, suffering, and struggle. But now, I have become the embodiment of the future. Shisui, your kin may have forsaken you, yet the village will always remain your sanctuary. And now, as the village faces impending threats, it is your time to embody the will of fire. Danzo's single eye narrowed as he scrutinized Shisui below. For the safety of the village, eliminate Uchiha Future. Suddenly, the half-kneeling Shisui quivered, his gaze rising in shock towards him. Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, within the forest where Uchiha Future clashed with the root. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions departed, tranquility once again enveloped this woodland. Aside from a few remnants of the battle, one might hardly conceive the magnitude of the horrific conflict that had transpired here. Suddenly, the space beside a tree trunk warped abruptly, and from the inky vortex, a masked figure emerged. Madara, it appears this is indeed the site of the confrontation. White Zetsu sluggishly emerged from the ground nearby, exposing a significant portion of his form, and curiously surveyed the surroundings. This must be the place, without a doubt. Uchiha Obito nodded solemnly. When the battle erupted, White Zetsu, who was surveilling the Uchiha clan's territory, swiftly relayed the intelligence. However, due to the imminent arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and a multitude of Leaf Village ninjas, among whom were numerous sensory-type ninjas, the situation was complicated. Uchiha Obito refrained from approaching recklessly, choosing instead to observe quietly from a distance. Only after ensuring that everyone had departed, confirming the absence of any threats, did he venture forth to investigate. Marvelous. This place harbors an enigmatic force, and his body gradually began to feel peculiar. White Zetsu writhed in the soil, experiencing an itch within, yearning to scratch but unable to reach it. Obito cast a cold glance in his direction. It must be the future abilities of the Uchiha. Have you forgotten that during the Third Great Ninja War, many of your clones morphed into grotesque forms? White Zetsu was struck with realization. When the war broke out, the Uchiha's future emerged with formidable strength, standing alongside Minato Namikaze as the dual heroes of Konoha. At that time, Madara, who was still alive, developed a profound curiosity regarding the abilities of the Uchiha's future. Consequently, he dispatched numerous White Zetsu to monitor them. Odd occurrences ensued, as those White Zetsu, without exception, transformed into abominations, sprouting bizarre appendages. This piqued Madara's intrigue even further, leading him to command the acquisition of a sample of the Uchiha's future toxin for research purposes. Strangely, from that day forth, White Zetsu recalled that Madara's body had become increasingly frail, frequently coughing and experiencing nosebleeds, with clumps of hair falling out. After assigning tasks to Obito, he had not even had the time to remove the tubes before he passed away. Reflecting on this, White Zetsu felt a surge of fear. Burrowing into the earth with only his eyes peering out to observe stealthily, he had no desire to grow a multitude of strange appendages. Obito let out a cold laugh. It seemed that the Uchiha and Konoha had reached their final juncture. Though he had not witnessed the confrontation between the Uchiha's future and Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was evident that such an event had transpired. Konoha and the Uchiha could no longer maintain their previous harmony. Conflict was inevitable. The current tranquility was merely the prelude to the impending storm. What are your intentions, White Zetsu? Buried in the earth, he exposed only his eyes to gaze at Obito. Obito had long coveted the Sharingan of his kin. Such matters, he would undoubtedly wish to partake in. While the Uchiha clan was not weak, the disparity compared to Konoha was still vast. If war truly erupted, the Uchiha clan would face annihilation. I had initially believed this outcome would be delayed significantly, yet it appears it is arriving sooner than anticipated. The gaze behind the mask of Tobi is profound. In his quest for a share of power, he requires the support of Uchiha insiders. Initially, he had chosen Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. Given Itachi's innate talent, it would not be difficult to guide him towards awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, his temperament renders him an easily manageable asset. However, this scheme was interrupted by Uchiha's future. The current Itachi is no longer within his grasp. The only remaining option is Uchiha Shisui. Tobi's eyes glimmer with depth. Shisui is undoubtedly a double agent for both Konoha and the Uchiha clan, caught between his village and his family, which must render him utterly bewildered. This could potentially be an opportunity. If only he could be swayed to his side. Tobi chuckles coldly. Chapter 48. Shisui, for my sake, utilize Kodo Amatsukami on him. In the future, Danzo has instructed me to find an opportunity to eliminate you. In the Uchiha clan's territory, within the residence of the clan leader. Uchiha Shisui gazed intently at Uchiha Mirai across from him. Danzo's orders were exceedingly stringent, leaving virtually no room for refusal. Is that so? Just as I had anticipated. Uchiha's future is not surprising at all. He calmly continues to sip his tea. Huh? Future? Did you hear what I just said? That guy Danzo has ordered me to eliminate you. To eliminate you. Uchiha Shisui wore an expression of astonishment. Utterly unprepared for the calm demeanor of Uchiha in the future. This reaction is entirely understandable. Uchiha Futaki set down his teacup, gazing at the figure before him, Shisui. You are the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Your name, Shisui of the body flicker technique, is renowned even beyond the borders of Konoha. Aside from myself and Fugaku, you remain the strongest among us. Is it not rather customary for Danzo to wish for our mutual destruction? Shisui pondered for a moment. Indeed. It seemed to be the case. Uchiha Future cast a glance with his Byakugan. What it seems like even mean? This Shisui is impeccable in every aspect, save for his intellect. In the original story, it was this very individual who twisted Itachi's mindset, inadvertently contributing to the fateful night of the massacre. Fortunately, under his guidance, Itachi has already molded into his desired form. Brother Shisui, you must not heed the words of those hypocritical individuals. They are eager for you in future to engage in a deadly confrontation. Itachi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Shisui might not see reason and would indeed clash with future. He had long experienced Shisui's stubbornness of thought. Even after their incessant persuasion, Shisui still clung to a glimmer of hope for the village. Am I truly that foolish? Shisui was left speechless, nearly rolling his eyes. Assassinating Future? How could he even contemplate such an act? It's not as if he lacked intelligence. Well, perhaps he does. The young Itachi nodded earnestly. Shisui's forehead was adorned with a furrow of frustration. Uchiha Future smirked from the side. This scene is likely a sight many transmigrators yearn to witness. At the very least. This time, Itachi and Shisui have not deviated from their true forms. The night of the clan's annihilation? Let us observe who truly annihilates whom. Shisui. I trust you have not disclosed the information regarding the Meijiki Sharingan to those high-ranking officials, have you? Uchiha Future's expression grew more serious. Shisui's demeanor suddenly became solemn. No. Future, I have repeatedly assured you that I will not divulge such information so easily. Long before. Uchiha Future had warned him to never disclose the secrets of the Meijiki to the higher-ups of Konohagakure. Initially, he did not fully comprehend the gravity of this caution. But as his understanding of Future deepened, along with his insight into the Hokage lineage, Shisui felt a surge of apprehension. His ocular jutsu was exceedingly unique. If he were to reveal it to the Hokage, the ramifications could be dire and unpredictable. That is reassuring. Uchiha's Future sighed in relief. As long as that group of high-ranking officials remained oblivious to Shisui's ocular technique, matters would become considerably simpler. Shisui, your eye technique possesses the extraordinary ability to alter one's will. If wielded with precision, it could yield unimaginable results. Uchiha Future gazed intently at Shisui across from him. A sudden jolt ran through Shisui's heart. Could it be that Future intended to employ Kodoame Tsukimi against the Hokage? His audacity was astonishing. Such an act, if uncovered, would lead to the Uchiha clan being subjected to merciless scrutiny. Naturally, one could also opt to wield it against me. Uchiha Mirai leaned back against the chair, his entire body resting against the backrest. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. A blood-like crimson surged from his eyes, and 3 obsidian tomos spun rapidly, transforming into a pattern reminiscent of a clover's leaves. Calamity, ominousness, and an overwhelming sense of dread emanated in an instant from those kaleidoscopic orbs. Uchiha Shisui instinctively activated his Meijiki Sharingan to defend himself, the deep crimson of his eyes showcasing a pattern reminiscent of shurikens. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Despite having also awakened his Meijiki, his powers struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from Uchiha's Future. The crimson hue within the future Meijiki Sharingan of the Uchiha far surpasses that of an ordinary Sharingan, emanating a profound sense of impending calamity. Uchiha Itachi also sensed the tense atmosphere. His fingers clenched tightly. He glanced at Uchiha Shisui and then at Uchiha Mirai. This future was unjust. Uchiha Shisui spoke with a tinge of bitterness. His ocular technique, the Uchiha Future, was crystal clear to him. Yet he remained utterly ignorant of the intricacies of Uchiha Future's Meijiki Sharingan. Setting aside the question of whether he would employ Kodoame Tsukimi against Uchiha Future, it was uncertain whether Kodoame Tsukimi could even have any effect on the future at all. The confident demeanor of Uchiha Future undoubtedly suggests that he possesses methods to counteract his ocular techniques. This action, perhaps, serves as a reminder to himself. After all, having learned of the effects of the heavenly god, it is likely that no one can remain entirely composed. Beside him, Itachi's eyes flickered momentarily. He suddenly recalled the peculiar world to which he and his clan members were transported by Uchiha Future. That realm seemed to be devoid of any affiliation with the ninja world. Could it be that this is the ocular technique of his brother from the future? Uchiha Mirai revealed a faint, serene smile at the corner of his mouth. If Shisui were to secretly employ the Kodoame Tsukimi against him, he might not immediately perceive it. However, long before, he had already established operational protocols within the realm of Takamagara. Upon his entry into this celestial domain, the power of the world's rules would instantaneously conduct a thorough examination, comparing it against his meticulously inscribed optimal state. Should any anomalies be detected, the rules would promptly initiate corrective measures. This implies that even if Uchiha Shisui covertly utilized Kodoame Tsukimi against him, the world's regulations would swiftly identify the irregularity upon his entrance into Takamagara and annihilate such influence with the power of the rules. The underlying reason, though not particularly complex, merely involves the application of straightforward procedural logic to achieve a reset to zero. Yet, the resultant effect is remarkably exceptional. The future of the Uchiha clan remains uncertain. In comparing the effects of the Eye of the Moon's manipulation of consciousness with the corrective powers of the celestial rules, who is to say which is superior? However, it is evident that the former merely constitutes a technique, one that likely does not yet grasp the thresholds of true regulation. At the very least, the power of regulation could be employed to rectify consciousness anew, thereby overshadowing such influences. Have you pondered this matter thoroughly? Uchiha Mirai inquired softly. Shisui shook his head, retracting the manjiki from his eyes. Mirai, you are well aware of my disposition. It is impossible for me to turn against you. As the crimson hue faded from his gaze, Uchiha Mirai likewise dispelled his manjiki. The oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped them abruptly lifted, allowing Uchiha Itachi beside them to exhale in relief. However, Shisui's heart was troubled by the thought of employing Kotoame Tsukumi on the Hokage. Wasn't that an exceedingly perilous gamble? It felt akin to dancing upon a razor's edge, once subjected to the manipulation of Kotoame Tsukumi. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that those nearby might notice the alteration in intent. If the investigation were to lead back to the Uchiha clan, the consequences could be dire. When did I permit you to use Kotoame Tsukumi on the Hokage? Uchiha Future cast a sideways glance at him. Shisui was taken aback. If not against the Hokage with Kotoame Tsukumi, then who do you intend to use it on? A faint smirk emerged in the depths of Uchiha's future gaze. Danzo. Your objective is Danzo. Kotoame Tsukumi is a double-edged sword. When wielded with precision, it can yield immense power. However, if misapplied, the situation will only deteriorate rapidly. In the original narrative, Danzo, that foolish swine, brazenly altered the will of Shin within the presence of the other four Kage. Consequently, Shin's drastic shifts in allegiance were so glaringly obvious that even a fool could perceive the deception. This blunder led to the exposure of Danzo's right eye Sharingan, rendering him a target of scorn. With such a cautionary example set by Danzo, how could Uchiha's Future dare to misuse Kotoame Tsukumi? Hiruzen Sarutobi's will must remain untouched, at least for now. In preparation for confronting the Uchiha, Konoha's F4 has likely spent the majority of their time in close proximity. Any abnormal changes in Hiruzen would be exceedingly difficult to overlook. It wouldn't take much for people like Tenzin Kohara to deduce a connection to the Uchiha. Thus, Danzo is indeed his target. Shisui frowned slightly. In the future, how shall I alter Danzo's will? Uchiha Mirai's lips curled into a chilling smile. Annihilate the Uchiha? Annihilate the Uchiha? Uchiha Shisui held his breath, while Itachi beside him found himself momentarily breathless as well. The temperature within the room seemed to plummet, instilling a sense of chill in both of them. Was the notion of annihilating the Uchiha clan truly implanted in Danzo's mind? What was the future contemplating? Are you certain there has been no misjudgment? Danzo has always harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan. If I were to further instill the will to destroy the Uchiha within him, the terrifying actions he might take are utterly unpredictable. Uchiha Shisui's voice trembled slightly. He sensed that the future was flirting with danger. This is precisely what I desire. In the eyes of Uchiha Future, a deeper cold smile emerged. Otherwise, how could I completely eliminate him? Chapter 49, The River of Calamity. The room fell into a deathly silence. The temperature seemed to plummet suddenly, sending a chill through Shisui and Itachi, who sat beside Future. Uchiha's Future must plant the intention to annihilate the Uchiha clan within Danzo's mind. Shisui and Itachi remained silent, their trembling pupils revealing the shock that surged within them at this moment. Is this truly the path that lies ahead? Shisui took a deep breath, striving to suppress the astonishment within his heart. Naturally, Uchiha Mirai smiled faintly as he gazed out the window. I once heard an age-old adage, to bring about one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Danzo, being the most vulnerable target, harbors an immense hatred towards the Uchiha clan. Even if I were to plant this intention within him, no one would discern the underlying issue. Yet, in a pivotal moment, this could transform into the very blade that leads to his destruction. In the eyes of Uchiha's Future, there lies a depth as profound as the abyss, accompanied by a smile. Human beings possess reason. Even the most deranged individual, when faced with the imminent threat to their own existence, will find their instinct for survival prevailing. His objective is to utterly dismantle Danzo's rationality, allowing this enraged beast to relinquish the reins that restrain its madness. Only in this manner, and only in this manner, can he ensure that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are rendered powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as this beast strides toward its own demise. The cold smirk in Uchiha's Future grew ever more pronounced. 3 years ago, he had already been anticipating this moment. After departing from the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Shisui's heart continued to pound vigorously. It was only at this moment that he comprehended Uchiha's future schemes. The mere act of safeguarding the Uchiha clan was far from his true objective. His ambition was to obliterate the entire Hokage faction elevating the Uchiha clan above Konohagakure. The lingering shock in his eyes revealed Shisui's inner turmoil. During their school years, he and Uchiha's future were classmates. Yet at that time, the future was hardly remarkable. Conversely, he was a renowned prodigy in the ninja academy, often eliciting admiration from the teachers for his extraordinary talent. Uchiha's future resembled an inconspicuous speck of dust, drifting through his student years in an unremarkable manner. Subsequently, the Third Great Ninja War erupted. In a fierce battle, Uchiha's future emerged with formidable strength, establishing the terrifying reputation of the Calamity Uchiha. However, by that time, he had already earned the title of Instantaneous Stillwater during the conflict against the Mist Village. The name of Instantaneous Stillwater held greater significance than that of Calamity Uchiha at the time. Although Shizuku was astonished by Future's meteoric rise, he did not regard it with much concern. After all, during their student days, Future had shown no remarkable talents. Apart from occasionally engaging him in discussions about Marx and Engels, topics he scarcely comprehended. Yet soon after, astonishing accounts of the Calamity Uchiha began to circulate, leaving Shizuku momentarily bewildered. Could this truly be Future? A single battle resulting in the slaughter of hundreds of ninjas? Was such a feat within Future's capabilities? The ninja world erupted in fervor, as the Calamity Uchiha was heralded as a super genius, standing alongside the Yellow Flash. In stark contrast, Shizuku, once a renowned prodigy during their school years, found his own achievements and reputation to pale in comparison. It was not until the decisive battle against the Rock Village that the Calamity Uchiha single-handedly defeated the Rock Ninja forces. A blue beam of light, reminiscent of a celestial rift, sliced through the sky, extending across the borders of the Land of Grass and into the territory of the Land of Earth. In the aftermath of the war, the narrow ravine left by the conflict gradually transformed into a flowing river. Yet, within that river seemed to lie the essence of Future's terrifying poison. The banks were steep and narrow, with the water reflecting a pale violet glow. Regrettably, the surrounding villages were compelled to relocate. Nevertheless, a few villages persisted, subsisting on the river's waters, which, due to its peculiar origins, the local inhabitants dubbed the Calamity River. Uchiha Shisui shivered slightly, diverting his consciousness from the reverie of memories. The future deeds of Uchiha are utterly terrifying. Even a fleeting recollection evokes an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It is no wonder that, following the conclusion of the war, the higher-ups of Konoha promptly initiated actions regarding Uchiha as Future. If he were Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would likely find himself in a state of restless unease. Shisui is filled with trepidation. How fortunate it is that the Future belongs to the Uchiha clan. Had Uchiha's fate been intertwined with the Sarutobi or the Naruto clans, the course of history for the Uchiha would have been irrevocably altered. I must contemplate how to accomplish the tasks that lie ahead. As he journeys onward, Uchiha Shisui begins to ponder. The upcoming mission presents a paradox. It is both daunting and manageable. A timely strike against Danzo is imperative, yet it must remain concealed from prying eyes. Thus, the element of timing becomes paramount. Rash actions would only lead to failure and ensnare him in a precarious position. It is essential to identify the opportune moment. Uchiha Shisui pondered silently. Soon, he departed from the clan grounds, preparing to head towards the Hokage building. As an umbu designated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could not linger. He must swiftly return to fulfill his duties. In the next moment, Shisui's gaze sharpened abruptly, halting in the midst of the forest. Come forth. He calmly surveyed his surroundings. Truly deserving of his title as Shunshin Shisui, he had effortlessly detected my presence. The unfamiliar voice immediately caused Shisui to furrow his brow. Suddenly, the space a few meters away distorted, and a figure clad in a mask emerged from a black vortex. That I? Shisui's pupils constricted. You are from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 50. Shisui in bewilderment. Has Sarutobi Hiruzen also mastered the art of answering first? Shisui momentarily held his breath, drawing a kunai to position it defensively across his chest, his eyes filled with vigilance as he stared at the suddenly appeared masked man. Such a bizarre entrance could only be attributed to space-time ninjutsu. Aside from the fourth Hokage, Konoha actually had another ninja proficient in space-time techniques. Moreover, that Shisui's mind trembled, far surpassing the shock brought by the space-time ninjutsu. The Sharingan. Is this individual also from the Uchiha clan? Who exactly are you? Shisui inquired warily. Given the proximity to the clan grounds, should a battle ensue, the clan members would undoubtedly discover it swiftly. The immediate priority was to ascertain this man's identity. Shisui, caught between the village and your clan, you must be feeling quite lost and tormented, aren't you? Obito did not directly answer Shisui's question, His voice seemed imbued with an irresistible allure, akin to tendrils seeking to penetrate Shisui's inner thoughts. Shisui remained silent, the vigilance in his eyes deepening. This individual seemed to know him exceedingly well. "Who are you truly?" Shisui reiterated, his tone icy. Obito chuckled. "No need to be tense. I have come to seek your cooperation. This village is hardly worthy of your loyalty, and your clan does not merit your sacrifice. You have another choice. Stand by my side and join me in exacting vengeance upon this village." The air in the forest seemed to grow colder. This time, Shisui understood. This man sought to recruit him. This Uchiha harbored a peculiar hatred for Konoha, a hatred that was equally directed towards the clan. And he had chosen Shisui as his target for collaboration. What do you say? Do not be ensnared by the confusion before you. Aligning with me is the correct choice. Obito coaxed smoothly. Shisui could not help but roll his eyes. Which of your eyes perceives me as a double agent? I serve solely the Uchiha. Confusion may have existed once, but ever since my emergence into the future, I have discovered my purpose. Only by following the will of Uchiha's future can the plight of the Uchiha clan be transformed. This is the conviction that guides Shisui now. Why should I place my trust in you? Shisui's gaze was sharp as he fixed it upon Obito. Should any ninja appear here, uttering cryptic words, would I be compelled to collaborate with them? He sought to extract further intelligence. You may call me Madara. Uchiha Madara. Obito regarded Shisui, his voice devoid of any emotion. Yet, Shisui sensed an abrupt drop in the surrounding temperature, a chilling aura encroaching upon him. Madara? Wasn't Uchiha Madara already deceased? What nonsense are you spouting? Surely, you must also belong to the Uchiha clan, correct? Madara was a figure from many years ago. Shisui glared at him with anger. How could someone from history possibly still be alive today? Obito remained indifferent, offering no explanation as the twisted vortex began to engulf his body. Believe it or not, the choice lies within your hands. Buzz. The space returned to normal, and the masked mysterious figure abruptly vanished. A trace of astonishment lingered in Shisui's eyes. He could not accept that the other was Uchiha Madara. However, such a mysterious space-time ninjutsu was unlikely to be mastered by anyone below the fourth Hokage. Most importantly, the individual was also a member of the Uchiha clan, yet there appeared to be a chilling animosity towards his own family. Could he possibly be a descendant of Madara? Shisui's gaze flickered uncertainly. Back in the day, when Uchiha Madara sought to leave the village, not a single clan member was willing to follow him. It was conceivable that his descendants harbored resentment towards the Uchiha clan. But did Madara not perish in battle against Hashirama Senju? How could he have had the time to leave behind descendants? Were there not other clan members wandering outside? Shisui felt utterly perplexed, as if his mind were filled with glue, making it impossible to think clearly. He decided to abandon the effort altogether. Since this Madara was so certain he would seek him out again, it would not be too late to uncover his true identity later. Wait. A flash of inspiration struck Shisui. He had a task to complete as assigned for the future. Was this not an opportunity? If he reported Madara's intelligence, he might just find a way to strike at Danzo. Shisui's eyes grew increasingly bright. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a hint of shock, intently gazing at the half-kneeling Uchiha Shisui below. Are you saying that you encountered a ninja claiming to be Uchiha Madara near the Uchiha clan's territory? Indeed, Shisui nodded earnestly. Sarutobi's breath quickened as he pressed on. Did that individual also possess space-time ninjutsu? The kneeling Shisui was taken aback. Hokage-sama, how did you know? Has Sarutobi learned to answer questions preemptively? How impressive. Ignoring Shisui's astonished expression, Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, acutely aware of his heart pounding vigorously. Uchiha Madara. The individual who attacked the foundation of Danzo also claims to be Uchiha Madara. Moreover, he possesses the same space-time ninjutsu. Could it be that these two are one and the same? Shisui, immediately report all the details of your encounter with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded in a grave tone. He sensed he was on the brink of uncovering a monumental secret. Understood. Shisui nodded, contemplating momentarily. I was just about to report to you that I fortuitously encountered this individual in the forest surrounding the Uchiha clan's territory. He seems to harbor a profound hatred towards Konoha, Shisui recounted, carefully omitting any mention of the other party's recruitment of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze grew increasingly solemn, imbued with an oceanic depth. Indeed, there is no doubt. If what Shisui says is true, then the Knight of the Nine Tails is undoubtedly linked to this individual. With the ability to traverse space and time, easily infiltrating Konoha, and possessing an intense animosity towards it, he is unmistakably of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen could not fathom anyone else capable of unleashing the Nine Tails. The theft from Danzo's foundation must undoubtedly be his doing. But why would he do this? Could it be that he truly is Uchiha Madara? Hiruzen felt a splitting headache. One Uchiha was already enough of a dilemma. Now another claiming to be Madara had emerged, wielding the enigmatic space-time techniques, and most likely the orchestrator of the Night of the Nine Tails. What is happening in this world? Troubles continue to surface one after another. Regardless, he must contact Danzo immediately. He anticipated that Danzo would be on the verge of madness waiting for news about this Madara. Chapter 51. Has the little black creature revealed its claws? Hiruzen, why did you summon me? I'm quite busy figuring out how to deal with the Uchiha. In the Hokage's office, Danzo looked somewhat displeased at Hiruzen, who was seated at the desk. What is this urgency all about? Danzo, I have received troubling news. Hiruzen's expression turned grave. Troubling news? Danzo was taken aback. Could it be that Uchiha's future has stirred up another significant incident? He could think of no one else apart from Uchiha's future who could invoke such seriousness in Hiruzen. It's not him, Hiruzen sighed. It's Uchiha Madara. He has re-emerged. Madara? Wasn't he already dead? Hiruzen, what are you saying? His voice trailed off. Danzo suddenly looked as if he had been choked, his neck elongating. Eyes wide in fury, fixated intently on Hiruzen. Hiruzen, are you referring to that Madara? The one who invaded my foundation? Not long ago, while he was observing the future of the Uchiha clan, he received a frantic report from his subordinate in the root organization. The storage room had been breached. A wave of anxiety washed over Danzo, prompting him to rush back in haste. By the time he arrived, the storage room was in utter disarray. The mocking and derisive gaze of that individual who called himself Madara would forever be etched in Danzo's memory. His eyes momentarily glinted with a crimson hue. Merely recalling that scene made it nearly impossible for him to contain his emotions. If the intensity of the Sharingan were to be judged by the bloodshot state of one's eyes, his would now resemble a kaleidoscope. Are you certain there was no mistake? Hiruzen? Danzo inquired with a grimace. There can be no doubt. I have confirmed it repeatedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied in a low tone. Is that so? Danzo scoffed. It seems that little black sheep has finally shown its true colors. Uchiha clan territory. Clan leader's residence. Uchiha future is attentively listening to Shisui's report. You encountered a mysterious masked man in the forest outside the clan's territory and conveyed the intelligence to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Makoto was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Shisui's gaze carried a hint of unease. In that pressing moment, he had no time to confer with the future. He resolved to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi first. Such an action might, perhaps, capture Danzo's attention, thereby presenting an opportunity to employ the Kodo Amatsukami technique. He was uncertain whether his actions would earn the approval of Uchiha Makoto, for he was the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan. Well done. Uchiha future extended a thumbs up to Shisui. Huh, what? Shisui was taken aback. What on earth? Not only did future refrain from reproaching him for acting independently, but this manner of praise was bewildering. Brother Shisui, future believes your actions are commendable. Itachi remarked with a smile, clearly having discerned the situation. Uchiha Mirai gazed at Itachi, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon first hearing the news, he was somewhat taken aback. However, after a moment's contemplation, he swiftly grasped the implications. In the original narrative, prior to the fateful night of the massacre, Obito had sought out Itachi, forming a partnership that led to the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan. Yet now, due to his influence, Itachi's mindset had irrevocably shifted, clearly rendering him a less than ideal ally. Within the family, only Shisui stood as a double agent, straddling the line between the village and his kin. If Obito sought to find an insider, Uchiha Shisui would be the most suitable choice. Little did he realize that Shisui had already betrayed him. Informing Hiruzen Sarutobi of Madara's intelligence was undoubtedly a prudent decision. If it could incite conflict between them, that would be all the more splendid. Uchiha Mirai smiled faintly. Allowing the individual who claimed to be Uchiha Madara to engage in battle with the Hokage and their comrades. Uchiha Shisui felt that his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Isn't Madara also a member of the Uchiha clan? Regardless of the circumstances, he should not stand idly by while his kin engage in conflict. Moreover, is Sarutobi Hiruzen truly so foolish as to challenge him based solely on a name? Uchiha future discerned Shisui's confusion, his jet-black eyes profoundly deep. Do you wonder how the Ninetales went berserk that night? Shisui's breath caught sharply. Beside him, Itachi's pupils trembled slightly. Are you suggesting? A chilling sensation surged along Shisui's spine, enveloping him in an icy grip, causing his pupils to involuntarily quiver. He was acutely aware of the night future referred to. The Night of the Nine Tails. That night inflicted immense pain upon Konoha. Countless shinobi lost their lives in that fateful hour. It was also after that night, due to the three tomo reflected in the eyes of the Nine Tails, that the higher-ups concluded this incident was linked to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was compelled to relocate from their ancestral land to this remote location. Even now, it remains an insurmountable pain in the hearts of countless clan members. The instigator of all this turmoil is none other than the one who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Intense emotional upheaval caused Shisui's eyes to momentarily blaze crimson, instinctively activating his kaleidoscope. An ominous and bloody atmosphere enveloped the room. Shisui remained composed. Uchiha Mirai cast a glance at him. Is this not the perfect opportunity for vengeance? All one must do is employ Kodoame Tsukumi to alter Danzo's will, implanting within his mind the desire to exact revenge upon Uchiha Obito. As for the cooldown of Kodoame Tsukumi, he has already acquired Hashirama's cells, and subsequently, he will transplant these cells into Shisui, significantly reducing the cooldown period of Kodoame Tsukumi. Shisui, suddenly enlightened, promptly closed his Manjiki Sharingan. The ominous and bloody atmosphere in the room dissipated. Indeed, since the intention is to modify Danzo's will, it naturally paves the way for Danzo and that Uchiha Obito to engage in mutual annihilation. What could be more exquisite than witnessing one's enemies destroy each other while savoring tea and tranquility? This sentiment was once expressed by Uchiha Mirai long ago, a notion he had not fully grasped at the time. Now, in an instant of clarity, he felt a profound exhilaration. Danzo is the foremost antagonist of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. That self-proclaimed Uchiha Obito orchestrated the Night of the Nine Tails, plunging the clan into dire straits. The mere thought of these two adversaries clashing is exhilarating. However, Mirai pondered whether urging Danzo to seek revenge against Obito might raise suspicions in the third Hokage and the others. Shisui felt a tinge of doubt. It seemed that Danzo and Obito bore no personal grudge against each other. If such a modification were to occur, would Hiruzen Sarutobi not notice the change in Danzo? Mirai smiled silently. The seed once sown has finally reached the time of blossoming and bearing fruit. The last time he impersonated Obito at the root, Danzo must have harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Given Danzo's character, it would be abnormal not to scatter Obito's ashes. Just wait. Danzo is likely to seek you out soon. Uchiha Shisui gazed out the window, his thoughts drifting towards the future. Konoha lay before him, nestled within a secluded forest. Before him stood an elderly man, leaning on a cane, evoking a flicker of surprise within Shisui's heart. His predictions had proven accurate. Danzo had indeed come to seek him out, and so soon. Uchiha Shisui, I command you to report all intelligence regarding that Obito to me. Danzo's cold gaze seemed to chill the air around them. Without hesitation, Shisui recounted all the information he had about Obito. The icy demeanor in Danzo's eyes deepened, and he gripped his cane with increasing pressure. Just as suspected, as Hiruzen's had indicated, this scoundrel was the intruder within my roots. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Shisui discreetly surveyed his surroundings, noting that Danzo's root members were conspicuously absent from the vicinity. There was no better opportunity than this. His eyes flashed crimson, and the dark shuriken trembled ominously. For a fleeting moment, Danzo's expression was one of confusion, but it quickly transformed into a sinister grin. Madara? How laughable! This scoundrel who calls himself by that name shall be dealt with first. Chapter 52. Herein lies the restoration of Uchiha glory. Konoha. The entire village seemed to be shrouded in an invisible cloud, permeated by a stifling atmosphere. The once bustling streets were now enveloped in an eerie silence, with passers-by hurrying along, whispering amongst themselves, only to lower their heads and haste upon the sight of the Umbu passing by. Konoha had seemingly pressed the pause button, descending into a peculiar stillness. Yet, many ninjas understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Nara clan grounds. Nara Shikaku observed the tranquil village beyond his courtyard, his scarred visage betraying a rare display of tension and concern. Something grave was afoot in Konoha. With a heavy sigh, he reflected on the recent events. The third Hokage had once again summoned him, reallocating a portion of the elite forces from the Nara clan. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio was closely tied to the Hokage, sharing in both fortune and adversity. The third's actions were undoubtedly a test of their loyalty. Should he express reluctance or opposition to the mobilization of clan forces, it would undoubtedly arouse the third's suspicion. For what purpose were these clan members being dispatched? There was no war brewing in Konoha at present. The answer was singular. Uchiha. The enmity between the Uchiha clan and the village is well known among the inhabitants of Konoha. Previously, the Uchiha could only adopt a defensive stance, their influence waning as they were driven to the outskirts of the village. However, everything changed with the emergence of a future Uchiha. Astonishing events unfolded one after another, leading to a significant decline in the prestige of Sarutobi Hiruzen within the village. Uchiha's future nearly ascended to its zenith atop Sarutobi Hiruzen's legacy, propelling the Uchiha clan's prestige to unparalleled heights. This was especially evident in the recent massacre orchestrated by Root, which disseminated a news that left the entire Hidden Leaf village in a state of shock. Uchiha Future has ascended to the esteemed position of the clan leader of the Uchiha family. Under the unification of the Uchiha, the village had become an unbreakable fortress. Subsequently, the entire Konoha fell into a profound silence. Yet, those with insight understood that a tempest far more ferocious than before was imminent. Nara Shikaku gazed at the skies above Konoha, where the once serene heavens seemed to bear a tinge of crimson. Bloodshed, ominous portents, and calamity. Nara Shikaku appeared to foresee the impending storm of chaos and bloodshed. At the Hokage Tower, the Konoha F4 convened once more. Hiruzen, this is our final opportunity. I have mobilized the entire Root's forces while the Uchiha remain oblivious. Danzo's single eye, shrouded in bandages, radiated extremity and madness. Danzo, it may not have to come to that. Perhaps we can resolve this through dialogue. If a civil war truly erupts, the village, Hiruzen, are you still indulging in delusions? Danzo bellowed, rudely interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is already over. Only by annihilating the entire Uchiha clan can we save Konoha. The Uchiha are a lineage inherently malevolent. Have you forgotten the deeds they will commit in the future? Cast aside your childish fantasies. Danzo's eyes bulged with blood vessels as he nearly screamed in madness. The Hokage's office fell into a momentary silence. Seated beside them, Tsunade and Mito Gates wore expressions of complexity, their gazes revealing an ineffable significance. The Uchiha clan has become a significant concern for them. However, unlike before, with the emergence of the Uchiha's future, they now possess the potential to truly obliterate Konoha. The path ahead appears to be a dead end, and the moment of choice has arrived. Danzo, have you ever contemplated that the Uchiha possess not one, but two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a reluctant gaze fixed upon Danzo, clenched his teeth slightly. Those eyes are akin to those of Uchiha Madara. How will you withstand such power? Danzo smirked coldly. Hiruzen, you are far too timid, and fortunately, so is Fugaku. His Manjikyu was only recently revealed, indicating that he does not wish to oppose Konoha. As for Uchiha's future, Danzo scoffed. Shisui will attempt to assassinate him, whether successful or not. The threat he poses to us will significantly diminish. Hiruzen fell silent. Tsunade and Mito Minion remained mute. A hint of mockery crept onto Danzo's lips. Hiruzen, you rallied the power of Inoshikacho to suppress the Uchiha, yet now that the time to act has come, you hesitate? I shall seize this power. Hiruzen, this is for the sake of Konoha. Danzo departed, yet his voice seemed to linger in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen aged in an instant, resembling a decrepit elder, languishing in his chair. Hiruzen, Danzo has gone too far. The nearby Tsunade spoke with a complex expression. I know, but what else can we do? Hiruzen's voice was hoarse. He felt like a fragile boat amidst a tumultuous sea, with violent waves threatening to capsize him at any moment. In this storm, he had lost control of the vessel's course. 3 years prior, he had forcefully suppressed Uchiha's future, compelling him into retreat. Now, 3 years later, he had returned with formidable strength, unifying the entire Uchiha clan's power, like a sharp sword poised at his throat. Hiruzen lifted his weary head, gazing at the portraits of past Hokages adorning the opposite wall. The last figure, with golden hair and a youthful visage, bore a gentle and infectious smile. Minato, have I truly erred? In the Uchiha clan's territory, within a desolate training ground, the entire interior lay empty, devoid of any presence. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern an enigmatic aura enveloping the space. In the realm of Takamagara, a crimson blood moon hung ominously in the sky, resembling an inscrutable eye watching over all. Uchiha Future gazed intently at the clan members seated before him, struggling with all their might. Hold on. In front of him, on a plain reminiscent of an ancient battlefield, 30 young clan members sat, their faces contorted in agony as they seemingly endured immense suffering. Do not give up. You are the future of our family. A dense wave of nuclear radiation was eroding the very essence of their eyes at a terrifying pace. Under normal circumstances, they would undoubtedly have undergone unimaginable mutations. Yet, in this realm, it seemed as though a peculiar force of rule had descended, guiding the transformations of their eyes along a specific and controllable trajectory. At last, amidst a cacophony of frenzied screams, the clan members simultaneously opened their eyes. In a crimson hue akin to blood, the dark tomo of their Sharingan began to rotate slowly. My eyes. I have ascended to the 3-tomo level. My Sharingan has evolved. It's happened far quicker than anticipated. Incredible. Is this the power that Brother Future spoke of? 30 pairs of scarlet Sharingan, filled with profound astonishment and gratitude, fixated upon Uchiha Future. Their Sharingan had nearly all advanced in unison. The original 1-tomo had transformed into 2, and the 2 had elevated to 3. In that fleeting moment, 10 members among the 30 achieved the 3-tomo level, while the remainder all attained the 2-tomo level. It is worth noting that these were all members of the younger generation carefully selected by Uchiha Future, the eldest among them not exceeding the age of 25. Should this formidable power be unleashed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village. They had arrived. Uchiha Mirai's lips curled into a subtle smile. His collar drenched in sweat. The extensive exertion of his ocular prowess left him with a sense of exhaustion. Nevertheless, every effort was worthwhile. The Sharingan, catalyzed by nuclear radiation, emanated a blood-red hue far more intense than that of an ordinary Sharingan, imbued with a hint of calamity. Should others behold it, they might well be frightened to the brink of death. It could be deemed the 2.0 version of the Crimsonite affliction. Esteemed ones, you embody the future of our clan, as well as the future of the Uchiha. Uchiha's future resounded with a majestic voice, echoing throughout the realm of Takamagara. At this moment, I, in the name of the Uchiha clan leader, declare that you shall become the inaugural elite guard of our family. Here, we shall restore the glory of the Uchiha. As his words fell, 30 young clan members, their Sharingan activated, simultaneously clenched their fists against their chests. A thunderous roar reverberating through Takamagara. Restore the glory of the Uchiha. Restore the glory of the Uchiha. Restore the glory of the Uchiha. Chapter 53, Nightfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the distant sky was awash in crimson. The final rays of light streamed into the dim room, illuminating the swirling dust particles within the beam. Uchiha Future gazed at the silhouette within the room, seated cross-legged, revealing only a back turned toward him. The empty chamber was permeated with a solemn atmosphere. This oppressive air felt particularly weighty as the impending night approached. Lord Fugaku, the decisive battle is at hand. Uchiha Mirai spoke calmly. The figure seated in the room trembled slightly at the shoulders. A complex sound emerged. Is there still a chance for reconciliation? The future gaze of Uchiha bore a slight smirk of derision. You see, Lord Fugaku, even if we were to choose compromise, they would never allow the Uchiha to exist unchallenged. Now, we find ourselves in the final twilight. The figure fell into a profound silence. Twilight, indeed. Uchiha Fugaku gazed out at the fading twilight, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. The sun was about to set, perhaps in a matter of minutes, or just a few fleeting moments. The night would soon envelop the sky in darkness. Yet, I can assure you that after the curtain of night falls, the sun will rise again, shining far more brilliantly than before. Uchiha Mirai gazed at his silhouette. This is my promise. The room fell into a sudden silence for a moment. That figure seemed to hesitate, to ponder, to reminisce about the past. Time flowed slowly. The figure gradually straightened its back. Is that so? If that is the case, then I shall accompany you in a grand upheaval. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly turned his head. His originally white eyes now ablaze with a crimson hue, reminiscent of the dark patterns on a shuriken slowly rotating, its edges adorned with 3 black dots. Outside, the last vestiges of daylight faded from the horizon. The night descended, enveloping the surroundings in inky darkness. In the depths of the night, a throng of individuals gathered outside the Uchiha clan's territory as a multitude of elite ninjas converged upon this location. Within mere minutes, over 100 ninjas had assembled beyond the clan's confines. This assembly stood in neat formations, clad in uniform black attire, their faces obscured by masks. Danzo, leaning on his cane, surveyed the gathered ninjas with satisfaction. These warriors comprised not only members from the root but also elite forces drawn from the Umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as some from the main families like Inuzuka and Nara. It could be said that the very backbone of the Hokage's faction had congregated here. A flicker of crimson glimmered in Danzo's eyes. You are aware of your mission. The Uchiha are a clan born of malevolence, posing a dire threat to the village's existence. Only by utterly annihilating the Uchiha clan can we save Konoha. Your families, your friends, and your children reside within this village. Now it is your turn to make sacrifices for them. Just as practiced, obliterate the Uchiha. Danzo's fervor bordered on madness, his visage contorted into a grotesque mask. Those ninjas who had been indoctrinated within the root bore bloodshot eyes, their expressions a portrait of insanity. Only a select few, not affiliated with the root, exhibited a glimmer of hesitation. Yet, this was the command of the shadow assistant, which was, in effect, a directive from the Hokage. They could not defy it. Move out. With a forceful strike of his cane against the ground, a dull thud reverberated. In an instant, the hundreds of ninjas before him vanished without a trace. In the Uchiha clan's territory, within the residence of the clan leader, Uchiha Mirai gazed serenely into the inky darkness of the night, where an unusual stillness enveloped the clan's territory. Suddenly, a subtle smile graced his lips. Is it about to begin? Within the realm of nuclear radiation perception, a group of unknown ninjas swiftly infiltrated the clan's domain, impeccably equipped and exhibiting a remarkable sense of organization. There was no doubt that this was the force of Danzo's organization, with the intent to stain the Uchiha clan in blood. In the eyes of Uchiha, there was not a trace of surprise, but rather a glimmer of anticipation. Long before the night descended, he had already released a dense cloud of nuclear radiation throughout the clan's territory. This radiation artfully circumvented the positions of his clansmen, yet was intricately woven into every pathway of the land. The moment any ninja dispatched by Danzo entered the clan's domain, he would immediately detect their presence. Preparations had also been meticulously arranged within the territory. In Uchiha Mirai's eyes, the smile grew ever more pronounced. Danzo's actions could hardly be deemed anything short of madness. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. His aim was to strip this beast of its last vestiges of reason. Suddenly, Uchiha Mirai seemed to have discovered something. His gaze filled with a hint of astonishment as he looked towards a certain location. Has he arrived as well? It appears this night will be quite lively. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Uchiha Mirai melded seamlessly into the inky darkness of the night. In the concealed realm of the Uchiha clan, atop a hidden rooftop, the air suddenly warped with an eerie distortion. A figure abruptly materialized within the swirling vortex, crimson eyes piercing through the mask as they observed the darting shadows within the clan's territory. The multitude of these shadows, wielding glinting ninja blades, advanced stealthily like ants emerging from the rooftop and corners, making not a sound. An unsettling silence enveloped the night. Obito realized that the higher-ups were evidently poised to strike against the Uchiha. Behind him, a half-emerged white Zetsu appeared in astonishment at the moving shadows. It seemed undeniable. He had not anticipated such swift action. Obito's brow furrowed slightly beneath the mask. He had foreseen that the higher-ups would take action against the Uchiha, an inevitability that could not be avoided. Ever since the Uchiha's future had stepped onto the stage, a series of astonishing feats had emerged, and his renown had nearly eclipsed the entirety of Konoha. The reputation of the Uchiha clan has, for the first time, overshadowed that of Konoha. The higher-ups are certainly unwilling to tolerate this. Had Uchiha's future not ascended to the position of clan leader, this stalemate might have persisted for some time. However, Uchiha's future has indeed become the clan leader, and he has consolidated the entire power of the Uchiha clan. A fierce conflict between the two is inevitable. Yet, Obito did not anticipate its arrival would be so swift. A cold smirk played upon his lips. Well, although it came sooner than expected, I should be able to acquire a considerable number of Sharingan from this opportunity. The three-tomo Sharingan allows the use of his Anaji. Obito could hardly suppress his desire to amass some. Suddenly, the white Zetsu behind him began scratching its back, emitting a peculiar cry. Its body felt strange, an unbearable itch. Itchy? Obito shot a glance back. White Zetsu, what are you doing? Don't falter at such a crucial moment. Suddenly, he noticed an arm reaching towards him at an alarming speed, a pair of crimson three-tomo eyes coldly fixed upon him. It's you. Obito's pupils constricted. As for the subsequent plot and the protagonist Godzilla, those with ideas are welcome to share. I find intriguing suggestions might just find their way into the narrative. Chapter 54, Uchiha Madara? It is indeed Uchiha Madara that we are fighting. A chill coursed up Obito's spine, rushing towards the nape of his neck. Uchiha's future? How could he possibly appear here? In this fleeting moment of astonishment, that arm was almost touching his mask. Obito understood that this was not the time to ponder such matters. His body instantly became ethereal, and the probing arm passed directly through his mask. The two figures brushed past one another, their positions shifting abruptly. Uchiha Mirai turned around. a flicker of astonishment evident in his crimson eyes as he gazed at Obito opposite him. Space-time ninjutsu. How theatrical. After all, given his current identity. He was unaware of Obito's capabilities. Humph. Obito scoffed, a hint of arrogance gleaming in his eyes. So, you are the Uchiha of Calamity? I did not expect there to be a counter to space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha's future is almost the most renowned Uchiha in the current ninja world. Before the calamity of the Uchiha, he puts on a facade that grants him an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The calamity of the Uchiha? What nonsense is this? I am clearly Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito stared in astonishment at the figure before him, surveying Madara with wide eyes. Madara, taken aback, stood in a state of bewilderment. Uchiha Madara? I am undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. Do you not see? The entire ninja world acknowledges you as the calamity of the Uchiha. Nonsense. I am the true Uchiha Madara. Obito seethed with anger. Uchiha Future has usurped his lines. How can you prove that you are Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Future wore a face of skepticism. How many years has it been since Madara's time? His ashes have likely been scattered to the winds. If you possess the ability, remove your mask and let me verify your authenticity. Obito gritted his teeth slightly, dark lines etched across his forehead beneath the mask. Enough of this nonsense. I have other matters to attend to and cannot squander my time here. A distorted vortex materialized around his body as Obito prepared to initiate a space-time transfer. The future notoriety of Uchiha is immense, and his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Engaging in combat with him would be a futile expenditure of energy, lacking in wisdom. His objective is to seize the three-tomo Sharingan. There is no better opportunity than this night. Do you wish to flee? Have you sought my consent? Uchiha Mirai's cold smile revealed a hint of mockery as his crimson eyes fixated on Obito, who was preparing to teleport. Obito's expression suddenly stiffened, sensing an unusual sensation within his body. What have you done? He exclaimed, as the space-time transfer abruptly ceased. He clutched his right arm, gasping for breath. Beneath the tiger-striped mask, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Damn it. This unbearable feeling is as if another soul is trying to break free from within me. It itches. He lamented. Madara, do you now comprehend my plight? I told you my body felt strange. Behind him, White Zetsu wore an expression of grievance, suffering from the same sensation. As his body was composed of Obito's cells, making their experiences identical at this moment. Silence. Obito roared, suppressing his discomfort. White Zetsu immediately clamped his mouth shut. What exactly have you done? Obito demanded, turning to glare at Uchiha Mirai, who regarded him with a faint, condescending smile. I merely left a small memento within your body. Uchiha's future smiles. A souvenir? Obito remained silent, his eyes flickering. He possesses the ability to manipulate space-time. When did Uchiha's future leave something within him? There's no need to ponder. My power does not require contact to take effect. In Uchiha's future vision, a cold smile grew increasingly pronounced. Nuclear radiation. This peculiar ability could be activated with merely a thought. However, Obito did not remain in a state of intangibility at all times. The instant there was a fleeting opportunity, the nuclear radiation would swiftly invade his body. Half of Obito's form was composed of white Zetsu cells, which are remarkably vibrant and highly susceptible to the effects of nuclear radiation. Previously, while capturing white Zetsu in the forest, Uchiha had already experimented with this effect. In this moment, Obito must be experiencing an exceptionally intense sensation. Uchiha Mirai gazed appreciatively at Obito's performance. How infuriating. Obito, unwilling to relent, fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Mirai. Perish, he exclaimed as his right arm abruptly rose, revealing a sharp branch protruding from his bandaged palm. It aimed directly at the throat of Uchiha Mirai. The wood release? Cutting technique? Uchiha Mirai tilted his head, effortlessly evading Obito's assault. I advise you to refrain from excessive use of wood release. Overexerting such power may allow my abilities to penetrate even deeper. Obito, clutching his right arm, felt a shift in his complexion as he sensed a frenzied disturbance emanating from the right side of his body, intensifying with each moment. It was as if countless saplings yearned to violently rupture his form. Uchiha Mirai, I must admit, I underestimated you. Obito intently observed Uchiha Mirai, his gaze filled with reluctance. What does Uchiha Mirai truly signify? Uchiha Mirai rolled her eyes. I have already stated, call me Uchiha Madara. After being toyed with repeatedly by Uchiha Mirai, Obito's anger could no longer be contained, and he shouted in fury. Nonsense. I am Uchiha Madara. Ah, yes, indeed. You are Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Mirai formed a series of seals, unleashing a formidable fireball that surged forth. In an effort to suppress the transformation of his body, Obito had no choice but to awkwardly retreat, tumbling off the rooftop into the narrow alley below. The blazing fireball erupted into the night sky like a spectacular firework. Was there a battle taking place over there? Who could it be? Had they been discovered? The members of Danzo's route felt a sudden tightening in their chests as they cast their eyes in that direction. There, they beheld a black-clad ninja donning a swirling mask. Crouching and clutching his right arm as he gasped for breath, everyone had heard him proclaim himself to be Uchiha Madara. On the rooftop, Uchiha Mirai shrugged and vanished in an instant. He had other matters to attend to, leaving Obito to engage with the route members for the time being. Uchiha Madara? Several route members breathed heavily, their gazes fixated on Obito in the center of the road, with his tiger-striped mask and Sharingan, declaring himself Uchiha Madara. There was no doubt that this individual was the ninja who had invaded the route storeroom, the one who had thrown the organization into chaos, prompting Danzo to issue a lethal order. Uchiha Madara. Obito, clutching his arm, rose to his feet and cast a cold glance around the route. Your objective must surely be the Uchiha clan, is it not? Our goals align. Before he could finish his words, he was besieged by route members wielding their vicious kunai. It cannot be mistaken. This is the one. Uchiha Madara. Prepare to pay with your life. Offer your heart to Lord Danzo. Obito gritted his teeth, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why were these route members so sensitive to a mere name? The encroaching route members overwhelmed him, their kunai infused with jutsu swallowing him whole in an instant. Obito, in a desperate bid to evade, found his black cloak scorched with numerous gaping holes. This was the first time he had experienced such humiliation and frustration since becoming Uchiha Madara. Had his right side not undergone a transformation, he could have effortlessly utilized his intangibility to escape or employed space-time ninjutsu to flee. However, the future abilities of Uchiha were gradually eroding his body. To suppress this aberration, maintaining his intangibility became exceedingly difficult. Boom. A route member ignited an explosive tag at close range. The explosion's flames surged forth, forcing Obito to roll away in a frantic attempt to evade. Behind him, another route member charged forward, their gleaming kunai descending like a butcher cleaving flesh. A pack of lunatics. Obito was drenched in cold sweat. How had he angered this group of route members? Why did he have no recollection of it at all? In the corner of the alley, White Zetsu cautiously peered out, observing the beleaguered Obito. Obito, how wretched. White Zetsu couldn't help but click his tongue. Chapter 55. This night. Reclaiming the glory of the Uchiha. Outside the Uchiha clan's domain, under a night sky as dark as ink, Danzo stood amidst the forest, leaning on his cane. The singular eye, wrapped in bandages, gleamed with a maddened crimson light. Suddenly, a member of Root appeared, kneeling behind him on one knee. Lord Danzo. We have discovered the individual who claims to be Uchiha Obito within the Uchiha territory. Danzo's pupils narrowed in an instant. Are you certain there is no mistake? Absolutely. We have verified it. It is undoubtedly the Uchiha Obito who has infiltrated Root. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Danzo's shoulders trembled slightly, and that singular eye, shrouded in bandages, suddenly succumbed to uncontrollable ecstasy. At last, I have found you. In Danzo's gaze, an abyss of coldness and malice flickered. Immediately mobilize Root to encircle him. Bring all remaining members from the base. Yes. The kneeling operative vanished. The surroundings returned to silence once more. Danzo gazed longingly at the Uchiha territory, which, cloaked in the night, possessed a unique allure. This time, I shall obliterate you all. While Root prepared to besiege Obito, another group of ninjas had already begun their operations within the Uchiha domain. Before the Uchiha residence, several masked members of the Root organization signaled to one another, with the leader tossing a spherical smoke bomb into the building. A pale yellow mist erupted instantaneously, engulfing the majority of the interior space within mere seconds. This specially designed smoke bomb contained a toxin capable of rendering its victims defenseless. If inhaled by a ninja, it would induce paralysis and unconsciousness in a short span of time. For untrained civilians or children, exposure would swiftly lead to death due to their inability to withstand the poison. This was also one of Danzo's sources of confidence in executing his plan. With the assistance of such equipment, the annihilation of the Uchiha was not beyond the realm of possibility. Having calculated the toxin's activation time, the Root members signaled and infiltrated the room directly. Their objective was crystal clear as they approached the bedside. The glinting blade of a ninja sword reflected the cruelty in their eyes. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced without any hesitation. Suddenly, the Root members' expression froze. Something felt amiss. Ripping off the covers revealed a human figure disguised with clothing. It was a trap. A chill surged within them. Outside the window gleamed a pair of blood-red Sharingan. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The searing heat approached in an instant. Retreat. The leader of the Root organization shouted. But it was already too late. The intense flames quickly consumed their bodies, piercing screams echoing in the air. Amidst the flickering fire, only a few charred corpses remained. It appeared that the future had indeed spoken the truth. Uchiha Hokage withdrew his gaze from the interior of the dwelling. His expression grave as he surveyed the clan's territory ahead. Almost simultaneously, a fiery explosion erupted, momentarily illuminating the clan grounds. The once tranquil area suddenly seemed to be engulfed in chaos. As a direct descendant of Uchiha Fugaku, he had always harbored reservations about the future of power within the clan. Just days prior, during the actions of the Uchiha's future organization, he expressed his discontent. Believing that their fears were unfounded and that the higher-ups would never dare to risk a blatant invasion of their domain. Yet now, reality had presented him with an undeniable truth. Had the clan leader been Uchiha Fugaku, what would have been the outcome of this night? Uchiha Izuna remained silent. Yet the coldness in his gaze deepened. A similar scene unfolded repeatedly in other locations within the clan's territory. Shina. Uchiha only howled as he swung the iron rod, striking forcefully at the nape of the neck. Accompanied by a sound akin to the shattering of an eggshell, the nape emitted a muffled groan before being sent flying. All of you, kneel before me. Uchiha Itachi brandished 2 kitchen knives, roaring as he hacked at the roots before him. The roots, taken entirely by surprise by Itachi's sudden emergence from the kitchen, were caught off guard, and in an instant, several ninjas fell victim to his frenzied onslaught. I'm here. Brother, Itachi, you have arrived just in time. Uchiha Shiki and Uchiha Kuriko stood back to back, one wielding a black iron staff, while the other clutched 2 kitchen knives. Their eyes scanned the surroundings of the Root organization with a menacing glare. Kuriko, it's time to strike. Understood, Shiki and I. The two shouted in unison as they charged towards the remaining members of the Root. In the Uchiha street, a member of the Root fled in terror, as if pursued by some dreadful entity swiftly closing in behind him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his chest, and he froze. Disbelief filling his eyes as blood gushed forth. Who on earth are you? He gasped, as behind him, a pair of blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan glinted ominously. The bloodthirsty glare in those eyes was astonishingly more intense than that of an ordinary Sharingan. The Uchiha Guard, number 13. The Root member was momentarily engulfed in confusion. Isn't the Uchiha clan merely composed of the Guard squad? What is the Imperial Guard? Yet, it is evident he can no longer hear the answer. His consciousness is rapidly fading, plunging into darkness. A similar scene unfolds elsewhere in the clan's territory. Damn, where did they come from? A Root elite ninja's pupils tremble as he gazes in horror at the Uchiha mercilessly slaying his comrades. They infiltrated the premises, and all the elderly, women, and children of the Uchiha are absent. Awaiting them are only those Uchiha with eyes as crimson as blood. That chilling, scarlet aura is unparalleled by any other Uchiha. Why is there no mention of them in the intelligence reports? If these are included, the Uchiha would possess over 50 members with the Sharingan. Uchiha Imperial Guard. Number 9. The sharp blade pierces the chest of a Root ninja, as the Uchiha speaks coldly. Uchiha Guard. Number 7. Beside him, another Uchiha slices through the throat of a Root ninja, his voice as frigid as ice. The Uchiha Guard? The remnants of the Root trembled in shock, recoiling in fear. Damn it! What is the intelligence department doing? When did the Uchiha cultivate such a terrifying guard? Why is there not a whisper of news? The Uchiha gazed upon the remnants of the Root, their figures shooting forth like arrows. This night, the Uchiha glory shall be reclaimed. The Uchiha glory shall be reclaimed. The Uchiha glory shall be reclaimed. The thunderous shouts converged, exploding like a resounding firework in the fervent clan grounds. Uchiha Mirai stood atop a rooftop, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed down upon the scene below. The sounds of explosions, the clash of blades, and the cacophony of roars intertwined like a grand symphony, unfolding upon the sacred grounds of the Uchiha clan. The lifeless bodies strewn about served merely as embellishments to this chaotic tableau. How I long for the moment when dawn breaks. It is the dead of night, and there remains a considerable stretch of time until daybreak. Uchiha Mirai turned his head, gazing towards the rear of his clan's territory, murmuring to himself, "It should be fine over there with Itachi." Meanwhile, at the Nanha shrine, the elderly and the young of the Uchiha clan were resting within the shrine, their numbers overwhelming the available space. A group of clan members was seated outside on soft mats, which provided sufficient comfort for parents to lull their children into a peaceful slumber. At the forefront of this gathering, Uchiha Itachi gripped his shuriken tightly, gazing intently towards the distant clan grounds. Suddenly, a flare of fire illuminated the horizon, followed by a second, and then a third. In an instant, the entire Uchiha territory was engulfed in turmoil. Has it begun? Itachi's grip on the shuriken tightened unconsciously as he pressed his lips together, his eyes betraying his anxiety. He recalled the solemn charge given to him by Uchiha Fugaku before his departure. Little Itachi, the clan's fate rests in your hands. Huh? In my hands? Indeed. Little Itachi. You must not disappoint my expectations. The memories began to fade gradually. In the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, determination deepened increasingly, his back standing straight as an arrow. Behind him lay the countless lights of the Uchiha clan. Fear not, brother. This time, even if it costs me my life, I shall protect our kin. This narrative, from its inception, was crafted with a fresh perspective, as the Uchiha theme had been exhausted, rendered stale by countless iterations. Thus, the contemplation arose. How would Itachi behave if his mind were unclouded? Hence, you witness Itachi in this tale slapping himself, vowing to protect his clan at all costs. I am uncertain how this portrayal will resonate with the audience. Can you accept it? I hope everyone shares their thoughts, including insights on the protagonist Godzilla and anticipated developments in the plot. Chapter 56, Danzo, a pack of useless fools. Must I personally intervene? In the inky darkness of the night, a thick stench of blood rose from the Uchiha territory, where the air was rife with sounds of struggle and cries of despair. Even the full moon overhead seemed to be tainted with a hint of crimson. Along the sides of the road lay numerous corpses of root members, their blood staining the ground. These root members were horrified to discover they had grossly underestimated the strength of the Uchiha. The entire Uchiha territory resembled a meticulously laid trap, awaiting their unwitting arrival. Cursed be this turn of events. Quick, report to Lord Danzo. The stronger root members found themselves locked in fierce combat with the Uchiha. Yet most were falling short. A moment's distraction could lead to being ensnared by the Sharingan, their lives extinguished in an instant. From the onset of this operation, they had suffered grievously. Were they not sent to annihilate the Uchiha? How had the tables turned, with the Uchiha now poised to obliterate them? In the midst of their shock, these shinobi finally grasped a harsh truth. The Uchiha have long been prepared. Everything is merely a ploy to lure them into a trap. Brothers of the Uchiha, advance. Let us restore the glory of the Uchiha. The Uchiha clansmen let out a roar, their crimson eyes ablaze with fervor as they charged towards the opposing root organization. The inky darkness of the night was pierced by the sounds of battle, intermingled with the exhilarating shouts, echoing above the Uchiha territory. In a secluded forest, Danzo gazed coldly at the Uchiha domain across from him. In the night, what was once a tranquil clan area had become engulfed in flames, the fires mingling with the violent explosions that continuously ascended from above the Uchiha territory. The entire Uchiha domain was now shrouded in the chaos of war. The intense turmoil was visible even from his vantage point. It seemed that the operation was proceeding smoothly. A slight smirk played upon Danzo's lips. The fiery spectacle suggested that the Uchiha territory was likely awash in blood. He could almost envision the streets of the Uchiha, strewn with the bodies of those unwilling to submit, their hollow eye sockets hauntingly gory. Their eyes had become mere trophies in his collection. Danzo caressed his bandaged right arm, his gaze suddenly filled with intense anticipation. This arm housed the power of Hashirama Senju, if it were to be further enhanced with the strength of the Sharingan. How formidable would he become? This was the fate that awaited those who dared oppose me, Danzo. I shall claim your eyes as my own. The cold smile on Danzo's face deepened. Suddenly, several root members appeared behind him, disheveled. Oh, you've returned so swiftly? What is the status? Has the Uchiha been annihilated? Danzo inquired, a smile gracing his features, tinged with expectation. The root members exchanged nervous glances, stammering. Master Danzo, we were ambushed. Ambushed? Danzo's smile faltered. What transpired? Wasn't this supposed to be rehearsed? What on earth happened? The members quivered, their heads bowed low. We do not know. It seems the ordinary clansmen had already evacuated, leaving behind only elite ninjas who were well prepared. We suffered significant losses. Danzo's grip on his cane tightened, his knuckles turning a ghastly shade of purple as rage contorted his face into a mask of fury. The single eye visible through the bandages blazed crimson with uncontrolled wrath. Are you saying that all the dead thus far are our people? His voice emerged as a strained whisper through clenched teeth. Yes, yes. The root members dared not raise their heads. Useless fools. Bang. The cane, wielded with terrifying force, descended, and the root's base could barely react before its head exploded like a shattered watermelon. Blood splattered onto the remaining few, causing their bodies to shudder violently, compelling them to bury their heads deeply. The air was oppressively heavy, thick with the acrid scent of blood. Danzo was stained with the blood of the fallen root. Crimson liquid dripping from his face, rendering his already grotesque visage even more fearsome and distorted. Mere moments prior, he had reveled in the thought of annihilating the Uchiha, contemplating how to wield a wall of Sharingan. Yet, just seconds later, these root members utterly shattered his illusions. Worthless fools. It seems the old man must take matters into his own hands. Danzo's eyes glowed a deep crimson. With a whoosh, he vanished from sight. In the Uchiha clan's territory, at the entrance of a narrow alley, a fierce battle was erupting. Obito leaped backward, narrowly evading an assault from the root. Accustomed to the art of intangibility, he found himself constrained under the limitations of his abilities, leaving him feeling helpless. He appeared utterly disheveled, his robes tattered and his figure resembling that of a beggar, filthy and chaotic. If he were to declare himself as Uchiha Madara at this moment, he would merely be met with incredulous stares, as if he were a madman escaped from an asylum. Madara, this is dire. Half of White Zetsu's head emerged from behind him, his eyes still reflecting a hint of astonishment. What is the matter? Obito gasped, inquiring. It seemed that the Uchiha had been well prepared. Those intruding ninjas had failed miserably, suffering numerous counterattacks. A sudden stiffness gripped Obito's face beneath his mask, and a flicker of surprise ignited in his eyes. A trap? This was the first notion that sprang to his mind. Unlike the root, White Zetsu's abilities allowed him to seamlessly gather intelligence on the Uchiha. However, just a few days prior, a peculiar toxin had inexplicably spread across the vicinity of the Uchiha territory. The monitoring White Zetsu was affected, forcing him to break his concealment. Yet, it was certain that the Uchiha were preparing something significant. Recalling White Zetsu's earlier report, a chill ran down Obito's spine. In an astonishing turn of events, Uchiha's future has transformed the entirety of the Uchiha clan's territory into a veritable trap. Danzo, along with the invading ninjas, merely serve as his prey. Upon grasping this reality, Obito abandoned any desire for combat. With a swift motion, he severed his own right arm. A viscous, milky substance dripped from the jagged end. As the severed limb struck the ground, it uncontrollably erupted into a mass of flesh, rapidly morphing into a towering tree. Would release? The roots surrounding him trembled in astonishment. The insatiable anomaly within his body diminished slightly, granting Obito a momentary respite. This act of self-mutilation to mitigate the encroaching abilities of Uchiha's future was indeed a desperate measure. However, now was not the time for continued stalemate. I shall remember this grudge. Obito's crimson eyes, visible beyond his mask, glared with a chilling intensity at the roots opposing him. A distorted vortex materialized in an instant, enveloping his form. Damn it! Uchiha Madara! Stay back! The roots roared defiantly, hurling several shuriken. Clang! The shuriken struck the barren ground, sending sparks flying, their sharp clinking echoing through the night. Chapter 57. Welcome to my world. Danzo! Damn it! Why hasn't T-support arrived yet? We are ambushed. This group of Uchihas has gone mad. In the territory of the Uchiha clan, the invading root forces were pushed back onto the main thoroughfare, relentlessly assaulted by the Uchiha ninjas. The streets were littered with the lifeless bodies of numerous root members. The remaining forces could only retreat continuously, seeking an opportunity to break through. There lay an intersection. A root member's eyes lit up upon spotting a dark alleyway. Many root warriors joyfully dashed towards it, hoping to escape through that route. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed. A massive, blazing fireball erupted from the shadowy alley. The few who had rushed forward were caught completely off guard, instantly engulfed by the searing flames, emitting chilling screams of despair. Apologies, but this path is impassable. Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the alley, his gaze coldly fixed upon the opposing root members. Lord Fugaku, how splendid! Lord Fugaku has arrived. This time, none of them shall escape. The members of the Uchiha clan were filled with exuberance, particularly Uchiha Hakadai Inahoko, a direct descendant of Uchiha Fugaku, whose eyes sparkled with excitement at this moment. Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan leader, holds a reputation within the Uchiha clan that is second only to that of Uchiha Sasuke. The appearance of Uchiha Fugaku significantly boosted their morale. How infuriating! How did Uchiha Fugaku arrive here? This deviates from what Lord Danzo had anticipated. In stark contrast to the invigorated spirits of the Uchiha, the mood within Root was far from pleasant. Danzo's strategy did not account for Uchiha Fugaku's presence. Given Fugaku's character, He shouldn't have been so resolute. Curse it. We must devise a way to break through. The remaining members of Root swiftly seek alternative escape routes. Soon, a member of Root discovered another exit. Several Root members rushed towards it in excitement, only to be met with a torrent of raging flames. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Aya! The flames surged from the alley, extending across the road. Those few members of Root screamed in agony, reduced to charred remains. Amidst the illumination brought forth by the fire release, the crimson three-tomo appeared, emerging from the pitch-black alley. Fugaku, I never anticipated that you would arrive even before I did. Given your temperament. Uchiha Shana gazed at Fugaku opposite her with eyes reminiscent of an eagle, a hint of surprise flickering within. Elder Shana. The surrounding Uchiha clan members were once again taken aback. Uchiha Shana, the esteemed elder of the hawkish faction, holds the most significant power among the Uchiha clan members aside from the clan leader. Even you, a relic of the past, have made an appearance. How could I, a former clan leader, not join in the revelry? Uchiha Fugaku maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile glimmering in his eyes. Haha. In response to Uchiha Fugaku's mockery, Uchiha Shana not only remained unperturbed but instead threw back his head and laughed heartily. How long has it been? How long has it been since he last felt such a fervor bubbling within? Uchiha Shana seemed to be transported back to his youthful days, when ambitions soared high and fervor spilled forth like a cascade. The memories replayed vividly before him, and on his visage, once as lifeless as withered wood, burned an intense battle fervor akin to blazing flames. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the streets. Fugaku, tonight, let us create a tumultuous uproar. As you wish. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled lightly, turning to face the opposing Root organization, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. These two long-standing adversaries, having clashed for the better part of their lives, finally set aside their grievances this night to unite against a common enemy. Charge forth, for the glory of the Uchiha. With the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, the flames of resolve ignited within the hearts of the Uchiha clan. Amidst the deafening roars, they surged madly towards the Root organization. The Root personnel were struck with trepidation at the sight. Their hands, gripping kunai, trembled slightly. Had this rabid horde of crimson-eyed warriors gone mad? The fervent morale surged like a tangible force against the night sky. Even the Root organization, trained through bloodshed, felt a profound fear welling within them. Confusion, panic, and dread spread like wildfire. Suddenly, the foremost member of the Root organization collided with an unseen barrier, coming to an abrupt halt. As he raised his gaze, he beheld a familiar visage. Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo has arrived. The Root member's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, his voice was abruptly silenced, fear etched across his face, turning a deep shade of purple as a rough hand constricted around his throat. Danzo, please, crack. Danzo swiftly snapped his neck, discarding him like refuse to the roadside. His singular eye, visible beneath the bandages, radiated a chilling aura capable of striking terror into the hearts of many, as it surveyed the disheveled Root personnel before him. Useless. The Root members trembled, too fearful to utter a sound. Danzo's gaze drifted forward, locking onto Uchiha Fugaku amidst the Uchiha ranks. Fugaku, I never expected you to turn against the village as shinobi. Fugaku maintained his composure, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Is it not somewhat absurd, Danzo? You sent your subordinates to invade my Uchiha territory and strike at my clan. Why should I not retaliate? Danzo's expression shifted slightly, given Fugaku's character. Such actions seemed out of place. What had gone awry? The Uchiha threatened the village. Our purpose here is for Konoha. Danzo scoffed. Ah, for Konoha, is it? As his words fell, a mocking voice echoed from above a nearby rooftop, spreading across the vicinity. This voice belonged to. The members of the Uchiha clan displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes shimmering with an intensity of fervor that far surpassed their previous demeanor. It is the future brother. The future brother has arrived. Danzo tilted his head upwards towards the rooftop, his eyes narrowing slightly. Uchiha Mirai stands gracefully atop the rooftop, gazing down upon him with a subtle smile. When did Uchiha Mirai arrive? He remained utterly oblivious. The Root behind him felt an uncontrollable surge of fear as they witnessed Uchiha Mirai's emergence. A cacophony of panic erupted in their minds. The calamity of Uchiha loomed. Had he been lurking beside them all along? What is there to fear? Danzo bellowed. Behind you lies Konoha, the mightiest hidden village in the shinobi world. Are you truly afraid of Amir Uchiha? The frantic clamor abruptly ceased. Danzo turned his gaze, fixating intensely on Uchiha Mirai, who commanded the rooftop. This time, I shall eradicate you completely. It was as if an invisible flame ignited, burning fiercely before his eyes. Uchiha Mirai chuckled lightly. Regrettably, I share the same sentiment. At both ends of that road, the Uchiha clan stood in opposition to the roots. In the next moment, Uchiha suddenly charged forth, and the battle erupted. Danzo's eyes remained fixated on the future Uchiha in the sky, as if he were the very center of the universe. In the depths of Uchiha's future crimson eyes, 3 tomo gradually revolved, transforming into the black patterns of 3 fan blades. The kaleidoscope, the domain unfolded. A pitch-black shadow swiftly spread from beneath his feet, enveloping Danzo in an instant. Danzo's expression changed dramatically as he felt his body uncontrollably plummeting. When he regained his composure, the world around him had suddenly transformed. He beheld Uchiha's future, suspended above a crimson moon, arms outstretched, gazing down upon him. Welcome to my world, Danzo. Chapter 58, Danzo's Downfall. In the deep of night, Konoha awakened from its slumber amidst turmoil. Countless ninjas stared in horror towards the direction of the Uchiha clan, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The once quiet Uchiha territory was now ablaze with flames. Was that location truly the Uchiha clan's land? Indeed, that direction could only lead to the Uchiha clan. What on earth had transpired? Was there an assault on the Uchiha territory? This alarming thought emerged, leaving the Konoha ninjas engulfed in profound astonishment. The Uchiha clan stands as the most formidable clan within the Hidden Leaf Village. Recently, it has come to light that the infamous Uchiha, a harbinger of calamity, has ascended to the position of clan leader. What manner of ninja possesses the audacity to launch an assault on the Uchiha's domain? Are they not fearful of the repercussions? Could it be that the barbaric warriors from the Cloud Village, unable to swallow their previous humiliation, have dispatched a squad of ninjas for retribution? A myriad of bewildering speculations arose, plunging the Hidden Leaf Village into chaos, rife with cacophonous murmurs. In the Hyuga clan's territory, Hyuga Hizashi stood at the window, his gaze heavy with concern as he peered toward the Uchiha clan's grounds. His Byakugan was activated. Although this vantage point did not allow for a direct view of the inner workings of the Uchiha estate, the flames that continuously surged upward were distinctly visible even from afar. Has it begun? The gravity of the situation was etched upon Hizashi's face, resembling a statue in the twilight. Not long ago, he had accompanied Hinata to the Uchiha compound, where they had paid a visit to the future of the Uchiha clan. Just as he was about to take his leave, he received a piece of news that left him utterly astounded. Uchiha Future has ascended to the esteemed position of clan leader of the Uchiha clan. The title of clan leader carries a profoundly distinct significance. The power of the Uchiha clan has been completely consolidated by him. On the journey back, Hyuga Hizashi could scarcely contain his inner astonishment. Konoha is likely on the brink of a significant upheaval. Once the news of the Uchiha heir apparent spreads, the Hokage lineage will undoubtedly not tolerate it. The animosity between Uchiha Mirai and the Hokage faction is well known throughout Konoha. 3 years prior, on that fateful night, the high-ranking officials conspired to compel Uchiha Mirai into seclusion. Now, after 3 years, Uchiha Mirai has re-emerged, and undoubtedly, vengeance is among his objectives. Indeed, in the subsequent Root incident, his identity as the clan leader was unveiled. Suddenly, Konoha was enveloped in an eerie silence. At that moment, he realized that this was the prelude to an impending storm. A final war between the higher-ups and the Uchihas was on the horizon. The presence of Uchiha Mirai and his clan now posed a significant threat to the ruling elite. In the end, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. After the fall of the Uchiha, who shall be the next? Hyuga Hayashi's eyes flickered with intensity before he spoke in a low, commanding voice. Summon the guards. Swiftly, the branch family's sentinels appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Lord Clan Leader, what are your orders? Immediately assemble a group of elite jonin to accompany me to the Uchiha clan grounds. Yes. The branch family guards vanished. Within the chamber, only Hyuga Hayashi remained, his expression grave as he gazed towards the Uchiha estate, engulfed in flames. A similar scene unfolded in various locales of Konoha. At the Nara clan grounds, Nara Shikaku observed the rising flames consuming the Uchiha estate, his demeanor somber. That individual has ultimately taken action against the Uchiha. Gather a contingent of clan members, swiftly. Yes. Nara Shikaku's eyes were deep with contemplation, lost in thought. At the Oil Woman clan's estate, the clan leader, Yamanaka Shizun, detected the disturbance at the Uchiha grounds and promptly called for her kin to prepare for departure. At the Inuzuka clan's domain, Inuzuka issued a rallying cry to gather the clan. In the mountains, at the Akimichi clan's estate, a significant portion of Konoha's shinobi had already mobilized. various family ninjas swiftly merging to form cohesive squads. The sleeping village of Konoha erupted with a fervor more intense than the blinding light of day, as if it were in a state of tumult. At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed gravely towards the direction of the Uchiha estate. Hiruzen. It seems that Danzo is the only one behind this. The worried voice of Tsunade echoed behind him. I am aware, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with complexity. Tonight, the one taking action against the Uchiha can only be Danzo. If he prevails, it would be fortuitous. But if he does not, the depths of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes resemble the unfathomable abyss of the sea. This is no time for hesitation. Tsunade, let us hasten to the Uchiha clan grounds. In the heavens above, Danzo's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed skyward towards the future of the Uchiha. Uchiha's future hovered in the air, with a colossal crimson blood moon casting an ethereal glow behind him, rendering him akin to a deity. What is this place? Danzo surveyed his surroundings, the weight of his thoughts growing ever heavier. It appeared to be an ancient battlefield, with broken halberds standing like sentinels and reeds swaying gently in the breeze. Moments ago, he had been within the Uchiha clan's territory, when suddenly he was enveloped by a sensation of rapid descent, his body momentarily losing all control. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself in this unfamiliar realm. Konoha could not possibly harbor such a location, nor could the Uchiha clan's domain exist here. In fact, the entire shinobi world had never whispered of this place. A tempest of emotions churned within Danzo's eyes. No need for conjecture. This is my domain, a world solely belonging to me. Uchiha Mirai gazed down from the heights, a faint smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, allow me to remind you that summoning techniques hold no power here. Danzo's expression stiffened, his clandestine summoning seals abruptly ceasing. He had intended to summon the Dream Beast, a formidable spirit capable of significantly augmenting his combat prowess. Yet, as Uchiha Mirai had asserted, his summoning technique fell into an abyss, eliciting no response whatsoever. In the air, Uchiha Mirai stroked his chin, scrutinizing Danzo, as one might appraise a potential prey. How shall I bring about your demise? Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. A realization struck him, his eyes suddenly alight with purpose. On the ground, Danzo's complexion shifted dramatically as he felt an uncontrollable force lifting his body. His arms and legs were forcibly spread apart, leaving him suspended in midair like a letter T. Uchiha's future smiled faintly as he waved his finger. Beneath Danzo, the soil eerily rose, coalescing into sharp spikes. A chilling sensation crept upward from his tailbone, and despite Danzo's desperate attempts to struggle, the formidable force surrounding him held him firmly in place. You insolent fool! What do you intend to do to me? Danzo's eyes widened in fury, blood vessels bursting in his single eye. In the next moment, the sharp objects beneath him suddenly pierced through. Ah! Danzo screamed in madness. Chapter 59. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly unleashed a colossal fireball, engulfing several members of the root organization in an instant. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Uchiha Shana, unwilling to concede, swiftly performed a series of hand seals. A massive flame erupted from his mouth, resembling a great dragon, illuminating the night in an instant. Along the path of the flames, numerous roots, unable to evade in time, were engulfed by the searing heat, issuing a chilling wail. Fyake, I have slain one more than you. Uchiha Shana slightly raised her head towards Fugaku, as if to flaunt her spoils of victory. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku's crimson eyes flickered with alarm as he sensed a primal gaze fixated upon him from across the way. In that fleeting moment, his body froze, paralyzed by an overwhelming dread. The kunai effortlessly pierced through his adversary's neck, unleashing a torrential downpour of crimson rain. The score was now even. Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly. During the Second Shinobi World War, he was known as the Killing Eye, excelling in combat through the prowess of his Sharingan. With the former clan leader and the elder putting forth such relentless efforts, how could the Uchiha clan members refrain from giving their all? Charge forth. Annihilate these invaders who dare to trespass upon our homeland. Uchiha, in a frenzy, wielded the iron rod with an almost effortless grace, its considerable weight seeming negligible in his hands as it cut through the air with a fierce vigor. One unfortunate root member, unable to evade in time, had his head violently shattered, the mask upon his face disintegrating alongside. Those who dare invade the territory of the Uchiha shall find no mercy from me. Hazy. Uchiha Hizi brandished 2 kitchen knives, chopping and slashing with a ferocity that resembled the butchering of meat, as he rained down blows upon the surrounding root members. With his crimson gaze, even the Hokage would tremble in fear. The root members dared not approach, terrified of being cleaved as one would chop spare ribs. The combined might of Hyze and Shurin had already claimed the lives of several root operatives. The remaining Uchiha Clansmen, fueled by a fierce combat spirit, advanced with an almost encircling ferocity, forcing the root forces into a retreat. The shinobi mobilized by Danzo consisted not only of his root members but also included a number of Umbu and temporarily summoned clan ninjas. Yet, despite their numbers, they found themselves utterly powerless against the relentless assault of the Crimson-Eyed warriors. Annihilation was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed through the night. "Cease this at once." The battlefield froze for a brief moment. Uchiha, along with those from the Foundation, turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to behold Sarutobi Hiruzen leading a contingent of Umbu rushing forth. The Hokage? The Hokage has arrived. It is the third Hokage. The members of the Foundation were agitated, their voices rising in a cacophony. Uchiha Hyze, wielding a kitchen knife, attempted to charge forward but was halted by Uchiha Fugaku's raised hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived, accompanied by a considerable number of Umbu. It was imperative to ascertain their intentions without delay. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was profound. Upon arriving, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the battlefield around him. And even with his experience from multiple wars, he was momentarily struck dumb by the brutal scene before him, his breath catching in his throat. Corpses, bodies lay strewn everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, nearly staining the streets of the Uchiha clan crimson. "Fugaku, what on earth has transpired?" Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded in anger. "I believe the third Hokage should possess a clearer understanding than I do." Uchiha Fugaku's voice carried a hint of coldness. "Fugaku, what do you mean by this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. "Danzo has led hundreds of shinobi to invade our clan under the cover of night, slaughtering my kin. Hokage-sama, are you truly unaware of this?" Uchiha Fugaku maintained a calm demeanor, yet the depths of his gaze grew increasingly intense. "Fugaku, do you truly believe this is a command from me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably. Fugaku had changed. His former disposition would never have allowed such assertiveness. As his eyes scanned the group of Uchiha before him, Hiruzen felt a rising sense of dread. The Uchiha arrayed before him were all adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan. After a massacre, their faces were smeared with blood, resembling malevolent spirits. Many among them were clansmen not previously mentioned in intelligence reports, their eyes ablaze with a crimson hue that surpassed that of ordinary Sharingan. Roughly estimating, it appeared that the Uchiha possessed over 50 individuals with the three-tomo. Should this terrifying power be unleashed, it would bring irrevocable calamity upon Konoha. Hiruzen's gaze fixed upon an Uchiha wielding a bloodied kitchen knife, sending a jolt of fear through him. The knife dripped with blood, its edge bent from the force of its use. Perhaps irritated by being scrutinized, the Uchiha shook the knife menacingly, conveying a clear message. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll cleave you in two." Hiruzen quickly averted his gaze, feeling a cold sweat envelop him. He realized he had grossly misjudged the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan encompasses not only Uchiha Itachi but also other remarkably fierce members. The brief stalemate was soon interrupted by the arrival of other ninja clans from Konoha. Upon witnessing the horrific scene surrounding them, all were gripped by fear, their spines tingling with dread. The events of this night within the Uchiha could be aptly described as a river of blood. Yet, curiously, it was only those adorned in masks who lay fallen. However, this was clearly not the moment for such contemplations. Where is Danzo? Where could he possibly be? Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the area, his voice laced with fury. The calamity wrought by Danzo was monumental, too immense for him to bear alone. "Lord Hokage, Danzo," a root member clenched his teeth. "He has vanished." Vanished? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that Danzo had disappeared? The Uchiha clan's territory is limited. Could he possibly traverse to another realm in an instant? Meanwhile, as the outside world succumbs to immense shock, in Takamagara, Danzo continues to wail in agony. Bloodied spikes pierce mercilessly. Damn it. Where's the escape? Chapter 60. Uchiha Future vs. Danzo. At last, unable to endure the humiliation, Danzo bites through his own tongue. The excruciating pain jolts him awake, and his bloodshot eyes fixate intensely on Uchiha Future in the sky. The torment of the flesh pales in comparison to the anguish of the mind. His consciousness begins to wane, yet the hatred in his eyes remains undiminished. Uchiha Future. You will regret this, Danzo forces through his bloodstained teeth. In the next moment, his body suddenly vanishes. Oh, has he taken his own life? Uchiha Izumi wore an expression of profound dissatisfaction. What a pity, for I have yet to indulge fully in this experience. It is evident that Danzo's physical form has vanished, a clear indication that he has employed Izanagi to alter his unfavorable fate. The Uchiha clan was not annihilated, and the number of Manjiki Sharingan collected by Danzo must be limited. It is absolutely implausible that his entire arm is filled with them as depicted in the original work. Nevertheless, indulging oneself in a bit of playful exploration should still prove to be sufficient. In the eyes of Uchiha, a faint smile lingered. How could he possibly allow Danzo to perish so easily? After a few seconds, Danzo's body materialized behind him, and in that fleeting moment of resurrection, he unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades, hurtling directly towards him. Futile. Uchiha Mirai gently shook his head. This was indeed his domain. Even Danzo would require his permission before making a move. Otherwise, he would simply retaliate in kind. As the wind blade was about to make contact with Uchiha Mirai's back, it instantaneously shattered into nothingness, leaving only a gentle breeze that caressed his hair. Below, Danzo's eyes widened in shock. What kind of ability was this? There were no hand seals, nor any fluctuations of chakra. It was as if merely a thought had caused his attack to dissipate. Danzo felt a surge of frustration as he glared coldly at Uchiha Mirai. So this is your Manjiki Sharingan ability, is it? To manipulate the very rules of this world? Such a power is truly unprecedented. In comparison, space-time abilities seem rather mundane. However, this ability must undoubtedly have its limits. Otherwise, why would you toy with me instead of simply annihilating me with your rules? Danzo's mind raced as he sought a way to break through this predicament. Stop pondering. My grasp of the rules does indeed have limitations, but you are certainly not in a position to exploit them. Uchiha Mirai rolled his eyes. Strictly speaking, his command over the rules of Takamagara was limitless. Yet, in practice, there were significant constraints. The primary limitation was the consumption of ocular power. Each rule he manipulated required his ocular energy as fuel. Should his ocular power run low, the effectiveness of his abilities would wane. However, this issue would likely see considerable improvement after transplanting Hashirama's cells or synthesizing the eternal Manjiki. You also possess the ability to read minds? Danzo was astounded. Could Uchiha Mirai truly discern his thoughts? With that simple mind of yours, wouldn't even your toes be able to figure it out? Uchiha Mirai rolled her eyes again. In an instant, she extended her palm and struck downwards towards Danzo on the ground with tremendous force. Her arm suddenly expanded 100-fold, transforming into a colossal, rough, gray-brown claw that descended fiercely from above Danzo's head. The claw of Godzilla. In the future, Uchiha can transform any part of his body into a monstrous form akin to Godzilla. Danzo's eyelids twitched violently as he suddenly recalled why Uchiha was referred to as the Calamity Uchiha during the Third Great Ninja War. It was not only due to his peculiar toxic bloodline, but also because of his terrifying beast transformation technique. Overwhelmed with immense horror, Danzo found himself unable to evade in time. The rough, colossal arm, reminiscent of Godzilla, crushed him as effortlessly as one might swat a mosquito. Having not used such power for a long time, he could not restrain his strength. Uchiha Mirai wore an expression of deep regret. He had so easily extinguished Danzo's second life, the remaining one must be preserved with care. In the outside world, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled uncontrollably after hearing the account from the root. Danzo had vanished, truly vanished. Along with him, had Uchiha Mirai also disappeared? Where were they at this very moment? What trials was Danzo facing? Those Uchiha who had previously trained in the realm of Takamagara knew that Danzo had been drawn into that peculiar world. Yet, they could not disclose this information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The atmosphere had suddenly grown tense. An increasing number of ninjas from various villages arrived, gathering behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, who found himself surrounded by a throng of Konoha ninjas, all gazing in shock at the devastating battlefield. Nearly half of Konoha's elite ninjas had assembled here. Hinata Hayashi's expression was grave. Without Danzo's presence, the true nature of the events remained shrouded in mystery. Mere words from the Uchiha would not suffice to convince everyone. Now that nearly all the village ninjas had congregated, should Sarutobi Hiruzen accuse the Uchiha of a coup, claiming that Root acted to protect the village? The surrounding Konoha ninjas would undoubtedly be incited. In that case, no matter how powerful the Uchiha were, they could not withstand the combined assault of the entire Konoha forces. The scales were gradually tipping in favor of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anxiety surged within Hinata Hayashi. Where had Danzo gone? If the Uchiha truly fell, Konoha would be left with only the Hyuga clan in dominance. What fate awaited the Hyuga then? Since Danzo had not made an appearance, The testimony of the Uchiha was evidently insufficient. Sarutobi Hiruzen elongated his tone. Bolstered by the support of the Konoha ninjas behind him, he felt emboldened. In the next moment, the space before him rippled, and Danzo appeared, disheveled and tearful, bearing the appearance of one who had been utterly broken. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen in disbelief, as did the Konoha ninjas behind him. Chapter 61. Let the Hokage uphold justice for the Uchiha. A cacophony of discussions erupted, and chaos ensued at the scene. Danzo, what has happened to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, nearly suffocating on his shock. It was a disaster. A horrifying scene. Danzo's flesh was torn and bloodied, as though he had been mercilessly whipped by hundreds of lashes. His right arm and eye had completely vanished. Help me, Hiruzen, Danzo spoke, his voice laden with despair, as if his spirit had endured immense torment. Brother Mirai. It is Brother Mirai. He has arrived. The Uchiha on the opposite side exclaimed in delight, as Uchiha Mirai stepped forward with an air of calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth in anger, glaring at Uchiha Mirai. Mirai, you have gone too far. Even if Danzo is guilty, he should first be detained in the Konoha prison. By resorting to extrajudicial measures, do you disregard the very essence of Konoha? Behind him, the voices of the Konoha ninjas echoed, most tinged with discontent. How could this happen? Danzo, after all, is the deputy of Konoha. How did he end up in such a predicament? Indeed, I almost failed to recognize him, mistaking him for a beggar who suddenly appeared. Danzo appears utterly wretched. He is, after all, the deputy of the village, the highest-ranking ninja after the Hokage, and yet he has been reduced to this. Their indignation was palpable. Lord Hokage, do you recognize this? Under the pressure from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Mirai merely raised the object in his hand. This caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes to widen in shock. In Uchiha Mirai's grasp was an object entirely white, with a human face on its shoulder, adorned with several pairs of crimson Sharingan, some of which had already turned to gray. Sharingan? That is the three-tomo Sharingan of my clan. Why is it here? The Uchiha clan members behind Uchiha Future suddenly fixed their blood-red eyes intently upon the arm in his grasp. The Konoha ninjas behind Sarutobi Hiruzen were equally taken aback, their astonishment igniting a fervent discussion. The scene descended into chaos in an instant. From whence did you acquire this artifact? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was engulfed in shock. He vaguely surmised the origin of the item, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Then I must inquire with your companion, Danzo. The future voice of Uchiha was chillingly cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a jolt in his heart. The Leaf Village ninjas behind him were equally taken aback, their gazes towards Danzo now transformed, no longer filled with sympathy. Will the Hokage not elucidate what this is? Uchiha Future cast a chilling gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth slightly, casting a resentful glare at Danzo beside him. Danzo, what treachery have you committed behind my back? Very well. Since the Hokage is unwilling to speak, allow me to elucidate. Uchiha Mirai raised Danzo's right arm, directing it toward the Leaf Village ninja behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing him to see clearly. This is the arm that Danzo had implanted. It was cultivated using the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, combined with the Uchiha Sharingan. As soon as Uchiha's voice fell, it stirred a commotion among the Leaf Village ninjas behind. The cells of the first Hokage? How could Danzo engage in such forbidden experiments? This is utterly outrageous. And what about these Sharingan? How did Danzo acquire them? Could it be? The Uchiha clan members behind Futaki were breathing heavily, their gazes fixed on Danzo with an intensity that suggested they yearned to rush forward and tear him apart. Futaki, I will investigate this matter and ensure that the Uchiha clan receives a proper resolution. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone softened. Danzo must not perish. At least, he cannot meet his end here. He and Danzo are, in essence, bound together. Uchiha Mirai threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing into the surroundings, instilling a sense of dread among the nearby ninjas. Hokage, Danzo has slaughtered my kin, extracting their eyes to implant them into his own arm. Do you think a mere word from you can quell this? Is that not utterly absurd? Uchiha Mirai spoke with an almost thunderous tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled, as if he wished to utter something further. Yet, Uchiha Mirai did not afford him the opportunity. A deep crimson hue surged forth from his body, coalescing into distinct rib-like structures, followed by sinew and tendons. A colossal scarlet armor enveloped him, ascending from his back to the front. Susanoo, in the form of the Yatagarasu, I beseech the Hokage to uphold justice for the Uchiha. The future cries of Uchiha reverberated through Susanoo, echoing across the entire Uchiha clan grounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled. Behind him, the Leaf Ninjas erupted into a cacophony of chaos and confusion. The oppression brought forth by Uchiha's future is immense, overwhelming. It feels as though the very air is on the verge of solidifying. Behind him, the members of the Uchiha clan are momentarily ignited with fervor, their crimson eyes brimming with excitement. Indeed, this is their leader. What grandeur! What spirit! Uchiha Fugaku sighed, realizing that the moment for him to take action had arrived. 3 tomos spun together, forming a complex design reminiscent of shurikens. He stepped forward decisively, positioning himself to the right of Uchiha Mirai. May the Hokage uphold justice for the Uchiha clan. Almost simultaneously with his stride, a dark, inky chakra surged, coalescing around his body into formidable skeletal structures, followed by layers of obsidian muscles and armor. The second, Susanoo. Astonishment. A wave of shock enveloped the scene. Uchiha Fugaku possesses the Manjiki Sharingan, wielding a power that approaches that of the divine. Sarutobi Hiruzen appears to have aged decades, his pupils trembling in astonishment. Yet, this is not the end. Among the clan, Uchiha Shisui approaches with an expression of utmost seriousness, striding confidently to the left of Uchiha's future. In his crimson eyes, akin to shuriken, a vibrant green chakra surges forth, coalescing into colossal skeletal forms. Let the Hokage uphold justice for the Uchiha clan. The third manifestation, Susanoo. Silence. An overwhelming stillness envelopes the atmosphere. Where there was once shock, now lies a profound silence. One red, one black, one green. The 3 Susanoos stand like giants, looming over the streets. The Uchiha clan astonishingly possesses 3 magnificent Manjiki Sharingan. If it were not for witnessing it firsthand, they could never have believed it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils trembled violently, his disbelief fixated on Uchiha Shisui before him. The impact of the first 2 Susanoo was eclipsed by the ferocity of the third. Shisui was, after all, his direct subordinate, his vigilant "I'm monitoring the Uchiha." When had he acquired the Manjiki? Why was he entirely oblivious? Could it be that Shisui had been harboring this power from the very beginning? The 3 Susanoo stood resolutely ahead, igniting a fervent fire within the hearts of the Uchiha, their crimson eyes ablaze with zeal as they collectively roared. May the Hokage uphold justice for the Uchiha. That resounding voice converged, reverberating like thunder from the heavens, echoing throughout the Uchiha territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered back, feeling as though all strength had been siphoned from his body, his mind consumed by 2 words, coup d'etat. If he continued to obstruct them, the Uchiha would inevitably erupt in rebellion. This night, Konoha might very well be erased from existence. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, his gaze laden with complexity, towards Danzo beside him. Danzo seemed to sense something, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Hiruzen, you cannot abandon me. If they slay me, you shall be next. Hiruzen. Danzo. This is for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not bear to look away, a solitary tear glistening in the corner of his eye. Then, a cold, trembling voice broke the silence. Danzo has harmed the Uchiha, jeopardizing the village's safety. His crimes are unforgivable. He must be punished. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo screamed as if driven to madness. Uchiha Mirai laughed heartily. His immense Susanoo expanded once more, its size multiplying several times. Suddenly raising its arm, it transformed into a colossal crimson longsword. Terrifying power coalesced as the scarlet blade surged to several dozen meters in length, resembling a monumental sword of judgment. Suspended ominously in the night sky, Danzo has harmed the Uchiha clan. He jeopardizes the safety of Konoha. I, Uchiha Mirai, in the name of the Uchiha clan leader, hereby enact judgment. The great sword descended with a swift arc. No. Danzo's eyes widened in terror. Thunderous roars echoed as the earth trembled. A deep chasm erupted, engulfing Danzo's body and stretching into the horizon. In the distance, the sun began to rise above the horizon, casting a pale light across the sky. Daybreak had arrived. The village, which had slumbered through the night, finally awakened. The fierce battle of the previous night had not roused every villager from their dreams. Some, deeply asleep, emerged from their homes to find themselves utterly astonished. What is this? A massive chasm lay at the village's edge, extending into the distance. Had divine retribution descended upon them last night? Was this the power of humanity? If the chasm had shifted even slightly, it might have torn through the heart of Konoha. How many houses would have been destroyed? How many villagers left homeless? Shock, awe, and disbelief spread like wildfire through the village, igniting a frenzy among its inhabitants. Many ninjas who had ventured to the Uchiha clan's territory the previous night had witnessed the astonishing scene firsthand. Thus, the events of that night quickly circulated, echoing through Konoha like a thunderclap. Had the shadow assistant Danzo invaded the Uchiha clan's domain? Was this immense chasm the aftermath of the Uchiha's judgment upon him? Throughout the streets of Konoha, countless villagers craned their necks, faces flushed with excitement as they fervently discussed the events. Their animated expressions suggested they had been present at that monumental moment. Danzo was riddled with Sharingan. Even in his trousers, there were Sharingan. This is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes last night. Who would have thought that someone as composed as Lord Danzo would engage in such antics behind the scenes? Indeed, I heard he invaded the Uchiha territory to collect Sharingan for his own enhancements. No wonder the Uchiha went mad. If my kin had their eyes gouged out for some nefarious purpose, I too would descend into madness. By the way, I heard that this morning, members of the Shimura clan ventured into that ravine in search of Danzo's corpse, hoping to give him a proper burial. Yet after toiling for half the day, they uncovered nothing but a few strands of hair? How tragic. In stark contrast to the villagers on the streets, whose unrestrained words and fervent emotions echo loudly. The territories of the various ninja clans are enveloped in a profound silence. They possess a deeper understanding of the implications of this incident. Aware of the turmoil it will inevitably incite, the usually vibrant domains of the Hyuga, Nara, and Yamanaka clans now exude an unusual stillness. Throughout the clan territories, the presence of the clansmen is almost non-existent. An eerie calm suddenly envelopes the atmosphere. At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen's bloodshot eyes betray his exhaustion, his visage appearing aged by a decade in the span of a night. Since last evening, he has scarcely managed to close his eyes. Sarutobi, you will come to regret this. Danzo's final scream reverberates in his mind like a haunting nightmare, relentlessly echoing. Every time he shuts his eyes, the frantic visage of Danzo in his last moments emerges. He has personally taken the life of his old friend. Had it not been for the moment Danzo capitulated, condemning himself to death, this tragedy might have been averted. The future of Uchiha is unlikely to publicly execute Danzo. Yet what choice does he have? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, releasing a deep sigh. Forgive me, Danzo, but this is for the sake of Konoha. Should he refuse, the three Susanoo, coupled with over 50 frenzied Sharingan, would surely lead to Konoha's obliteration overnight. Hiruzen, take a moment to rest. If Danzo were still alive, he would not wish to see you in such a weary state. Tsunade Koharu, unable to bear it, brought forth a cup of warm tea and placed it on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen's fingers trembled slightly as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Koharu, we must contemplate how to confront the impending Uchiha. The 3 Manjiki Sharingan, along with the over 50 Sharingan, are not the gravest concern. The most critical issue is that the Uchiha have united as one, now firmly led by Uchiha Future. Even the typically gentle Fugaku has sided with Uchiha Future. Shisui. Hiruzen's gaze was filled with complexity. He had never anticipated that Shisui, whom he had placed in the Umbu, would also be an ally of Uchiha Future. Moreover, he had long since awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, concealing it from him. From the very beginning, Shisui had been a spy for Uchiha Future, leaving him to feel like a mere jester. A profound sense of defeat washed over Hiruzen. Aside from Danzo's demise last night, Shisui's betrayal struck him the hardest. Throughout his life, Danzo had unwaveringly insisted that Shisui would assassinate Uchiha Future. Yet, it was Shisui's last-minute defection, applying pressure with the 3rd Susanoo, that compelled him to concede. Shisui's betrayal was, without a doubt, the final straw that broke him. Opposite him, Tsunade Koharu also fell into silence. The Uchiha clan possesses 3 Manjiki Sharingan, a level of power far beyond what they can contend with. Moreover, following the events of last night, other ninja clans witnessed the scene of Sarutobi Hiruzen's reluctant retreat. The prestige of the Hokage has plummeted to an all-time low. It is not only challenging to mobilize their forces to suppress the Uchiha, but even maintaining previous relations seems exceedingly difficult. After witnessing the Uchiha's future power, akin to divine retribution, it is likely that no ninja would dare provoke them. Who would wish for their clan to be suddenly cleaved by a massive scarlet sword, leaving a chasm that exudes a bizarre toxin capable of causing grotesque mutations? The Hokage's office fell into a profound silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled as he lifted his gaze to the portraits of past Hokages adorning the wall. The second Hokage's stern visage seemed to look down upon him. Master, have I truly erred? Beyond Konoha, the intelligence regarding the Uchiha's actions from last night had swiftly spread to the major ninja villages. On the desk of the 4th Reikage, An S-rank confidential report was presented at once. Shock. The calamity Uchiha has resurfaced. A single strike has slain the advisor Danzo. The Uchiha possesses 3 Meijiki Sharingan? Anoki. The third Tsuchikage perused the report's contents, momentarily lost in thought. Calamity Uchiha. 3 Meijiki Sharingan. In comparison, whether Danzo lived or died seemed inconsequential. The Wagakure had already witnessed a surge in its number of aberrant children during the Third Shinobi World War, surpassing that of other villages. They felt the weight of the Calamity Uchiha's capabilities most acutely. Little did they expect that the Calamity Uchiha would stir such a significant disturbance shortly after re-emerging. What terrifying events might follow? Anoki's back was drenched with sweat. In Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage, A, was engaged in morning training when he was struck dumb by the intelligence relayed by his scouts. A massive sword looms 40 meters above Konoha's night sky. Danzo's remains are non-existent. Blood flows like rivers in the Uchiha clan. Thud. The dumbbell in his hand fell limply, failing to even strike his foot. A's back was soaked with perspiration. What a close call. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief at that moment. Recently, the future Uchiha had slain a cloud ninja he sent to Konoha, forcing the village to abandon a certain infirmary entirely. Ultimately, he chose not to pursue accountability, allowing Konoha and the Uchiha to engage in internal strife. In hindsight, how astute was that decision? To rid himself of this calamity with merely 1 infirmary and a handful of ninjas was indeed a substantial gain. Had that sword struck not Danzo, but rather his Raikage tower, what chaos would Kumogakure now be engulfed in? It is essential to recognize that the most terrifying aspect of the future Uchiha is not the Sharingan, but rather that indiscriminate, bizarre toxin. A's heart raced fervently. His back was even more drenched, as the entire shinobi world descended into turmoil. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the protagonist, Uchiha Mirai, is fixated on a piece of flesh. Chapter 63. The Transplantation of Hashirama's Cells. Godzilla's Mutation. In Takamagara, Uchiha Mirai gently stroked his chin, meticulously scrutinizing the white mass before him. This mass was evidently aged, having been preserved for many years, yet its cells continued to emanate a vibrant life force. It was none other than the cells of Hashirama. He had acquired them from Danzo's hidden storage. Such extraordinarily unique cells required specialized cultivation chambers for preservation. However, the Uchiha clan's territory lacked such facilities. Therefore, to ensure optimal preservation of Hashirama's cells, Uchiha Mirai had immediately stored them in Takamagara upon acquisition. Furthermore, he had subtly imposed a set of rules to maintain the mass in its prime condition. Little did Danzo know, as he faced humiliation in this realm, that the prized possession he had long coveted lay merely a few dozen meters away from him. It was time to proceed with the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Mirai gazed intently at the slab of flesh before him. Until now, he had refrained from undergoing the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, as such a procedure was not without its inherent risks. In the original narrative, it seemed that only Uchiha Madara and Obito had undergone this transplantation, with scant references to other cases. Until the threat posed by Danzo was thoroughly neutralized, Uchiha Mirai was reluctant to take such a gamble, although he could indeed shield himself with the divine power of Takamagara. The crux of the matter lay in the fusion of the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans through the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. He harbored uncertainties regarding whether he could harness the power of his Meijiki Sharingan during this process, while his command over the rules of Takamagara was theoretically limitless. Contingent upon the sufficiency of his ocular power, he could utilize these rules to accomplish all his desires. However, the pivotal factor remained his ocular prowess. Uchiha Mirai once endeavored to employ the principles of Takamagara to directly elevate his Meijiki Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Indeed, this realm underwent a transformation as an intangible force descended upon his eyes. Subsequently, he experienced an overwhelming and terrifying extraction of ocular power, akin to the voracious swallowing of a whale. Fortunately, Uchiha Mirai swiftly severed the connection. Otherwise, his ocular energy would have been entirely drained in an instant, leaving not a single drop behind. A rough estimation suggests that should he truly aspire to ascend to the Rinnegan in such a manner, the consumption of several hundred Meijiki's ocular powers would scarcely suffice. Even if he were to achieve such an elevation, what significance would it hold? However, if he were indeed to attain the Rinnegan, wielding it to govern the rules of this world would undoubtedly be far simpler. Kagaya's dimensional space fundamentally parallels Uchiha Mirai's Takamagara. The distinction lies in Kagaya's ability to traverse different types of worlds, whereas Uchiha Mirai seeks to master all the rules governing this realm. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Mirai dispelled the clutter in his mind, preparing for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. The task that lay ahead necessitated the support of Hashirama's cells. Otherwise, his ocular power would likely be exhausted in an instant. His fingertips lightly grazed the floating mass of flesh, which immediately segmented into a piece the size of a thumb. Uchiha Itachi shed his outer garment and made a slashing incision upon his own chest. Uchiha Madara's method of transplanting Hashirama's cells was exceedingly brutal, as he directly stitched the flesh of Hashirama onto his own chest. Uchiha Mirai intends to emulate Uchiha Madara, opting to transplant flesh onto his chest. The procedure concluded swiftly, scarcely eliciting any sensation. Uchiha's future wore a bewildered expression. Is this it? Such a waste of his emotions. In the next moment, his expression subtly shifted. Around the flesh sewn into his chest, grotesque growths began to emerge, seemingly poised to pierce through his skin. Uchiha's future held his breath, focusing intently to suppress his emotions. The spread of the flesh buds was rapid. Within mere seconds, they had covered his entire chest, followed by his back and face. Uchiha felt an unprecedented surge of power emanating from his chest, as if it sought to assimilate him. Simultaneously, a subtle transformation occurred in his eyes. Is this the power of Senju Hashirama? Uchiha Mirai felt a surge of astonishment. This diminutive morsel, having endured the passage of countless years, still harbored such formidable power. Just as he marveled at this revelation, an immense force of suction suddenly emanated from his abdomen, akin to the voracious swallow of a whale, swiftly devouring the tumultuous energy that surged within him. Uchiha Future was momentarily stunned, as his consciousness sank into a realm resembling a sealed space of darkness. He seemingly beheld the colossal Godzilla in slumber, smacking its lips. Uchiha Future's lips twitched slightly. Has this emotion been devoured by you, young man? However, to his astonishment, it was the first time in many years that the dormant Godzilla stirred. Although it merely smacked its lips, despite the unexpected interruption, the transplantation of the cells from Hashirama into Uchiha Future had been successfully completed. His vision seemed to sharpen somewhat, and the consumed ocular power was gradually recovering. Suddenly, he was taken aback as a faint thought flickered in his mind. Hungry, so very hungry, he yearned for more. Uchiha's gaze sharpened with intensity, without a doubt. This was the consciousness emanating from Godzilla. What could Godzilla possibly desire? The cells of Hashirama? No, it is highly unlikely. Godzilla has no reason to feast upon Hashirama's cells. The truth is singular. Uchiha's future gaze is profound. The power of the god tree resides within the cells of Hashirama. There are rumors that the might of Senju Hashirama's would release stems from the god tree, embodying its power. It now appears that these rumors hold truth. Godzilla seeks to devour the god tree. How fortuitous. Our objectives align perfectly. Uchiha Mirai's lips curled into a subtle smile. All along, Tsutsuki had been his greatest threat. The inevitability of their invasion into the shinobi world loomed large. Even if he were to unify the shinobi realm, he would find himself powerless against Tsutsuki, rendering his efforts futile. However, the situation has now transformed. The ultimate goal of his elder brother is the divine tree, which is, in essence, synonymous with Tsutsuki. Their ambitions align harmoniously. How exhilarating it is to anticipate our future battles fought side by side. Uchiha Mirai smiled faintly. However, before proceeding, I must first relocate you. Chapter 64, Godzilla, Are You My Master? Long ago, when Uchiha Mirai first activated his Sharingan and comprehended its capabilities, he harbored a singular ambition to create a planet of monsters. Godzilla possesses the remarkable abilities of environmental assimilation and division, while his high heavens world, derived from the Sharingan, is capable of self-evolution and is governed by his own rules. The conjunction of these two forces is far from a mere arithmetic addition. A planet of monsters is destined to descend. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Mirai understood that this was not the time for exhilaration. His inky black eyes shimmered with intensity. He needed to transfer the Godzilla within him to this realm. As his consciousness gradually sank, Uchiha found himself in an expanse as dark as ink, a space so vast that its boundaries were indiscernible. His gaze fixated on a presence before him, reminiscent of a towering mountain. The immense form undulated rhythmically, inhaling and exhaling as if it were the very heart of the universe, ancient, majestic, mysterious, and powerful. Godzilla. The Godzilla residing within him, in the depths of Uchiha's future. A flicker of complexity danced within his inky black eyes. Since his arrival in this world, the Godzilla that resided within him had been a constant presence. In those early days, he was exceedingly frail, easily extinguished by a mere shuriken. It was through the relentless cultivation of this Godzilla's power that he gradually emerged from his weakness, ultimately standing atop the ninja world, becoming the renowned calamity known as Uchiha. Uchiha knows all too well that without this Godzilla, everything he holds dear would vanish into thin air. Old friend, am I not now sufficiently capable of standing by your side? Uchiha Mirai smiled faintly and stepped forward. With each stride he took, the pressure he felt grew more immense. 3 years prior, before awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, his maximum reach was a mere 50 meters away from Godzilla. Yet now, he was far more formidable than he had been 3 years ago. How far could he advance at this moment? 49, 48, 47, 46 meters, effortlessly surpassing 10 meters. Uchiha Mirai sensed a significant increase in the pressure enveloping him, as if an invisible force was bearing down on his very being from all directions. Simultaneously, his body seemed to undergo a transformation of sorts. His understanding of nuclear energy, atomic power, and other enigmatic forces deepened even further. In the eyes of Uchiha, there was not a hint of surprise. Many years ago, when he was still exceedingly feeble, he trained in precisely this manner. With each meter he traversed, he grew stronger. 38, 37, 3,630 meters. Uchiha continued to stride forward, the 10 meters vanishing in an instant. 29, 2,820 meters. The distance to Godzilla was rapidly diminishing. As the proximity increased, the overwhelming sense of pressure grew ever more intense. Uchiha could almost hear the creaking of his bones under the strain. Without a moment's hesitation, he fixed his gaze upon the colossal creature ahead and lifted his right foot. 19, 18, 17. Uchiha Future seemingly perceives the heartbeat of Godzilla, resonating as if just within arm's reach, while inhaling the ancient scent emanating from him, reminiscent of venerable timber. 12 meters, 11 meters. Uchiha Mirai gritted his teeth and took another step forward. Just 10 meters. Only 10 meters separated him from Godzilla. Yet at this moment, he had reached his limit. His body was on the verge of collapse, as if it were about to be crushed by the terrifying pressure. Uchiha understood clearly that this overwhelming pressure was not the intent of Godzilla. The being, long ensconced in slumber, inadvertently emanated a mere wisp of its formidable aura. A force that was already beyond his capacity to bear. How could he even contemplate mastering it? How could he aspire to devour the 10 tails? How could he dream of vanquishing the Tsutsuki? In an instant, his gaze turned crimson as blood, a dark pattern reminiscent of a 3-leaf clover materializing. Kaleidoscope awaken. The oppressive weight suddenly lifted. Uchiha Future pressed onward, traversing 9 meters, then 8, followed by 4, approaching Godzilla with an unwavering determination. The ancient and weathered patterns, reminiscent of gnarled wood, were distinctly etched upon Godzilla's formidable form. In that moment, Uchiha Future's eyes reflected a myriad of emotions. As he lifted his right hand to gently caress the intricate designs on Godzilla's surface. At last, we meet, my old companion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Future. Uchiha Mirai smiled faintly. Your master. Buzz. In the next moment, he and the colossal creature before him vanished simultaneously. This boundless, shadowy abyss, after a brief silence, seemed to collapse as if heralding the apocalypse from the spot where Godzilla had just been. In Takamagara, a resounding roar echoed. Accompanied by the earth's violent tremors, the entire realm of Takamagara shook as if caught in an earthquake, with clouds of dust swirling upwards into the sky. Once tranquility returned, a massive beast, resembling a mountain, loomed within Takamagara. It was none other than Godzilla, residing within Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai scrutinized the colossal figure of Godzilla before him. Despite the considerable commotion caused by its relocation, the behemoth displayed no signs of awakening, remaining ensconced in a profound slumber. Emerging from the pitch-black abyss, the illumination of Takamagara finally afforded Uchiha Mirai the opportunity to observe this magnificent creature in detail. Towering several hundred meters, its exterior bore the weathered appearance of ancient timber. Each breath it took seemingly embodying a rhythm of the world itself. Uchiha's Future instantly recognized the colossal figure before him, Godzilla. Planetary Godzilla, possessing stellar-level combat prowess. It once unleashed a charged atomic breath that obliterated a demon star equivalent to a white dwarf known as Glass. And that was merely in its 50-meter form. Before Uchiha, this creature had already surpassed 300 meters. Breathing became suddenly rapid. Uchiha's Future vision burns with intensity. He is acutely aware of the formidable abilities possessed by this Godzilla. Among these, what excites him the most is the capacity to assimilate environments and to spawn subbodies. Planet Godzilla once transformed the entirety of Earth into its ecological appendage and subsequently divided itself to create subbodies, thriving within the ecological realm it established. Uchiha Mirai has long aspired to create a monstrous planet. The abilities of planet Godzilla align perfectly with his desires. However, before that, I must conduct a series of experiments. The future eyes of Uchiha flickered. Chapter 65, Takamagara? The Divine Kingdom of Godzilla? Uchiha Mirai possesses the ability to wield the power of the rules governing Takamagara. By mastering these forces, he becomes akin to a deity within this realm, effortlessly achieving feats beyond the reach of others. However, he now seeks to conduct an experiment. Will the rules of this world have any effect on Godzilla? If Godzilla were to be in a state of awareness, Uchiha Mirai would undoubtedly refrain from taking any risks. The prospect of provoking such a being, only to face the devastation of an atomic breath, is too harrowing to contemplate. Yet, the Godzilla residing within him has lain dormant for many years, showing no signs of awakening. A few simple tests should pose no significant threat. Planetary Godzilla is immensely powerful, truly formidable. Uchiha's future roughly estimates the combat power of the colossal Godzilla before him. Conventional tailed beasts typically stand between 50 to 80 meters tall. In the presence of the over 300-meter planet G, they appear as mere infants. Although the Tin Tails boasts a towering stature, its tailed beast bomb can at most induce tectonic shifts, barely impacting a continental scale. In stark contrast, the ultimate breath of the Crimson Lotus, the dragon of planet G, is designed to encompass the entirety of the solar system, representing a genuine star-exploding level of power. It can effortlessly rend the Tin Tails apart. In the impending invasion by Tsutsuki, treating such formidable strength as mere appetizers poses no significant challenge. Such terrifying power, however, is evidently unrealistic for Uchiha's future to wield directly. Therefore, the preemptive division and cultivation of Godzilla's strength become exceedingly crucial. Uchiha Mirai took a deep breath. His crimson eyes adorned with patterns reminiscent of a three-leaf clover spinning at an astonishing speed. An invisible force of order descended, transforming into a razor-sharp blade. Uchiha future accurately positions himself, his hand descending. Clang! The dormant body of Godzilla suddenly splits, revealing a figure the size of a person. In stark contrast to the colossal Godzilla, towering over 300 meters, the entire process is akin to extracting a mere pimple from the mighty creature. Uchiha Mirai's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. The organization, roughly the size of a person, continued to exude a viscous, milky white substance. The intense power of his eyes surged uncontrollably, and Uchiha Mirai sensed an increasing mastery over the rules of this world. It was as if he had, at that moment, become the very creator of this realm. Fortunately, having transplanted Hashirama's cells allowed for the restoration of his ocular power, otherwise, he would never dare to engage in such reckless endeavors. He felt his ocular strength being siphoned away as if devoured by a great whale. Uchiha's future could not help but smack his lips. Had he not transplanted the cells of Hashirama, he would have likely been left with none in mere moments. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon the severed tissue. At this moment, he possessed the authority of a creator. The fragment of Godzilla's tissue was rapidly evolving, transforming into his own form. The body elongated, sprouting a head-like structure, followed by the emergence of two arms, and then legs between them. The portrayal of Uchiha's future is meticulously emphasized in this section. Stretch it, elongate it, and extend it further. A slender, elongated Godzilla tail emerges. Finally, it is delineated with sharp claws. It's complete. Uchiha Mirai clapped his hands, entirely disregarding the overwhelming fatigue from the considerable drain on his ocular power, and surveyed his masterpiece with satisfaction. This miniature version of RA, compared to the original, this creation, crafted by his own hands, appeared more anthropomorphic. After taking a few steps, the mini RA began to move, executing a perfect march. Uchiha's future grows increasingly promising. If he cannot fully harness the power of Planet Godzilla, can he not master Mini Godzilla? The successful creation of Mini Godzilla fills Uchiha with exhilaration. At the very least, his vision has proven correct. Within Takamagara, he is indeed capable of differentiating and creating an entirely new Godzilla. This implies that what he commands is not limited to merely one Godzilla. Planet Godzilla inherently possesses the ability to split into sub-entities. Utilizing the rules of Takamagara, he can shape and evolve the sub-entities of Planet Godzilla. Furthermore, he can cultivate entirely new monsters using G-cells. Legendary Godzilla, Space Godzilla, King Ghidorah, Mini Godzilla has already been realized. How far can these others be? The essence of Planet Godzilla is botanical in nature. Just as Otsutsuki sowed the 10 tails in the ninja world, is he not planting Godzilla in Takamagara? Uchiha Future wore a satisfied smile upon his face. Old friend, you may rest here contentedly. Uchiha Mirai gazed upon the slumbering planet Godzilla with a serene smile, possessing the ability to assimilate its environment. This world may very well transform under his influence into a haven suitable for monsters. Takamagara, in essence, is a divine realm rooted in Japanese mythology, a sanctuary for deities. In the future, countless varieties of Godzilla will roar towards the heavens, while King Ghidorah soars majestically across the sky, and in the oceans, legendary titans engage in playful camaraderie. What a splendid scene it would be, a Godzilla-esque divine kingdom. Uchiha, harnessing the power of his ocular abilities, placed Godzilla in a secluded corner of Takamagara, ensuring his tranquil slumber. Subsequently, he summoned a dense shroud of gray mist, enveloping Godzilla's colossal form as though it were a mountain. Having accomplished this, he withdrew from Takamagara. Shortly after his departure, the ground beneath the slumbering Godzilla began to rapidly transform into a deep, dark brown hue. Nearby reeds were affected, their sizes swelling to hundreds of times their original dimensions, resembling towering ancient trees. The once white reeds morphed into a shadowy black. Chapter 66. I declare, Uchiha has arisen. In the Uchiha clan's territory at the Southern Shrine, the usually tranquil Southern Shrine is today bustling with a throng of Uchiha clan members, their eyes brimming with joy and excitement. The air is alive with the sounds of exhilaration echoing throughout the shrine. When will future brother arrive? I can hardly contain my eagerness to meet him. Indeed, just when will future brother make his appearance? Particularly among the younger generation of clan members. The fervor in their eyes is nearly uncontainable. Who is the future of the Uchiha clan? The legend of the Uchiha clan. Apart from Uchiha Madara, he is the most renowned figure in the clan's modern history, the infamous Uchiha of Calamity. His name resonates far and wide, known to all, acknowledged by everyone. Particularly following the recent battle under the Cloak of Night, where the future Uchiha exerted immense pressure, compelling the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to yield. With almost divine strength, he decisively eliminated Danzo. Such a formidable achievement has reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world. It appears I have arrived late. Just as the clan members at the shrine awaited with bated breath, a gentle voice echoed from behind, elevating the atmosphere within the Nanga shrine to a fever pitch. It's Brother Future. Brother Future has arrived. The clan members, especially the younger generation, were nearly overwhelmed with fervor, their excitement palpable, breaths coming in quick succession. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with enthusiasm and zeal, converged upon the approaching figure. Uchiha's future. Before the clan members, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui sat facing each other, exchanging smiles filled with profound satisfaction. Their eyes shimmered with an abundance of relief. Danzo has fallen, vanquished by the formidable Uchiha Future. The greatest threat to the Uchiha clan has now vanished. Uchiha's Future, nearly single-handedly, accomplished feats beyond their wildest imagination. Particularly evident was the unmasked satisfaction in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Perhaps the wisest decision I have ever made in my life was relinquishing the position of clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku, from the depths of his heart, expressed a profound realization. He finally comprehended Itachi's choice from the very beginning. Uchiha Future is indeed more suited to be the clan leader than he is. Under his leadership, the Uchiha clan has emerged from adversity and stands tall once more. To utter such words, Fugaku, indicates that you are not entirely foolish. As an old rival of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui remarked with a tone that was almost sardonic, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Uchiha Fugaku's expression stiffened slightly. After all, Itachi is the disciple of the future. In an instant, my next generation has surpassed you. Uchiha Fugaku cast a subtle glance at Uchiha Shana, his tone seemingly indifferent. Yet it unmistakably carried a hint of pride. This time, it was Uchiha Shana's turn to appear visibly stiff. Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at an astonishingly tender age of less than 10, earning the title of the Uchiha clan's paramount genius. Most significantly, this prodigy has aligned himself with the future of the Uchiha, having been taken as a disciple by the clan's promising heir. The potential for greatness is boundless. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to master that peculiar toxic bloodline. In stark contrast, his grandson, Uchiha Sasuke, appears rather ordinary. Uchiha Shana felt a twinge of headache. As he aged, he became increasingly preoccupied with the affairs of the next generation. It irked him that his own grandson was overshadowed by Fugaku's son. Should he encourage Yin to make a commendable display, thereby winning the favor of Uchiha's future? Alas, he had no granddaughter. Otherwise, bestowing her upon Uchiha's future as a source of warmth would have been quite suitable. Uchiha Shana secretly resolved to empower his grandson, Yen, to seize the future. Amid the excited and admiring gazes of their clan members, Uchiha Mirai smiled as he strode confidently towards the forefront of the gathering. Surveying the clansmen below, Uchiha Mirai boldly proclaimed, "Esteemed members, the Uchiha clan is a proud lineage. Though we have endured sorrow, compromise, and restraint in the past, now, the Uchiha clan is risen." In the moment when Uchiha Mirai's voice resonated, the entire Nade Shrine was engulfed in fervor. Countless members of the Uchiha clan rose with excitement, their right fist raised high as fervent cheers echoed through the shrine. "Long live the Uchiha clan! Long live Brother Mirai! Long live the Uchiha clan!" This fervent outpouring of emotion stirred the hearts of Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui, standing before their kin, igniting a resurgence of passion that had cooled with age. "This is the future of our clan." Uchiha Shana let out a hearty laugh filled with emotion, in stark contrast to the fervor and excitement of the Uchiha clan. The Hokage's office was enveloped in an unusual stillness. The entire Hokage building exuded a silence that was uncharacteristic of its usual atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen, T-Rune Koharu, and Mito Gaiden gathered within the Hokage's office. However, unlike their usual assembly, one seat remained conspicuously empty. Danzo was dead. The Konoha F4 had now become the Konoha F3. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was unusually grim as he stared at the scroll sent back from the Uchiha clan. The blade wielded by Uchiha Mirai that felled Danzo cleaved a chasm extending over 100 meters beyond the village of Konoha, with its deepest point exceeding 3 meters. The very topography surrounding Konoha has undergone a significant transformation, rendering the villagers' daily commutes increasingly arduous. Members of the Uchiha clan have expressed vehement opposition, asserting that Uchiha Mirai should bear responsibility for this matter and undertake the duty of restoring the landscape. Today, Uchiha Mirai has submitted a scroll, which conveys the essence of commemorating Danzo Shimura's remarkable contributions to the peace of Konoha. The Uchiha clan plans to construct a bridge over that chasm, to be named the Danzo Bridge. Upon seeing the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. The Danzo Bridge? If such a bridge were truly built, would it not become an indelible source of amusement for the Hidden Leaf village? How did Uchiha Mirai conceive such a sinister idea? Beside her, both Tksh Rin and Mito Menon fell into a profound silence upon reading the contents of the scroll. "Hiruzen, this group of Uchiha has increasingly disregarded us," TK remarked coldly. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was exceedingly complex. The three great Manjiki Sharingan, led by Uchiha Mirai, had elevated the Uchiha clan's power to its zenith. Attempting to suppress the Uchiha in the manner of year was evidently implausible. The Uchiha, now under Mirai's governance, had transcended the factions of hawks and doves, leaving only the reformists. The notion of fracturing the Uchiha through means akin to courting Shisui was hardly realistic, especially since Shisui had already become aligned with Uchiha Mirai. His so-called strategy of division had never borne fruit from the very outset. How should this rift be addressed? TK inquired tentatively. The chasm at the village's periphery remained unaddressed. Could it be that a Danzo bridge was truly to be constructed? It must be filled. Hiruzen lamented, massaging his temples. In recent days, he felt as though he had aged decades. The decline in his physical condition, brought on by age, was becoming increasingly evident, paralleled by a deterioration in his combat prowess. He was indeed growing old, while Uchiha Mirai had yet to reach the pinnacle of her power. The pressure she exerted was already terrifying. After his abdication, who in Konoha could possibly stand against her? Oh, he nearly forgot. There was no one in Konoha capable of opposing her now. Hiruzen's headache intensified. Just then, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. "Hokage-sama, we have uncovered something at the root base that may require your personal verification." The root base? Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. With Danzo's demise, the root had suffered significant casualties during that fateful night. Thus, he had dispatched the Umbu to take control of root. "What is it?" Hiruzen inquired. "You will know upon your arrival," the kneeling Umbu replied, his gaze laden with complexity. Chapter 67. Hiruzen Sarutobi, grateful for Danzo's gift. At the edge of Konoha village lies the root base. Sarutobi Hiruzen stands at the entrance of root, gazing into the dark abyss before him. His expression a tapestry of emotions. The last time he was here, it felt like a distant memory. Back then, Danzo was still alive. Who could have anticipated that so much could change so swiftly, leaving behind only echoes of the past? Sarutobi Hiruzen, lost in his thoughts, inevitably succumbed to a wave of melancholy. As he stepped into the root base, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. The members of Root had suffered significant casualties during the special operation against the Uchiha clan. The survivors, bereft of their spiritual leader Danzo, wandered aimlessly, as if their souls had been stripped away. It was this very realization that led Sarutobi Hiruzen to ultimately decide on the merger of the root with the Umbu. Surely, Danzo's spirit would find solace in this decision, he mused. Guided by the Umbu, he soon arrived at the entrance of a laboratory. Lord Hokage, we have arrived. It would be best for you to see the contents within for yourself, the guiding Umbu remarked, his gaze laden with complexity. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his eyes around the opulent laboratory, which exceeded his expectations. Was it truly possible that Danzo's root possessed such a comprehensive facility? This was a level of resources that even his Umbu did not have. What was Danzo's true intention? His attention was drawn to a stack of documents handed to him by the Umbu, causing his pupils to narrow slightly. These documents detailed the grim data from Danzo's experiments. The more he perused, the more his heart sank. His fingers trembled ever so slightly. Despite having long suspected that Danzo was conducting unspeakable research within Root, the stark reality of the data plunged him into profound shock. Human experimentation. The most inhumane of human experimentation. And there, amidst the records, he recognized a familiar name, Orochimaru, his former disciple who had long since defected. It dawned on him that Danzo had secretly supported Orochimaru's inhumane experiments. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth in fury. He had suspected Danzo's involvement in those events. But he had never imagined that Danzo was the mastermind, with Orochimaru merely his assistant. If the subjects of the experiments had been from other villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have been as enraged. However, the report indicated that many of the subjects were villagers from Konoha. No wonder. Sarutobi Hiruzen ground his teeth in anger. He had previously noticed the mysterious disappearances of villagers, and now it was clear that Danzo was behind it all. That scoundrel. Sarutobi Hiruzen yearned to obliterate him completely. Yet, in the next moment, he was jolted back to reality. Wasn't Danzo already obliterated? The members of the Uchiha clan had searched the ravine for days and had found only a few strands of hair, uncertain if they belonged to Danzo. Even if he truly wished to desecrate Danzo's remains, he found himself bereft of any opportunity. Danzo, oh Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. The man is dead. What more can be done? Behind him, both Tenzin Komaru and Mito Gate were left stunned by the revelations within the report. Danzo had audaciously abducted a considerable number of villagers for inhumane experiments. How could he have dared? If Danzo were to know that even in death his secrets were being laid bare, would he not resort to impure reincarnation, rising to erase the incriminating chat logs? Lord Hokage, there is yet another matter of utmost importance that you must be informed of, spoke the complex voice of the Root operative. Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself immobilized. Before him stood a boy of 11 or 12, gripping a kunai with a countenance full of vigilance. They say you possess would release. Sarutobi Hiruzen licked his lips, his gaze upon the boy aflame with fervor. Would release. That was the power of the first Hokage. He is the Hokage of the village. He would not harm you. Tenzin Komaru crouched down, speaking gently, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fervency. If this child truly wielded would release, the boy opened his palm, revealing a sprout that twisted into a small blade of grass. Sarutobi Hiruzen's breath quickened, the flames in his eyes seemed to solidify, and his pupils quivered uncontrollably. Would release. It was indeed would release. He felt as though he might faint from joy. He never anticipated that Danzo, even in his final moments, would leave him such a magnificent gift. Would release. That was the power that brought peace to the world, wielded by Senju Hashirama. What is your name? He inquired. Jia. The boy pondered before responding. Jia? A code name from Root? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. From now on, you shall be known as Tenzo, Sarutobi Tenzo, my grandson. He had initially intended to name him Tianzi, meaning a gift from the heavens, but deemed it too simplistic. Tenzo sounded far more melodious. Sarutobi Tenzo? The boy tilted his head, somewhat hesitant. With tears of joy welling in his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen embraced him tightly. Ah, my dear grandson, this is a divine gift. Would release can counter the Sharingan. The entire shinobi world knows this. Senju Hashirama could suppress Uchiha Madara with his would release. So why could not his beloved grandson Tenzo harness would release to restrain the future of the Uchiha? Just an hour prior, he lamented how to counter the Uchiha's future. Now, an hour later, the heavens had bestowed Tenzo upon him as a gift. Danzo, is this your way of watching over Konoha from beyond? Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, completely oblivious to the fact that just moments before, he had wished to see Danzo reduced to ashes. All that remained in his heart was boundless excitement. Konoha was saved. Under his personal guidance, Danzo would surely be able to suppress the Uchiha in the future. Chapter 68. Belonging to the Uchiha. None shall take it away. Has Sarutobi Hiruzen recently taken on a new grandson, neglecting his duties each day to play with his grandson? And what of this grandson, who was short and unimpressive? Resembling a fool? In the Uchiha clan's territory, as Uchiha Mirai reclined by the banks of the Southie River, savoring her tea, she was momentarily taken aback by the report from Uchiha Itachi beside her. Isn't Konohamaru yet to be born during this period? Who is that grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Why has he taken him under his wing? Standing next to her chaise, Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment and remarked, "The third Hokage is exceptionally protective of his newly adopted grandson. Our people have been investigating for quite some time and have only learned that his name is Sarutobi Tens." Tens? Uchiha Mirai's hand froze mid-motion as he prepared to sip his tea. That name sounded vaguely familiar. Alas, I nearly forgot. Isn't this the esteemed master of architecture from Konoha, the adept of greenery? Captain Yamato, who dedicated his life to promoting eco-friendly organic housing. As the saying goes, the first Hokage forged the world with wood release, while Yamato cultivated nature. So, it appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen chose this inept individual as his grandson. Uchiha Mirai, reclining in his chair, nearly spewed the tea he had just ingested. What possessed Sarutobi Hiruzen to take this fool as his grandson? In this timeline, Yamato is likely around 10 years of age. Following the typical course of events, he should currently be nestled within the root base, treasured by Danzo, codenamed Alpha. It seems he must have eliminated Danzo, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to discover him ahead of schedule. Uchiha Mirai placed the teacup beside the low table, gazing thoughtfully at the gently flowing Nanha River before him, pondering the intentions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 years ago, he had taken refuge in this courtyard, developing a tranquil habit as he observed the serene waters of the Nanha. Now, with Danzo deceased and the formidable threats against the Uchiha diminished, Mirai finally found a rare moment of peace and thus sought solace in this secluded haven. However, to his surprise, just a few days later, Uchiha Itachi arrived bearing unexpected news. Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken a grandson, none other than the captain of the original Green Team. Wait, could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen intended for Yamato to confront him? In the mind of Uchiha, a flash of insight suddenly illuminated his thoughts. Yamato possesses wood release. After all, he is an Uchiha. Senja Hashirama had repeatedly subdued Uchiha Madara with his wood release techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen held great expectations for Yamato, believing it was plausible to harness Yamato's wood release powers to contain him. Furthermore, judging by the intelligence brought by Uchiha Itachi, it appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen was personally training Yamato. It could not be a mistake. Uchiha Future could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, spitting out his tea in the process. Brother Future, what has suddenly amused you? Itachi, standing beside him, was taken aback. Uchiha of the Future, the harbinger of calamity. The infamous executioners of the Uchiha clan, can they truly smile? Would it not send those outside into trembling fear? I find myself reminiscing about joyous moments. Uchiha Mirai wiped the tea from the edge of his lips, a hint of amusement still lingering in his eyes. What a delightful occurrence. It seems Itachi's attempts to ride on his sister's coattails were in vain. The future of the Uchiha clan remains unexplained. Even if Itachi were to comprehend it, the intricacies would elude him. Time shall reveal to Sarutobi Hiruzen the dire consequences of placing hope in Yamato. The matter concerning Uchiha's future shall be briefly overlooked. What purpose does Yamato's wood release serve? Is it merely to construct lavatories for the Uchiha clan? Perhaps of the primitive variety. Little Itachi. The Uchiha clan has risen once more. It is time to reclaim what has been lost. Uchiha's demeanor shifted, his eyes glinting with a hint of brilliance. Things that have fallen into oblivion? Itachi, beside him, appeared somewhat perplexed. Are there still remnants of the Uchiha clan scattered abroad? In the future, brother. Are you referring to the eyes? Uchiha's Future smiled. The essence of the Uchiha clan, of course, lies in the Sharingan. The Sharingan? After a brief moment of surprise, Itachi Uchiha suddenly recalled. The Uchiha clan indeed experienced significant turmoil when a Sharingan was lost to the outside world. Ultimately, however, his father, Fugaku, chose to compromise, refraining from reclaiming what rightfully belonged to the Uchiha, Kakashi's Sharingan. Will Uchiha intend to reclaim that eye in the future? In Itachi Uchiha's eyes, a flicker of uncertainty danced. Kakashi, being directly affiliated with the third Hokage Zanbu, held a status that was vastly different. To lay hands upon him would be akin to disturbing the authority of the third Hokage himself. Brother, Are you truly intent on seizing Kakashi's Sharingan? Itachi Uchiha hesitated momentarily. Little Itachi, I previously stated in the clan meeting, the Uchiha clan has risen. The Uchiha of today is no longer the same clan that once endured the humiliations imposed by those in power. Uchiha Mirai gazed upon the banks of the Nanha River, a faint smile gracing his lips. If someone dares to bully the Uchiha, how should we respond? Let us retaliate. Uchiha Itachi spoke with unwavering determination. Indeed. Let us proceed with it. Uchiha's future smirked coldly. The current Uchiha is not the same as before. The three legendary Manjiki Sharingan and Danzo are no more. What can Hiruzen Sarutobi use to exert pressure on the Uchiha? It rightfully belongs to the Uchiha. Indeed, it is theirs. Furthermore, in the depths of Uchiha's future gaze, a profound intensity emerged. The last encounter he had with Obito revealed that his abilities were precisely capable of countering Obito's. Given Obito's nature, he would never permit anyone to overshadow him. Therefore, it is highly probable that Obito would seize the Sharingan intended for Kakashi. The Sharingan achieves its utmost power when wielded as a pair. In comparison to the bonds of the past, possessing sufficient strength to confront the threats posed by him is undoubtedly a more prudent choice. Obito, like a relentless coin, is perpetually fixated on the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This time, he intends to extract his eye. Uchiha Mirai's lips curled into a subtle arc, devoid of any trace. In the luxurious training grounds of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed with a smile the figure training not far away. This figure appeared to be around 10 years old. Suddenly, the right arm shot upwards, and several robust wooden rods emerged from the sleeve, resembling a nimble wooden serpent that twisted and shattered a wooden stake several meters away. The wood release, with serpent technique, a B-rank ninjutsu. It possessed both a degree of control and lethality. Watching this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face beamed with joy. At merely 11 years of age, Tenzo had already mastered B-rank wood release. The future holds limitless potential. While it may not reach the level of the first Hokage, it would certainly suffice to suppress Uchiha Mirai. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to envision a golden future unfolding before him. Just then, a swift sound pierced the air as a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared beside him, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, the head of the Uchiha clan requests an audience. The leader of the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils trembled. Isn't the leader of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Mirai? He wishes to meet with me? Where is he currently located? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious. When it came to Uchiha Mirai, he had to exercise utmost caution. He is currently waiting for you at the Hokage Tower. Whoosh. Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished without a trace. Chapter 69. Third Hokage, you should refer to me as clan leader Mirai. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance was exceedingly grave. Uchiha Mirai has come to seek him? Surely, it cannot bode well. However, this is not the moment for anxiety. He has yet to discern Uchiha Mirai's intentions. Before stepping into the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly instructed a nearby Umbu operative, who nodded repeatedly before vanishing in a swift motion. After completing this task, Sarutobi took a deep breath and opened the door to the Hokage's chamber. The moment he entered, he beheld Uchiha Mirai standing before the portraits of the past Hokage, clicking his tongue as he scrutinized them from head to toe. A pang of unease struck Sarutobi's heart. Yet his expression remained impassive. Uchiha Mirai, what brings you to me? It is difficult for Sarutobi to suppress his animosity towards the Uchiha who had slain Danzo. You should address me as the clan leader, Mirai replied. Uchiha Mirai turned her head, letting out a soft chuckle. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly stiffened. Future clan leader? What on earth? He is not even a member of the Uchiha clan. Haha, just a joke. Uchiha Future casually found a seat and smiled lightly as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen across from him. Third Hokage, I must say, you are rather cautious, aren't you? I have merely come to discuss matters with you. Is it truly necessary to position 10 Umbu around us? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. Just moments ago, he had instructed the Umbu to gather near the Hokage's office as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances. How did Uchiha Mirai come to this realization? Can he truly perceive ninjutsu? The covert abilities of the Umbu are among the finest in the realm of shinobi, yet Uchiha Mirai effortlessly detected their presence lurking nearby. This is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of ordinary perception ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in an instant, elevated his assessment of Uchiha Mirai's threat level significantly. Speak. What is it that you seek from me? He endeavored to maintain a composed tone as he inquired. As the Hokage, revealing one's emotions too readily would hinder his ability to lead the ninjas of the village. The stability of one's emotions is an essential attribute for those in positions of authority. I intend to reclaim Kakashi's Sharingan. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had been struck, his face flushing slightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of anger and indignation. The decision to retain the Sharingan was personally sanctioned by Fugaku. Uchiha Mirai, do you think you can simply take it back with a mere word? What a farce. Kakashi is under my direct command. The matter concerning the Sharingan was deliberated at length with the Uchiha clan back in the day. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Fugaku who chose to compromise, gifting that Sharingan to Kakashi, thus bringing the issue to a close. If Uchiha Mirai were to truly reclaim the Sharingan now, what would become of the Hokage's reputation? What would the ninjas of the village think? Following that night, his standing within the village had plummeted to an all-time low. And many ninjas whispered discontent behind his back. If he cannot even safeguard the Sharingan of his own subordinate, his reputation will only continue to decline. Third Hokage, you yourself stated that it was Fugaku's consent. Fugaku is Fugaku, and I am I. Do you intend to usurp the possessions of my clan? Uchiha Mirai reclined against the back of his chair, his right hand resting upon his thigh, with his index finger rhythmically tapping up and down. An intangible pressure emanated from him, swiftly saturating the entire Hokage office. The Umbu stationed outside the Hokage building sensed the overwhelming force, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads beneath their masks. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fingers tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Mirai, an uncontrollable fury simmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a dark and damp cavern within the land of rain, droplets cascaded from the stalactites above. At the heart of this cavern lay a colossal, grotesque beast, its bark-like skin rugged and its visage contorted. Standing at the tips of its outstretched fingers were several figures. Madara, I have heard you have ventured to Konoha? The figure atop the outer path golem, Pain, gazed down with his Rinnegan eyes, which radiated a subtle yet palpable pressure. Upon Obito standing on one of his fingers. Indeed, Obito's voice revealed no discernible emotion. What is the situation? A hint of reluctance flickered in Obito's eyes. It is somewhat complex, but the strength of the Uchiha clan has surpassed my expectations. Oh, so, it was a failure? Pain's voice carried a note of surprise. He was acutely aware of Madara's prowess, possessing a mysterious space-time ninjutsu. Could even he have faced defeat? Beside him, Zetsu, the carnivorous plant, opened his mouth to speak but was silenced by a fierce glare from Obito. Not merely a failure, he nearly rendered Uchiha Mirai incapacitated. Upon returning, Obito had replaced half of his body with Zetsu's components to rid himself of that peculiar sensation. Uchiha Mirai will become our formidable adversary. Obito's tone was icy. Pain fell into silence. He understood that with Madara's strength, deception in such matters was unnecessary. Moreover, he had heard whispers of the calamity that the name Uchiha carried. I propose that the Akatsuki organization should continue to recruit additional members to bolster its strength, Obito mused. His initial intention on the night of the Uchiha massacre had been to persuade Uchiha Shisui to join the Akatsuki, but regrettably, Shisui had betrayed him, aligning himself with Uchiha Mirai. It was evident that Itachi was no longer the person he once was, and now he lacked the qualifications to join the Akatsuki as well. Thus, expanding their membership, particularly by his own recruitment, became exceedingly vital. Let it be so. Tian Dao nodded, recognizing the formidable strength of the organization, which also served his interests. The depths of the gaze behind Obito's mask were profound. However, there remained a matter of greater significance that required his attention, the retrieval of Kakashi's Sharingan. He had refrained from taking back the eye he had bestowed upon Kakashi, partly due to the sufficiency of a single eye wielded with Kamui to handle most situations, and partly because he hesitated to sever the last ties with his former comrade. Yet now, the circumstances had changed. Uchiha's future emergence poses a formidable threat. He must attain greater power. Kakashi's Sharingan presents an excellent option. Chapter 70. How are your considerations progressing, my Hokage? In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth slightly, fixating on Uchiha's composed figure seated before him. Despite his high position and the calm demeanor he had cultivated through the years, he found it nearly impossible to rein in his emotions in the presence of Uchiha. His fury surged within him like a flood poised to breach its dam. This individual before him had slain his dear friend Danzo, compelling him to publicly concede and tarnish the dignity of his role as Hokage time and again. Now, he had entered the Hokage's office to seize the Sharingan that rightfully belonged to his subordinate. A glimmer of profundity flickered in Sarutobi's eyes, as if he were weighing his options. Prior to this encounter, he had meticulously prepared. Surrounding the Hokage's building, over a dozen elite Umbu had gathered, and their numbers were steadily increasing. In other circumstances, he might have struggled against Uchiha, but this was the Hokage's office. Uchiha's future lies in solitude as he ventures forth alone. If there is an opportunity to eliminate him, it would be prudent to attribute the assault on the Hokage to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the likelihood of success in silence. What are your thoughts, my esteemed Hokage? Uchiha Futuro unexpectedly produced a steaming cup of tea from seemingly nowhere, calmly savoring it while casting a nonchalant glance at Sarutobi Hizashi. You may have it. Sarutobi's voice was filled with reluctance, as if uttering those words had drained him of all his strength. A soft chuckle escaped him. Uchiha Mirai nearly spewed tea at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Is this it? You were just filled with such rage. It was as if you wanted to take my life. And now this? A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Around the Hokage building, the gathering Umbu continued to increase, subtly forming an encirclement around him. With a single command from Sarutobi Hiruzen, these Umbu would spring into action immediately. It is important to note that he was the only one present in the Hokage building. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained resolute. A wise decision. Uchiha Mirai set down the teacup in his hand and cast a fleeting glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, I reclaim the Sharingan that belongs to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mirai rose and departed from the Hokage office. It was only after his departure that the immense pressure lingering within the Hokage building began to dissipate. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling his body drenched. Around the Hokage building, the stationed Umbu operatives were slumped on the ground. It was at this moment that they finally comprehended the significance of the words Uchiha calamity. Faced with such an adversary, it was indeed a challenge to summon the courage to act. Outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Shiki and Uchiha Kuriko were anxiously waiting. Kuriko, do you think that with Mirai being absent for so long, something unexpected might have occurred? They dared. Uchiha Hyze unsheathed the two kitchen knives strapped to his waist, his eyes instantly turning crimson. If those scoundrels dare to bully my brother from the future, I, Hyze, shall be the first to unleash my wrath. As the two remained locked in a tense standoff, a figure emerged calmly from the Hokage building. Uchiha Hyze, in a moment of surprise, tucked the kitchen knife back into his waistband. Future brother has arrived. Future brother, how do you fare? That third Hokage did not give you any trouble, did he? As long as future brother gives the order, Hyze and I shall swiftly flatten the Hokage's office. Uchiha Future said with a faint smile. He had made the right decision. The third Hokage could not withstand him. Those Umbu could not impede him either. Uchiha Mirai merely wishes to avoid the stigma of being labeled an assailant of the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a gesture of concession, naturally spares himself from unnecessary complications. With a slight narrowing of his gaze, Uchiha Mirai discreetly activated his nuclear radiation perception technique. A dense wave of nuclear radiation swiftly emanated, enveloping a substantial portion of the hidden leaf village in mere moments. Anything or anyone shrouded in this radiation cannot escape his awareness. However, the concentration of this radiation remains exceedingly low, rendering those within its grasp generally unaware of its presence. Uchiha sensed Kakashi's presence almost immediately. At that moment, he found himself in the Konoha cemetery, seemingly paying homage to something. Heko, it appears that this task has been entrusted to you. The corners of Uchiha Mirai's mouth subtly lifted into a faint smile. On that fateful night of battling Tobi, it was the remarkable performance of Kuriko that drew Uchiha Mirai's attention to their extraordinary talents. With the aid of his nuclear radiation, they had swiftly awakened their three-tomo Sharingan. Their strength surged, nearing the elite Jonin level. Curiously, despite their lack of intellect, these two possessed an absurdly exaggerated physique, as if they had been nurtured on nuclear waste since childhood. Their adaptability to nuclear radiation was nothing short of astonishing, rendering them akin to humanoid sources of nuclear contamination. Mirai had scarcely exerted himself when these two had already undergone mutations, spontaneously advancing to the three-tomo Sharingan. This opportunity to reclaim Kakashi's Sharingan was perfectly timed to test their capabilities. Wait. Within the perception of nuclear radiation, a familiar silhouette emerged. In the eyes of Uchiha, a glimmer of anticipation flickered. How intriguing. It appeared to be more engaging than he had envisioned. Chapter 71. Uchiha Bido, the Black One, vs. Tobi. The cemetery was solemnly adorned with rows of gravestones, enveloped in an unusual silence, almost devoid of any presence. In a secluded corner, Kakashi, clad in his Umbu attire, gently placed a lily upon a grave. Lin, I have come to see you. The mask obscured his features, revealing only a pair of melancholic eyes. Memories played back in Kakashi's mind, distant yet achingly recent. He had betrayed his promise to Obito, and Lin had perished at his own hands. Each month at this time, he visited to pay his respects to both Obito and Lin. Occasionally, he pondered whether a different choice might have altered their fate. Yet, this world harbors no what-ifs. Kakashi shook his head in self-mockery. Lin, I will visit again. Just as he intended to turn away, a chill crept up his spine, surging directly toward the nape of his neck. Years of life and death experiences in the Umbu enabled him to twist his torso instantaneously, his body executing an astonishing maneuver to evade. Behind him, a bandaged hand brushed past, grasping at nothingness. Who are you? Kakashi gasped, drawing a kunai. His gaze fixed warily on the sudden apparition of the masked figure. His eyes still bore traces of astonishment. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have fallen into the adversary's clutches. This was the territory of Konoha. How had this intruder managed to breach it? Wait. Kakashi's pupils dilated as he beheld the tiger-striped mask. You are Uchiha Madara. Oh, you have heard of my name? Obito expressed mild surprise. Of course. Kakashi gritted his teeth, the architect of the Nine-Tails assault, the one who invaded the Root's base, inflicting great losses upon Konoha. Uchiha Madara. As an Umbu operative, Kakashi possessed knowledge of the masked man before him. It was said that during the infamous Night of the Nine-Tails, Root had paid a heavy price to hunt this individual, only for him to escape. Obito stood momentarily stunned. He understood the Nine-Tails incident, but was perplexed by the mention of an invasion of the Root base. When had he ever infiltrated Root? The same questions had echoed in the minds of those at Root that fateful night. Why was he suddenly burdened with so much blame? It was utterly baffling. Obito extended his hand, aiming directly for Kakashi's throat. Kakashi rolled aside to evade the attack, flinging his kunai. The weapon penetrated the tiger-striped mask without leaving a trace. Futile. Tobi's gaze was devoid of emotion, and Kakashi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Indeed, it was as described in the intelligence reports. The same spatio-temporal abilities were at play. His left Sharingan had already been activated. Grasping his right arm, he was accompanied by the cacophony of thousands of birds' cries, as arcs of blue lightning intertwined and danced. Chidori. Kakashi surged forward, his speed so remarkable that he left only an afterimage in his wake. Without any hindrance, the Chidori penetrated Tobi's body directly. Yet, there was no trace of joy on Kakashi's face. He received no feedback of a successful strike, as if he had struck nothing but air. His body, propelled by inertia, passed through Tobi's form. In that fleeting moment of complete passage, a sharp pain erupted, causing Kakashi's expression to shift dramatically as he let out a pained wail. My eye! My eye! A gory void appeared in his left eye. Tobi held the bloodstained Sharingan, a flicker of complexity crossing his expression. However, this complexity quickly dissipated, replaced by a chilling coldness. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rushed past his ears, and a sharp object pierced through his head, forcefully embedding itself in the gravestone opposite him. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the cemetery. A kitchen knife? Upon seeing the weapon lodged in the gravestone, Tobi's eyelids twitched in disbelief. In this day and age, someone was wielding a kitchen knife as a weapon? Just because of that guy? Someone is interrupting our plans. Uchiha Obito arrived, his gaze filled with fury as he fixed his eyes upon Kakashi, who was gripping the Sharingan tightly. Release it. With a fierce roar, Uchiha swung the hefty solid black iron rod, striking it down towards Obito's head. The ground trembled beneath them as the unyielding concrete surface shattered, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Obito's eyelids twitched intensely. What on earth are these two beings? Their names are peculiar enough, but their weapons are equally bizarre. Uchiha Hisui suddenly yanked, and the kitchen knife embedded in the tombstone immediately soared back, piercing through Obito's body once more. Steel wire? Obito's pupils constricted. To his astonishment, a slender steel wire was coiled around the knife's handle. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he instantly recalled the Uchiha clan's throwing technique. This elite throwing skill could alter the trajectory of shurikens using a wire. Yet, never before had a clan member applied it to a kitchen knife. Obito was momentarily speechless. Could it be that he had been away from the Uchiha clan for too long, rendering him out of touch with the times? Hisui, it's about to begin. His blood surged with excitement. For the sake of his brother. Uchiha Inoue, wielding a black iron staff, and Uchiha Hisui, clutching two kitchen knives, roared as they charged towards Obito across the battlefield. Chapter 72. The Future of the Uchiha. You shall regret this. Kakashi was in disarray, his mouth slightly agape. His unblemished right eye was filled with a dazed and incredulous expression. The sudden appearance of Inoue and Hyze left his mind entangled like a ball of yarn played with by a cat. This is the Uchiha. When did the Uchiha clan become so peculiar? Compared to the aloof demeanor of Obito, Shin's appearance resembles that of a hybrid, as if the result of a genetic mutation. He is certainly not a pure-blooded Uchiha. However, at this moment, he does not have the luxury to ponder such matters, secretly recuperating his spent energy. The intense pain in his left eye socket persists. His Sharingan has been taken from him. He must seek an opportunity to reclaim it. That was a gift bestowed upon him by Obito. Obito appears somewhat disheveled, one hand wielding a massive black iron rod, forcefully striking down, while the other hand descends with the ferocity of a cleaver chopping meat. Prior to this, Obito had never realized that the Uchiha clan's fighting style could be so ferocious. Even before unlocking the Manjiki, he was considered an oddity among the Uchiha. Yet, when compared to Shin and Kakashi, he seems less peculiar. Shin, I'm about to unleash my full power. Kakashi, take care. Uchiha Obito immediately leaped backward to create distance. Uchiha Hyze adeptly secured 2 kitchen knives around his waist. And in the next instant, he commenced a rapid spin akin to a top. The knives, propelled by inertia, began to whirl at an astonishing speed, their blades reflecting a chilling glimmer. A human meat grinder. Descending. Obito's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He realized that his previous assessment of the two was indeed overly conservative. This was no mere oddity. This was simply madness. The swiftly rotating blades drowned out his thoughts, compelling Obito to create distance. Even with his phasing ability, he had no desire to be enveloped by such a meat grinder. Moreover, his phasing time was finite. What if this fiend continued spinning tirelessly for 10 minutes? Clang, clang, clang. The spinning knives collided with the surrounding gravestones, each crisp impact causing the sturdy stones to lose chunks, sending dust flying. After dulling the blades during a previous encounter, Uchiha Hyze had invested heavily to forge these specially crafted knives, their durability far surpassing that of ordinary kitchen knives. At a distance, Uchiha Mirai observed the flustered Obito, a hint of playful amusement glimmering in her eyes. Although Hyze's abilities could not defeat Obito, they could certainly provide him with a considerable amount of discomfort, perhaps thoroughly vexed. Obito finally relinquished his standoff with Hyze, utilizing the advantage of phasing to create a significant distance between them. Nearby, the ground trembled as White Zetsu emerged, his upper body wobbling above the surface. Madara, why did it take so long? White Zetsu questioned, perplexed, as he had been stationed at a distance keeping watch. Given Obito's capabilities, such a delay seemed unfathomable. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Before him stood Uchiha Hyze, resembling a human meat grinder, the 2 rapidly spinning knives slicing through the surrounding gravestones with ease. What on earth? Is Obito truly battling such a ninja? It was time to retreat. Obito extended his right arm, fixated on the eye resting in his palm. The Sharingan was finally within his grasp. There was no need to squander any more time. If discovered by other Konoha ninjas, the situation would only grow more troublesome. A distorted vortex began to engulf his body. Damn it! Return the Sharingan to me. Kakashi, enduring excruciating pain, unleashed a lightning blade and charged forward. Yet, the distance was too great. His speed was insufficient. Obito watched the scene with a sense of pity. Suddenly, a sharp gasp. The space-time transfer was interrupted. His right arm was abruptly severed. How infuriating! Obito's eyes widened in horror. It seems your ability necessitates corporeal form during space-time movement, does it not? Uchiha Mirai firmly grasped the fallen arm of Obito. Nestled within the palm was one of the blood-stained Sharingan. It is you. Obito clutched his right arm, gritting his teeth in fury as he glared at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Mirai. From the severed end of his arm, a viscous, milky white fluid continuously dripped. Uchiha Mirai. Once again, it is Uchiha Mirai. It was he who last time, on the night when the root ambushed the Uchiha, inflicted upon himself that peculiar toxin, compelling him to sever his own arm to alleviate the transformation within his body. Now, upon merely appearing, Uchiha Mirai has severed one of his arms. Twice, 2 arms severed. Including the incident on the Night of the Nine Tails, he has now lost 3 arms within Konoha. It seems your impression of me runs quite deep. Uchiha Future playfully tossed the Sharingan in his hand, as if toying with a marble. I shall accept this eye, he declared. Of course, if you believe you possess the strength to snatch it from my grasp, you may certainly attempt to do so. The tone of Uchiha Future was remarkably devoid of emotion, akin to casually discussing what one had for breakfast. Yet, this very monotony was excruciatingly jarring to Uchiha Obito, who faced him. Previously, even without the loss of his arm. He could not withstand Uchiha Future's prowess. Now, before their confrontation had even commenced, one of his arms had already been severed. What chance did he have in a forced conflict? The agonizing sensation of his body's transformation was something Obito truly wished to avoid experiencing once more. Uchiha Future, you shall come to regret this. Obito cast a profound gaze at Uchiha Future before his body melded into the ground. White Zetsu, witnessing Obito's retreat, dared not linger and similarly vanished beneath the earth. The graveyard fell into an abrupt silence. Kakashi, enduring the excruciating pain in his eyes, approached Uchiha Future. Will you return Obito's eyes to me? I regret to inform you that I must decline. Uchiha's expression was serene. These eyes were bestowed upon me by Obito. You have no right to take them away. Kakashi clenched his teeth slightly. You are mistaken. These belong to the Uchiha clan, of which I am the leader. Moreover, Obito has already recanted his earlier stance. Uchiha Futuro shrugged. The Sharingan harbors the power of Kamui, a potential far too grand to be squandered on Kakashi. Though he could have aspired to become the second White Fang, he instead succumbed to a mere 5 seconds of impotence, leaving him with naught but emptiness. It appears that he has gained the assistance of a Sharingan, yet in truth, his limitations have only been exacerbated. Losing this I may not necessarily bode ill for you. Uchiha Mirai spoke with profound significance. Kakashi trembled slightly and took a step back. He had thus lost the Sharingan that Obito had bestowed upon him. The intense emotional upheaval caused his vision to darken, and he fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, outside of Konoha village, Obito struck the tree trunk with a furious punch. His expression unusually grim. It felt as if he had ingested nuclear waste. Uchiha Mirai, I shall remember this grudge. The thought that his own Sharingan had fallen into the hands of Uchiha Mirai was something he could hardly bear. White Zetsu, spare no effort in devising a method to counter that toxin. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and commanded in an exceedingly forceful tone. Are we truly going to proceed with this, Obito? White Zetsu recoiled slightly. The tragic fate of Uchiha Madara in his later years plays out before our eyes. During the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, Madara, concealed beneath the earth of the Land of Grass, developed a profound fascination with the enigmatic toxin of the Uchiha's future. He similarly instructed his subordinates to investigate this toxin. However, not long after, Madara's condition deteriorated significantly. His hair fell out in clumps, rendering him almost bald, and he frequently suffered from nosebleeds. Ultimately, he could not even remove the tube before he met his demise. Now, Obito faces the same fate, confronting the toxin of the Uchiha's future. White Zetsu is filled with trepidation. He certainly does not wish to sprout any peculiar anomalies. Chapter 73, The Anomaly of Takamagara Eyes. Return my eyes. Those were the gifts bestowed upon me by Obito. After an endless nightmare, Kakashi awakens from his coma, greeted by a multitude of hopeful gazes. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. This is wonderful. Kakashi clutches his head, bewildered as he surveys his surroundings. How did I end up here? His left eye socket is bandaged, enveloped in thick gauze, and he finds himself no longer in the previous tomb, but rather in a clean and tidy hospital room. Kakashi-sensei, Lord Hokage sent someone to bring you back. He also instructed that you receive the best possible treatment, said one of the Umbu companions, smiling at Kakashi in the hospital bed. Lord Hokage, Kakashi murmurs, turning his head to see Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, with a cigarette in his mouth, gazes at him with a warm smile. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi expresses his gratitude. It's nothing. As long as your health is intact, Sarutobi replies gently, though his expression turns serious as he continues. As for that Sharingan, rest assured, Kakashi, I will send someone to negotiate with the Uchiha clan. As long as there is even the slightest hope of retrieving it, we shall not give up. Listening to Hiruzen's reassuring words, Kakashi's gratitude deepens. The third Hokage truly is a selfless leader who dedicates everything for the village, even towards a subordinate like him. He shows such care. Among the Umbu surrounding the hospital bed, a few were those who had previously been stationed near the Hokage's office. They had witnessed firsthand Sarutobi's agreement to the Uchiha's future demands, voluntarily relinquishing Kakashi's Sharingan. Yet, what did his recent statement imply? The Umbu exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent. Surely, the Hokage's actions must carry profound significance. Uchiha Clan District. Within the residence of the clan leader, Uchiha Obito sat upon a chair, holding a glass vessel in which a single crimson Sharingan floated, rising and sinking within the liquid. The very eye that Tobi yearned to reclaim was now in his grasp, manipulated carelessly like a mere plaything. Alas, it was not the other one. Uchiha Mirai's tone carried a hint of regret. On the side, Uchiha Itachi, who was pouring tea, cast a puzzled glance at Uchiha Mirai. "It's nothing." Uchiha Mirai shook his head with a sense of indifference. Immediately, he began to ponder the potential utility of this eye. Naturally, he had no need for it himself. If it were another variant of Kamui capable of allowing him to maintain a phasing state, it would indeed hold significant value for him. Unfortunately, this particular Meijiki Sharingan was limited to spatial attacks, although its power was formidable. Uchiha Mirai was not lacking in offensive capabilities. White-hot light, atomic breath, crimson lotus atomic breath, to a certain extent, with a requisite sacrifice. He could even replicate such techniques. Handcrafted nuclear bomb. It could be said that his offensive prowess was his most distinguished skill. Thus, this Meijiki Sharingan appeared somewhat redundant. He then shifted his gaze to Itachi, who was pouring tea. Itachi had already assumed his form. If he were to transplant it to Itachi, it would significantly enhance his combat strength. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Itachi's own Meijiki Sharingan was not lacking. There was no need to complicate matters by transplanting the Sharingan. In the original narrative, Itachi wielded increasingly formidable techniques. 10-fist sword, 8-span mirror. In the realm of Japanese mythology, Itachi possessed an abundance of divine artifacts. A perfect balance of offense and defense. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its numerous prodigies, with Itachi Uchiha being a prominent exemplar. The transplantation of this Sharingan does not bode well for Itachi. It would merely squander his innate talents. Furthermore, allowing Itachi to utilize the Meijiki Sharingan prematurely could potentially precipitate the manifestation of his bloodline illness. In the original narrative, Itachi succumbed to this very affliction. Having painstakingly molded Itachi into a remarkable talent, the Uchiha of the future would certainly not wish to squander such promise. Regarding Itachi's bloodline disease, the Uchiha of the future have formulated strategies to cope with it. However, as Itachi is still in his youth, the symptoms have yet to surface. If handled judiciously, there remains a possibility for Itachi to ascend to unprecedented heights. After much contemplation, the Uchiha of the future concluded that the most prudent course of action for this Sharingan is to refrain from its use. As long as the Sharingan remains in their possession, Obito will tread carefully. Additionally, with some strategic arrangements concerning the Sharingan, it might even enable them to manipulate Obito's actions. The eyes of Uchiha Mirai flickered momentarily, and an audacious thought suddenly crossed his mind. However, the time for its implementation had not yet arrived. After addressing the matters concerning Kakashi's Sharingan, Uchiha Mirai ventured into Takamagara. Since transferring Godzilla from his being to this realm, he had not entered this place. Planet Godzilla possessed the ability to assimilate worlds, while Takamagara was inherently capable of self-evolution. The combination of the two was intriguing, leaving him to ponder what transformations Takamagara had undergone. Upon his arrival in Takamagara, Uchiha Mirai was taken aback by the scene before him. This was indeed a remarkable change compared to his last visit. The ground where Godzilla lay in slumber had turned a grayish-brown hue, visibly spreading outward at an astonishing rate. The reeds, once merely waist-high, had now soared to heights exceeding 10 meters, resembling ancient towering trees. The white fluff of the reeds had transformed into heavy, black fruit, swaying under their own weight. Moreover, numerous plants that Uchiha Mirai had never encountered before had sprouted near Godzilla's resting place. These dark, ancient trees, towering at least several dozen meters, twisted grotesquely as they rooted themselves around Godzilla. From a distance, it appeared as a towering, ominous forest. It was far more rapid than I had anticipated. Uchiha Future's gaze was filled with astonishment. The assimilation speed of Planet Godzilla with Takamagara was far swifter than he had anticipated. It had only been about a week since he had transferred Godzilla into this realm. Yet the effects were already remarkably evident. At that moment, Uchiha Future suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure standing beneath a mutated reed, scratching its head in perplexity. It was none other than the mini-RA he had created last time. The mini-RA appeared intent on consuming the mutated reed's fruit. Yet its human-sized form rendered it unable to reach the fruits hanging several meters high. After pondering for a moment, the mini-RA suddenly opened its mouth and emitted a blue beam of light. The beam struck the fruit on the reed with precision, causing it to plummet. The little mini-RA joyfully dashed forward and devoured it in one bite. Uchiha Future watched this spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. Atomic breath? Although it appeared rather adorable, there was no doubt it was atomic breath. Could such a tiny mini-RA also possess atomic breath? The mini-RA seemed to have noticed his presence and, in a fit of excitement, rushed toward him, leaping into his embrace. Uchiha Mirai felt as though he had been struck by a cannonball. Despite his physique far surpassing that of ordinary humans, being embraced by a mini Rara, who affectionately nuzzled against him, left him with an overwhelming sensation that was difficult to bear. What should one do when Godzilla cuddles in their arms? I await your guidance with urgency. The actions, though somewhat unrefined, were clearly devoid of any malice. The mini Rara regarded Uchiha Mirai, the one who created her, as a figure of utmost reverence. Uchiha Mirai gently caressed the Godzilla nestled in his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the self-evolution of Takamagara is advancing towards a unique system. If one were to bestow a name upon it, it would be the Godzilla ecosystem. This world is destined to be transformed into the most suitable habitat for Godzilla's existence. The recent sight of this miniature creature foraging for food reveals that an ecosystem conducive to Godzilla has already taken shape. In the future, a multitude of diverse Godzillas will thrive in this realm. However, before that, I must ascertain one crucial matter. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Mirai, with a heart full of trepidation, invoked the power of Takamagara's rules. The mutated reeds began to sway in accordance with his thoughts, resembling a group of seagrasses dancing back and forth. What a relief! It seems that in this world, I still wield the highest authority. The heart of Uchiha, once burdened with apprehension, has finally found solace. The assimilation speed of planet Godzilla has surpassed his expectations, proving to be remarkably swift. Moreover, the might of planet Godzilla utterly overwhelms him, possessing a stellar-class power capable of annihilating the ninja world with ease. Uchiha Mirai cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding regarding the potential of planet Godzilla's assimilation abilities surpassing his dominion over the rules of Takamagara. Would he then be relegated to the status of Godzilla's subordinate? However, the recent experiment has illuminated the answer for him. Regardless of how planet Godzilla assimilates, it merely represents a directional evolution in the grand scheme of Takamagara. The ultimate arbiter of the rules remains himself. In fact, he possesses the capacity to wield the power of rules to reboot this world. Even planet Godzilla would be subject to the repercussions of such annihilation. Yet, the toll on his ocular power would be exceedingly daunting. Moreover, given that he and Godzilla are intrinsically linked, there is no necessity to resort to such drastic measures. Once assured of the absence of any security risks, Uchiha Mirai began to envision the future. Planet Godzilla, at its core, is a plant. While Uchiha Mirai assumes the role of the gardener, Takamagara serves as the fertile soil for cultivating plants. By employing the scissor-like power of rules, he can prune a branch of Godzilla and plant it within the soil of Takamagara. After some time, this branch will regenerate into a new plant, which is to say, a new Godzilla. Meanwhile, the inherently plant-like planet Godzilla merely requires a period of rest to recuperate. Remarkably resilient. Thus, through this cyclical process, this world will witness the emergence of a multitude of diverse Godzillas, colloquially referred to as the Godzilla Divine Kingdom. Uchiha Mirai felt a yearning liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth. The formidable might of planet Godzilla rendered him nearly powerless, as it remained in a perpetual slumber, making it challenging to harness its strength. However, the other, splintered Godzillas were an entirely different matter. Perhaps they could even serve as summoning beasts, allowing him to conjure a few at any moment for a leisurely outing. That particular endeavor could indeed come to fruition. The Uchiha clan's gaze is profoundly deep. After overcoming the menace posed by Danzo, the Uchiha have once again established their presence. However, beyond the borders of Konoha, certain obstacles remain. The Akatsuki organization has set its sights on the tailed beasts, and it is only a matter of time before the Nine Tails becomes their target. Pain, feel the suffering. This threat must not be underestimated. Furthermore, the Akatsuki's ambition to gather the tailed beasts to form the Ten Tails poses an additional danger. Should they succeed in consuming the power of the Ten Tails, it is conceivable that the slumbering behemoth, Godzilla, may awaken. Regardless, preparations must be made in response to the Akatsuki's intentions. In the depths of Uchiha's future gaze, a flicker of anticipation emerged. The powers of creation wielded by Godzilla and the rules of Takamagara could indeed yield some intriguing results. Chapter 75. Mr. Kisame's Personal Opinion in the Land of Water. Within the dim and damp confines of an underground chamber in the hidden mist village, a sound akin to flesh being pierced by a sharp blade resounded. "Kisame, how dare you betray me?" exclaimed Suigetsu, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. The most loyal subordinate, the steadfast and earnest Kisame, had turned against him. Trembling, he reached backward in an attempt to grasp the hilt of the Samahata, as one of the famed 7 ninja swords. Harnessing its power might afford him a chance at retribution. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted as a searing pain surged from his wound. Did you think I was unprepared? Kisame sneered, twisting the hilt with force. The rapid depletion of life force caused Suigetsu's vision to blur, and it felt as though all strength was being siphoned from his body. In his final moments, he fixed a venomous glare upon Kisame, rasping a curse. Kisame, you will regret this. Unfazed, Kisame plunged the sword deeply, bringing an end to Suigetsu's nefarious existence. Once he confirmed the demise of his foe, Kisame expertly unsheathed the samahata from his back, caressing its rough blade. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the shadows behind him, causing Kisame to momentarily freeze. You've worked hard. Kisame. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of the samahata as he swiftly turned to face the intruder, fully alert. I anticipated that he would lower his guard around you, Kisame. You have indeed lived up to expectations. A face emerged from the inky darkness, youthful in appearance, marred by centipede-like scars beneath its eyelids. The fourth Mizukage. Kisame's pupils dilated. How could the Mizukage be here? Moreover, there was no trace of surprise regarding Kisame's betrayal of the hidden mist village. Wait. His earlier relaxation of vigilance surged to its peak once more. As Kisame narrowed his eyes, sensing an overwhelming aura of malice emanating from the figure. Come out. From the depths of the shadows, a silhouette slowly lifted its head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Those eyes, the Sharingan? Kisame's pupils trembled. So the individual we refer to as the fourth Mizukage was you all along? With the power to control the three tails Jinchuriki through your ocular prowess, I am genuinely curious about your true identity. Uchiha Madara. The figure within the shadows spoke, causing the very air to freeze for a brief moment. Uchiha Madara. Kisame was momentarily taken aback. What era did Madara belong to? How could he possibly be alive in the present? From the shadows, the figure slowly removed the mask from his face. Kisame's pupils quivered in astonishment. The world around him shifted dramatically, enveloping him in a pure white space, with a blood-red moon suspended above. The eye of the moon, this is my plan. Obito began to articulate. Before long, Kisame had absorbed the message being conveyed, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief as he murmured to himself. Is that so? This illusory world can indeed undergo transformation. The confusion in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a profound curiosity. The Akatsuki organization, is it? I shall join. A wise decision. Obito Uchiha's gaze revealed a hint of amusement. Things were proceeding far more smoothly than he had anticipated. The honest and earnest Kisame had been a target of his interest for quite some time, a shinobi of the mist. The turmoil and anguish stemming from the act of slaying his comrades would deepen his understanding of the true essence of the Eye of the Moon. He envisioned him becoming a loyal subordinate. Obito's thoughts wandered to that particular ninja, and his teeth began to itch once more. Uchiha Obito, that scoundrel who has repeatedly mocked him. The addition of Kisame undoubtedly bolstered his power. If he were to encounter Uchiha Obito again, Obito scoffed coldly. At that moment, a white object suddenly emerged from the ground beside him. Madara, a peculiar ninja, has appeared within the land of grass, and the leader has decided to recruit him personally. Oh? Listening to White Zetsu's report, Obito's interest was piqued. He had just recruited a companion, and now Nagato was also beginning to enlist new members? Pray, tell me more about this individual. White Zetsu pondered momentarily before beginning his elaborate account. A humanoid-tailed beast, the king of monsters, a brown rare beast, such a vivid description. Obito was momentarily taken aback. When did such a ninja emerge in the shinobi world? Why had he never heard of this name before? It appeared he was a rogue ninja from a small village, having annihilated his own clan before defecting, and had only recently begun to make his presence known. White Zetsu, perceiving Obito's confusion, promptly clarified. Obito nodded in agreement. It was indeed plausible. The shinobi world was vast, with countless small villages. It was not unusual for an oddity to suddenly surface. Suddenly, he cast an expectant glance at the newly recruited Kisame. Kisame, a new member of the organization, seemed to share a similar nature. Humanoid-tailed beast, king of monsters, such descriptions would also fit Kisame perfectly. His unique physique bore the semblance of a beast. The chakra within him was far more potent than that of a typical human. I wonder who is stronger, Kisame or the new member Nagato has recruited. Kisame grinned, revealing a row of serrated shark teeth. Is that so? I am quite eager to meet him. Ninjas of his ilk are exceedingly rare. Throughout his long life, Kisame had never encountered one. To think that upon just joining the Akatsuki, he would find one. If he could engage in combat with him, it would surely be a splendid affair. Kisame began to look forward to his life within the Akatsuki. Chapter 76. The Tireless Beast versus Humanoid Godzilla. In a dim and damp cave, water dripped slowly from the stalactites above. The fearsome outer path golem spread its hands, with various rogue ninjas standing upon its fingers. Any one of these rogue ninjas, if they were to step outside, would stir a tempest within the shinobi world. Each of them was an existence of S-rank notoriety. Kisame, newly inducted into the organization, surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. So, this is the Akatsuki? Madara, is this the new member you have recruited? The Devapath Pain. The head atop the outer path golem gazed indifferently at Uchiha Madara, his Rinnegan eyes observing the masked Obito. The other members also scrutinized Obito, adorned with the spiral mask. With varied expressions, Uchiha Madara, a figure steeped in history, stood before them, evoking an almost surreal sensation. Especially striking was Orochimaru, clad in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud robe. His serpent-like gaze scrutinizing Obito with palpable intensity. Initially, Obito concealed himself behind the organization, refraining from invoking Madara's identity. However, recent events in Konoha had seen Madara's name reverberate throughout the ninja world. It became common knowledge that a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara had emerged, and his hands had been severed twice. Obito seethed with rage. Who was the audacious individual wielding the dagger behind him? Despite extensive inquiries by Black Zetsu, the true source remained elusive, known only to originate from Konoha. Yet, it was clear that maintaining a facade of anonymity was no longer feasible. Thus, he resolved to act directly under Madara's guise. This marked Obito's inaugural attendance at an Akatsuki meeting as Uchiha Madara. The gazes of the surrounding members pierced him like flames. He gave a cold snort. He introduced himself as Kisame, a new addition to the organization. He held great confidence in Kisame's capabilities. His unique physique, enhanced further by the Samahata, made him a formidable ally. This meeting for the induction of new members would serve as a stage for Kisame to shine. Wouldn't it? Pain, devoid of emotion, appraised Kisame. Interestingly, I have also recently recruited a new member, seemingly of a similar ilk. I am keen to witness their prowess. Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of shark-like teeth. Come forth, Toby. At the moment Pain's voice fell, a shadow sliced through the darkness, appearing in an instant. Such remarkable speed. The other members regarded him with astonishment. His skin resembled desiccated bark, muscles sinewy and robust. Most striking was his visage, so far removed from that of an ordinary human, resembling more a beast, with cerulean irises extending into the whites of his eyes. Toby? What an audacious name. Kisame narrowed his eyes, his gaze unfriendly as he stared at Toby. Unlike the others, Toby's presence exuded a palpable intensity, akin to the ferocity found in the struggles of beasts, intended to dominate through sheer force of will. Since they were akin in nature, why not let them engage in combat? Haha, our organization has no need for the inept. This will be an excellent opportunity to gauge the strengths of our two new members, the other Akatsuki members remarked with amusement. Pain's expression remained impassive. Madara, do you have any objections? None at all. I too am looking forward to this. In the depths of his gaze, Obito revealed a hint of a cold smirk. Kisame, one of his recruited members, instilled in him a profound confidence regarding his abilities. This sudden emergence of Shinin, though its name exuded a certain grandeur, was entirely unfamiliar to him. He wondered from which obscure corner of the ninja world it had materialized. How could anyone possibly rival Kisame in strength? After all, Kisame wielded the legendary sword, Samahata, one of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village. The combination of their powers was far from a mere arithmetic sum. It was a formidable force to be reckoned with. The members of the Akatsuki present in the cavern turned their attention to the two combatants, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Who would emerge victorious in this clash of beasts? With the consensus of the others, Pain, the leader, no longer hesitated and solemnly commanded, "Let the contest commence." Kisame unsheathed the massive Samahata from his back, pointing it menacingly at Shinin, revealing a row of serrated shark teeth. So, you are called Shinin? I am Kisame, the tailless beast of the Mist Village. In the battles of beasts, it is a matter of survival. I hope you can endure a little longer. Across from him, Shinin's striking azure eyes reflected a chilling smile, his gaze fixated ominously on Kisame. Slowly, the tips of his 10 fingers extended, revealing obsidian claws. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. I never anticipated that donning a guise to infiltrate the Akatsuki would lead to such a fortuitous encounter. Kisame, is it? How intriguing. Uchiha Mirai let out a chilling smile. His corporeal form was almost entirely composed of Godzilla's essence. Akin to a nuclear clone, yet the quality surpassed that of any ordinary incarnation. This remarkable creation was meticulously crafted over an extended period within Takamagara. Molded by the forces of the rules, it is colloquially known as the humanoid Godzilla. This body possesses all the abilities of conventional Godzilla, but to distinguish it, Uchiha Mirai has significantly enhanced its physical prowess. The name The End is derived from the End Godzilla, the Emperor of the Apocalypse, the supreme master of martial prowess among the Godzillas. Uchiha's lips curled into an imperceptible smirk. I wonder how your tailless beast compares to my humanoid Godzilla in terms of strength? Chapter 77. Godzilla, Reverse Absorption. In the dimly lit cavern, Kisame squinted intently at his opponent, The End. A vast chasm lay between them, providing ample space for their combat. The anticipation surrounding the new recruit S-match within the Akatsuki was palpable. Kakuzu, donning a black mask, felt a flicker of excitement in his emerald eyes. When he joined the Akatsuki, it was under the simultaneous recruitment of the leader Pain and the angelic Conan. Ultimately, it was Conan's offer of entrusting him with the organization's financial management that drew him into their ranks. Kakuzu believed his decision to be astute. In such a formidable organization comprised of S-rank rogue ninjas, the future prospects were undoubtedly vast. One must possess foresight. Having once battled the first Hokage, Kakuzu prided himself on his vision. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had witnessed such spirited newcomers. Orochimaru, draped in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, licked his lips with keen interest as he observed Kisame and his opponent below. Both of these individuals could easily be deemed inhuman. What a sight it would be to see them bound to an operating table. Orochimaru's curiosity grew. A surge of battle intent emanated from Kisame. His shark-like eyes fixated on The End. The ground beneath Kisame suddenly erupted as he propelled himself forward, wielding his formidable Samahata like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was upon The End, the massive blade descending with terrifying force. Sign. Kisame's eyes gleamed with a sinister smile, envisioning the explosion of his opponent's flesh. Clang. The resonant sound of metal colliding echoed through the cavern. The members of the Outer Path's golem looked on in astonishment. To their surprise, The End managed to seize the blade of Samahata with both hands, his grayish-brown nails scraping against the shark's skin-like surface, sending sparks flying. Kisame's grip on the handle tightened, his expression shifting slightly. A tremendous force coursed through the blade, subtly threatening to overwhelm him. What manner of creature is this? Clang. The two separated, and Kisame's earlier disdain faded, replaced by an intensified battle spirit. A beast. This was a beast that matched his own ferocity. After all these years as a ninja, Kisame had never encountered another of his kind. Boom. They clashed once more. The collision of flesh against flesh was devoid of technique. A raw contest of pure power and primal savagery. This was a battle between two beasts. Exhilarating. Exhilarating. Kisame's lips oozed crimson, yet his heart brimmed with exhilaration. The sheer simplicity of the melee granted him a satisfaction unmatched by any other form of combat. The two figures, one shrouded in darkness and the other in azure, collided with such intensity that the surrounding air erupted with violent sonic booms. The Akatsuki members perched upon the fingers of the Outer Path's golem savored the spectacle of this fierce encounter. With their discerning eyes, they could effortlessly discern that these two warriors, relying solely on their physical prowess, were already on par with elite Jainin. In contrast to Kisame's unrestrained delight, the conclusion of the battle appeared to be much more constrained. It was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a fear of fatally wounding his opponent. Uchiha's future silently harnesses his energy. What if, in a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently touches his opponent, and Kisame transforms into a fearsome beast? This clone possesses the majority of Godzilla's formidable abilities. Furthermore, when Uchiha's future shaped his power using the rules of Takamagara, he deliberately selected the End of Days Godzilla as his template. The End of Days Godzilla is the supreme master of martial arts among all Godzillas. Even though Uchiha's future has restrained himself, a humanoid Godzilla is not something Kisame can simply confront. After an intense battle of martial arts, Kisame, astonished, retreats, panting heavily. The shark's skin can consume chakra. During the earlier confrontation, he did not hesitate to launch attacks with the shark skin sword. Yet, he did not absorb a single drop of chakra. What is this strange sensation in his body? Why do I suddenly feel an urge to bleed from my nose? Kisame is bewildered. Something is amiss. The defeat in martial arts has made him wary of approaching recklessly, and he swiftly forms hand seals. Water release. Who repaired the dam? Kisame suddenly unleashes a torrent of water, the sheer volume so vast that in the blink of an eye, it surges forth toward the End of Days. This Kisame. Where did all this water come from? The members of the Akatsuki organization on the Outer Path Golem display expressions of astonishment. A conventional water release could never encompass such an extensive range. Uchiha Mirai's toes, sharp and pointed, firmly embedded in the ground, while his arms crossed before him to shield against the onslaught of water. Fortunately, the nuclear radiation levels in this body are quite low, and he actively controls it to prevent any leakage. Otherwise, would it not be a deluge of nuclear waste? With Kisame's astonishing volume of water, how could so much radioactive sludge be managed? Is he to pour it into the ocean? That would invoke divine retribution, utilizing the forceful currents. Kisame concealed his form and approached Uchiha Mirai from behind. The samahata in his grasp suddenly expanded, resembling a pufferfish swollen with air. Its razor-sharp teeth, propelled by Kisame's immense strength, sank deeply into Uchiha Mirai's shoulder. A glint of triumph sparkled in Kisame's eyes. He had succeeded, unlike before. This time the samahata had pierced through the flesh of the end. With its ability to absorb chakra, coupled with his unique physique, he was certain this time to leave not a single drop behind. Your chakra shall be mine. Kisame greedily licked his lips, eagerly anticipating the exquisite taste of the end's chakra. Could it be that the end is a creature that does not require chakra to function? As long as there is chakra, he would surely drain it completely. To bite into Godzilla and siphon his essence? What kind of formidable being could wield such power? Uchiha's future was astonished. Had he truly inhaled a mouthful of nuclear radiation? However, nuclear radiation was a hallmark ability of his own essence. If he allowed Kisame to extract it so effortlessly, his true identity would likely be revealed. With this in mind, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Godzilla. Reverse absorption. While Kisame was preoccupied with voraciously absorbing energy from Godzilla, he was suddenly struck with disbelief, realizing that not only had he failed to absorb even a drop of chakra, but his own chakra began to uncontrollably retract within him. The force was so intense, it resembled a deluge rushing back violently. No, it wasn't just chakra. Kisame's physical form visibly shriveled, his pupils filled with horror. His vitality, physical strength, and all other tangible and intangible energies were frantically being drawn back into the entity of oblivion. Curse be you. What have you done? Stop. Stop. Darn it. Within the depths of his mind, Kisame emitted a cry of anguish. I am being drained dry. Chapter 78. The Desperate Abido. What is happening in this world? Silence. The entire cavern was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Mere minutes ago, Kisame had been a formidable presence. Now he lay on the ground like a mere wisp of paper. His cheeks were deeply sunken, his cheekbones protruding, eyes rolled back to reveal an abundance of sclera, his tongue limply dangling from his chin, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. He appeared utterly defeated. What the hell have you done? Abido, standing atop the Outer Path statue, glared furiously at the entity of oblivion beside Kisame. Kisame was one of his recruits, his subordinate. After battling oblivion, how could he end up in such a state? The other members of the Outer Path statue also displayed varying degrees of astonishment as they observed Kisame and oblivion below. Kisame had initially dominated the battle. While he may not have completely suppressed oblivion, the conflict had at least been evenly matched. Yet, just as Kisame confidently approached the conclusion of the fight, the tides had turned in an instant, leading to this outcome. He was not gravely injured. His chakra had merely been almost entirely siphoned away. White Setsu emerged groggily from beside the unconscious Kisame, having conducted an assessment and reached a conclusion. Abido breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. At least Kisame was not dead. Otherwise, he would have faced the embarrassment of having one of his newly recruited members publicly slain by another new recruit. Just then, he became acutely aware of the subtle, shifting atmosphere around him. Turning his head, he noticed the other members of the Outer Path statue regarding him with expressions of surprise, amusement, or disdain, all converging their attention upon him. Underneath the crimson cloud robe of Uchiha Abido, his fingers curled slightly in frustration. That fool Kisame. This has turned into a major embarrassment. Having just acted in the guise of Madara, he had hoped that Kisame would elevate his stature. Yet, the outcome was disastrous. The gaze directed towards the end was one filled with a desire to tear him apart. Previously, the future of Uchiha had overshadowed him completely. Now, another entity known as the End had emerged within the organization? What has become of this world? Very well. Since Kisame is unharmed, let this battle come to a close. Pain, the embodiment of the Deva path, spoke to conclude the conflict. However, his gaze upon Kisame carried a hint of disdain. To have been so easily vanquished by the End, and to suffer such a humiliating defeat, it seems Kisame is not as formidable as one might have thought. How did this End manage to overpower Kisame in an instant? And drain his chakra as well? Pain regarded the inn below with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The corners of Uchiha's mouth subtly curled upwards, leaving no trace. Godzilla. Reverse absorption. It possesses the limitless ability to absorb all forms of energy, transforming both harmful and beneficial forces into its own power. Uchiha's future is already held back. Otherwise, given Kisame's petite frame, leaving behind merely a skeleton would be quite an achievement. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's territory, within the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Mirai slowly opened his eyes. The execution of this plan had gone far more smoothly than anticipated. He had begun preparations long ago, for the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization was exceedingly grave. It was imperative to devise appropriate countermeasures. With the alias of End, it would be exceedingly difficult for the movements of the Akatsuki to elude him. At the Sarutobi clan's territory, near a training ground, Uzumaki Koharu observed Sarutobi Hizashi, who was dotingly instructing Tenzo. She let out a faint sigh. It seemed that Hizashi had placed all his hopes on that child. Standing beside her, Mito Gaiden's expression was equally complex. After all, he was the second ninja to awaken with release. Following the first Hokage, it was only natural for Hizashi to be so invested. Kohara turned to her old friend, her gaze earnest. But that child is only about 10 years old, isn't he? Do you truly believe he can one day suppress Uchiha Mirai? Even if he can, how many years will it take? Mito Gaiden fell silent. The notorious Uchiha name loomed large. Although Tenzo had awakened with release, catching up to Uchiha Mirai would undoubtedly be no trivial task. Moreover, Uchiha Mirai possessed not only the Sharingan and a mysterious toxic bloodline, but also a terrifying ability that had claimed the lives of countless ninjas during the Third Great Ninja War, the dreadful beast transformation technique. Placing one's hopes on Tenzo did not inspire confidence in at least not in the short term. Koharu, perhaps we need to have a serious discussion with Hizashi. He sighed. Half an hour later, in a certain residence within the Sarutobi territory, steam rose from the tea on the low table. Sarutobi Hizashi listened to the accounts of his two old friends, lost in thought. The rising steam softened the shadows on his solemn face. With Tenzo's talent, it was inevitable that he would one day surpass Uchiha Mirai. He felt the weight of age upon him. His combat prowess had diminished. The future of Konoha needed to be entrusted to the next generation of ninjas, and he saw hope in Tenzo. Moreover, Tenzo had been found through Danzo's roots, which led Hizashi to believe that his old friend Danzo was silently watching over Konoha from above. Even in death, he had sent Tenzo to safeguard the village. Hizashi, I understand your perspective, but for Tenzo to reach the level of Uchiha Mirai, it will require a significant amount of time, will it not? Koharu's expression was grave. And now, how much time do we have left? Konoha is no longer the Konoha it once was. Hizashi's fingers trembled slightly. Ever since Danzo's demise, he had been numbing himself with self-comfort. Yet reality would not conform to his fantasies. The reputation of the Uchiha clan has reached an unprecedented zenith since the founding of the village. With 3 illustrious Manjiki Sharingan and the formidable presence of their leader, the Uchiha, they subtly approach a state of parity with Konoha. If in the past, the most powerful shinobi clans in Konoha were the Uchiha and the Hyge, now only the Uchiha remain. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. I understand that I have dispatched Anbu to locate Tsunade and Jiraiya. Their presence could potentially counter the threat posed by the Uchiha. Nara Shikamaru and Mito Gate Kurenai exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Tsunade and Jiraiya are among the legendary Sanin, held in high esteem within Konoha. Should we succeed in bringing them back to the village, the precarious situation faced by the Hokage's lineage would undoubtedly improve. Previously, they had been reluctant to return for various reasons, but the circumstances have shifted now. After Uchiha's return, the Uchiha clan rose to prominence with great force, disrupting the delicate balance of Konoha. As long as their hearts remain tethered to the village, they will inevitably return. Uchiha, unable to stir much commotion. Chapter 79. What is social death? In a certain, unknown casino in the land of fire, the air within the establishment was thick with smoke and the cacophony of heated arguments, intertwined with the pungent scent of perspiration. In a corner, a golden-haired girl perched on a chair, one leg raised, eagerly fixating on the dice at the gaming table. Bick, 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 she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Her practiced demeanor suggested she had honed her skills over 2.5 years. The dice rolled. 3 once. The smallest. A sudden silence enveloped the air. The golden-haired girl was taken aback. Undeterred, she attempted again, this time betting on small. The dice revealed 3 sixes. A triple. Moments later, the monotony of waiting outside was shattered by a tremendous ruckus from within the casino, as if an earthquake had struck, unleashing a torrent of unsavory shouts. The doors burst open, and the golden-haired girl darted out, pursued by a horde of men wielding wooden sticks and benches. "Ian, run!" With a loud crash, the transformation technique wore off. The golden-haired girl instantaneously morphed into a mature woman, her ample bosom swaying vigorously as she sprinted. Even after years of training under Tsunade, Ian felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of the throng brandishing sticks behind her. She fled without a second thought. 10 minutes later, in a secluded alley, Ian and Tsunade leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat. "Lady Tsunade, how much do you owe this time?" Ian asked weakly. "Not much. This time luck was on my side. I only owe 10 million Rio," Tsunade replied with a satisfied smile. "Only 10 million Rio?" Ian's lips twitched slightly. "But, Lady Tsunade, we currently have only 1,000 Rio left." With each new locale, the dormant gambling spirit within Tsunade awakened, leading to catastrophic losses. The legendary reputation of the Great Cash Cow had spread throughout the ninja world, resonating even louder in some places than the names of the legendary three. Subsequently, bounty notices for Tsunade were posted across various casinos. In her quest to gamble normally, Tsunade had assumed countless guises: innocent girl, alluring woman, the girl next door. Yet, despite her efforts, the likelihood of being recognized upon entering a casino remained high. Having finally arrived at this new location, she found herself in a predicament. Alas, Ian thought, feeling overwhelmed. With only 1,000 Rio left, how would they survive? Could it be that I must allow them? Just then, Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke coldly. "Show yourself." Whoosh. A shadow darted from the adjacent street, kneeling before Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade." She scrutinized the ninja before her, recognizing the distinctive uniform and mask, immediately discerning their identity. "The Umbu. Did the old man send you to find me? I can't believe that even after hiding here, you managed to discover my whereabouts." Tsunade's voice carried a hint of surprise. She was well aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been dispatching ninjas to search for her. For years, she had been evading him. It was astonishing that after such a long game of hide and seek, she was found today. "Lady Tsunade, you may not be aware of the grave changes that have transpired in Konoha. Your return is urgently needed to restore order." The half-kneeling Umbu's expression was complex. "The third Hokage has dispatched half of the Umbu to locate you in Jiraiya-sama." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face turned to one of shock. The old man had sent out half of the Umbu to search for them. What could have happened to prompt such an urgent search? For years, she had been living in seclusion, detached from the news of Konoha, and it had been a long time since she had heard any intelligence from the village. The Umbu's expression grew serious as he began to recount the events. "What on earth? The Uchiha disaster has emerged? And they have killed Danzo?" Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, in a hot spring somewhere in the land of fire, a pair of squinting eyes peered through a hole in the wall, secretly spying on the beautiful scenery within. Inspiration! 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 This is all inspiration. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together eagerly, saliva pooling on the ground. Suddenly, an awkward voice broke the tranquility from behind him. "Jiraiya-sama." The moment he heard the voice, Jiraiya felt a chill run through him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Turning around, he was met with a masked face, scratching their head in confusion. Their gazes locked, and an overwhelming awkwardness ensued. "What is social death?" "Jiraiya-sama, were you just?" the Umbu asked, puzzled. "Inspiration. I was seeking inspiration for a new book." Jiraiya swiftly turned, positioning his back firmly against the hole in the wall, speaking with utmost conviction, though panic surged within him. "Damn it, where did this guy come from? If this gets back to Konoha, my reputation will be utterly ruined." "Oh, it appears you are in search of inspiration. I initially thought you were indulging in clandestine activities." Before the words of the shadowy figure could fully escape his lips, a dark silhouette darted forth like an arrow, swiftly covering his mouth while anxiously surveying the surroundings. Can one truly label the pursuits of a writer as voyeurism? This is merely the quest for inspiration. Do you comprehend? The shadowy figure, eyes wide with alarm, nodded repeatedly in understanding. "That is reassuring." Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief. "That was close. My reputation has been preserved. The young maiden shall no longer worry about my being a lecher." Suddenly, a voice tinged with surprise pierced the air, leaving Jiraiya momentarily frozen in disbelief. "Lord Jiraiya, is that you? I have finally located you." "Hyuga, were you the first to discover Lord Jiraiya? Why did you not report to us?" "Oh, this appears to be a hot spring establishment. What are those holes in the wall?" Surely, Lord Jiraiya is not indulging in voyeurism yet again? A group of suddenly appeared operatives began to chatter among themselves. Their voices carried through the walls, reaching the bathing area beyond. After a brief pause, a cacophony of panicked cries erupted from behind the wall, comprised of young women. A peeping Tom. There is a lecher spying on us. It is that old man with white hair. He has returned. Their shouts echoed through the hot springs roof, resonating in the surrounding air, causing birds in the nearby trees to take flight in fright. Jiraiya wore an expression of utter despair, akin to a brick toppled over, collapsing backward. He watched the startled birds ascend into the sky, murmuring in a daze. The maidens are gone. Inspiration has fled. Chapter 80. Naruto. If you don't want tentacles, don't provoke me. My elder brother is from the Uchiha clan of the future. After many years away, Tsunade returned to Konoha. Gazing upon the village that felt both familiar and foreign, engulfed in profound melancholy. It seemed the last time she returned was a lifetime ago. Memories long buried, akin to dusted-off old photographs, began to resurface gradually. Having been away from the village for so long, Tsunade never anticipated returning in such a manner. If one were to inquire as to why, it would be due to the overwhelming debt she incurred, promised to be repaid by Hiruzen Sarutobi upon her return. Whether the promise holds true remains uncertain. Tsunade wore a skeptical expression. The debts she owed were not trivial sums. Even she had lost track of the exact figures. Yet, it is certain that even if Hiruzen Sarutobi wished to settle the debts, it would require significant financial sacrifice. It can be said that he has invested heavily to entice her return. Not only him, but it is rumored that Jiraiya has also sought her out. Who knows if that is genuine? Shizen, let us depart. The old man is likely growing impatient. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, striding confidently toward the Hokage's office alongside Shizen. She was filled with a multitude of questions. The recent events in Konoha had been merely summarized by the Umbu. To uncover more, she needed to seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen anxiously awaited news, pacing back and forth with a cigarette clutched between his teeth. The return of Tsunade and Jiraiya to the village was of utmost importance. Konoha was currently in disarray and desperately needed someone to take charge. With Orochimaru's defection, the remaining Sanin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya possessed the reputation and strength to shoulder this responsibility. Moreover, Tsunade's unique status could potentially yield significant advantages in certain situations. At that moment, an Umbu operative suddenly appeared to report, Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade has returned to the village and is on her way here. A wave of relief washed over Hiruzen. Excellent. Please summon Tonton, Shizen, and the others immediately. 10 minutes later, in the Hokage's conference room, Tsunade leaned back in her chair at the meeting table, casting an irritated glance at Shizun and the others. Old man, what's the rush? You want me to attend a meeting right after my return? Hiruzen's expression was somewhat awkward. Tsunade, the situation is quite urgent. We had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Rest assured, the remuneration I promised will remain intact. Tsunade's demeanor softened slightly. I assume that upon your return, you have already heard about the recent troubles the village has faced? Shizen, seated beside Hiruzen, spoke gravely. Uchiha's future emerges. Danzo has met his demise. Konoha is now in dire need of a ninja of Tsunade's unique status and identity. I have heard this, yet concurrently, I have come across other intriguing tidings. Tsunade surveyed the individuals before her, her gaze tinged with a hint of indifferent coldness. Danzo conducted human experiments utilizing my grandfather's cells, creating an arm nearly composed entirely of my grandfather's cells, filled with the plundered Sharingan eyes. Is this assertion true? Tsunade's voice resonated powerfully, echoing within the empty conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence, while the nearby Tsunade's allies, Nara Shikamaru and Mito Gaiden, wore expressions of discomfort, despite their efforts to suppress the news. How could Tsunade be aware of it? Noticing the confusion in their eyes, Tsunade couldn't help but roll hers. Such matters had spread wildly throughout the streets of Konoha. Absurd rumors, such as Danzo having Sharingan concealed within his pants or hidden beneath the bandages on his forehead, were easily dismissed by her. Nonetheless, this information was profoundly shocking. As the village's Hokage, Tsunade held a position only second to the Hokage. To engage in such clandestine activities, especially utilizing her grandfather's cells, was utterly unfathomable. It appears this news is indeed authentic. Tsunade crossed her arms and gazed coolly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. If it were false, given the nature of the old man and Tsunade's companions, they would have promptly refuted it, rather than remaining silent as they currently were. The situation is far more intricate than you perceive. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, a look of complexity etched upon his face. "Old man, spare me your theatrics." Tsunade regarded him with indifference. She could never forgive the utilization of her deceased grandfather's cells for human experimentation, particularly on the villagers of Konoha. Danzo's demise is of no consequence. From this perspective, Uchiha's future has indeed rendered a service. Tsunade, the village now finds itself ensnared in a colossal crisis. I believe you understand that since Uchiha's emergence, the equilibrium between the Uchiha clan and the village has been irrevocably disrupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at Tsunade. "Tsunade, you would not wish for the village you hold dear to be obliterated, would you? Even though you have evaded me these years, upon hearing of the village's plight, you returned without hesitation. Only you possess the power to salvage Konoha now." A complex emotion flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Konoha is the culmination of her grandfather Shinja Hashirama's labor, the place of her birth and upbringing. Despite the multitude of painful memories it harbors, she cannot bear to witness Konoha's collapse. "Speak. What is it that you wish for me to do?" Tsunade's tone softened slightly. The daimyo's mansion. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at her in a secluded training ground of Konoha. Upon returning to the village, Jiraiya chose not to visit the Hokage's office like Tsunade, instead wandering his way to this spot. There, he beheld a solitary, youthful silhouette ambling under the setting sun, casting an elongated shadow. It was Naruto, the son of his disciple Minato. A wave of emotion struck Jiraiya. His nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation as his eyes involuntarily welled with tears. Throughout his years of wandering, every mention of Naruto in his letters prompted responses from Hiruzen that all was well, that Naruto was thriving. Yet, upon his return, the whispers surrounding Naruto's life echoed from the shadows of those who watched over him. Alongside the rumors of the Nine Tails, stirred a deep-seated turmoil within him. He sought out Naruto's figure with an urgency born of regret. As Naruto strolled alone, he was suddenly confronted by a group of children approaching from the opposite direction. Jiraiya's heart sank. He had heard countless tales of Naruto being bullied. An instinctive urge to rush forward surged within him. However, in the next heartbeat, he froze. "The cursed Nine Tails. Flee at once. Do not approach. It will grow tentacles." In the blink of an eye, the children fled in a frenzy. "TCH. How dull. A bunch of cowards." Naruto scoffed, his hands shoved into his pockets as he disdainfully kicked a stone that struck one child squarely in the rear, sending him tumbling down. The child's mother rushed over, scooping him up and retreating in haste without a backward glance. The street fell into an eerie silence. Jiraiya, who had been poised to intervene, stood in shock. What on earth? This was not at all as he had envisioned. With his hands still in his pockets and an air of bravado, Naruto continued his leisurely stroll until he caught sight of the bewildered Jiraiya. Well, Naruto made a silly face, attempting to scare him away. Jiraiya remained unfazed. "My brother is Uchiha's future. You wouldn't want to sprout tentacles, would you?" Naruto rolled his eyes and contorted his face into another grotesque expression. Jiraiya was left speechless. What on earth? The name of Uchiha's future has faltered for the first time? Is there still anyone in this world unafraid of Uchiha's future? 10 minutes later, at Ichiraku Ramen. With a splatter, Naruto spun around with his bowl of ramen, broth splattering across the table. Jiraiya watched this scene with affectionate eyes. "One more bowl," Naruto proclaimed gallantly as the bowls beside him piled up to half his height. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words to inquire, "Naruto, why do you refer to Uchiha's future as your elder brother? Isn't Uchiha Mirai the Uchiha who brings calamity? Countless ninjas perished at his hands during the Third Great Ninja War." Jiraiya harbors deep concerns that Naruto might be led astray by Uchiha Mirai. However, from what he just witnessed, it appears that concern has indeed materialized. "Ah, that." Naruto swallowed the ramen in his mouth and laughed heartily, declaring, "Uchiha Mirai is undoubtedly my elder brother. He is the kindest person in the village to me." The phrase "the kindest person to you" left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. This was vastly different from the intelligence he had received. After Uchiha Mirai emerged, did he not inflict unimaginable damage upon Konoha? The reason the old man urgently summoned him back was to confront the threat posed by Uchiha Mirai. Yet, what Naruto articulated starkly contrasted with the old man's sentiments. "Mirai is the best," Naruto exclaimed, passionately recounting every moment spent with Uchiha Mirai. As he listened, Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen had tasked him with addressing the threat of Uchiha Mirai. How could it be that their perceptions of this individual were so utterly divergent? The future of the Uchiha clan, is it destined for goodness or malevolence? Jiraiya found himself ensnared in profound confusion for the first time. Chapter 81, Jiraiya. I am overjoyed to see you return. Oh, perhaps you are celebrating prematurely. For Jiraiya, Naruto represents one of the most significant individuals in this world. Their reunion, after so many years, evoked a bittersweet sensation at the tip of his nose, compelling him to feign unfamiliarity. Naruto's identity as the son of the Hokage had been shrouded in secrecy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, out of respect for the significance of the Jinchuriki, concealed Naruto's true identity. Apart from a select few high-ranking officials, the villagers and shinobi remained oblivious to the fact that Naruto was the offspring of the fourth Hokage. Otherwise, how could the villagers dare to torment him? After all, he is the son of a hero. Jiraiya had previously questioned and protested. Yet during his prolonged absence from the village, he could only glean information about Naruto's situation through Hiruzen. The responses he received were invariably reassuring. Naruto is doing well. You need not worry. After all, I am here. How could I allow Minato's son to suffer? Thus, throughout his years of wandering, Jiraiya genuinely believed that Naruto was thriving. After all, his mentor, Hiruzen, had no reason to deceive him regarding such matters. However, upon returning to the village and hearing the various rumors, coupled with the scenes he witnessed firsthand, doubt began to seep into his mind. Observing Naruto voraciously devouring ramen, a surge of anger welled within Jiraiya. Minato had left behind a considerable inheritance. Why could Naruto not even afford ramen? Where had Minato's legacy vanished? Hey, what's the matter? Naruto, while savoring his meal, noticed Jiraiya's unusual demeanor and looked up with curious blue eyes. It's nothing, Jiraiya managed to force a smile. Naruto remained unaware of his true identity in his eyes. Jiraiya was merely a kind-hearted uncle. Soon, with his hunger satiated and a contented burp escaping him, Naruto patted his round belly. This is delightful. I haven't eaten so well in ages. Uncle, thank you so much. He raised his thumb in appreciation towards Jiraiya. With your financial generosity, I acknowledge you. I shall deem you my second-best person, right after future brother. A slight twitch appeared at the corners of Jiraiya's mouth. Whose manner of speaking does he emulate? The unmistakable flavor of Uchiha wafted through the air. Jiraiya sighed. On one hand, he felt grateful for Uchiha Future's care for Naruto. On the other, the unique status of Uchiha Future meant that he could not regard him with a tranquil heart. The old man had urgently summoned him back to the village to discuss strategies for dealing with Uchiha Future. However, such matters must remain unknown to Naruto. A complex expression re-emerged in Jiraiya's eyes. In Naruto's perspective, Uchiha was undoubtedly the most cherished individual in his life. After accompanying Naruto to finish his ramen, Jiraiya proceeded to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having concluded his meeting with Tsunade, sat at the Hokage's desk, contemplating while biting on his cigarette. The mission had already been entrusted to Tsunade. To guarantee absolute security, he even dispatched Umbu to relay messages to Asuma, who was far away at the daimyo's residence. Tsunade, being personally appointed by the daimyo, was his favorite choice. Asuma, being his son and one of the 12 guardians of the daimyo. They should be able to work in tandem without significant issues. With this thought, the tightly furrowed brows of Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed slightly. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office was abruptly thrust open. This forceful action momentarily reminded Hiruzen of his old friend Danzo, who used to enter the office with similar arrogance. Yet now, Danzo's grave had long since grown tall with grass. Who could it be this time? Upon seeing the figure that entered, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, soon revealing a hint of delight in his eyes. Jiraiya? I am truly glad you could return. Perhaps your joy is premature. Jiraiya replied sternly, showing no warmth towards Hiruzen as he moved a chair and sat down directly. Old man, I have some inquiries to make. Hiruzen was taken aback. This was not characteristic of Jiraiya. It's about Minato's son. Jiraiya fixed his gaze unwaveringly into Hiruzen's eyes. Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. Does Jiraiya already know? He took a drag from his cigarette, allowing the smoke to rise as he sighed. Jiraiya, this matter is not as simple as you imagine. Do not waste my time with those platitudes. Jiraiya interrupted mercilessly. In your letters, you have consistently sworn to me that Naruto is living quite well. Yet, what is the reality? Minato left behind a considerable legacy. Why is Naruto still living in such hardship? Hiruzen fell silent. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. After the Night of the Nine Tails, the village suffered immense devastation, and compensation was needed for the families of the fallen ninjas, fulfilling a long-held wish of Minato. So, Naruto's well-being was sacrificed for this? Jiraiya's fingers clenched slightly, filled with fury. Naruto is the son of a hero. If he hadn't returned today, Hiruzen would have continued to deceive him for who knows how long. That deceiver. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, as silence was his most eloquent response. He understood Jiraiya's temperament well. Once the latter had vented his emotions, he would naturally return to a state of tranquility. The village was his truest passion, and he would sacrifice everything for its sake. Additionally, I was taken aback by an unexpected revelation. Jiraiya cast a cold glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have heard that you often neglect Naruto, while Uchiha Sasuke occasionally comes to his aid. In Naruto's eyes, it is Uchiha Sasuke who truly cares for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened abruptly. He was perplexed as to how Jiraiya had come by such information. Jiraiya, this is undoubtedly Uchiha's scheme. You must not be deceived. Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed inwardly, wishing to rend Uchiha Sasuke asunder. Had he harbored such intentions from the outset of his interactions with Naruto? The words of the second Hokage rang true indeed. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. In their attempts to sow discord between Jiraiya and me, they audaciously sought to get close to Naruto. Uchiha clan territory. The residence of the clan leader. Uchiha Mirai leisurely savored the tea in his hand. Recently, little Itachi's tea brewing skills had improved remarkably, to the point that he had developed a discerning palate for tea. Ordinary green tea no longer sufficed for him. Brother Mirai. A subordinate reported, Jiraiya and Tsunade have returned to Konoha and have both proceeded to the Hokage's office. It is uncertain what they are conspiring about. Uchiha Itachi stood respectfully to the side, delivering his report. Understood. Uchiha's expression remained unperturbed as he leisurely sipped his tea, while the canary in the nearby cage curiously darted its eyes around, taking in its surroundings with unending fascination. Considering the future of the Uchiha clan, should a theater troupe be established in the Uchiha territory? In moments of leisure, one could indulge in the melodies of the performance. Itachi Uchiha was somewhat taken aback. Brother, are you not at all concerned? Tsunade and Jiraiya have been away from the village for quite some time. At this juncture, what do you think will happen? Uchiha Mirai calmly set down his teacup. Little Itachi, do not panic when faced with challenges. The current Uchiha clan is not one that can be easily provoked. Danzo's grave is already overgrown with grass. Should they act recklessly, it would merely present us with an opportunity to strike. Uchiha Itachi nodded with an air of ambiguous understanding. Moreover, Uchiha Future gazed out of the window with a faint smile. Would the legendary three ninjas truly stand unwaveringly by Sarutobi Hiruzen's side? Naruto was almost on the verge of transforming into his likeness. What would Jiraiya think if he were to witness this? Without the support of the legendary three, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely lose the hearts of the villagers entirely. At that point, whether he could maintain his position as Hokage would no longer be within his control. The head of the Uchiha clan also serves as the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. What a title that is! Chapter 82. The Decision of the Daimyo of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire. The daimyo's residence. An opulent and splendid mansion. Its sandalwood beams intricately carved with elaborate patterns, exuding an air of nobility that is far beyond the reach of ordinary households. At this moment, a ninja stands before the grand entrance of this magnificent dwelling, his expression a picture of profound discontent as he stares at the scroll in his hand. Such a grim countenance raises suspicions that he may have consumed something foul for lunch. Has the old man lost his mind? He actually wants me to seduce the daimyo? After holding back for a long time, Asuma finally let out a curse. Reflecting on his past, this could very well be one of the most absurd experiences he has ever encountered. The daimyo, someone he could persuade? The 12 guardian ninja. To put it bluntly, they are merely the daimyo's bodyguards. He is acutely aware of the daimyo's obstinate temperament. Someone who has grown accustomed to a life of privilege is unlikely to heed the grievances of those beneath him, let alone dealing with matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Asuma could only feel a throbbing headache. Habitually, he lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. As the smoke enveloped him, Asuma's anxiety gradually began to dissipate. Danzo, the leader of the root, has met an inexplicable demise. Such a suffocating end. The future of Uchiha is truly terrifying. A village leader, ruthless in his actions, strikes without mercy. Such a formidable ninja leaves few willing to stand against him. Countless shinobi perished at his hands during the Third Great Ninja War, while those who survived often bore the scars of their encounters. Alas, he is the son of the Hokage, the rightful heir of Konoha, with roots deeply entrenched in the village's legacy. The Uchiha clan has turned the tide, yet he finds no fortune in this upheaval. How can I refrain from plunging into these murky waters? Halfway through his cigarette, Asuma, lacking the desire to continue, tossed it to the ground, and stomped on it with fervor. The sole source of his solace was the impending arrival of Tsunade. The old man had already mentioned her return to the village in his correspondence. Tsunade, the esteemed Sanin, had been personally appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Should she intervene, there might still be a glimmer of hope in the situation. In the days that followed, Asuma carefully gauged the daimyo's sentiments while awaiting Tsunade's arrival. The journey from the Hidden Leaf Village to the capital was not to be taken lightly. If he could discern the daimyo's intentions, Tsunade's task could be rendered significantly easier. Yet, despite being the son of the Hokage, he was met with little favor from the daimyo. Not only was he rebuffed, but a sense of deep frustration also settled in his heart. It was ironic that as the Hokage's son, he bore the brunt of his father's misfortunes. While others lamented their paternal burdens, he felt the weight of his father's failures. Particularly infuriating was the mention in the old man's letter of a new adopted son, named Tenzo. This revelation ignited Asuma's ire. At long last, after several days of anxious waiting, the day of Tsunade's arrival finally dawned. "Lady Tsunade, you have finally come," Asuma exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief as he approached her and the accompanying ninja. "Asuma, what troubles you? You look utterly miserable," Tsunade remarked with an eye roll. Having just arrived at the daimyo's estate, she was taken aback by his dismal demeanor. One might think he was mourning a loss. "Lady Tsunade, this matter rests solely in your hands," Asuma confessed, his heart heavy with the pressure of his father's stern tone in the letter. Success was imperative. Failure was not an option. Anxiety gripped him. With the fall of the Hokage, his own days of comfort were swiftly coming to an end. The threat posed by the Uchiha clan must be eradicated. Within the entirety of Konohagakure, there exists no one closer to the esteemed lord than Tsunade. After all, Princess Tsunade has been personally appointed by the feudal lord. In the lord's residence, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire reclined leisurely on his bed, fanning himself with a palm leaf while two beautiful maidens took turns feeding him peeled grapes. "My lord, a messenger from Konoha has arrived," a servant rushed in to report. "Refuse them," the lord replied curtly. These past few days, Asuma had been a persistent annoyance, and he yearned for some peace and quiet. "It's led by Princess Tsunade," the servant added. The feudal lord's eyes brightened instantly. "Quickly, invite Princess Tsunade in." Approximately 5 minutes later, upon the entrance of Tsunade, the feudal lord joyfully opened his arms to greet her. "My beloved Princess Tsunade, you have finally come to see me. How long has it been since your last visit?" The feudal lord could not recall the exact duration. It seemed like ages since her last appearance. "My lord, I have come with an important mission," Tsunade stated, her expression a mix of complexity. "Huh?" The feudal lord was taken aback. After listening to Tsunade's account, the feudal lord's expression became increasingly troubled. This matter is rather complicated. Although he was not a ninja and did not engage in their battles, he had certainly heard of the calamity that is Uchiha. It was said that this individual wielded a peculiar bloodline ability that could unleash a bizarre toxin, causing grotesque mutations. If only there were a way to persuade the Uchiha to temper their actions. Tsunade gazed at the feudal lord with anticipation, her intentions remarkably straightforward. After the emergence of Uchiha's future, the equilibrium of the Uchiha clan has been disrupted, coupled with Danzo's demise. There exists little means to restrain the ascent of the Uchiha within the village. However, the daimyo stands apart. His stature transcends that of the ninja villages. He is the most powerful figure in the Land of Fire. The distribution of resources and the undertaking of significant missions in the Land of Fire necessitate his approval. Given his influence, it would not be impossible for him to apply a modicum of pressure on the Uchiha clan. Yet, from the daimyo's perspective, offending Uchiha's future is undoubtedly not a prudent course of action. He has encountered Danzo before, the terrifying figure whose malevolent gaze could instill trepidation in anyone. Even the mere sensation of being scrutinized by him would send shivers down one's spine. Such a ruthless individual has been slain by Uchiha's future. The grass on his grave must be 2 meters high by now. However, this marks the first instance of Tsunade seeking his assistance. To refuse outright would be unwise. The daimyo's eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. With a beaming smile, he waved his fan. "Do not worry, Tsunade. This matter will be entrusted to me." "What do you intend to do, my lord?" Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I have my methods," the daimyo replied, a glimmer of cunning evident in his smile. He had harbored dissatisfaction with the rakeage due to the previous incidents involving the Cloud Village. Such a splendid opportunity to divert trouble should not be squandered. In the previous narrative, the abrupt elimination of Danzo for the sake of excitement rendered subsequent developments rather challenging, lacking intention. However, rest assured, We are on the brink of a climax that promises to be exhilarating. Chapter 83. The calamity flows backward like contaminated water. Tsunade felt a twinge of apprehension. The daimyo's fervent demeanor instilled a flicker of doubt within her. Uchiha Future, the harbinger of calamity, is shrouded in ominous rumors. Countless shinobi perished at his hands during the Third War, while those who survived found their bodies grotesquely altered, sprouting bizarre appendages. When the war erupted, she was afflicted with hemophobia, rendering her unable to engage directly in battle, thus relegating her to the rear, where she commanded the medical ninjas. It was there that she bore witness to the sheer horror of Uchiha Future. The terrifying toxins he unleashed showed no distinction between friend and foe, with some of Konoha's shinobi succumbing to infection due to their proximity. Tsunade had never encountered such a horrifying spectacle. It was as if the figures before her were not shinobi, but grotesque humanoid creatures, their skin putrefying and hair matted with flesh and blood, continually falling away. During the Second War, she had faced Chiyo of Sunagakure multiple times, a rare master of poisons within the shinobi world. Yet, her toxins seemed utterly feeble in comparison to those wielded by Uchiha Future. This was a form of toxin that attacked at a microscopic level. What piqued Tsunade's curiosity, however, was the peculiar fact that the majority of those inadvertently harmed were from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Surely, it must be mere coincidence. As her memories began to fade, Tsunade took a deep breath, clearing her mind of distractions, and focused intently on the daimyo before her. Daimyo, I entrust this matter to you. Tsunade's thoughts were resolutely simple. The formidable rise of the Uchiha clan has disrupted the equilibrium of the village. The daimyo, being the most esteemed individual of the Land of Fire, wields control over its resources and authority. Balancing the interests of the Uchiha and the village should not pose a challenge for him. She vividly recalls the sigh of Sarutobi Hiruzen before his departure. Tsunade, I have never asked anything of anyone in my life. This time, consider it a plea from me. Save Konoha. Tsunade was deeply moved by that scene. Throughout these years of wandering, has she truly become indifferent to the village? Not at all. She is simply overwhelmed with disappointment. Kato, SHJ, Orochimaru, one by one, those dear to her have departed. Hiruzen's inaction and the village's indifference and darkness have shattered her heart. Her years of gambling have been a form of self-healing, perhaps. Now, the village stands on the brink of peril. To remain a mere bystander is beyond her capacity. Fear not, Hokage, she reassured. Since I have already promised you, I shall see it through. The daimyo smiled amiably, fanning herself with a palm leaf, concealing a hint of profundity in her gaze. Tsunade was oblivious to it, lacking the inclination to notice. That is well, I entrust this to you. The heavy stone that weighed on her heart gradually lifted with the daimyo's assurance. In the land of lightning, within the daimyo's residence, the daimyo reclined in a plush chair, attended by two maidservants kneeling beside him, dutifully massaging his thighs. This indulgent display elicited creaking sounds from the street lamps outside, as if something essential were amiss. The daimyo of the Land of Fire invites me to a gathering of the daimyos? The daimyo of the Land of Lightning's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the letter presented by his subordinates. Such gatherings occur several times a year, after all. Born into nobility, they command the highest echelons of wealth in this world. Their activities revolve solely around feasting and revelry. However, typically, invitations for such gatherings are issued a week or two in advance. This time, the gathering organized by the Land of Fire's daimyo is set to occur in just a few days. What is this fellow from the Land of Fire scheming? The daimyo of the Land of Thunder languidly fanned himself with a palm leaf fan. It was merely a gathering, a simple diversion. Recently fatigued, he thought it would be quite pleasant to visit the opulent estate of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the most luxurious among the 5 great nations. After all, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had extended invitations not only to him, but also to the daimyos of the Wind, Earth, and other nations. At the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire, the royal palace was adorned with a splendid long table laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Among these were various marine fish, their peculiar appearances raising suspicions of their origins, as if they had thrived in contaminated waters. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks, savoring it slowly. The delightful flavor burst in his mouth. Who would have thought that among us, it is the daimyo of the Land of Fire who truly knows how to indulge? I have never tasted such delectable fish before. As long as it is enjoyable, that is what matters. This seafood was imported at a considerable cost from the Land of Water. The daimyo of the Land of Fire smiled, fanning himself with glee. The other daimyos, intrigued by his words, eagerly sampled the fish. This is undoubtedly the finest seafood I have ever encountered. I am envious of you all, unlike my own management of the Land of Wind, which has fallen into such dire straits. The daimyo of the Land of Wind unabashedly praised. Unlike the others, the Land of Wind was situated in a desert. Here, not only marine fish, but even ordinary fish were a rarity. Haha, it is we who envy you. The sand-hidden village thrives under your governance, unlike us, who can hardly find peace, remarked the daimyo of the Land of Fire, still smiling. The daimyo of the Land of Wind was known to be quite ruthless, cutting off funding without hesitation, leaving the sand-hidden village in dire poverty. Had it not been for the resourcefulness of the past few generations of Wind Shadows, who traded gold for necessities, life in the sand-hidden village would have been even more dismal. Under the stern guidance of the daimyo of the Land of Wind, the sand-hidden village suffered in silence, compelled to rely on their lord. I have heard that the cloud-hidden village seems to have recently suffered a significant loss. The expression on the daimyo of the Land of Fire remained unchanged, yet his smiling gaze shifted toward the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. The latter's countenance stiffened slightly. Indeed, it appears that even a hospital has been sealed, resulting in the demise of numerous ninjas. Ultimately, they had to swallow their pride, which is rather uncharacteristic of the Land of Thunder's usual demeanor. The daimyo of the Land of Earth, relishing in the drama, fanned the flames of intrigue, gazing at the daimyo of the Land of Thunder with a smile. The rock-hidden village and the cloud-hidden village were nearly sworn enemies. Every conflict between the two ninja villages was tantamount to a financial contest between their respective daimyos, now presented with an opportunity to exploit their rival's misfortune. How could he possibly let such a splendid chance slip away? The daimyo of the Land of Fire subtly curved the corners of his mouth. The daimyos are not a monolithic entity. These individuals, who usually exchange friendly smiles, harbor unknown depths of malice behind their backs. It is uncertain how many times these five have secretly vied against one another. I trust you are not still ignorant of this matter? The daimyo of the Land of Wind grinned as he regarded the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The latter's cheeks twitched slightly, a surge of inexplicable fury rising within him. What should have been a pleasant meal had abruptly transformed into a gathering mocking him. He had previously intervened in matters concerning the Hidden Cloud Village and the Uchiha's future, only to have Reikage AI reject his counsel. The rationale was that mobilizing troops would not serve the interests of the Hidden Cloud Village. Allowing the Uchiha and Konoha to engage in conflict would be far more beneficial to them. He cared little for the interests of the Hidden Cloud Village. As the highest-ranking daimyo of his nation, he sought dignity and respect. The humiliation of his own shinobi village at the hands of Konoha left him feeling utterly disgraced, tarnishing his reputation among the daimyos. This left him, who had always lived a life of privilege, feeling immensely stifled. I shall not partake in this meal any longer. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning cast aside his chopsticks, his expression darkening as he turned his back on the other daimyos and departed. What a petty display! Such a lack of magnanimity! The remaining daimyos gazed at his retreating figure with amused expressions. The daimyo of the Land of Fire fanned himself, the mirth in his eyes deepening. He understood the temperament of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning all too well, fiery, much like the shinobi of the Land of Clouds. His village-esque grievances had already left a sour taste in his mouth. With just a little provocation, this pent-up frustration would surely erupt. The humiliation suffered at today's banquet would undoubtedly be projected onto the Hidden Cloud Village. Surely the funds for the Hidden Cloud Village had yet to be dispersed this year? This calamity was about to be unleashed. Upon returning to his residence, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning remained seething with indignation. How dare they treat me as a jest? As the highest authority in the shinobi world, he had never endured such humiliation. Even though those who mocked him shared the same status, he could not tolerate it. Those idle individuals from the Hidden Cloud Village. I have invested so much in their upkeep, yet they prove utterly useless when it truly matters. No, today's events cannot simply be overlooked. As the daimyo of the Land of Lightning regained his composure, a plan began to form in his mind. Since it was his own Hidden Cloud Village that had lost face, they must be the ones to restore it. Summon someone at once. Dispatch a messenger to the Hidden Cloud Village immediately. In the Hidden Cloud Village, within the Lightning Shadow Chamber, the fourth Reikage A engaged in his workout, effortlessly lifting weights that seemed as light as feathers in his grasp. Unlike the other major ninja villages, the Lightning Shadow Chamber resembled a compact gym, replete with an array of fitness equipment, predominantly featuring dumbbells that lined one side of the room. At that moment, a ninja burst in, flustered. Lord Reikage, a messenger seeks an audience with you. Refuse him. Can't you see I am in the midst of training? A replied, continuing his regimen, indifferent to the ninja's report. It is a messenger from the daimyo. With a resounding crash, a massive dumbbell slipped from A's grip, creating a sizable dent in the wooden floor. The daimyo? A's expression shifted slightly, intrigued. What would the daimyo want with me? 10 minutes later, in the lightning shadow chamber, A glared at the open letter on his desk. His countenance dark, as if he had just swallowed a cup of nuclear waste. Todai, what is your perspective on this? A inquired, glancing at the middle-aged man standing beside him. The man, adorned with a black crown and a pirate-like eye patch over his left eye, appeared somber. He was Todai, a courtier of the Hidden Cloud Village, equivalent to the Hokage's advisor in Konoha. The sudden directive from the daimyo for us to take action against the Uchiha clan is likely more complex than it appears, Todai pondered aloud. Indeed. I too am curious why the daimyo has chosen this moment to target the Uchiha. Wasn't the previous matter resolved? Amused, his brow furrowing as he regarded the letter on the desk. Recently, the Uchiha clan had re-emerged just as a delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village was dispatched to Konoha. Uchiha Future ultimately annihilated the envoy he dispatched. This incident incited considerable upheaval within the ninja world. The assassination of an envoy sent by a major ninja village is an unequivocal provocation that cannot be tolerated, leaving little recourse but to declare war. He exerted pressure with the expectation that Konoha would surrender Uchiha Future. Indeed, Konoha acquiesced to this demand. However, the unfolding of events surpassed his expectations. The Uchiha clan is poised for a powerful resurgence, compelling Sarutobi Hiruzen to acquiesce. Subsequently, he dispatched the Jonin Asamu to the Uchiha territory to seek an explanation. Consequently, a hospital in the Hidden Cloud Village was sealed off. The feudal lord of the Land of Lightning expressed vehement protest regarding this matter. Ultimately, he stood firm against opposing opinions and suppressed the incident. Engaging in warfare with Konoha was not a prudent course of action, nor was confronting the calamity that is Uchiha Future. The most judicious strategy would be to allow them to engage in mutual conflict, while the Hidden Cloud Village observed from a distance. The final outcome indeed unfolded as such. Danzo met his end, slain by a colossal 40-meter blade wielded by Uchiha Future. It is rumored that the Uchiha clan plans to construct a bridge in his honor, named the Danzo Bridge. Upon reflection, more than a month has elapsed since these events. Why has the feudal lord suddenly become incensed? AI, how do you intend to respond? Tuchikage regarded AI with earnestness. This year's funding for the Hidden Cloud Village has yet to be requested from the feudal lord. If this incident were to provoke his ire, it would be disadvantageous. The Hidden Cloud Village found itself in a predicament. Tuchikage was curious about AI's approach to the situation. The feudal lord's stance was exceedingly rigid. One could not afford to offend him over this matter. AI's gaze flickered momentarily. As for Uchiha Future, the calamity that he represents is not to be underestimated. AI found himself in a state of indecision. I perceive that this matter may not be as difficult to resolve as it seems. Tuchikage replied with a calm smile. Oh. AI looked at him in surprise. The crux of the issue lies with Uchiha Future, the clan leader of the Uchiha family, under whose guidance the clan has gradually overshadowed the Hokage lineage. Furthermore, not long ago, he publicly executed Danzo, in this ninja world, who harbors the deepest desire for his demise. After a brief contemplation, AI exclaimed, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Undoubtedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the individual who most fervently wishes for Uchiha Future's downfall. Under the leadership of Uchiha Future, the Uchiha clan has become a formidable threat to the rule of the Hokage. Moreover, his old friend Danzo was slain by Uchiha Future himself. Despite his overwhelming dominance, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself powerless to counter this challenge. This deep-seated animosity must surely be buried within him. What if we were to join forces with Sarutobi Hiruzen to eliminate Uchiha Future? Tobarama's eyes narrowed slightly. AI inhaled deeply, feeling as though the fog before him had suddenly dissipated. Truly remarkable, Tobarama. During the reign of his father, the third Reikage, Tobarama had been a loyal vassal of the Hidden Cloud Village, strategizing for its advancement. Many years have passed, yet Tobarama's capabilities remain undiminished. Adeptly identifying the crux of the matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the Hokage faction that supports him, shares a common interest. The Uchiha clan's future remains impervious to demise. These individuals may very well find themselves sleepless throughout the night. It is entirely plausible to unite against the Uchiha and eliminate their future. Furthermore, once the Uchiha's future meets its end, the Uchiha clan is destined to revolt, and when that time comes, Konoha will suffer significant losses in its efforts to suppress the Uchiha. Yet, they find themselves with no alternative. The Uchiha clan, under his guidance, flourishes endlessly. while Konoha slowly embarks on a path of self-destruction. With the demise of Uchiha future, even in the event of Uchiha uprising, the threat posed by a leaderless Uchiha clan is significantly diminished. Regardless of the scenario, this development is nearly entirely advantageous for the Hidden Cloud Village. Let this matter be entrusted to Yumi, a delighted AI remarked. Yumi is the perfect Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, adeptly harnessing the powers of the two tails. Furthermore, her abilities are exceptionally suited for assassination. Although Uchiha's future is formidable, he has never once engaged in combat with a Jinchuriki during the Third Great Ninja War. Could it be that he is still a Jinchuriki himself? This time, the advantage lies with me. Chapter 85, Hokage-sama. You surely do not wish to see Konoha obliterated by the Uchiha, do you? In the Land of Fire, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously awaited, biting the tip of his cigarette and exhaling thick clouds of smoke. The swirling vapor obscured his features, rendering his somber visage vaguely discernible. Perhaps the recent demise of his old friend Danzo had taken a toll on him, as his smoking frequency had noticeably increased. Mere minutes without a cigarette left him feeling utterly unsettled. Beside him, Tsunade's comrades, Shizune and Mito, wore equally grim expressions. Tsunade had departed for the daimyo's estate quite some time ago. What was the situation exactly? No one could say. Calculating the elapsed time, today should mark Tsunade's return. Tsunade was related to the daimyo, having been personally appointed by him. Given this connection, it was implausible that the daimyo would remain indifferent. Placing hope in the daimyo was a desperate measure, but currently, Konoha faced an insurmountable challenge in addressing the Uchiha threat without external intervention. Before long, an Umbu appeared to deliver a report. Lady Tsunade has returned. A flicker of joy crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he hastily inquired, "Did Lady Tsunade mention the situation?" Lady Tsunade stated that the daimyo has agreed to provide assistance, but she does not know the specifics of how it will be rendered. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shizune exchanged bewildered glances, both astonished by the implications. What does this mean? The daimyo would offer aid but had not disclosed the means of doing so? The daimyo held dominion over the resources and financial power of the Land of Fire. However, the true military strength rested with the ninja villages. It was inconceivable for the daimyo to directly suppress the Uchiha through force. Instead, he could only employ resources and political maneuvering to constrain the Uchiha and diminish their influence. This notion resonated within Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, yet the daimyo's ambiguous response left him perplexed. Let us wait and see. If the daimyo truly intends to assist, we should receive news shortly, Shizune remarked solemnly. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. It seemed there was no other course of action. The Uchiha internal conflict brings no benefit to the feudal lords. Whether motivated by concern for Tsunade or self-interest, the lords have no reason to deceive them. For now, all that remains is to wait. At the Konoha Tavern, Tsunade sat cross-legged at a low table, vigorously consuming a cup of sake. After several bottles, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Lady Tsunade, you must cease drinking, Shizune urged, but Tsunade merely shoved her aside. Mind your own business. Does my drinking trouble you? Grasping another bottle from the table, Tsunade continued to pour the sake down her throat. Shizune, anxious, could do nothing. She understood Tsunade's temperament all too well. Attempting to reason with her was virtually futile. Having finished a bottle, Tsunade let out a belch and picked up chopsticks to indulge in some beef slices. I've completed that task. The old man can no longer say anything. With her mouth stuffed with greasy meat, a half-intoxicated Tsunade mumbled incoherently. Shizune's fingers trembled. She knew that Tsunade had been under immense pressure since returning to the village. The weight on her heart had finally eased after leaving the feudal lord's estate. With a sigh, Shizune decided not to press further, allowing Tsunade to drink freely. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, a thin line of sake dripped from Tsunade's chin, dampening her chest and rendering her ample figure somewhat visible beneath the semi-transparent fabric. Where's Jiraiya? Didn't he return to the village as well? Tsunade suddenly recalled, mumbling. Lord Jiraiya seems to have been accompanying Naruto, Shizune replied. Naruto? Minato's son? Tsunade pondered in silence for a moment. The bond between mentor and disciple in the ninja world is one woven through kinship and connection, transcending mere teacher-student dynamics. It is entirely natural for Jiraiya to take a keen interest in Naruto. Rumor has it that Uchiha Itachi appears to be quite close to Naruto, regarded by him as an older brother. Tsunade let out a chuckle. An Uchiha and Naruto? What a comical image. However, her laughter abruptly froze. The reason for her return to Konoha was precisely the Uchiha situation. Perhaps, in the old man's eyes, Uchiha Itachi's closeness to Naruto is one of the reasons for his disdain towards the Uchiha clan. Waiting is hardly a joyous endeavor, especially when it pertains to the unknown. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi paced back and forth, biting on his cigarette. He had already consulted Tsunade to confirm the feudal lord's response. It was unlikely that the feudal lord would refrain from intervening. Yet, why was there still no news? Should he send someone to inquire with the feudal lord? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered quietly, yet he soon relinquished the thought. He was well aware of the daimyo's temperament. To hastily dispatch a ninja to inquire would only provoke his ire, yielding more harm than good. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself on the verge of impatience, a swift figure materialized before him, the Umbu, presenting a scroll. Lord Hokage. This is a message from the scouts of the Cloud Village. Cloud Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly. What could they possibly want at this juncture? Could it be related to the previous incident involving the Cloud Ninja? That matter had ostensibly concluded, with the Cloud Village having accepted the consequences without pursuing further inquiry. Furthermore, considerable time had elapsed since then. Shaking off these thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the scroll with a hint of curiosity and unfurled it. The very first line left him momentarily speechless. Third Hokage, you would not wish for Konoha to be obliterated by the Uchiha, would you? What on earth? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and continued to read. The more he delved into the text, the more his emotions surged with shock. Before he could finish, he barked a hurried command. Quick, summon Tsunade and Mito's door, bring them here at once. Chapter 86. Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks vengeance for Danzo. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen lay an unrolled scroll, its contents starkly visible. Even from Tsunade and Mito's perspective, the message was unmistakable. Consequently, their pupils trembled slightly, their faces awash with profound disbelief and shock. Hiruzen, is the content of this letter authentic? Tsunade exclaimed, drawing a deep breath to quell her own astonishment as she turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scout dispatched by the Cloud Village remains in Konoha. I have personally interrogated him, and the authenticity of the letter is beyond doubt, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his tone grave. Once more, silence enveloped the Hokage's office. Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The primary content of the letter was an invitation from the Reikage of the Cloud Village, proposing a joint discussion to address the future of the Uchiha. Why would the fourth Reikage send such a missive? Previously, in the face of the Uchiha's looming threat, they had chosen to retreat and refrain from further pursuit. Now, after such an interval, what had prompted this communication? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if his mind were an entangled ball of yarn, chaotic and incomprehensible. What had transpired to cause such a drastic shift in their stance? In a sudden moment of clarity, Xiaochun gazed intently at Sarutobi Hizashi. Hizashi, might it be possible that this is due to the influence of the daimyo? The notion of the daimyo prompted Hizashi to ponder for a moment, his eyes brightening in realization. It seemed plausible. This indeed could be the so-called assistance from the daimyo. For reasons unknown, the previously passive Hidden Cloud Village had resolved to take action. This appeared to be the most likely explanation. Given this, Hizashi, what course of action should we pursue? Inquired Mito Gaiden. The Hidden Cloud Village had extended an olive branch, and they had no grounds to decline. If they could indeed eliminate the future threat posed by the Uchiha clan, the village's circumstances would undoubtedly transform. Yet, within Hizashi's gaze, a flicker of hesitation reemerged. As the years progressed, his approach to matters had lost the sharpness of his youth. Indecision had almost become a habitual pattern of his thought process. If a calamity were to befall the Uchiha clan in the future, a rebellion would undoubtedly ensue. Konoha would still have to confront the lingering threat posed by the remaining Uchiha. Hizashi, now is not the time for hesitation. Tsunade's voice rang out with authority. Consider Danzo. If he were still alive, would he tolerate such indecisiveness from you? Her words struck a chord. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes suddenly glimmered with a hint of crimson. Before him, the haunting image of that fateful night when Danzo met his demise materialized. Three colossal Susanoo stood like giants, while Danzo's visage appeared disheveled, desperately pleading for mercy. Uchiha's future, coldly lifting his hand, brought down a massive crimson sword from dozens of meters above in an instant. The final roar of Danzo seemed to echo in his ears. Hiruzen, you will regret this. The scene faded away. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes glistened with moisture as he spoke with a hint of melancholy. Danzo, you were right. I do indeed regret it. However, as Hokage, I bear the weight of countless considerations. If I refuse to compromise, it will not just be your life at stake, but the lives of countless innocents in Konoha. His gaze gradually turned frigid, as if emanating a bone-chilling aura. This time, allow me to avenge you. In the hidden village of Kumogakure, within the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage, A, was lifting weights. For this exercise enthusiast, even a moment without training felt unbearable. His shirt was discarded, revealing a back sculpted into a grotesque visage of muscle. His aide, Mabui, stood beside him, clutching documents, secretly swallowing hard at the sight. The allure of the fourth Raikage's physique was undeniable, especially in a village that revered strength. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared. Mabui quickly composed herself, standing at attention. Raikage-sama. We have received a response from Konoha. The Umbu handed a scroll to A. He tossed aside his dumbbells, casually draping a coat over his shoulders, and opened the scroll sent from Konoha. After a brief glance, A burst into hearty laughter. I had previously believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi had become indecisive, a shadow of his former self, but to my surprise, he possesses such resolve. In the scroll, Sarutobi not only accepted Kumogakure's invitation but had also devised a detailed execution plan. Konoha would provide intelligence on Uchiha's future and his daily movements, while Kumogakure would dispatch shinobi to eliminate him. I could not help but admire Sarutobi's audacity. As long as there were no oversights from Konoha, the blame for assassinating Uchiha's future would fall squarely on Kumogakure. Konoha could remain above the fray, even if the remaining Uchiha rebelled. It was highly likely that the ire would be directed toward Kumogakure. My initial intent was to use overt strategies to contain Konoha. Little did I know they harbored the same thoughts. A cold smile flickered in Raikage AI's eyes. Cooperation is cooperation. Yet the animosity between the hidden cloud village and Konoha is undeniable. It is of utmost importance to seize the opportunity to undermine the opponent and diminish their strength. AI originally intended to eliminate the future of the Uchiha clan, anticipating that the remaining Uchiha would inevitably plunge into chaos, thus igniting tremendous turmoil within Konoha. He envisioned himself as a mere spectator, relishing this splendid spectacle. However, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, Konoha was merely responsible for intelligence provision, while the assassination of the Uchiha's future was to be the task of the hidden cloud village. Even if the situation were to be exposed, the likely target of the Uchiha's vengeance would be the hidden cloud village, and all they needed to do was to provide adequate appeasement. What a clever ruse. A hint of disdain danced in AI's gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen's current strategy bore a resemblance to the audacity of his younger self. The hidden cloud village bore the greatest risk, while Konoha reaped the most substantial rewards. Naturally, he would not allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to achieve his goals so effortlessly. The demise of Uchiha's future is an unwavering consensus among both parties. However, it is not beyond possibility to eliminate Uchiha's future while leaving certain remnants behind, redirecting the animosity towards Konoha. Raikage A has already begun to envision that scenario. Chapter 87. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, there shall be absolutely no unexpected occurrences. Uchiha's future is within the clan leader's residence. Uchiha's future has ventured to the back mountain of the clan grounds and has since returned. Uchiha's future is now indulging in tea and listening to music on the rooftop of a modest inn, approximately 800 meters away from the Uchiha clan grounds. Several members clad in Umbu uniforms, each adorned with distinct masks, concealed themselves in the shadows, their vigilance directed towards the Uchiha territory. The leader among them, donning an eagle-faced mask, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, occasionally murmuring in a low tone. Beside him, a companion diligently recorded his reports, transmitting them to the Hokage's office through sensory ninjutsu. The Kato clan, once a prominent family in Konoha, had long been renowned for their secret technique, the spirit transformation technique, an S-rank ninjutsu intimately linked to the soul. Kato Dan, Tsunade's former lover, had mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree. Had misfortune not struck, the Kato clan would have undoubtedly ascended to a path of glory. Tragically, Kato Dan met with an untimely demise during a mission, leading to the gradual decline of the entire clan. In this current generation, only a handful of clan members remained. Kato Eagle, resolute in his vow to restore the Kato clan's former glory, felt a surge of uncontainable excitement upon receiving a mission from the third Hokage. Was the third Hokage finally prepared to confront the Uchiha? The illustrious legacy of the Kato clan was poised to be revived through his efforts. Though Kato Eagle's mastery of the spirit transformation technique did not rival that of Kato Dan, he possessed remarkable reconnaissance abilities. once his spirit detached from his body. Kato Eagle could perceive many things that conventional sensory ninjutsu could not detect, thanks to his potent soul awareness. It was precisely due to this capability that Sarutobi Hiruzen entrusted him with this mission. This temporary Umbu squad was composed of individuals with formidable sensory abilities. The intelligence they gathered would be promptly relayed to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. Moreover, a portion of this intelligence would be organized and sent to the hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning, marking the first collaborative effort between these two great ninja villages. Their objective was solely to deal with a single Uchiha ninja. Should this information become public, it would undoubtedly astonish countless ninjas. However, upon learning that the target was a future Uchiha, that astonishment would swiftly turn into a sense of relief. That dreaded Uchiha warranted such meticulous attention. The Umbu members atop the roof were filled with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. After such a long interval, was the Hokage finally ready to take action against the Uchiha? The last time this occurred was during Danzo's destructive operation that night, where nearly the entire root organization was mobilized, alongside certain Umbu and forces drawn from several major clans, resulting in a dismal outcome. The Uchiha clan appears to have been well prepared, and Danzo's scheme has ended in a tragic downfall. The Uchiha future exerted formidable pressure, compelling the third Hokage to concede and, in a display of judgment, decisively executed Danzo. Following that fateful night, the entire Hidden Leaf village was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone understood that the Uchiha clan was no longer the same as before. Now, the once renowned Hokage, known as the hero of shinobi, seemed poised to re-emerge after a long period of dormancy. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, assimilating the intelligence relayed by the Umbu squad. This information meticulously chronicled the movements of Uchiha Future. Recently, Uchiha Future had pressured him in the Hokage's office to reclaim Kakashi's Sharingan. He had stationed numerous Umbu operatives around the Hokage building as a precaution. However, Uchiha Future calmly disclosed the precise number of Umbu present. The Uchiha of the future possesses the elusive art of sensory ninjutsu, rendering them exceedingly difficult to detect. This is beyond dispute. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was steely and cold. In light of potential threats, he deliberately appointed Cat Take Dora as the leader of this mission. The Cat Clan's spiritual transformation technique can also quietly uncover a wealth of intelligence through their ethereal entities. The future sensory abilities of the Uchiha. Could they possibly rival the technique of etherealization? Within the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the flames of vengeance burned fiercely. Danzo is dead, slain by the Uchiha's future. At long last, he has found the opportunity for retribution. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Reikage, A, receives intelligence from Konoha. The scroll contains a comprehensive account of all pertinent information regarding the Uchiha's future. It meticulously details age, abilities, and other relevant data, with no omissions whatsoever. Truly worthy of the title of a former shinobi hero. I cannot help but exclaim in admiration as he examines the information in his hands. Such detailed intelligence could not have been gathered in a short span of time. It indicates that the third Hokage of Konoha had long been devising strategies to deal with the Uchiha's future. It is time to commence, states solemnly. Why? At the moment his voice echoes, a figure suddenly materializes in the Reikage chamber, with golden hair cascading to her waist. She dons a purple uniform that accentuates her graceful form, her ample bosom rivaling even Tsunade's. The two-tails Jinchuriki, why? Reikage-sama, you summon me? Why regards her with calm, ash-brown eyes. I have an important mission to entrust to you. Furthermore, I will assign 4 elite shinobi skilled in assassination to assist you. I notices the slight surprise in Wai-Nin's expression, as one of the 2 perfect Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. She possesses strength on par with the shadows. What mission could possibly require an additional 4 elite shinobi? I discerns Wai-Nin's astonishment and speaks gravely. The Uchiha's future. You must recall this individual, correct? The calamity known as Uchiha? Wai-Nin's pupils constrict sharply. Almost instinctively, a wave of intense hatred and battle intent surges from her. Palpable and fierce. If one were to inquire about the most despised ninja in the Hidden Cloud Village, it would undoubtedly be the Uchiha's future. The envoy dispatched from the Hidden Cloud to Konoha was annihilated, all perishing at the hands of the Uchiha's future. They were so terrified of that peculiar toxin that they could not even return the bodies to the Hidden Cloud Village and instead cremated them in Konoha. Subsequently, the elite shinobi Asumu, sent to handle the matter, was severely injured by the Uchiha's future. Upon returning to the village, the dark energy within him activated, unleashing a terrifying toxin. To prevent its spread, The hidden cloud village had no choice but to quarantine an entire infirmary. Whining clenches her teeth slightly. The calamity of the Uchiha. Is it possible that your so-called mission is, indeed? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A cold smile graced AI's lips. With the carefully selected jonin at our disposal, this operation is destined for success. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, failure is simply out of the question. Chapter 88. The Uchiha's Future. We have long awaited this moment. Uchiha clan territory. Clan leader's residence. Uchiha Mirai sat calmly at a low table, sipping tea. The recent days in Konoha have been rather tumultuous. Tumultuous? Itachi, standing beside him like a servant, displayed a moment of surprise. Brother Mirai, what do you mean by that? Uchiha Mirai set down his teacup and gazed out the window, a faint smile gracing the corners of his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen still possessed such remarkable resolve. The unexpected return of the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had gone entirely without a whisper of commotion, which was, in itself, rather unusual. Just a few days prior, Uchiha Mirai had experienced an unsettling sensation of being watched. Initially, he dismissed it as mere illusion. The vicinity of the Uchiha clan's territory is enveloped in a faint aura of nuclear radiation emanating from him. Any individual who ventures too close will be promptly detected by his keen senses. Yet, the unsettling sensation of being observed lingers on, refusing to dissipate. In the heart of Uchiha Mirai, a flicker of intrigue ignited. Godzilla possesses an acute sensitivity to its environment, particularly in its awareness of danger and surveillance. A capacity unmatched by other beings. Within the realm of monstrous planets, humanity's fleets, armed with technology far surpassing that of the ninja world, were effortlessly detected by Godzilla's movements. This remarkable attunement to the surroundings has been inherited by Uchiha Mirai, akin to the Nine-Tails' perception of malice. The dense nuclear radiation, under the control of Uchiha Mirai, gradually spread from the Uchiha clan's territory. At last, within the perception of the nuclear radiation, several anomalous silhouettes emerged. Uchiha Future's lips curled slightly in amusement. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen truly considering taking action against the Uchiha clan? Does he possess such audacity? However, it soon became apparent that the source of this perception seemed to revolve around him. Am I the target? How intriguing. Little Itachi, I must step out for a moment. The Uchiha clan shall be entrusted to you. Uchiha Mirai rose calmly, twisting his neck. Huh, me? Uchiha Itachi gazed in astonishment, looking perplexedly at Uchiha Mirai. You are my disciple. Do not underestimate yourself. Uchiha's Future smiled faintly. Uchiha Fugaku exerted considerable effort to persuade Itachi to become his disciple, even enlisting the help of his wife, Makoto, to advocate on his behalf. However, what Fugaku may not have anticipated was that the Uchiha clan had long harbored the intention of taking Itachi under their wing as a disciple. This notion had germinated in their minds quite some time ago. Itachi Uchiha possesses an excessively sensitive disposition, making him susceptible to the manipulations of those with ulterior motives. Only by remaining close to him can the Uchiha clan find solace for the future. This time, perhaps unexpected gains await. In the eyes of Uchiha's Future, the smile grew increasingly profound. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanished from the spot, leaving Itachi in a state of bewilderment. Uchiha's Future had made his appearance. He had departed from the clan's territory. It seemed as though Uchiha's Future intended to leave the village. Quickly, inform the Hokage. On that rooftop, Kato Eagle opened his eyes in astonishment, his voice filled with excitement. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen received this information without delay, his breath suddenly quickening. Uchiha Mirai has departed from the clan grounds, seemingly poised to leave the village. Why must it be at this moment? Such suspicious thoughts were swiftly suppressed. This opportunity is exceedingly rare. Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel his heart racing vehemently. If Uchiha Mirai remained within the clan grounds, no matter how formidable his abilities, the chance to act would be elusive. However, leaving Konoha alters the scenario entirely. He would be left alone, no matter how powerful he is. Could he truly withstand the meticulously orchestrated assassination attempts from Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village? Within Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the flames of vengeance burned even more fiercely. His initial intention was to lure Uchiha Mirai out of Konoha, allowing the ninjas dispatched from the Hidden Cloud Village, along with his own Umbu, to strike. Yet unexpectedly, Uchiha Mirai has chosen to leave the village on his own accord. This simplifies his task considerably. Stay vigilant. Relay any intelligence to me at once. Uchiha Mirai is heading towards the Forest of Death, near Training Ground 3. The spirit of Cat Dan will transmit the gathered information back to Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. The Forest of Death, Training Ground 3? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Training Ground 3 was where Danzo had once attempted, albeit unsuccessfully, to eliminate Uchiha Mirai. It was a compensation he offered to quell the fury of the Uchiha clan. The destination to which Uchiha Futuro is headed appears to be entirely appropriate. After all, that location has essentially become one of the territories belonging to the Uchiha clan. As the Uchiha heir, it is entirely reasonable for him to venture to that location. The last vestiges of doubt dissipate within him. The third training ground is situated in the Death Forest, a considerable distance from Konoha. Even if the Uchiha heir were to unleash his toxic bloodline limit there, its impact on Konoha would be rather minimal. To counter the Uchiha heir, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had previously engaged in extensive research on how to neutralize his toxins. Ultimately, they discovered that by employing a broad application of water release to continuously wash away the toxins and subsequently diverting the contaminated water elsewhere, they could significantly diminish the effects of the poison. He promptly informed the envoy from the Land of Clouds. It is time to close the net. Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark pupils seemed to transform into an abyss that devours souls. Outside Konoha, upon a thick branch of a towering tree, the waiting Waimuki suddenly opened her eyes, her voice icy. It is time to close the net. Time to close the net? Behind her, 4 elite shinobi, skilled in assassination, simultaneously opened their eyes upon hearing her words. Waimuki-sama, are we not mistaken? This intelligence, conveyed directly from the Hokage of Konoha, should be infallible. The notorious Uchiha, the bane of Konoha, is currently within the Death Forest. Upon hearing this, the 4 Cloud Shinobi's eyes brimmed with intense killing intent. The Uchiha, a sworn enemy of the Land of Clouds, had annihilated the entire delegation of Cloud Shinobi, resulting in a hospital lockdown due to his actions. This enmity, this humiliation. At long last, the moment of reckoning has arrived. With a whoosh, the figures of Waimuki and the Cloud Shinobi vanished from the branch simultaneously. Heading toward the vicinity of the third training ground in the Death Forest, Uchiha Mirai leaned against the trunk of a grand tree, surveying his surroundings with an air of tranquility. This meticulously crafted training ground was capable of withstanding intense fluctuations of battle. His serene expression seemed to suggest he was anticipating something. After several moments, a few anomalous silhouettes emerged within the perception of nuclear radiation. Uchiha Mirai's lips curled ever so slightly, a subtle smile devoid of any trace. They arrived quite swiftly. From the forest behind him, several clusters of flickering blue flames surged forth, akin to ethereal will-o'-the-wisps, silently assailing his back. Buzz! The blue ghostly fire erupted violently, engulfing his form. Did they succeed? Yuki's eyes widened in astonishment, not having anticipated such ease. As the flames dissipated, all that remained were the charred remnants of fallen trees, devoid of any human presence. A chilling voice echoed from behind, sending shivers down Yuki's spine. Ah, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chapter 89. Yuki was stunned. Uchiha Mirai is actually a Jinchuriki. 1 Jinchuriki and 4 Jonin. Is this the foundation of Kimogakure? Uchiha's future is one of disdain. No. There should still be the Umbu of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I specifically ventured into the Forest of Death to ensure that he could act without any reservations. Could the final struggle of this once great shinobi pique my interest even slightly? The chilling voice from behind sent a shiver down Yamaki's spine, prompting him to leap away suddenly to create distance. Perched upon a tree in the rear, a figure with a smile looked down upon him from above. Uchiha's future? The calamity of Uchiha? Yumu's pupils contracted sharply. Had he already discerned the conspiracy? The unfolding events had exceeded her expectations. Yumu-sama? The anxious Nin beside her inquired. What is there to fear? With so many of us, why should we worry about just one? Yumu's voice was chilling. She could perfectly harness the power of the Two Tails, and the 4 selected Nin beside her were adeptly chosen, possessing abilities to counter Uchiha's future. The advantage lies with us. The 4 Nin exchanged glances, their eyes growing increasingly frigid. Water style. Water surge wave. 2 Nin swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of surging water. The deluge surged forth, sweeping through the trees, crashing towards Uchiha's future. From the intelligence gathered in Konoha, the tactics employed by Yunin village were specifically designed to exploit Uchiha's vulnerabilities. The widespread water style attack would significantly mitigate the effects of the toxin. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Enormous orange-red fireballs erupted from the mouths of the other 2 Yunin ninjas, colliding with the fierce currents in the blink of an eye. Boom. The steam generated by the intense heat exploded instantaneously, engulfing the forest in a thick mist. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood solemnly at the window, sweat trickling from his palm revealing his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a thick white mist abruptly rose from the distant forest. Even from this vantage point, the fog enveloping that section of the woods was visible. Is it about to begin? Sarutobi clenched his fist. This battle was of paramount importance. He had wagered nearly everything. The Umbu had quietly mobilized, and should the Union ninjas falter in the Death Forest, the lurking Umbu would intervene. On the Uchiha side, preparations had already been made in advance, casting the blame upon the hidden cloud village to incite hatred. Ideally, a tranquil resolution would be achieved. However, should conflict arise, the legendary Sanin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were present in the village, alleviating any excessive concerns about war. With these thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the once dormant fervor within him, fueled by age, begin to surge once more. In this moment, he was transported back to his youth. Back to the era when he was hailed as the hero of the shinobi. Danzo, this time, it is my turn to exact vengeance for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the forest, his eyes ablaze with the fire of retribution. In the Death Forest, for elite cloud shinobi unsheathed their kunai, their blades crackling with lightning. For the glory of the hidden cloud village. They roared in unison as they charged into the mist-laden woods. 3 seconds later, a resounding boom echoed as the ground trembled violently. In disbelief, the wooden puppet's eyes widened as a colossal scarlet sword swept through the fog. A piercing scream resonated through the air as the 4 cloud shinobi were hurled backwards simultaneously, their kunai shattered. The wooden puppet's pupils quivered. 1 strike, and 4 elite shinobi were dispatched? There was no need to waste time on these insignificant foes. Let the wooden puppet dance freely. Uchiha Mirai gradually emerged from the forest. His body enveloped in a crimson-hued skeletal structure that cloaked him entirely. In his right hand, he firmly grasped a long sword of deep red, its blade ablaze with flames as viscous as blood. Could it be Susanoo? Yuki, taken aback by the display of power, inhaled deeply, suppressing the astonishment within her. Although she was somewhat surprised by Uchiha Mirai's prowess, she had long prepared herself mentally before the mission commenced. With that thought, azure chakra flames erupted from her body, rapidly enveloping her being, while 2 elongated, dark blue tails swayed gracefully behind her. The 2 tails chakra mode, gazing at Yuki in her transformed state. A faint smile graced Uchiha Mirai's lips. To be honest, I am somewhat taken aback that the hidden cloud village would send you here. The Jinchuriki you embody is precisely the type I can fully counter. Yuki's gaze turned icy as her fingers elongated into sharp, pointed claws. You only realize the truth through combat. With a swift motion, she leaped suddenly, vanishing from sight. However, her target was not Uchiha Mirai, but rather the surrounding forest. The mist generated from the earlier water and fire techniques unleashed by the 4 elite shinobi still lingered, providing her the perfect cover. Enveloped in chakra, Yuki swiftly navigated through the woods, akin to a nimble wildcat. Uchiha stood calmly in place, and mere seconds later, the temperature of the forest surged dramatically. A multitude of cerulean fireballs surged forth from the woods, akin to a torrential rain of blue flames. The Susanoo skeletal structure on Uchiha's future raised its long sword, sweeping fiercely. At the tip of the sword, a massive arc of crimson flames coalesced, meeting the onslaught of countless fireballs. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by intense vibrations, the dense array of azure fireballs was completely eradicated. Your dance leaves much to be desired. The voice of Uchiha Mirai seemed to exhale a sigh. The expression on Yuki's face changed dramatically. That technique had been her most formidable attack in this form, yet in the hands of Uchiha Mirai, it appeared utterly ineffective. Truly, she was the harbinger of calamity, capable of compelling the Reikage to capitulate. A tempestuous surge of crimson chakra erupted from within her, the ferocious power enveloping Yuki's entire being in an instant. Her form vanished, leaving behind a monstrous entity saturated with chakra. Half-tailed beast transformation. This was the pinnacle of strength she could wield while fully conscious, as the perfect Jinchuriki. This is the power of the tailed beasts. May one languish in the agony of being devoid of such power. Now, in her half-tailed beast transformation, Yuki crouched on all fours, resembling a wild beast. Her inhuman gaze icy as it fixated on Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai gazed at the scene before him with a faint smile. Since that is the case, perhaps I should take this a little more seriously. The moment his words fell, the Susanoo that had enveloped his form dissipated as if extinguished by an unseen flame. The wooden figure looked on in astonishment. Has he relinquished his resistance? Why has he suddenly dispelled his Susanoo? He merely wished to engage in battle in a different manner. Uchiha Mirai revealed a smile. Since this was a battle between monsters, it was only natural to harness the abilities of such beings. As his words lingered in the air, his body underwent a sudden transformation. His physique surged dramatically, his skin taking on a grayish-brown hue reminiscent of ancient, gnarled wood, and his eyes, deep and archaic, surveyed the wooden puppet from an elevated perspective. The astonishing disparity in size left the half-tailed, beast-formed wooden puppet momentarily stunned. You two are a Jinchuriki? Meanwhile, at the edge of the Death Forest, the Umbu of Konohagakure were anxiously perceiving the unfolding battle. Uchiha Mirai's chakra has vanished. The sensory Umbu from the mountain clan opened his eyes in shock. Vanished? What does that mean? Has he been killed? The surrounding Umbu were taken aback. No. The sensing ninja exclaimed, his eyes filled with sheer terror. He is transformed into a monster. Chapter 90, The Battle of King Kong and Godzilla. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was intensely focused on the forest. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation emanated from that direction, sending tremors deep within his soul. What is happening? Swish. An Umbu knelt to report. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Mirai's chakra has disappeared. He seems to have become a monster. A monster? Sarutobi's pupils contracted. In the next moment, he vanished from his location. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto was enjoying ramen with Jiraiya. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails raised its head in astonishment, its gaze seemingly piercing through the dimensions towards the Death Forest. That is, the Nine-Tails' eyes were filled with shock. The creature within that man. No, it seems to be only a part of it. It cannot be mistaken. I once felt the presence of that colossal beast within Uchiha Mirai. Even a mere wisp of its aura weighed upon him like a mountain. In the Death Forest, the wooden puppet gazed up in bewilderment at the colossal shadow before it. What on earth is this? It pondered. What kind of enormous lizard is this? Such a creature existed within the ninja world? The pressure emanating from it was on par with that of a tailed beast. What kind of monster are you? The wooden puppet's voice trembled. It realized that its understanding of Uchiha Mirai was woefully inadequate. This colossal beast had never been mentioned in any intelligence reports, although it was merely a basic 20-meter entity. It seemed more than sufficient to confront her. Uchiha Mirai chuckled lightly as the colossal claws of Godzilla descended with terrifying might. The wooden figure felt a shiver run down its spine. Its half-tailed beast form was hardly larger than that of an ordinary human. Beneath the massive claws of Godzilla, it appeared as diminutive as a mere kitten. With a swift leap, it hastily evaded the impending doom. Boom. The forest trembled as Godzilla's claw struck, toppling a row of towering trees. Uchiha's future extended another claw, grasping at the wooden figure as if capturing a mouse. The wooden figure gritted its teeth and raised its sharp talons to retaliate. The two tails, adept in taijutsu, transformed into a half-beast state, equally proficient in physical combat. Cat's claws versus Godzilla's claws. Boom. The wooden figure's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its strings, crashing into a row of towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Was it indeed too much to bear? The intense pain coursing through her body rendered her nearly incapable of rising. Again, I rely on you. Her consciousness descended into darkness. Within her, another awareness began to awaken. An eerie laughter, sharp as nails scraping against a chalkboard, echoed through the forest. Ah ha ha ha. Wooden figure, you have finally released me. I am free. The wooden figure's unconscious body began to undergo a transformation, a torrent of ethereal blue chakra erupting forth, enveloping her form. Was it time to achieve complete tailed beast transformation? If so, I shall take this more seriously. Originally standing at a mere 20 meters, Godzilla's form began to swell dramatically, casting an expanding shadow over the vast expanse of the forest. 30 meters, 40 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters. At last, it stabilized at 70 meters. This height surpassed that of most tailed beasts, and coupled with Godzilla's immense and robust physique, the sense of oppression became even more terrifying. In Konoha Village, countless villagers looked up in shock at the colossal beast that emerged from the Death Forest. Its skin, ancient and weathered like decayed wood, boasted short, powerful claws on its chest, while dorsal fins resembling battle axes cascaded down its back. Its extraordinarily thick tail, when merely swept, could topple a vast swath of the forest. Godzilla has arrived. Good heavens! What manner of monster is that? A tailed beast? Yet it appears to possess only a single tail, a mutated one? Run! Quickly, flee! Panic and fear spread like wildfire, racing through the village with alarming speed. Numerous ninjas leaped to the rooftops, gazing in astonishment at Godzilla within the Death Forest. In the ninja clan territories, ninjas from various clans simultaneously stared in horror at the scene. The Uchiha clan's homeland. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the colossal beast that had suddenly emerged in the forest of death, a mix of astonishment and a hint of concern etched on his face. Just as his brother had ventured out, this monstrous creature had made its appearance. Surely, nothing unfortunate would transpire, would it? In a training ground of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha only gazed blankly at the sudden emergence of Godzilla in the forest. What manner of beast is that? Uchiha Kuriko's heart raced fiercely. Although it was their first encounter with Godzilla, they found it utterly magnificent. If only they could forge a pact of summoning with such a colossal beast. Kuriko. Do you not find that creature somewhat familiar? Uchiha only murmurs in a daze. Familiar. Uchiha Hizi gazed in astonishment. In the death forest, the body of the wooden man had vanished, and the two tails, resembling a dark blue specter returning from the abyss, stood firmly upon the forest floor. Engulfed in ethereal blue flames. Freedom at last. The two tails let out a shrill laugh. Yet, that laughter abruptly froze as it looked up in bewilderment at the colossal beast before it. What in the world is that? Godzilla swung its tail, striking the two tails' abdomen like a whip, sending it soaring through the air with tremendous force. Godzilla charged forward, lifting its massive foot and crushing down upon the two tails' chest. You monster! What are you? The two tails roared defiantly. It had just awakened, barely savoring the taste of freedom, only to be met with a brutal onslaught from Godzilla. When did such terrifying giants emerge in the ninja world? This defied all logic. Meanwhile, at the edge of the death forest, a group of Umbu stared, dumbfounded, at Godzilla as it mercilessly battered the two tails. What on earth is this beast? It can overpower even the tailed beasts. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, his expression grave as he observed Godzilla in the forest. Lord Hokage, the Umbu, seeing a glimmer of hope, were filled with excitement. Sarutobi's gaze deepened. During the Third Great Ninja War, the calamity known as Uchiha had echoed through the ninja world with two formidable abilities. One was a mysterious and unknown toxin, and the other was the terrifying beast transformation technique, although the latter was less renowned than the frequently employed toxin. Its fleeting glimpse had left a profound mark on the ninja realm. This scene before him caused him to question his previous judgments. Could it be that this was not a transformation technique at all? Sarutobi took a deep breath. Regardless of the truth, now was not the moment for such considerations. He bit his thumb and pressed it to the ground. With a bang, white mist dispersed. Monkey, why have you summoned me? The Monkey King stared wide-eyed, taken aback by Godzilla's ferocious assault on the tailed beast. What on earth is this creature? As you can see, we are in dire straits and require your strength, Sarutobi said earnestly. The Monkey King roared, What do you mean? You want me to confront that monster? I possess an indestructible body, not invincibility. Chapter 91. A Classic Rebirth. Mouth-to-mouth atomic breath. The Monkey King looked at Sarutobi with eyes that seemed to wish to devour him whole. Godzilla's massive and robust form overwhelmed the two tails, treating it as if it were a mere kitten. Even the tailed beasts appeared utterly helpless against such a monstrous entity. How could Sarutobi, that rascal, expect him to face off against such a creature? Had he lost his mind? Monkey, you had better provide me with an explanation. From whence has this colossal beast emerged? Furthermore, what has transpired? The expression of the ape demon was exceedingly grave. Sarutobi Sasuke forced a bitter smile. I too am at a loss. The battle between Godzilla and the two tails in the death forest rages on. The two tails appeared rather wretched. Its ethereal blue flames dimmed significantly. Scattered throughout the ravaged forest were remnants of blue ghostly flames, flickering from its body. Cursed wood creature, allow me to return. The two tails roared deep within its soul. After finally escaping, it had yet to relish the sweet taste of freedom before encountering this unearthly monstrosity. Heavens! It's going to be the end of the tailed beast. Godzilla, however, paid no heed to the two tails' internal turmoil. With two robust arms, he firmly grasped the two tails by the neck and flung it aside, as one would discard refuse. Boom! The hurled two tails crashed down, flattening a vast expanse of forest. Its proud defensive flames proved utterly ineffective against Godzilla's coarse and resilient hide. How dare you treat me like a mere kitten? The two tails suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a massive orange-red fireball, nearly the size of its own body, hurtling towards Godzilla with terrifying heat. Godzilla, in response, parted his jaws, releasing a searing white light. Nuclear release. Blazing radiance. The orange-red fireball was pierced through, and the scorching white light surged forth at a horrifying speed, striking the two tails' form. Aya! The two tails let out a lamentable cry. Its ethereal blue flames flickered pitifully under the onslaught of the white light, with certain areas even burned hollow. The white light reached temperatures soaring to 100,000 degrees Celsius. It was far beyond what the two tails' flames could withstand. Godzilla strode forward, his massive tail crashing heavily against the two tails' waist, eliciting another mournful wail. In Konoha Village, the villagers gazed in shock at the titanic battle within the forest. Godzilla stood over 70 meters tall, while the two tails, though somewhat smaller, still towered above the surrounding trees. The clash between the two behemoths unleashed waves of destruction, decimating vast stretches of forest. Particularly, Godzilla's recent white-hot light had scorched a long channel through the woods, stretching to the horizon. The tremors of the earth reverberated through Konoha Village, causing dust to fall from the rooftops. The one being mercilessly beaten must be the two tails, right? Indeed. It is undoubtedly the two tails from the village hidden in the clouds. But how did the two tails end up here? What manner of creature is that with such ferocity? It can even overpower tailed beasts. This scene fundamentally reshaped the understanding of the Konoha ninjas. Just what, pray tell, is Godzilla? Even the two tails is utterly no match. At Ichiraka Ramen, Naruto seemed to sense an anomaly in his abdomen, curiously glancing down at his lower belly. In the ceiling space, the nine tails bared its fangs, its sharp claws clawing at the ground, emitting a low, rumbling growl. Indeed, it is the monster within that man. This sensation cannot be mistaken. It had once sensed the aura of that colossal beast within Uchiha's future. What a terrifying creature it is. Even a mere wisp of its aura can evoke such overwhelming pressure. Naruto, I must take my leave for a while. Stay here and wait for me. Jiraiya rose solemnly, gazing at the two gigantic beasts battling in the forest. Uncle? Naruto looked bewildered. Do not worry, I'm merely going to take a look. With a swift motion, Jiraiya vanished from sight. In the death forest, the two tails was pinned beneath Godzilla. Godzilla loomed above, while the two tails lay helpless below. The two tails struggled desperately, but to no avail. Godzilla's immense size and terrifying weight pressed down like a mountain. How infuriating. The two tails opened its mouth in humiliation, accompanied by a sharply escalating, piercing shriek. A pitch-black sphere rapidly coalesced from nothingness within the two tails' maw. Is that the tailed beast bomb? Uchiha's expression remained calm, unfazed by the presence of a tailed beast ball, deeming it unworthy of his concern. At a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. What an opportunity! At such close range, a direct hit from the tailed beast ball could undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon the monstrous creature. Saruma, I rely on you, he thought with exasperation, realizing he must confront this beast. Saruma gritted his teeth, though reluctance lingered in his heart. He understood that hesitation was not an option at this moment. With a resounding crash, the white mist dissipated. Saruma transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped it firmly, positioning it horizontally while aiming the other end at Godzilla. The Rui Jingu Bang expanded exponentially, swelling in size and girth, resembling an immense pillar reaching skyward. Godzilla, who was pressing down upon the two tails, suddenly felt a forceful thrust against his waist, causing him to stumble forward. A glance over his shoulder revealed Sarutobi Hiruzen, arms encircling the thick Rui Jingu Bang. Pushing against his back, their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, the air was thick with silence. With powerful claws, Godzilla seized one end of the Rui Jingu Bang and hurled it away, along with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was flung through the air, tracing a graceful arc above the forest. You fool of a monkey! Saruma's anguished roar echoed in the final moments. The Rui Jingu Bang crashed to the ground, dissipating into white mist. What a farce! Did he truly believe himself to be indomitable? Uchiha Mirai cast a disdainful glance before retracting her gaze. The size of the Monkey King was too diminutive. Even though the Rui Jingu Bang could expand, it was unrealistic to rely on it to contend with such a formidable opponent. At the very least, one would need to reach the stature of a behemoth like King Kong. I wonder if there are any individuals of that caliber within the Monkey King clan? Perhaps, in due time, she could visit the Monkey King tribe and, on a whim, procure a few King Kongs to raise in Takamagara. This brief delay allowed the two tails to fully charge its tailed beast ball. The obsidian sphere erupted with a sudden ferocity. Shina. The two tails roared in fury. Clang. Godzilla's massive tail swung violently, effortlessly deflecting the tailed beast ball. The orb traced an arc above the forest before plummeting into the distant woods. The ground trembled violently. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended from afar. The tailed beast ball had proven ineffective. The two tails trembled, questioning, what manner of monster is this? Godzilla shot at a sidelong glance. Perhaps the Nine Tails could manage it, but you were simply too small. In terms of strength, the Two Tails was undoubtedly among the weakest of the tailed beasts. Its tailed beast ball's potency equally unimpressive. In the original narrative, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, a single-tailed beast ball from the Nine Tails could bulldoze several other tailed beast balls with ease, effortlessly swatting away the underdeveloped tailed beast ball of the Two Tails. Uchiha Mirai felt quite assured in her ability. Seizing the opportunity while the Two Tails was momentarily stunned, Godzilla clasped its jaws with his powerful arms. With a mighty grip, he pried open its mouth. A fierce blue light flickered within. The Two Tails thrashed in a frenzy, sensing an imminent threat of death. "What do you intend to do to me?" it cried out in desperation. A blazing blue beam erupted forth, piercing through the Two Tails' throat. Atomic breath. The Two Tails' struggles ceased abruptly, its body slumping like a gelatinous mass. The cerulean beam ascended, tearing through its form, slicing through the forest, and extending into the heavens. Silence. An overwhelming silence enveloped the area, whether it was the Umbu at the edge of the Death Forest or the villagers of Konoha. Their eyes were filled with profound shock and disbelief. How astonishing! A tailed beast was dispatched with such ease? Uchiha clan territory. The Uchiha clan members breathed heavily, their eyes gleaming crimson. How magnificent they appeared. How splendid it would be to forge a summoning contract with such formidable beasts. Chapter 92. With this curse, let us continue to struggle for survival. The body of the Two Tails was steadily diminishing. Sustaining such a devastating blow was utterly impossible. It gradually faded, returning to its original form. Hungry. Uchiha Mirai furrowed his brows. Is that voice from planet Godzilla? Hunger? Does it seek nourishment? Uchiha Mirai gazed at the diminishing form of the Two Tails beside him, a subtle intuition stirring within him. He extended his palm and placed it upon the creature's body. Godzilla. Reverse absorption. The immense chakra of the Two Tails surged like a tidal wave, wildly being drawn into his own being. In the realm of Takamagara, the slumbering planet Godzilla stirred, as if savoring a delectable morsel in its dreams. Almost simultaneously, its colossal form began to fissure, giving rise to an individual towering 80 meters high. Abyssal Godzilla. Could it be that the planet Godzilla had divided? Sensing the anomaly within Takamagara, Uchiha Mirai felt a surge of elation. Indeed, Godzilla's sustenance was the divine tree. And in a twisted sense, it was also the tailed beast birthed from that very tree. Uchiha Mirai felt a surge of excitement. If there were a substantial supply of tailed beast chakra, wouldn't the Godzilla kingdom be able to materialize ahead of schedule? Just then, a colossal creature descended from the heavens, crashing before Godzilla. As the dust settled, it revealed Jiraiya, standing atop Gamabunta. Jiraiya, have you made a mistake? What manner of beast is this? The moment he appeared, Gamabunta was stunned by the unprecedented sight of Godzilla. A tailed beast? A brand new version never seen before? Uncertain, but the next course of action might rest upon you. Jiraiya's expression grew solemn as he clasped his hands together, gathering natural energy in an attempt to enter Sage mode. This would require some time. He could only rely on Gamabunta to stall this creature for now. Damn it, Jiraiya, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Gamabunta exclaimed, exasperated. Jiraiya was utterly unreliable. How could he possibly contend with such a monster alone? Wait, Jiraiya, I believe we are not adversaries. A familiar voice echoed, causing Jiraiya, who was concentrating on harnessing natural energy, to pause in astonishment. Is that you speaking? He gazed in shock at Godzilla before him. Yes, I think we may have some misunderstandings. Godzilla's form swiftly diminished until it transformed into Uchiha Mirai, who stood gracefully upon the ground. Despite having just emerged from a fierce battle, he appeared impeccably composed, his attire pristine as ever. Uchiha Mirai. Jiraiya murmured, his voice heavy with disbelief. Was that colossal beast truly Uchiha Mirai? His mind swirled in confusion, struggling to grasp the unfolding events. According to your definitions, I suppose I could also be considered a Jinchuriki, right? Godzilla, the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Future calmly elucidated. Godzilla? Is that the name of that colossal creature? Jiraiya felt as though his mind was akin to a muddled paste, utterly incapable of untangling the confusion. What on earth is Godzilla? When did such a terrifying behemoth emerge in the shinobi world? I understand now, Jiraiya sighed, ceasing his absorption of natural energy. Bang! The toad, Fugaku, dispelled the summoning technique, dissipating into a cloud of white mist. If possible, he truly wished to avoid enmity with Uchiha Future. Even more so, he did not desire to confront that monstrous beast. A wise decision indeed. Uchiha Mirai offered a faint smile. The monstrous creature had vanished. Quick, let's move. The Umbu and Leaf ninjas, initially hesitant to advance, felt the oppressive aura dissipate with Godzilla's disappearance. They swiftly rushed towards the forest where the battle had unfolded. Is that Uchiha Mirai? How did he end up here? The arriving Leaf ninjas gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Mirai, pondering whether the recent conflict had been instigated by their comrades. The reputation of Uchiha Mirai is so immense that it is inconceivable for any ninja in Konoha to be unfamiliar with him. Simultaneously, they discovered the fallen Wairin lying beside Uchiha Mirai, disheveled and in disarray, his hair unkempt, his eyes rolled back revealing a significant amount of scara, and his tongue, tinged with pink, limply dangled from his lips, with thick saliva dripping down his chin. He appeared utterly ravaged. Was the earlier battle fought between Uchiha Mirai and Wairin? The arriving ninjas felt a sense of foreboding. It was so fierce that even the forest had been devastated. It's Mirai? It is indeed Mirai. The Uchiha clan also arrived, excitedly standing behind Uchiha Mirai. Brother Mirai, what was that colossal beast just now? Uchiha Kuriko exclaimed with excitement. Godzilla. I am his Jinchuriki. Godzilla? What a magnificent name. So powerful. The future god is actually a Jinchuriki? The Konoha ninja and Umbu were struck with astonishment. Godzilla? The Jinchuriki? Manjiki. Jinchuriki. What undiscovered abilities does the Uchiha future possess? Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaning on his cane, limped forward with the assistance of the Umbu. His eyes trembled as they fixed upon the Uchiha future. When Godzilla hurled the flying monkey, he too was swept away by the force. The cane he now relied upon was once used by his dear friend, Danzo, during his lifetime. Hokage-sama, I believe you owe us an explanation regarding this matter. Uchiha Mirai gazed at him with an air of detachment. How did the two-tails Jinchuriki come to be here? And what of the 4 elite jonin from the village hidden in the clouds, who fortuitously lay in ambush at this very spot? In an instant, the astonished gazes of all gathered converged upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya looked at him in disbelief. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by his own mentor? Uchiha Mirai slowly approached Sarutobi Hizashi, while the Umbu in front of him trembled as he drew his kunai, swallowing hard. The surrounding Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, yet none took action. Uchiha Mirai placed his hand on Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder, a gesture that seemed both playful and mocking. You have grown old. I had initially anticipated that your final struggle would pique my interest. Regrettably, your performance has proven to be quite disappointing. Uchiha leaned forward, his body tilting as he drew closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear amidst the trembling gazes of the surrounding Umbu. May you languish with this curse. Sarutobi's finger quivered, and in that instant, he seemed to age several decades. Uchiha Future glided past him, moving towards the distance. Future brother, where are you headed? Uchiha Shiki proclaimed. We must head to the Hidden Cloud Village. It is time to settle some scores. Chapter 93. Uchiha's Future. Summon your Reikage to face me. In the Hidden Cloud Village, within the Reikage's office, the 4th Reikage, awaited with anticipation. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, along with 4 meticulously chosen elite jonin, embarked on a mission to eliminate the calamity that is Uchiha. Considering the timing, they should have commenced their operation by now. A gazed out of the window, a subtle smile gracing his lips. One formidable shadow-level ninja, accompanied by 4 elite jonin specifically selected for their abilities against Uchiha's future, assured that this time there would be no escape for him. Even if the actions led by the Jinchuriki were to falter, what of Sarutobi Hiruzen? This covert operation against the calamity of Uchiha was a clandestine alliance between the Hidden Cloud and Leaf villages. Although the Leaf village merely provided intelligence, they harbored no doubts. Should Uchiha suffer a significant blow, Sarutobi would be unable to suppress his desires to take action. In this world, perhaps no one wished for Uchiha's demise more fervently than he did. Since his return, the dynamics of the Leaf village had undergone a profound transformation. The Uchiha clan has risen with formidable strength, while the factions of the Hokage continue to wane. Even my old friend Danzo met his demise at the hands of Uchiha's future. This animosity is likely the reason he is inclined to collaborate with me. The gleam of amusement in A's eyes deepens as he envisions the gruesome fate awaiting Uchiha's future. The Hidden Cloud Village, colloquially known for its relentless vengeance, has always been one to settle scores. The prior choice of patience was merely a consequence of the prevailing circumstances. The grievances of the Cloud Village's envoy, alongside those originating from Room 404, are finally poised for retribution. Reikage A finds today's weather remarkably pleasant. The fresh air is imbued with the fragrance of freedom. Reikage-sama. Urgent intelligence has arrived from the land of fire. The door to the Reikage's office creaks open, and Mabui enters, clutching documents with a nervous disposition. What is the situation? A inquires with a smile. After all this preparation, surely the calamitous Uchiha has been reduced to mere carrion? I wonder how Sarutobi Hiruzen has dealt with his remains. According to the intelligence, Uchiha's future has seemingly transformed into a vessel of toxins. Eliminating this contamination will undoubtedly require considerable effort. Yet, what concern is that of mine? A's smile radiates with delight. He relishes the thought of the entire Hidden Leaf village languishing under nuclear fallout, utterly devastated by the rampaging Uchiha. Reikage-sama. You might want to see for yourself. Mabui's expression is complex as she places the documents on the Reikage's desk. A scans the content briefly, and his smile falters instantly. The forest of death outside Konoha. An unknown colossal beast is engaged in a fierce battle with the Two Tails. The Two Tails has suffered grave injuries and vanished? What is going on? A's eyes widen in shock, akin to a chick caught by the throat, mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. Is this information credible? After a long pause, he regains his composure and gazes at Mabui in horror. This intelligence comes from our scouts in the Land of Fire and has been corroborated through multiple sources. It is said that Konoha is now engulfed in chaos and silence. A profound silence. The air in the Reikage's office seems to freeze, rendering A's breaths labored. What is the name of that beast? His voice is hoarse. To vanquish the Two Tails, it must be no ordinary creature. When did such a terrifying beast emerge in the ninja world? Gojira. Mabui's voice trembles. Gojira? A's pupils constrict. What on earth is this Gojira that can even overpower a tailed beast? Mabui, relay the message immediately. Elevate the village's security level to the highest alert. A commands without hesitation. Mabui stares at him in astonishment. Reikage-sama, are you truly concerned that the actions of the Woodman might fail? I fear that Uchiha's future will likely retaliate. The gaze of AI was profoundly serious, akin to the depths of the ocean. The calamity of the Uchiha clan demanded retribution. Previously, the ninja he dispatched merely stirred trouble within the Uchiha territory and was subsequently gravely injured by Uchiha's future, leaving behind a sinister mark within. Upon returning to the Hidden Cloud Village, the dark mark erupted, compelling him to seal an entire infirmary. Now, he had dispatched a Jinchuriki along with 4 elite jonin to assassinate Uchiha's future. Success would be fortunate, yet the consequences of failure loomed ominously. What means of vengeance will the Uchiha clan employ in the future? AI took a deep breath, feeling his heart thumping violently. As if a colossal stone were pressing down upon his chest. He must prepare in advance. The abilities of Uchiha Mirai are exceedingly formidable. The sealing of a single patient room constitutes a significant loss. If an entire hospital were to be sealed, it would spell disaster. Mabui nodded promptly, recognizing the gravity of the situation and prepared to convey AI's orders. Yet, before she could depart from the Reikage's office, a resounding shout erupted suddenly. Akin to a thunderous explosion, reverberating across the expanse of Kumogakure. Bring out your Reikage to face me. AI's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly turned to gaze out the window. Has he arrived? So soon. The entirety of Kumogakure was instantly enveloped in chaos. Who dares to cause a ruckus in Kumogakure? How did he manage to breach our defenses? Where are the guarding shinobi? The scouts? Nonsense. Regardless of his identity. Anyone who dares to disturb Kumogakure must not be spared. At that moment, the voice that echoed through the skies of Kumogakure resounded once more. I am Uchiha Mirai. Bring out your Reikage to face me. The voice thundered like rolling storm clouds, resonating throughout the village. Uchiha Mirai? Just moments ago. The cloud shinobi were in an uproar, eager to devour the troublemaker whole, yet now, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Hidden Cloud Village. Steeped in an atmosphere of dread and trepidation, why had the harbinger of calamity, Uchiha Mirai, arrived in the Hidden Cloud Village? What could have transpired? A few cloud shinobi privy to the high-ranking movements suddenly found their breath caught, faintly piecing together the unfolding scenario. There, a keen-eyed shinobi spotted Uchiha Mirai, standing defiantly atop a towering rock formation nearby. The Hidden Cloud Village, renowned as the Village in the Clouds, was established upon lofty mountain peaks, suspended high above the ground. This particular summit offered a commanding view over the entire village. Uchiha Mirai, in the Reikage's office. The 4th Reikage also discerned the figure of Uchiha Mirai. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the Uchiha standing on the rocky outcrop. He had initially assumed that Uchiha Mirai would retaliate against the Hidden Cloud Village covertly, as he had previously. However, he never anticipated that Uchiha Mirai would dare to come alone to the Hidden Cloud Village. It is crucial to note that this village is one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The number of elite shinobi here exceeds several hundred. The reason Konoha trembles before Uchiha Mirai is not solely due to his enigmatic toxins and formidable strength, but also because of the powerful Uchiha clan that stands behind him. Yet now, he was but one solitary figure. And here, he faced a village boasting over 10,000 shinobi. Uchiha Mirai, I shall ensure you regret your decision today. A thought, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Boom. Lightning erupted from his body, shattering the walls of the Raikage's office as he surged forth. Chapter 94. The Fearsome Susanoo. The Faux Crimson Lotus Godzilla. Atop the mountain peak, Uchiha Mirai gazed down upon the humanoid lightning emanating from the Raikage chamber. A faint smile gracing his lips. Is he preparing to dance? The onlookers from Kumogakure were filled with exhilaration at this spectacle. The Raikage has arrived. With the Raikage in action, what does it matter if the opponent is the calamity known as Uchiha? That figure, enveloped in lightning, had a singular and resolute target. Like a projectile accelerated by electromagnetic forces, it hurtled directly towards Uchiha Mirai atop the mountain peak. A hoarse roar broke the air. Explosive impact. A colossal fist crackled with lightning, wielding immense power as it struck towards Uchiha Mirai's abdomen. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous detonation. A thick cloud of dust erupted from the mountaintop. A direct hit. How audacious to not even attempt to evade. What of the calamity that is Uchiha? He withstood the Raikage's assault head-on. It was all over. Victory for the Raikage was assured. Countless cloud shinobi were stirred with fervor, their eyes fixed intently on the mountaintop. As the dust began to settle, the previously exhilarated shinobi fell into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief, akin to chicks caught by the throat. Uchiha Mirai stood serenely atop the mountain, utterly unmoved. Raikage AI's fist pressed against the crimson skeletal frame, unable to advance even a fraction. How infuriating. Is this the power of Susanoo? AI clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Mirai within the skeletal structure. As the fourth Raikage of Kumogakure, AI had heard tales of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, a formidable ability that could rival the Sage of the Six Paths would release. Suddenly, a long skeletal arm sprouted from the crimson ribs, swatting AI away like a mere fly, sending him crashing into the buildings below. Lord Raikage. The Umbu rushed forward, eager to render assistance. Stand back. A thunderous roar accompanied by AI's rugged bellow erupted, as the building was violently torn apart by the immense force. Electric arcs enveloped AI's body, crackling through his hair, his robust muscles bulging with power. Come again, he bellowed in fury. The ground beneath him shattered as he propelled himself towards Uchiha Mirai like a cannonball. As the fourth Raikage, he could not allow himself to be bested by Uchiha Mirai in front of his villagers. With a resounding thud, another crimson skeletal arm came crashing down, swatting AI away once more. This time, the force was even greater. AI was hurled backwards, demolishing several houses in his path before finally halting his momentum. Silence fell. The entirety of Kumogakure was engulfed in a profound stillness. Their fourth Raikage, reduced to such a pitiful state at the hands of Uchiha Mirai? Amidst the ruins, AI struggled to rise, wiping the blood trickling from his lips. His eyes remained locked onto Uchiha Mirai atop the peak. With the formidable insight of the Manjiki Sharingan, he had instantaneously perceived my attack and countered with Susanoo. AI's teeth ground together in frustration. The future attacks of Uchiha are not particularly forceful. Rather, to achieve such a decisive blow that sends him flying, a certain degree of power must inevitably be sacrificed. However, the perspective of the villagers of Kumogakure is starkly different. Their fourth Raikage is utterly no match for Uchiha's prowess, lacking even the strength to contend. In an instant, upon their first clash, he is unceremoniously sent sprawling. As this realization dawns, a wave of panic and despair swiftly envelopes the village. It is as if the figure standing atop the mountain is not a mere ninja, but rather a god of destruction. This scoundrel, sensing the shift in the villagers' atmosphere, Raikage A gritted his teeth, filled with an insatiable desire to rend Uchiha asunder. The morale of Kumogakure has completely waned. Once fear takes root, dispersing it becomes a formidable challenge. Your performance is profoundly disappointing. Uchiha Mirai gazed down from his lofty position upon the village of Kumogakure. Now, it is my turn to act, he declared. The moment his words fell, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Below, the villagers of Kumogakure were paralyzed with horror as Uchiha Mirai's form began to expand. A colossal shadow swiftly spread, engulfing a significant portion of the village, until, at last, a monstrous creature exceeding 80 meters descended upon the mountaintop. Its immense and powerful physique rendered the mountain beneath it insignificant. Godzilla had arrived. What manner of beast is this? A tailed beast, perhaps? But why does it possess only one tail? Panic and despair surged through the villagers like a virulent contagion. rapidly infiltrating every corner of the settlement. The sounds of swallowed breaths, trembling bodies, and desperate whispers filled the air. Godzilla. A stunned EI gazed upward, suddenly recalling the intelligence report delivered by Mabui not long ago. A creature named Godzilla had severely injured the Two Tails. EI's pupils constricted as a realization struck him. Where's the Jinchuriki? The significance of the Jinchuriki, with only 2 in the entire village, was paramount. If something had befallen her, cold sweat began to beat upon EI's brow. As a punishment for your actions, I shall accept the Jinchuriki as compensation. Fear not, I shall treat her well, Godzilla announced, a faint smile playing upon its lips. Towering at over 80 meters, it lowered its gaze, akin to a creator surveying its creations. Prepare to face my wrath. Its skin, rough like ancient bark, was adorned with a crimson armor that ascended from its feet to its thighs, tail, abdomen, and finally its chest. The Tengu helmet converged seamlessly upon Godzilla's head, encapsulating its entire form in a magnificent crimson armor. The mighty Susanoo. Godzilla, the beast of catastrophe. Pseudo-red lotus mode. Godzilla opened its maw, a blazing red light rapidly coalescing. In an instant, a searing beam erupted forth, carrying an aura of terror as it surged toward the heart of Kumogakure. Red Lotus atomic breath. Run. Flee at once. The crimson beam reduced all in its path to ruins. No. EI's eyes widened in despair as he attempted to charge toward Godzilla, only to be restrained by his companions. Godzilla's head rose, its atomic breath carving a massive chasm through the center of Kumogakure, stretching toward the distant horizon. When the chaos subsided, the village lay in utter disarray, littered with the remnants of destruction. This was the reckoning. The voice of Uchiha's future reverberated through the skies of the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 95, The Hidden Cloud Village Enveloped by Nuclear Contamination. Konoha. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned against the Hokage desk, his gaze vacant and motionless, as if his very soul had departed. The events that had transpired not long ago played before his eyes like a surreal dream. A colossal beast, towering over 70 meters, had inflicted severe damage upon the Two Tails in the Forest of Death. The future of Uchiha is unexpectedly that of a Jinchuriki. A Godzilla Jinchuriki. Is this a beaver? Sarutobi Hiruzen reminisced about Uchiha's achievements during the Third Great Ninja War, unable to suppress a bittersweet smile. Was the Third War merely the tip of the iceberg for him? The terrifying toxic bloodline and beast transformation techniques all stem from the Godzilla within him? What exactly is Godzilla? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, one thing he was certain of, the current Uchiha was far beyond his capacity to confront. Hiruzen, perhaps you should indulge in a cup of hot tea, suggested Tsunade, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as she presented a steaming cup before him. She understood that Hiruzen's desire to confront Uchiha was largely driven by a need for vengeance for Danzo. The death of Danzo felt like a dagger plunged into Hiruzen's heart. On one occasion, Tsunade inadvertently witnessed Hiruzen asleep at the Hokage desk, softly murmuring Danzo's name in his dreams. And now, the meticulously planned operation had met with failure. The future of the Uchiha clan resembles a monstrous entity lurking beneath the surface of the ocean, its terrifying abilities forever shrouded in uncertainty. Yukimura Kasumi sighed. If Danzo were still alive, he would undoubtedly be dismayed to witness your current state of exhaustion. At the mention of Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers quivered slightly. Just then, a member of the Umbu suddenly materialized in the Hokage's office, kneeling to report. Hokage-sama. The scouts from the Land of Lightning have reported that Kumogakure has suffered devastating retribution from the Uchiha clan. The losses are substantial. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils dilated in shock. Devastating retribution from the Uchiha? Kumogakure has incurred severe losses? Are you certain there is no mistake? Kumogakure is one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The disbelief in Sarutobi's eyes was palpable. In terms of strength, Kumogakure was hardly inferior to Konohagakure, being the second strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Could one individual from the Uchiha clan inflict such extensive damage? Indeed, the Umbu responded, his expression intricate. According to intelligence, the Uchiha utilized the powers of Godzilla. With a single blow, the village was dealt a catastrophic blow. Godzilla. The image of the colossal beast spewing blue beams flashed before Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and he felt darkness envelop him, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Hiruzen, what is wrong with you? Someone quickly. In Kumogakure, smoke and dust billowed, the village resembling an apocalyptic wasteland, with collapsed buildings and ruins strewn about. In the center of the village, an unfathomable chasm extended to the horizon, the echoes of cries and wails resonating amid the debris. It was a scene of utter devastation. The fourth Hokage, surveyed the surroundings with bloodshot eyes, feeling as though a massive stone weighed upon his chest, nearly suffocating him. The village he had sworn to protect, lay in ruins before him. Damn it! Boom. The overwhelming surge of emotion caused to lose control of his fury, and he struck the crumbling wall with a heavy fist. With a tremendous roar and tremor, the wall collapsed, debris and dust erupting into the air. Raikage-sama. The Umbu of Kumogakure reported anxiously. The sensing ninjas have confirmed that the Uchiha have already departed. Departed? A's bloodshot eyes narrowed suspiciously. Uchiha Future, that wretched creature. Has he truly left after wreaking such havoc upon the hidden cloud village? The Jinchuriki, Yumu, remains in his grasp. As one of the two Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud, Yumu was the principal executor of this operation and has now been captured by Uchiha Future. What horrific deeds will that calamity of a Uchiha inflict upon Yumu? A shiver of dread courses through AI's veins, and the flames of rage within him intensify. Uchiha Future, I shall remember this grievance. You shall come to regret it. Gritting his teeth, AI silently vows. He then turns his gaze to the chaotic scene of the hidden cloud village and bellows in a grave tone, quick. All ninjas. Commence the rescue. Under his command, the Umbu and ninjas of the hidden cloud village immediately set about their rescue efforts. The masked Umbu clear debris and rubble, while medical ninjas in white uniforms carry stretchers, transporting the injured villagers to the Cloud Ninja Hospital. The rescue operations proceed with remarkable order. As AI surveys his surroundings, his fury deepens. A mere rough estimate reveals that the losses sustained by the hidden cloud village amount to an astronomical figure, even disregarding the damage to buildings. The casualties among the ninjas alone likely number in the hundreds. The final atomic breath of Godzilla sliced through the very heart of the hidden cloud village, nearly severing it in twain. Numerous vital transportation routes and key facilities have been utterly obliterated. The cost of reconstruction will undoubtedly be astronomical. Suddenly, AI recalls Uchiha Future's last words. This is judgment. Divine retribution, perhaps. At that moment, an Umbu appears before him, panic etched across his features. Lord Raikage. It's terrible. We have discovered large amounts of that toxin in the rubble, and many ninjas are already affected, their bodies exhibiting strange symptoms. AI's pupils dilate in shock. He swiftly turns to gaze upon the ruins left in the wake of Godzilla's atomic breath attack. From the unfathomable depths of the inky chasm, a faint reddish hue seems to emerge. Many of the ninjas engaged in rescue efforts suddenly succumb to dizziness, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from their noses. This abnormality spreads like a virus, infecting villagers at a distance, some suddenly wiping their noses in astonishment, their hands stained with thick crimson. What is happening? My body. Help! Help me! Fear, despair, and chaos sweep through the village like a virulent contagion, prompting villagers to flee in madness. The entirety of the hidden cloud village is engulfed in a wave of panic. As AI watches the scene unfold, his eyes blaze crimson. Is that attack truly not over? Is this lingering toxin the real assault? The terror of this bizarre toxin had long been experienced by AI. Consequently, the entire Ward 404 had been completely sealed off. However, the scope of the toxin back then pales in comparison to the current situation. Such a vast area of toxin now shrouds most of Yunin village. Are we to seal off half the village? Quickly, utilize water release to wash away the ruins. AI bellowed his command. According to Konoha's intelligence, employing a large-scale water release could alleviate the effects of this toxin to some extent. The situation was urgent, and AI had no time to ponder further. Chapter 96. Yunin Village decides to discharge nuclear waste into the sea. Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen weakly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of a white ceiling. Standing beside him, Tsunade was visibly surprised to see him awaken. Hiruzen, you have finally woken up. How did I end up here? Sarutobi scanned his surroundings, feeling as though his head had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving him in a state of confusion. Tsunade grasped his hand, her expression filled with concern. Do you not remember? You suddenly fainted in the Hokage's office, and I called for medical ninjas to bring you here. Sarutobi remained silent, as fragmented memories gradually resurfaced. Indeed. He had been seated at the Hokage's desk when he suddenly heard the Umbu enter to report. Uchiha's Future seeks vengeance against the hidden cloud village, which has suffered devastating losses. Countless homes have been reduced to ruins. He experienced a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest that left him convulsing and gasping for breath, until darkness enveloped him and he lost consciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself here, The strength of the Hidden Cloud Village is not significantly inferior to that of the Hidden Leaf. The Uchiha clan's future could inflict similar devastation upon Konoha as it did to the Hidden Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to have aged a decade in an instant. The youthful authority and assertiveness in his gaze had vanished, leaving behind only helplessness and uncertainty. Where lies the future of Konoha? What must he do to seize it? Cough. Cough. As these thoughts plagued him, a wave of oppressive pain surged in his chest, prompting a fit of violent coughing. Tsunade Koharu, witnessing Sarutobi's distressing state, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Danzo was dead. Hiruzen had succumbed to this fate as well. The Konoha F4 had suffered grievously. Some lay dead, while others were rendered useless. Was it only she and Ino left? Was Konoha truly on the brink of losing its future? At that moment, Tsunade Koharu felt a light tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she found a medical ninja holding a document, gazing at her earnestly. Lady Koharu, may I have a moment of your time? Koharu glanced at the still coughing Hiruzen and nodded gently. All right, although she was unaware of the medical ninja's intentions. It was clear that Hiruzen could not withstand further disturbances at this moment. The door to the sick room was quietly closed. Tsunade Koharu took the examination report from the medical ninja, her pupils dilating in shock as she abruptly lifted her gaze to lock eyes with the medic. What does this mean? Is there something wrong with Lord Hokage's lungs? The medical ninja's expression was laden with complexity as he sighed. We have done our utmost. But Lord Hokage's lungs exhibit an abnormal pathological change. The cells are being infected uncontrollably. We can only attempt to mitigate this process through medical means. But the effectiveness is quite limited. Please be prepared for the worst. With that, the medical ninja bowed deeply. Pathological changes? What kind of changes? Tsunade Koharu glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if they might consume him whole. Just a short while ago, Hiruzen had been in robust health. How could he deteriorate so rapidly? We do not know the cause, but it is evident that a certain pathological alteration has occurred in Lord Hokage's lung cells, which are now infecting the healthy cells at an alarming rate. The doctor's gaze was filled with deep concern. During the Third Great Ninja War, some ninjas who survived the calamity brought forth by the Uchiha also exhibited similar cellular mutations. Considering the village's current precarious situation, the medical ninja refrained from voicing the full extent of his fears. Tsunade Koharu stumbled backward, her back pressed against the cold wall, as if she were plummeting into an abyss. How could Hiruzen, who had been well just moments ago, suddenly be stricken with such a grave illness? Tsunade, where is Tsunade? Call her at once. Surely, with her expertise, she can save Hiruzen. As if grasping at the last straw, Xiaochun clutched the arm of the medical ninja with fervor. Inside the hospital room, she listened to the faint sounds echoing from the corridor. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was dim, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. It seemed as though he was no longer a living being, but rather a mere shell of existence. His memories drifted back to that fateful day when Uchiha's future passed by him, whispering softly into his ear, "Bear this curse and cling to life." He could almost recall the mockery within that voice, as if taunting a puppet destined for annihilation. So, was that truly your intention at that moment? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, lost in thought. In the Hidden Cloud Village, amidst the efforts of hundreds of elite ninjas, the ruins were finally cleared. It was a protracted battle. For the sake of safety, the 4th Reikage A had previously evacuated the villagers, while he himself led a considerable force of Umbu and elite ninjas to accomplish this task. According to intelligence received from Konoha, to combat the toxin, they would flush it away with a copious amount of water release techniques, subsequently disposing of the contaminated water elsewhere, thereby significantly mitigating the toxin's threat. At last, after expending considerable time and effort, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and gazed contentedly at the restored Hidden Cloud Village. The ravines left by Godzilla's assault had been filled with soil transported from other locations. To ensure absolute safety, he had erected several layers of protection using steel plates and earth techniques above. Furthermore, prior to the filling, he had thoroughly washed the contaminated areas multiple times using water release techniques. The nuclear wastewater produced from this cleansing was concentrated in a massive pit temporarily excavated behind the Hidden Cloud Village. This pit was covered with thick steel plates and earth techniques to prevent any leakage of nuclear contamination. After such a tremendous investment of manpower and resources, the task was finally complete. A let out a deep sigh of relief, though a trace of trepidation lingered in his eyes. Uchiha Mirai is terrifying. Such power is nothing short of a calamity. The destruction he alone can wreak is equivalent to that caused by 5 shinobi from the Cloud Village. The remaining task is to deliberate on how to manage the nuclear wastewater. AI's gaze flickered with cold intensity. This nuclear wastewater is akin to a ticking time bomb, concealed behind the Cloud Village. Should it leak, it would spell disaster for the village. In the Reikage conference room, a tense meeting was underway. The central topic of discussion was how to handle the nuclear wastewater of the Cloud Village. After thorough deliberation, the senior officials of the Cloud Village unanimously approved the decision to discharge the nuclear wastewater into the nearby sea. The Land of Lightning is a coastal nation, and the Cloud Village is situated in close proximity to the ocean, with their secret weapon, Turtle Island, hidden within its depths. Disposing of the nuclear wastewater into the sea would not only eliminate the current safety hazards for the Cloud Village, but also allow the currents to transport the pollutants to other nations. The Rock Village and the Cloud Village are sworn enemies. Being neighbors, the release of nuclear wastewater is bound to affect the Rock Village. This could very well serve as an opportunity to weaken the strength of the rival ninja village. With this thought, the high-ranking officials of the Cloud Village displayed smiles reminiscent of crocodiles. Chapter 97. The Shinobi World in Shock. Disposing of nuclear wastewater is tantamount to severing one's lineage. The Cloud Village intends to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean. This news, upon its revelation, stirred a tempest in the Shinobi world. The entire Shinobi realm erupted in an uproar. The assassination attempt on Uchiha Mirai by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village could no longer be concealed. The battle of colossal beasts in the Death Forest was witnessed by countless onlookers in awe. The legendary creature, known as Godzilla, completely overpowered the tailed beast, effortlessly defeating the Two-Tails. What exactly is Godzilla? When did such a terrifying beast emerge in the Shinobi world? Is that calamity, Uchiha, truly a Jinchuriki? Godzilla, a Jinchuriki? A series of astonishing revelations caught the Shinobi world off guard. Just when they thought the news was sufficiently shocking, another, even more staggering piece of information emerged, sending the already tumultuous Shinobi realm into a frenzy. Uchiha's future, embarking alone to the hidden Cloud Village for vengeance. With sheer strength, he transforms into a colossal beast akin to Godzilla, as a blazing red beam engulfs the hidden Cloud Village, resembling divine retribution. On that day, much of the Land of Lightning, along with the neighboring lands of Iron and Water, bore witness to the incandescent beam cutting across the sky. This is indeed a judgment. As the news spread, the ninja world erupted in fervor. The hidden Cloud Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages, home to hundreds of elite shinobi. Could a single individual from the Uchiha clan wield such terrifying destructive power? Just how formidable is he? While some ninjas harbored skepticism, far too many bore witness to the searing beam of light that cleaved the heavens. Doubts were swiftly drowned under the weight of undeniable evidence. The hidden Cloud Village suffered catastrophic losses, with the majority of its structures reduced to rubble, and a strange toxin pervaded much of the village. As the name Godzilla resonated throughout the ninja world, another term emerged in the minds of countless shinobi: nuclear radiation. It became apparent that the dreadful toxin unleashed by the calamity known as Uchiha was, in fact, nuclear radiation. An involuntary gasp escaped the lips of innumerable ninjas. Thousands fell during the Third Great Ninja War, and many others emerged from the conflict disfigured. The true perpetrator of this devastation was none other than nuclear radiation. It was only when the identity of the Uchiha Godzilla, the Jinchuriki, was revealed that the horror of nuclear radiation became known throughout the ninja realm. As the turmoil continued unabated, yet another explosive report spread with astonishing speed across the ninja world. The countenance of every ninja who heard the news shifted dramatically. Some even clenched their teeth in fury, their eyes bloodshot with rage. The hidden Cloud Village planned to dump nuclear wastewater into the ocean. This shocking revelation was confirmed. The village, under the wrathful assault of Uchiha, was inundated with nuclear radiation. In a desperate bid to mitigate the threat of nuclear contamination, the Fourth Reikage, employed a relentless torrent of water jutsu, resulting in the accumulation of vast quantities of polluted nuclear wastewater. Ignoring the plight of other nations in the ninja world, the hidden Cloud Village obstinately resolved to dispose of the waste in the sea for its own benefit. Initially, they attempted to do so covertly, going unnoticed for some time. However, when certain coastal fishermen began to notice peculiarities in their catch, it became evident that a group of ninjas, shrouded in secrecy, were seen transporting boxes to the ocean after dark. Once discovered, the hidden Cloud Village brazenly tore away its facade and openly admitted to the act of dumping nuclear wastewater. They boldly proclaimed that on the 4th day of the 20th month, they would dispose of the remaining nuclear waste into the sea. The revelation sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Those wretched brutes of the hidden Cloud Village. within the office of the third Hokage. Inoki's eyes blazed crimson as he slammed his fist onto the table. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only the Rock Village had been profoundly affected by the nuclear radiation. In the climactic battle of the Third Great Ninja War, he led the IWA Shinobi against Konoha within the borders of the Land of Grass. Konoha, exhibiting a complete disregard for the rules of engagement, resorted to the calamity of the Uchiha. In the future, Uchiha unleashed a devastating atomic breath that rent the heavens and the earth, tearing apart countless bodies of the Rock Ninja. In the aftermath of this battle, a river of calamity emerged within the borders of the Land of Grass. The remaining Rock Ninjas of Awagakure exhibited various mutations in their forms. In the years following the conflict, the rate of deformities among newborns in Awagakure has continued to rise, rendering it the village with the highest incidence of such afflictions among all ninja villages. The once relevant technique of extending mouths from the palms has now become obsolete, as even elongated mouths between the legs have proliferated. Only recently, when the intelligence regarding Uchiha's transformation into a Godzilla-like Jinchuriki surfaced, did Noki come to realize that the root cause of all this devastation was the toxin known as nuclear radiation. Now, the neighboring village of Kumogakure intends to dump nuclear wastewater into the sea. How can this be tolerated? The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are adjacent coastal nations, separated only by a vast ocean. Once the nuclear waste is released into the sea, the ocean currents will inevitably bring that contamination to the shores of Awagakure. This is outrageous. I shall eradicate every last one of those brutes from Kumogakure. Noki slammed his fist upon the table, his body trembling with intense fury. In the Land of Water, the ninjas of Kirigakure have also heard of Kumogakure's plans to dispose of nuclear waste. Although the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth share a coastal boundary, the situation for the Land of Water is far more precarious. As an island nation, it is surrounded by ocean on all sides, and it shares a maritime border with the Land of Lightning. Should the nuclear waste be dumped into the sea, it would undoubtedly have a profoundly negative impact on Kirigakure. Reports indicate that many fishermen from the Land of Water have begun protesting, as the fish they catch have become increasingly bizarre. This is intolerable. Kumogakure is far too domineering. Do they truly believe they can dictate the fate of the ninja world? Such actions will surely incur divine retribution. The brutes of Kumogakure must face consequences. A group of furious mist ninjas stormed towards the Mizukage's office, only to find themselves unable to even glimpse the Mizukage's face. The fourth Mizukage had long since become a puppet of Obito, responding to the crisis with remarkable indifference. Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Mirai sat calmly in the patriarch's residence, savoring his tea. Upon hearing that the Hidden Cloud village planned to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean, his movements momentarily stiffened. What an outrageous notion. Are they truly so careless with their lives? To dump nuclear waste into the sea is tantamount to severing their own lineage. He recalled that there seemed to be an island in the ocean known as Turtle Island, its essence being an immense tortoise, the shell of which had transformed into an ecological haven. The Hidden Cloud village's actions would inevitably affect Turtle Island. Perhaps it should no longer be called Turtle Island. Let it be known as Nuclear Radiation Island, or simply Fukushima. Chapter 98. As long as you cooperate, I shall not harm you. In a concealed rocky outcrop of the Hidden Cloud village, the space began to warp abnormally. From the inky whirlpool, a figure clad in a vortex mask emerged, its crimson three-tomo Sharingan exhibiting a hint of astonishment as it gazed down upon the rebuilding Hidden Cloud village. In the center of the village, a dark chasm extended to the horizon. At this moment, the chasm had been completely filled, yet the structures above it had yet to be reconstructed, leaving a desolate expanse. Green carnivorous plants emerged from behind Obito. Obito, the Hidden Cloud village, is preparing to discharge nuclear wastewater. White Setsu had just reconnoitered the location behind the Hidden Cloud village where the nuclear waste was stored, dressed in rudimentary protective gear. The Cloud Ninjas were tirelessly filling iron barrels with nuclear wastewater and transporting them to the depths beneath the village. Due to its makeshift nature, their protective attire was exceedingly simple, thick lead plates wrapped around their bodies, resembling armored figures. Though rudimentary, the Hidden Cloud village could not afford time for better designs. The urgent priority was to hastily dispose of the nuclear waste into the ocean. Even if other villages applied pressure, the deed would already be done. What could they do but accept it? Following the Ninetales incident, Konoha had been on the decline. Additionally, not long ago, Uchiha Mirai had emerged from seclusion, eliminating Danzo and slaughtering a significant portion of the root ninjas. In terms of overall strength, the Hidden Cloud village was now nearly comparable to Konoha. Yet, Uchiha Mirai was an anomaly. With his singular might, he inflicted such devastation upon the hidden cloud village. Alongside fear, a profound anger surged within him. As a village renowned for its brutality in the ninja world, this was the first time the hidden cloud village had suffered such a significant blow. This consequence could not be borne solely by the hidden cloud village. Obito gazed down upon the ravaged hidden cloud village, his crimson eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. I had initially believed I had overestimated Uchiha Mirai to the greatest extent possible, yet it appears I still underestimated him. To obliterate a major ninja village to such an extent is an unprecedented display of power. What, indeed, is Godzilla? Obito felt as though his mind was inundated with nuclear waste. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom the origins of Godzilla. When had such a terrifying creature emerged in the ninja world? Even the Two Tails could not stand against it. How could a great ninja village suffer such losses? Yet, in terms of achievements, only a few of the tailed beasts, such as the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails, possessed such astonishing power. However, Godzilla was not merely about strength. That nearly omnipresent nuclear radiation was his most fearsome weapon. Even if he did nothing but stand there, countless ninjas would endure the agonizing torment of mutation. Reflecting on mutation, Obito's right arm began to throb painfully once more. The entirety of his right side was comprised of white Zetsu cells. These highly active life cells were particularly susceptible to the effects of nuclear radiation. Previously, in Konoha, he had fallen victim to a technique from the future of the Uchiha. His right side began to exhibit strange transformations, an unsettling sensation erupting from within. The capabilities of Uchiha's future are undeniably overwhelming. It is imperative that I speak with Nagato. Obito's voice was cold and resolute. Obito, what are you contemplating? The carnivorous plant behind him gazed at him in astonishment. Uchiha's future must not be allowed to continue unchecked. If I am not mistaken, the Two Tails Jinchuriki is currently in his possession, and coupled with the Nine Tails from Konoha, he now commands two-tailed beasts. Obito's gaze was as profound as the ocean. The Moon Eye plan necessitates the collection of all tailed beasts. Yet, both of these beasts have fallen into the hands of Uchiha's future. With the terrifying Godzilla at his disposal, who could dare to seize the tailed beasts from him? Moreover, he harbored a lingering suspicion that Uchiha's future had ulterior motives for abducting the Two Tails Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki could command an exorbitant ransom from the hidden cloud village. Yet Uchiha's future chose not to pursue such a course. With Godzilla under his control, what further purpose could he have for the Two Tails? Obito found this perplexing. Yet he was acutely aware that Uchiha's future would not engage in actions devoid of significance. This move must carry profound implications. Konoha, Uchiha clan territory. Uchiha approached a narrow corridor, eventually arriving at a concealed chamber. This room lay deep within the patriarch's residence, seldom visited by clan members. At that moment, two clan members stood guard before the door, their postures rigid and upright. How is she? Uchiha Mirai inquired with an air of indifference. Brother Mirai, she is quite well. Yet she incessantly clamors to return home. She also questions whether we fear the retribution from the cloud-hidden village. Surely, Lord Reikage will come to her rescue, instructing us to prepare ourselves for what is to come. The stationed Uchiha clansman responded with utmost reverence. Is that so? In the eyes of Uchiha, a faint smile graced his countenance. This wooden figure is rather intriguing. Even as a captive, does she still exhibit such tenacity? It appears that in the original narrative, this wooden figure is portrayed as an exceptionally fierce woman. Choosing to confront Haiden and Kakuzu alone, she ultimately fell victim to Haiden's cursed technique, leaving her heart chilled to the core. You may leave now. With my presence here, there will be no need for you to return to guard. Understood, responded the two Uchiha clan members, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Uchiha Mirai directly pushed open the door. At that moment, the wooden figure was seated upon the soft mattress, and upon seeing Uchiha Mirai approach, its eyes instantly turned crimson. Uchiha Mirai, you shall regret this. Lord Reikage is undoubtedly devising a means to rescue me. Brace yourself for the wrath of the hidden cloud village. It was indeed as those two clansmen had foretold. Uchiha Mirai's lips twitched slightly. Revenge? Who seeks revenge upon whom? A single atomic breath from Godzilla left the hidden cloud village utterly devastated. Now, all are engaged in the disposal of nuclear waste. Who has the inclination to concern themselves with your wooden puppet? I believe you may be overly optimistic. Uchiha Mirai shrugged and recounted the recent events in a flowing manner. The wooden figure stood frozen for a moment, as if transformed into a statue, utterly motionless. What on earth? Uchiha's future revenge upon the cloud-hidden village resulted in the devastation of half the village in an instant. Is this the extent of power that humanity can wield? A chilling sensation unfurled from the depths of the wooden man's heart. Just how terrifying is this man before me? Believe it or not, there is no need for me to deceive you regarding such matters. Uchiha Mirai appeared utterly indifferent, while Yumu remained silent. She did not possess extensive knowledge of Uchiha Mirai, yet she was acutely aware that such playful banter was not characteristic of her. Moreover, she had been a first-hand witness to the intense battle between Godzilla and the Two Tails. Remarkably, the Two Tails had inexplicably shrunk to half its former size. Its tailed beast chakra profoundly weakened. Upon noticing Uchiha Mirai's entrance, it immediately retreated to the farthest corner of the ceiling space, too frightened to utter a sound. Yumu had never before witnessed the Two Tails in such a state of terror. The assertions made by Uchiha Future are likely to hold a profound truth. Upon this realization, the anger and resentment that once flickered in the eyes of the wooden figure have dissipated, leaving behind a gaze as lifeless as ash. As if the very essence of its soul has been extinguished. "What do you intend to do with me?" she inquired, her voice trembling. "It is highly improbable that the hidden cloud village will come to her rescue. Rest assured, you possess considerable value to me, as long as you cooperate. I shall not inflict any harm upon you." Uchiha Mirai's lips curled into a subtle smile. Chapter 99, The Kingdom of Godzilla. A flush appeared on the wooden figure's cheeks, but it swiftly transformed into fury. Her beautiful eyes, brimming with uncontrollable anger, fixated on Uchiha Mirai's gaze. "What exactly do you intend to do to me? If your desire is to pursue such actions, I shall not allow you to succeed, even at the cost of my life." With teeth clenched, the wooden figure had already steeled herself with the courage to face death, her eyes filled with resolute determination. Uchiha Mirai smiled faintly. "Woman, I admire your courage, however. I must remind you that before me, death is not a trivial matter." Yuki paused momentarily, her expression shifting as a profound fear flickered in her eyes. The figure before her was none other than the infamous Uchiha of Calamity, renowned alongside the Yellow Flash during the Third Great Ninja War, yet in terms of notoriety, the Yellow Flash paled in comparison. When faced with the Yellow Flash, a ninja's instinct was to flee. In contrast, encountering Uchiha Mirai prompted thoughts of self-destruction. Those who had survived under Uchiha Mirai's hand often found their bodies grotesquely altered, sprouting peculiar and unsettling features. Yuki felt a wave of perspiration drench her back. She had no desire to manifest any bizarre appendages. Her eyes brimmed with despair as regret washed over her. Why had she chosen to partake in the assassination attempt against Uchiha Mirai? Why had she provoked this formidable individual? If given the chance to choose anew, Yuki would rather embrace death than come to Konoha and become an adversary of Uchiha Mirai. This shift in her mentality did not escape Uchiha Mirai's notice, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It must be said that Yuki possessed considerable beauty, ranking among the elite in the realm of shinobi women. Her fierce, unyielding spirit was particularly appealing to him. Yet, it was not the appropriate moment for such considerations. Uchiha Mirai took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling thoughts in his mind. His gaze subtly flickered towards the flat abdomen of the wooden figure. "Let you rest a little longer," he murmured before